All right, so you saw the title and thumbnail, you saw how long this video is, so I want to just do a quick little thing real quick and tell you guys, if you want to go to a specific point and you want to know anything like in this course in general, just go to the description, look at the tags. There's going to be tags of wherever you need to go, so you can just jump around there. And guys, one tip before we start, get a notebook, take some notes. It's going to be information packed. I've done YouTube for the past 8 years. I've generated billions and millions of views, 31 billion views in total. We're getting like 1 to 1.5 billion views a month. And we have 38 automated channels right now on Shorts. So we've scaled lots of students up. We've scaled lots of my own channels up. So this video is going to be very, very information packed. All right, so get a notebook, get ready to study and take as much information you need. This is going to be a banger. Enjoy, guys. So we pulled close to 1.5 billion views this month just across all the 36 channels we're running right now. Now, that may sound like a lot, but that's also through a lot of different niches. So in this video, I'm going to explain every single niche you guys can use to actually help you grow your channel. I'm also going to be ranking them in a tier list so you guys can kind of understand what's going to work, what's okay, and what's definitely not going to work and you just stay away from. Also, this is day 3 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp. If you haven't already watched days 1 and 2, just go ahead and watch them now. I go over a lot of information in this bootcamp, and over the next 30 days, I'm going to be basically sharing everything I've learned over the past 8 years and my 26 billion generated views. So I think this knowledge is pretty valuable, and I'm giving it for free for you guys. So if you want to check it, you can also look at the YouTube playlist as well. I have it all listed there. Just literally just click on it and watch it. No opt-in required. All right, let's just get into this. We're going to go, go through each one and explain it in detail so you guys know why it's good or bad. So the first one we have is motivation or hope court. So this niche, it's okay. I'd put it in probably B tier just because the RPMs for these niches are very, very high because you have people like Alex Ramosi, David Goggins. These people have a very high United States audience, and because of that, you're going to have higher RPMs. Now, the problem with this is there's just not a lot of people who actually care about it. A lot of people don't even know who David Goggins is or Alex Ramosi is. So it's very limited, but you can make a lot of money from it. We have some channels making around anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 a month with just talking about people like Mr. Beast or Alex Ramosi or David Goggins and doing motivational content. Now, this is only one channel we're actually running here, and their income is kind of inconsistent. So that's why I'm putting it in B tier. It's not the worst, but it's not the best either. The second one we have is cars or car edits. Now, car edits, I would actually put in A tier because it is very easy for anyone to be able to watch a car edit and be able to actually enjoy it. You don't have to be a car fan to be able to watch a car edit because you see it and you think, ooh, that's so cool, right? So as long as you are making good content in the car niche, you will get pushed out. Also, the car community has a very strong community of people who actually like, watching this stuff. So as long as you make a edit of a car look really nice, it will get pushed out regardless. Now, the iShowSpeed edits, the infamous iShowSpeed, W Speed, these videos do very, very well. Immediately putting this in S tier. We have a couple channels as well that's running this, and we're scaling it up very quickly. Some of them are at 6K, some of them are at 10K a month, and these channels are just crushing right now. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the iShowSpeed community is just so big. When you do an iShowSpeed edit, just you have everyone from the community flocking in and doing the W speed at the end. Just immediately it gets more engagement. The RPMs are pretty okay. They're like around 20 cents, so it's not like the worst, not the best, but Speed has a very large United States audience. So, it's a very, very good niche to get into. Also, it's really easy to source clips. You won't get demonetized because Speed allows you to be able to source his clips. I think it's pretty good. Also, moving on to as well, now we're doing iShowSpeed, the skull edits. I'm actually going to put this in A tier. It should be in B, but recently there's been more of an uptrend. YouTube actually doesn't like the skull edits, surprisingly enough. The skull edits niche is not really ideal for long-term growth. Your channel will spike and then it'll die down. Making a reformative skull edit video is pretty difficult because a lot of these videos that are being uploaded, they're basically videos that have been posted everywhere on the internet. So, you're most likely not going to get as much views because of viewer fatigue. They see the same clips over and over again. Now, if you find new clips and then you post it, and you probably can squeeze through YouTube's policies, but it's just a little, it's okay, right? It's okay. I have a couple of channels that are making money from it, but I always have the risk of like, okay, hopefully we don't lose this channel because it gets demonetized or something else. All right, now, yeah, that's why I put it in A tier because it's still popping right now. You can still pull a crazy amount of views. And remember, I'm ranking these in best niches to get into to make the most money and get the most amount of views. For example, David Goggins, this motivational, it's good for making money, but you're going to get more views and make more money here in the iShowSpeed niche. All right, next is anime edits. I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm going to put anime edits in C tier. Actually, I'm going to put it in D tier. The reason why is because there's a lot of copyright strikes going on right now, and anime is one of them. If you do any type of anime edits, you will have some random Japanese company that's going to come after you because they don't like you using their content. So I recommend not using anime edits. A lot of companies or channels that are actually just running anime channels in general, they're demonetized. That's why they have Patreon, so you can subscribe to them. Just in general, anime is not the best niche to get into. I know a lot of you guys, some of you probably watch it, and it's really not a good thing to get into. All right, now we have movie edits, like Marvel edits or any type of shows. These I'm gonna put in C tier. All right, if you're doing Marvel, it is okay. The problem is Marvel will come after you. All right, same thing with anime edits. But the thing is, a lot of these movies are American owned, so they're a little more lenient if you're really, really reformative. But at the end of the day, if you're using a movie clip from a movie, they have the rights to that movie and they can take you down regardless of what you do. So yeah, I recommend not really using any type of anime or movie clips, but I'm gonna put movies above anime because you're less likely to get demonetized and there's more chance to do reformative content. Next, we have hope core content. So this is a little different from motivational. It's more hope core, like the Superman, and then you have some type of like meme that's like good people. It's more hope core. Now this if you do ranking with this right here, I'm going to put this in B tier next to David Goggins. But the difference here with the Hope Core niche is it's a little easier to output content if you just have like a still image. Now, you can potentially get demonetized because it may not be reformative enough if you're stealing people's content, but as long as it's reformative, it's okay. The RPM is decent if it's in English, but you will have a lot of older people watching this, which is why you're going to have higher RPMs. All right. Now we're getting into more better niches like ranking. Now, a lot of people think ranking is dead, and I would put this in S tier. All right, because I actually have 2 ranking channels that we're running right now, but one of the channels that was making 10K per month recently got demonetized. So I'm going to put this in A tier. The reason why is because ranking is pretty easy to get demonetized with. The reason why is because, again, you're using other people's content, but it is good because if you're informative enough and you squeak through the cracks, you can pretty much have a channel that's, pushing pretty hard. But eventually you may get caught on to like some type of demonetization or some strike. Even the channel that we're running right now has currently 2 strikes on the other ranking channel. Now, luckily, we run underneath different LLCs and then we have different Gmails underneath those as well. And then we have different digital addresses just to dilute risk of having our entire ads account taken down. But overall, ranking is still a good thing to get into. I wouldn't like stop it. And like also with Sora AI, which we're gonna get into a little later in this ranking, I really recommend doing ranking to start off because it helps you understand how to source clips, how to paste clips, and overall how to actually just make better videos and understanding what goes viral and what doesn't. Okay, commentary. All right, now commentary, this is a huge niche to get into. There's so much things that you can do with commentary. You can do commentary on animals, you can do commentary on ranking, you can do commentary on cars, you can do commentary on drama. Like, it doesn't really matter what it is. So I'm gonna put this in S tier, right? Because just commentary is a great niche to get into. So much versatility with it. And personally, we have a lot of channels that are doing well with commentary. I would recommend getting into commentary if it's one of your first channels because it's just going to teach you pacing and everything else with the YouTube game. And also, like when you look at your retention graph when you're doing commentary and you're able to see, hey, this dip happened here, you can literally go back to whatever your AI, whatever you said in this video, and say, hey, okay, I said the 2 times. I'm not going to say the 2 times next time. Or you're going to see, hey, I was kind of repeating myself here. I'm not going to do that again. And then you can instantly get feedback in your next video. So commentary is a very W niche to get into. Next one is ranking plus commentary. All right, so we have ranking here and commentary here. We're going to put the ranking plus commentary immediately in S tier as well. I know commentary and ranking plus commentary is kind of the same thing, but I like putting this one a little bit differently. The reason why is because you can also do ranking plus commentary is a little bit more advanced because after you master the ranking and after you master the commentary, if you do ranking plus commentary, it's reformative. You get lots of viral clips and you can get pushed out to a wider audience. I would say the only downside of commentary is it's only to English speakers. Let's say someone speaks Portuguese or someone speaks Spanish or someone speaks Japanese or someone speaks Arabic or whatever it is, right? They won't understand the English, and because they don't understand English, they won't be able to watch the videos and you will limit your reach. Now, there's an argument that you can have higher RPMs if you're doing content in only, one language, because let's say it's English, you're going to have a lot higher RPMs because English speakers have more money. But regardless, I would say commentary and ranking is a great niche. Sora AI. All right, now Sora AI is actually a much newer niche, and we're putting this right in S tier as well. We have 2 channels we're running right now. One of them has gotten 225,000 subscribers within 3 weeks of doing Sora AI commentary, plus the 4 call to action method. Now, I'm not going to explain that in this video because remember, this is day 3 of the bootcamp. We're going to go into that a little more later, but you know, it's a great niche to get into regardless. Sora AI is pretty W. Roblox. Guys, we're going to put this immediately in D. No, I'm just kidding, guys. S tier, of course, as well. Roblox is a really good niche to get into if you haven't already. Roblox is killing it right now. We have one channel that we own that's currently at 500 million views this month on Roblox. We also have a lot of our students in Roblox as well, pulling in more from 60 to 300 million views as well. So we're crushing it in the Roblox. It's just a lot of money to get into. Now, and I'm sure you guys have heard of, like, you know, 99 Nights or Steel Brain Rot. Those are the best niches to get into Roblox right now. If you're going to get into Roblox, do a popular game. Don't do some random game or else it won't get as much views. Now, I'm sure you guys know Roblox rants, where you have a Roblox character in the background and then you have ranting. I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm going to put this in B tier. All right. The reason why is because rant videos, they do okay. Now, we have one of our students who are actually running a Roblox rants channel right now, but it's doing good. You know, like they're at like 6K ish per month right now, but there's not too much scalability with it, which is why we're trying to automate it and get to other channels. The reason why is because Roblox plus rants is going to limit yourself to people who only like Roblox and only speak English. Because of that limitation, you're going to also get limited reach as well. All right, Fortnite. A lot of you guys probably used to play Fortnite and don't play anymore because it's kind of dying. But Fortnite is still doing okay. I'm going to put this in B tier just because there's still a lot of viewers who are playing Fortnite, but the views have dropped off a lot. We still have a couple people in our community who are running Fortnite games, but they're not really performing the way they need to. They're getting anywhere from like $3,000 to $5,000 a month. A lot of Fortnite creators have died down in views because Fortnite is a kind of a dying game in terms of viewership, because a lot of people who used to watch it have moved on to Roblox or just grown up, you know. Now, the Fortnite plus commentary, we're going to put this in C tier because it's kind of the same thing in Roblox. It's more limited reach. All right. Now we have like Speedy McQueen or Spice or these type of commentary skit guys. If you can make very good skits, because remember, this is a very low barrier to entry niche. And because this is a very low barrier to entry niche, it is really easy to get into it. Now, you have to be willing to show your face and to be able to make funny content. Now, this content is very easy to go viral if you can make good content. It is very hard to get into. So I'm gonna put this in S tier because it takes a lot of skill. I actually have talking head videos I do on my Instagram and TikTok as well. And you know, we have our Instagram also at 40,000 followers. We have 2 TikToks at over 10,000 each, and we do commentary on there as well. Now, commentary on Roblox with skits is way harder to do. It's really high barrier to entry, but regardless, it's still really good if you can get into it and you want to start a personal brand that can scale later into something bigger, then do skits. Also, if you're running any type of business, just learning the idea of doing skits in general is just really good. If you can do skits, you will get more reach and build personality with your audience. Now we're going to talk about news. All right, so before I actually rank this one, I want you guys to understand that news is only going to be particular to people in certain demographics. For example, if there's news on Trump, people in America who are older are probably going to care about that more than people who are younger, and you're going to limit your reach. But you're also going to increase your RPM. You can also do news on certain topics, like for example, if you play Fortnite, you can do Fortnite news, and then you're going to have a certain sub niche of that as well. If you're going to do news in, for example, Hollow Knight, right? You can do a Hollow Knight news. Hollow Knight's like a game, and you can do like news in that. Now, do I recommend you start a news channel or a news commentary channel? It's okay. You can make money from it. It's also reliant off there's trending news. If there's not trending news, then you really aren't going to go viral. And I want you guys to get consistent money over a long period of time. I don't want you guys to get into something that's going to make you, get viral and then you're going to die off as well. For example, with all of the stuff happening in Jamaica right now, it's very awful. And there's been lots of news around it. We have one of our students who are making commentary around this and just basically spreading the information to people. He had a viral video that got like 5 million views, and then he made another one. Because the news has kind of died down from it, it's now back down to like 30K, 40K jail. So I'm going to put this in C tier. The limit is it's limited by reach and language, and we don't want to really be limited. All right, Reddit stories. I'm sure you guys remember when Reddit stories was a very, very popular thing, and it still is okay. It doesn't have as much reach as it did before because it's kind of died down, but it still does do okay. So we're actually gonna put this in A tier. We have some channels that are making like $9,000 to $12,000 a month on ranking. So I are on Reddit. So I recommend you guys can try it. It's really easy to source content. You can do commentary over it. You can argue this is commentary, but it's okay. And then last one we're gonna do that's still kind of popping is did you know content? So like, did you know is like, did you know that in the Flash he can do this? Or did you know that in this show this guy can do this? Or did you know that Messi or Ronaldo or blah blah blah? All right. I know I have Flash here, but this is actually more of just a did you know niche, and it's more just talking about it. Now, it's good things and bad things about this niche. The good things is there are sub niches, right? So you could do, did you know in DC? You could do did you know in a certain anime? You could do did you know in a soccer player? You could do did you know for cars? You could do did you know for content creators, right? So it's a very versatile niche, but it's always going to be limited by reach because the did you know is only going to be limited to the niche that you're actually uploading in for your content. We're going to put this in B tier. There is good money to be made. There is sustainable money to be made. There is not a lot of reach to be made for this niche. All right, and that's everything for our niches. You can see here and take this as you will. Remember, this is my experience from 36 channels and 8 years of experience. This is day 3 of the bootcamp going over niches, so I hope this was helpful. If there's any niche that I didn't cover in this video that you want me to just give a little quick feedback about, go ahead and leave a comment and I will actually respond and I will say, hey, this niche is not good. Like if you say, hey, Devin, is this niche good? Is ranking water bottles a good niche? I'll respond to you saying no, it's not, or yes, it is. So also go ahead and join the Discord if you guys haven't already. It's going to be linked in the description. How to find viral niches that actually get you views and make you money. So I've got this comment so many times on my channel, and this is day 16 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp, and I want to make this very clear before we even start this video. Finding a niche is a lot easier than you think, and it's very easy to create your own niche as long as you know the process of getting views. Because a lot of you guys are stuck in trying to find, a niche that has an open market when that's not the correct mindset you should have. The correct mindset you should have is how am I going to get so much views in this market that I'm just unbeatable. It's not about finding the correct niche. It's just about getting the most amount of views. A lot of you guys are getting stuck on, picking like whatever audience, like say, okay, I only want to make English content because I want to increase my RPMs. Like, bro, only 1.5 billion people in the world speak English. That's not even 20% of the population on Earth. And you want to target only 20%? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Why not target 100% of the people? So when you're picking a niche, you need to pick something that is worldwide, right? And picking something that is a worldwide niche is just a very, very good place to be because this way you can get the maximum amount of views. That's how I'm getting 1.4 billion views a month right now across all social media platforms, including YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram on 36 channels, and then I think 15 Instagrams and 10 TikToks, right? So I'm getting lots of views right now. And not all of them are English-speaking people. A lot of them speak Brazilian or Portuguese. A lot of them speak Spanish. A lot of them speak Hindi. There's all different types of languages here that are, circulating in the social media space. It's not just English. And just because people in the United States have higher RPMs does not mean you should be aiming for it. Because if you aim for just maximizing the amount of views you can get, then you can generate $20, $30, $50,000 a month. The reason why you guys don't see any YouTube Shorts creators talking about, claiming that they're making, $20,000 a month is because they target only specific audiences, not a wide range of people. I'm getting close to 400 million views a month on this just channel alone. And I will tell you, it is over $20,000. And I have it blurred out right now because my business partner has asked me not to show it, but it's over 20,000, which means you could be doing the same thing if you were view maximizing. So as for picking the niche, what I usually do is I use Verlo AI. So what I do is I go to Verlo AI and I literally just go to the dashboard and I just scroll down. And these are like literally top videos that is performing in the past day. And you can see like a lot of them, like I see 2 videos on, this little dance thing that happened. I see Roblox, which is always popping, by the way. And if you just literally hit the little arrow, you can just see all of the, videos that are performing very, very well. And you're going to notice something. Roblox performs very well. I do recommend going in the Roblox niche if you guys haven't already. There's so many opportunities in Roblox, and the viewers are just insane. I'm seeing some soccer videos. I'm seeing, whatever this is. So, when I'm looking at this, I'm just looking at the analytics. And, if we scroll down, we can go by different types of niches. It's a little all over the place right now, but like, for example, if I clicked on brain rot, I'd be able to see in like the past 5 days what brain rot's looking like. And it looks like just across YouTube, let's see here, across YouTube and TikTok, we're getting around 134.9 million views in total across, these platforms, which is brain rot. I don't think this includes Roblox, by the way. So Roblox brain rot is its own niche. This is just more like skibbity toilet type stuff. So, I mean, I would use Verlo to just find niches. I think it's a great thing to start. I mean, you could just look at the first link in the description or maybe the second link and just, check out Verlo. It's a great app. So now that you found your niche, let's talk about what type of niches I recommend personally that you could be using. And I think there's 4 main ones that I think anyone could start at any level. So the first one I would recommend is definitely clipping. Now, clipping is still very popular, contrary to what most people think, thinking that clipping, gets people banned and there's not a lot of opportunities with clipping. There is a lot of opportunities. Literally, a channel that I started not even a couple days ago just hit its first million view video within 8 videos of just clipping content. And if I'll be honest with you guys, the content is IShowSpeed. I'm just gonna let you guys know now, he will never strike you. If you want to start a clipping channel, start an IShowSpeed clipping channel. But I will warn you, it is very, very editing intensive, and clipping is a very editing intensive niche. So that you remember that when you're going into the skill. All right. The second niche I would recommend, other than clipping, is probably some type of gaming channel. It doesn't have to be, Roblox. It could be Fortnite. It could be something more niche like Among Us. I mean, I recommend personally Fortnite or Roblox. Roblox is probably the biggest one right now. So, I mean, if you guys are going to run a gaming niche, run a Roblox niche, just because there's just so much money to be made here. It is filthy how much money there is to be made. The third one I would recommend is probably AI. AI has kind of died down a little bit because people are kind of getting used to it, but if you're creative with it, you can make a lot of really good AI content, and this is really storyline driven. So make sure that when you're doing this, you have good story building skills, because if you don't, it's going to be really difficult for you to actually make good money with this, because retention with AI videos is awful unless you are actually have good story building. And then the last niche that I would probably recommend is maybe sports. Sports is a little more niche, but if you are focusing on really big sports like for example soccer, then you are going to make a lot of money with this. And the reason why is just because everyone can watch sports. It's not really something that is restricted by language. So of the two of these I would recommend that, probably Roblox and AI are probably the 2 biggest ones. And then I would put like, clipping and sports in second behind that. But other than that, I think those are the main niches that I would be focusing on if I were you guys and I was trying to actually, build an audience. Because, in order to actually make a lot of money, what do we need? We need a lot of views, right? And I see a lot of people when they're looking for a niche, um, they think, okay, I'm going to look for my competitors and I'm just going to copy exactly what they're doing. But the problem with that is you have to innovate, right? And oh, wait, sorry to jump all over the place. One more thing. I recommend ranking as well. Ranking is a very good niche. I know a lot of people say ranking is not a good niche because you get copyright stricken, but as long as you make the content edited and original, ranking is a really good niche. Like I know a guy who's making 60K a month. He's pulling close to 1.5 billion views a month across just his one YouTube channel with just ranking content. So ranking is also a really good niche I would get into if I was starting. Anyways, when you're picking your niche, do not limit yourself by specifically just saying what my competitors are doing, because you need to be able to improve upon your competitors' content and do better than them. So if you see your competitor is doing 1.5 billion views a month, look at their content and be like, okay, how could I improve upon this? What could I do? He's getting 1.5 billion views a month. What's his, audience? It's probably a lot of English speaking people. How could I target, English speaking people, Portuguese speaking people, Spanish speaking people, and Hindi speaking people? If I'm targeting 3 more languages, how can I make more money? There's all different types of ways to do it. If you were doing, ranking niche, how can I make it so people in any language can understand, even if it was in English? These are thinking processes that you guys need to figure out. And it is a thinking problem. It's not a finding a niche problem. It is a thinking problem. It is about intelligence and figuring out what to do, because this is all a thinking game. Everything you're doing. And in the course of, like, when I'm teaching my students, I help them with showing them exactly how to, increase your thinking process to be able to find, the solution. Because when you're looking at your YouTube analytics, it's not like it's just numbers. It is more than that. It's like a language, because there is over 30 different YouTube metrics that I analyze on every single channel that I work on. And of the 30 different YouTube metrics, each one of them tells a different story and tells me the solution to whatever problem I'm facing. If I'm stuck in view jail, I look at all 30 analytics and I'm like, this analytic is lacking here. My casual viewers are lower than I should be. My swipe ratio is lower than it should be. If I look at my retention graphs, instead of it looking like this, let's do it again. Instead of my retention graph looking like, this, jeez, I'm making green. My retention graph is looking more like this. And what that means is there's a big dip over here. So, maybe I should increase my retention in the beginning of my video, increase my swipe ratio, increase my casual viewers, and then maybe my niche will perform better. Or maybe I'm not uploading for a long enough period of time. Or maybe my channel is just not there. There's just so many ways you can read your analytics to be able to understand what's wrong with your channel. But if you don't actually look and know how to read the language, then you're not going to be able to improve upon it. And that's kind of why I recommend, doing a lot of trial and error, because trial and error is a great source of knowledge, because the more you fail, the more you learn, right? That's how I got here at this point. I mean, just look at all the channels that I'm running right now. Do you see this? Look at this. Look at all the channels that I'm running right now. You think that just came from oh, okay, I'm going to start uploading? Guys, this is a trial and error process. I've been doing this for 7, 8 years now. My first video was 8 years ago. So yeah, it's a lot of work. And for those of you commenting saying, "Oh, why does this video have 200 views, Devin? Why does this video only have 2,000 views?" You're lying. Bro, I want you to just think about this for a second, okay? Just please think about this. I'm uploading videos about getting views in a very specific niche on this channel. If you're wondering why this video maybe only has 1,000 views, it's because there's only 1,000 people in the world who care about maximizing their views. If I was making Roblox content, this would get millions, just like my other channel. Just FYI for all the people in the comments saying, Devin, this video only has 2,000 views. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please just think for a second. Anyways, that's going to be it for the niche finding video. If it was a little generic today, I apologize. This is day 16 of the boot camp. I mean, I kind of wanted to go into just the more basic niches. And for those of you wondering, hey, Devin, show us your niche. If you guys know who Money Mind is, Money Mind. Yeah, so if you don't know who this guy's name is Bennett. He owns the Money Mind Unfiltered, and he basically started showing all his YouTube. He is this really transparent guy. Really cool guy, by the way. I've talked with lots of brands, and they've literally told me that he's like the most legit guy. So shout out to this guy. He's an absolute legend. But anyways, he basically leaked his YouTube channel, like a couple of different niches that he was running. And then the niches became so oversaturated because when there's more supply for it, there's less demand for each individual product. And that goes for channels as well. So if there's 1,000 channels uploading, animal commentary, there's going to be way less demand for it because there's more supply than there is demand. And that's what he did, and that's why his channel started dying. I don't know if you guys keep up with his stuff, but all his channels started dying. So no, I'm not going to give you my niche. Because if I gave you my niche, then my channel will start dying because I have thousands of people watching this, and all you guys are going to copy it, and then no one's going to get views. Because the supply for it, you guys will be making more videos on my niche, and then the channel demand will go down. And that's going to make me less money. So I'm not doing it because I'm trying to gatekeep. I'm doing it because I don't want to lose money because of that, If that wasn't an issue, then I would show you guys the channel. But it is an issue, so I can't show you guys the channel. You know what I mean? But I'm super happy showing you guys the analytics and stuff like that. I'm sure some of you guys can figure it out just by looking at the subscriber count. Like, there's not a lot of channels that has 1.5 million subscribers, and 300 million views in 48 hours. It's really easy to figure out the stuff, but I just don't show it because I don't want to get my stuff leaked. How to find the correct niche for you, how to find untapped niches, what to do if you want to find a niche, but you can't find one. Also, since a lot of you guys asked for some other channels that I run right now, here's a couple other ones. I'm going to just reload all of these for you real quick just to show you that these are all legit. My editors, of course, going to have to blur them out, but, you know, these are real channels that I have run that have gotten a pretty mass amount of views in the past, I don't know, a couple of months or so. And also, we're going to go over this channel, which actually I am okay showing. So editor, do not blow this one out. This is my test channel, all right? This channel is my test channel. So what I do on this channel is I basically upload any video that I want on here to see how YouTube will kind of react to it and see what will go on. So if you go to the shorts category, you're going to see a wide variety of videos on here because I just do a lot of testing on this channel. And I recommend you have a test channel as well. Anyways, let's talk about how I find my niches. Guys, I use Verlo AI, and Verlo, it basically is a AI software that lets you look at outliers for TikTok and YouTube videos. It lets you find upcoming niches. It's a pretty amazing software. I mean, I mentioned it in my last video, and someone asked me to go in more in depth about niche finding, so I'm gonna do that now. So Verlo AI started around 4 months ago, and I actually got in contact with one of the founders of it, and they basically let me use this for free to show you guys. I mean, I was already using it beforehand, but I wanted to show you guys anyway because it's kind of what I've been using to find my niches, especially the past couple of months, which is why the past couple of months I have so much channels that have been blowing up. So with Verlo, it basically gives you an outlier for every single viral video on the planet that is going viral right now on TikTok and YouTube. It has an outlier, so you can see this one is a 10,484 outlier, and it has 602,000 views. And this video looks like it's some type of like caption or something like that with football. So I'm assuming football is kind of popping right now. We see a lot of AI videos here, but usually when I'm on this platform, I go to TikTok because it kind of shows me what's kind of be upcoming. Because if we're going to be, you know, uploading videos on YouTube, we want to go from TikTok first to kind of see what's going to be popping. If we go down, we're going to see niches over here. If I click on like brain rot, for example, it's actually going to load into a new page. And then on this new page is going to see, you're going to be able to see like the percentage chance you have to go viral. I know this says 90% chance, a negative 90% chance, but remember guys, this is in the past month. And then also what I'm teaching you guys is how to basically go viral in any niche. But, you know, I use brain rot as a good example. So if you go down here, you're going to see all of the videos that are kind of performing well in the past month. And then, you know, we can sort by YouTube or TikTok here. So I'm going to sort by TikTok because TikTok is what I like to see if I'm going to see if a video is going viral or not. And it looks like this video got 142 million views. So let's see which one this is. And it looks like it's a video of like a Wednesday doll, right? And he's just pulling back the hair. And I know this would go viral on YouTube as well because it's a funny video. And look at that. That's even more funny. So if you found a way, guys, to look at this and then replicate it so you can make on a new YouTube channel, maybe do this with other dolls and stuff like that, I'm sure you could have a video that's probably getting 10 million views. At least 10 million views on YouTube. And this one got like 142 million views. And if it works on one platform, it's going to work on another. And this is in the past month, by the way. So yeah, Verlo it's a great platform. I really do recommend using it to just find hidden niches, find upcoming niches. And then I'm also going to talk about this channel that I have here because I actually was looking on Verlo and I found this little football niche. So I uploaded it on my test channel to see if it would do well, and you can see it's a 4 out of 10. Normally, I'm not going to start a channel unless I like see a 1 out of 10 on my test channel, and this has a 4 to 10, so I'm not going to be continuing testing this, you know, video. And there's also a misconception as well that like when you're testing niches, you have to make a new channel every time. It's not true. That's not true at all. I just have one single test channel that I just consistently upload videos on. If the video does well or not, you know, just depending on if I make a new channel or not. So if you go on that channel, you probably see a lot of like old projects I've done and stuff. You guys want to look at that later. But yeah, use Verlo. It's going to be linked in the description. I really do recommend it. It's a great app to find hidden niches and stuff like that, outliers and competitors. You know, you're gonna be able to see like United States brain rot has 2.5 billion views in the past month. Like that's really good information to know because I have a channel that's getting, you know, close to 500 million views a month right now on brain rot, and you know it's kind of Roblox and brain rot, so that probably contributes to a large percentage of that, you know. Anyways, now that we kind of got that out of the way of how I find my niches, I'm going to talk about how I qualify them and then what I do to make sure it is actually a niche that I can repeatedly make content with. So, niches. When I am finding a niche, the first thing I think about after I see a video that I think is a potential outlier is I think, is this outlier repeatable? Is this repeatable? Because if it's not repeatable and you're going viral one time, there's not really any point because the point of us doing this is to make money consistently every month. We're not going for quick money grabs. We're looking for repeatable content that we can upload over a long period of time. Preferably, we want to run this channel for years and years and years, eventually outsource it, maybe even sell it for even more income. So look for outliers when you're finding your niche. Now, another misconception is you cannot upload in a oversaturated niche, and this is not true. If you're looking for outliers, there's a pretty big chance there are other people who are also uploading in this niche, and there's a pretty big chance it's going to be really saturated, and that's okay. Saturation is not a bad thing. It means there's a very high demand for it, right? And if there's a lot of high demand, there's a lot of high supply, all you got to do is be the best supply, and then all of a sudden you're going to have the most demand, right? Because all this really is business, and business all is supply and demand, right? So if you are focusing on supplying the best videos possible to a audience that is demanding a lot of content, you are going to get a crap ton of views. So that's kind of, what I do to qualify the niche. Now, what will I actually do when I start making videos in the niche? Because, I know you guys wanted me to start talking about how to actually find the niche and actually start uploading videos in that said niche. And I'm going to say the number one thing I do after qualifying the niche itself is I'm going to look for competitors that are also getting similar views. So I look for the comp, I look for my ops, and I see if I'm going to beat them or not, right? Because if we have lots of ops, but, we are the number one op because we are just the best view maximizer in the world, then there's a pretty big chance that you're going to make a lot of money. Because again, there's lots of demand, and even if there's lots of supply, if you're the best supply and you beat all the competition, you're going to get what? Lots of views. Because remember, this is the view maximizing bootcamp. So what we're doing here is we are finding ways to just maximize the amount of views possible. Now, what are the best niches that you could upload on? Well, I would go back to Verlo over here, and if I just go to the dashboard, there's going to be a little section up here that's going to load, and it's going to tell me all the best niches that's going well right now. So it looks like today, skits, animals, ASMR, soccer clips, movie stuff, like these ones are doing pretty well. I use Verlo a lot to see if any niches are like popping or not. Like Roblox is popping right now. Roblox is a really good niche right now. But it looks like skits is doing really well. So if you guys wanted to, what you could do is you could make some skits, and make some really high quality skits. I know you guys know people like Speedy McQueen and stuff like that. He pulled so many, dude. He's making so much money. But if you can like make skits or something like that, because Verlo is saying skits is a really good thing. So if I go down here and I actually like found skits. So it looks like Skits has gone around 5.9 billion views in just the month of September alone right now. If we scroll down, we're going to see a lot of outliers over here. Like, for example, like Mr. Beast over here has a skit video where he's comparing animals and stuff. And, I guess this AI considers it a skit, but it still performs well, This video is Doctor, of course. This guy always goes viral. This guy always goes viral over here. And then we're just looking down a little bit more, and we're going to see a lot of these videos where skits, it looks like a lot of people in third world countries as well, people who are in Latin American countries. And what's great? If you are in a Latin American country and you're running skits and the skits are high quality, or you're in like a, third world country, you have a very high probability to go viral because people love watching it. And what's great about skits you can watch through any language as long as you're not speaking English, you're just acting everything out. You want to make sure when you're making videos, you're avoiding any type of language barriers. And that's how videos like Mr. Beast goes viral, because he actually has voice actors in other countries who speak other languages for him. So when you're thinking about making content, so going back over here to getting views and stuff, make sure you are trying to make content that is basically watchable over the course of any language, because you don't want a language barrier to be an issue, because there's only a certain amount of English-speaking people in the world, and if you can make a video that can be targeted towards English, Spanish, Asian people, and they all speak different languages, but they can all watch it at the same time, then you are going to be maximizing your views. I actually don't tend to use any type of captions in my videos, because I don't actually want people who are speaking Spanish to see it and be like, oh, I can't watch this because it's not in English or it's not in Spanish. So like, when you're making videos, don't put captions, right? Unless it's very specific towards English-speaking audiences. But if you're making brain rot and stuff like that, just leave no captions. Use the most trending music you can possibly make, and avoid languages. And that's basically everything I do. All right, that's basically everything I do to find niches. I know it seems pretty straightforward, And it is, all you got to do is use Verlo, find hidden niches that are doing well, look at your competition, see if the competition is also doing well. If they are, can you make videos better than them? If you can make videos better than them, can you also avoid any type of language barrier? If you can, you're going to be able to maximize the amount of views you are uploading or just achieving every single month. That's pretty much it. Guys, if this was useful for you and, you learned something from this, I have this crazy YouTube channel right now that's pulling 51 million views in 48 hours. It's crazy. It's generating also a crazy amount of revenue right now. But I had to blur it out because I can unfortunately not show it at this time. But I'm going to hit this reload for you one more time because I just do feel really proud of this channel. And I want to kind of take today to explain the difference between YouTube automated shorts and YouTube automated longs and which one is better for you moving forward. By the way, this is day 33 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp. If you haven't seen the rest of the videos, go to my channel, click on the playlist, or click on the first link in the description. You can see all the videos I've made about, view maxing, getting the most amount of views. We've generated close to 26 billion views over the past 8 years and 2 billion views this month across all our YouTube Shorts channels. We currently do have around 36 YouTube automated Shorts channels we're running right now. So we have a buttload of channels we are running. I want to take today to explain everything. So let's get straight into it. So when I think about shorts versus longs, I think about the upsides and downsides of what's going to be better for me in terms of revenue, in terms of time, and, what's going to make me more money in the long run, right? So first of all, when I think of shorts, which is probably what a lot of you guys are doing right now, the first thing I think of is how long is it going to take me to make money, right? How long will it take? What is the actual upside of how much money I am going to make? And then lastly, how hard is it going to be, right? So usually when we're making a shorts channel, I can get monetized within 2 weeks of starting because it's pretty easy to hit that 1,000 subscribers and 10 million views. Now, if you use my strats, which I explained in the View Maximizing Bootcamp, it's pretty easy to hit that monetization within 2 weeks. So you can make money within 2 weeks of actually starting, right? Also, the learning curve for shorts is a lot lower than a learning curve for longs because you get so many reps, right? Because you can upload 1, 2, even 5 videos a day on a shorts channel, be able to output content and be able to see your analytics and review and improve upon it every single time. So the actual learning curve to be able to learn is a lot lower. That's why a lot of my students in my program, they're able to get monetized within, at least 3 weeks of starting because the learning curve is like this. Once you kind of know what to do, it's pretty easy to scale. Now, long form is a little different. I'll get into that after we go over everything with short form. Now, the actual upside for money earning potential is actually a little lower than long form, right? Because our RPMs are going to be lower for short form content, but it is much easier to get views, right? So for example, this channel here, in the past 28 days, we've generated around $10,000 and we started this channel 2 months ago, right? And even though we started this, channel 2 months ago and we have, RPM of roughly, I think around 8 cents. Let's check just to make sure. Shorts. Yeah, we have around an 8-cent RPM here. Even though we have an 8-cent RPM, we've still made $10,000 in pure AdSense revenue. So even though we have a low RPM, we're still making around $10,000 a month. Now, for long form, it is a little different. Again, I'm going to explain that in a second. All right. And then lastly, the actual upside of is this sustainable over a long period of time? Well, a lot of shorts channels have a lifespan of roughly 1 year, right? And this is assuming that you are sustainably making good content, you're changing with the trends, and you're consistently improving your videos every single time, making sure you're not oversaturating or milking your audience, right? So 1 year lifespan is normally how long a YouTube Shorts channel will last. But here's the caveat to this. This is why I have 36 channels that we're running right now, because not all the time when we have, a YouTube Shorts channel, it's going to last forever. Like a lot of these channels that I have over here, a lot of them have died down, right? But we still have other channels that is just making more and more revenue, right? We have some channels that have peaks of like, 60 million views in 1 month. Other channels are at like 500 million views in 1 month, so it really just depends. That's why we have so many automated channels right now, because maybe a lot of them are on the tail end of their lifespan, but they're still generating me a good $3,000 or $4,000 every single month, which is why we're at currently $115,000 this month in pure AdSense revenue across all of our 36 shorts channels. All right. So this is everything you probably need to know if you want to decide if you want to do shorts. It's also much easier to automate a shorts channel because communicating to your editor is much easier to teach them. The learning curve is a lot smaller and it's much easier to find niches. There's just more opportunity with shorts. Now, let's talk about longs, right? Because I know a lot of you guys, when you start uploading on YouTube, you have the choice, either longs or shorts. Which one are you going to do? Now, in longs, we're going to talk about the money making potential. We're going to talk about the upside of how much money you can make, how hard is it, and then just overall what the learning curve actually is, right? So firstly, the money making potential is higher for long form, but the learning curve is much, much more harder, right? I actually run a couple long form channels. I can show you a couple examples in a second, but for our long form, the learning curve is much, much, much harder. So you will actually have a very, very long time before you make some substantial money because getting the 40,000 or 4,000 hours of watch time, it's much more difficult if you don't know what you're doing. If you do know what you're doing, you can monetize a channel within a couple of weeks pretty easily. You can do it off one single video, to be honest. You need to make sure your trust score is dialed in, and you need to make sure that you are picking good niches. It's also a lot harder to pick a good niche for long form because if you don't know what niche you're picking, then you could end up spending hours on a video, upload it, and then does really bad. You spend days on a video and then you get no results, right? Because you don't get as much trial and error for longs as you do for shorts, which is why if you're more of a busy person, you have other stuff going on in your life, shorts is good to start out with. Then you can branch out, pay editors. It's much easier. Also, a lot of editors know how to do short form editing rather than long form editing. Now, of course, there's ultra long form, like for example, Blake Ryan does, or Daniel Wang. They do a lot of ultra long form, and ultra long form is great. There's really good ways to make money. You just have to be able to find good niches, which we'll go over actually in this video as well. Now, this is one of the long form channels we're running right now. We're currently at $13,000 this month in pure AdSense revenue. And let me show you the lifetime revenue because it's pretty crazy. For our long form channel, we've generated $751,000 on this one single channel over the past couple years. You can see the revenue we generated. It's pretty insane. It's been like 3 years since we've been running this channel, and this is mostly all long form content, and we also use some short form funneling to our long form content. 1.6 billion views, $751,000 in revenue. And here I'll give you a little refresh real quick just so I can show you that I'm not baiting you because this is pretty crazy, right? So how exactly have we done this? A lot of it is actually picking a niche and building a brand around it, right? Because we want to talk about longevity and how hard it is to build longevity. Well, longevity is much easier for long form content, but it's much harder to build up, right? You will make more money because RPMs are higher, right? You'll have like maybe a $2 RPM. And then if you can sustainably get good views and you have a good brand around it, then you can make good money, maybe like, $10,000 a month. But remember, you have to build a brand around it. You can't just automate it. A lot of these channels are built with brands. A lot of these channels have real foundations behind it. It's not just content you can push out. You cannot get rich quick off of long form content, but you can build longevity from it, right? Which is why I recommend you start with your learning curve with short form, learn how to make good videos off short form, make good money off short form, then transition to long form afterward after you start making good money. And this is kind of what I've done for a lot of my, short form content as well. We've transitioned from short form to long form, and this is how we're making so much good money right now off this. Remember, this is, one of 36 channels that we're running right now. Now, how hard is it? I remember I told you the learning curve is a lot harder, but also actually picking the niche, finding what videos you're going to upload is a little difficult. So I'm going to explain actually how to pick your niche now and how to be able to find good editors, how to be able to upload yourself, how to be able to take the time, out of your day to be able to make these long form videos. Because sometimes these videos can take 3 to 5 days just to make one single good long form video, right? And it takes planning. It takes research in your niche. It takes actually finding good editors. So here, I'll explain all of it now. So firstly, when you're finding a niche in your long form content, this needs to be something that you are okay spending the next year of, really pushing out content to be able to actually make sustainable income, because this is something you're gonna actually put effort toward, right? I know there's a lot of people who like, saying like, okay, yeah, you can do like ultra long form rain sounds and stuff like that. But At the end of the day, this is not going to be sustainable income. It's maybe going to be evergreen income. You can start a lot of channels this way, but I'm assuming if you're watching this, you want to be a content creator and you want to build a brand. All right. So if you want to build a brand, I need you to figure out what type of content are you uploading ready, or what type of content do you like making? What type of creators do you like watching? And then pick that niche based off of that and start posting. For example, a lot of my short channels that I started out with, for example, Roblox, I had friends who did Roblox and then I would like promote it out that way. Or, for Valorant, I used to make Valorant content. I would push it out that way. Right. And then I started making sustainable money off of it. I automated it and moved on to other things. Then I got into things I didn't really care about, like ranking. Right. Then I got to things I didn't really care about, like commentary. And those things of, pet commentary or ranking, those short channels eventually can branch out to longer form channels. Like, for example, like Zacty Films, he does longer videos like that, and it makes pretty good money. Right. So after you pick your niche, actually making the content is a whole different process, because editing on long form videos is very important, because long form, only two metrics really matter. It is the retention of your video, which again, if you guys don't know, it's AVD divided by LOV, average view duration divided by length of video. So if you have a 5-minute average view duration out of a 10-minute video, then you have a 50% retention. Now, typically, when you're having these videos, it's pretty hard to get near 100% retention for long form. I recommend aiming for like around a 60 to 80% retention, which is going to be, 6 to 8 minutes out of a 10-minute video, just depending on how long your videos are. The other metric that is very important is CTR. Now, click-through rate is a whole different ballgame, because it's about packaging. If you cannot package your long-form videos correctly, you will not have your videos pushed out, because people aren't clicking on it. Because you can make an amazing video, if your title and thumbnail suck, people will not stay to watch, right? So packaging is very important. You want to be getting at least a minimum of 10% CTRs on your videos, and you want to make sure your videos are very well packaged. If you have very well packaged videos, then you will have your videos pushed out further. Packaging is honestly, 50% of the work. The retention is the other 50% of the work. And this is really everything you need to know for long form and short form content. Learning curve for long form is harder. Short form learning curve is easier. You can make money from both of them. I showed you two examples. One of them is more long-term money. One of them is more short-term money. I recommend having money before you start a long form channel, because that way you can put money into editors and then you can outsource your time, because, your editor should either do two things. They should save you time and make you money. So if your short form content is your cash flow system, then you put that into long form content, then you can scale up both channels like I've done right now. And that's how we have so many channels we're running. Of course, eventually you'll have teams in place where you can make lots of money on the side, and then you eventually automate everything to make more money. This is what we've done over everything. And if you guys want to know how to automate your short channels, because really this is what you should be starting with before you do any type of content creation. Shorts is just the easiest way to start. You learn everything you need to. You can make really easy money from it as long as you just know what you're doing. So there's a pretty big chance that your YouTube settings are not set up correctly. And the reason why this is so important is because if you do not have your YouTube settings set up correctly, then you won't be able to get pushed out to the YouTube algorithm. These are a couple of the 36 channels that we are running right now. We have a buttload of channels that are getting pushed out to the algorithm. As you can see here, we are running a buttload of channels. And I want to kind of explain what I do when I'm actually going through my, my settings, making sure my channel is set up correctly, making sure my feature eligibility is set up correctly. Because if you don't do these things first, then you won't be able to get pushed out to the algorithm later, and then your trust score is going to decrease. We're going to talk about trust score a little bit later as well. This is going to be a very in-depth video, so make sure to take notes, pay attention, and then after you watch this video, apply it to your own channel so you can actually fix your views and, overall just end up pushing out to the algorithm more. And I'm actually going to go over step by step over everything from actually creating the channel to the Gmail and making sure everything is good. So the first thing you're going to do is after you go to your YouTube homepage on your computer, click on the top right and then click on switch accounts. Now, you're probably not going to have all these accounts here, but at the very, very, very bottom of this, you're going to see an option that says view all channels. When you click on view all channels, it's going to take you to where all the accounts you've made under this Gmail is. Now you can see here, we have a lot of accounts here, but you're going to click on create a new channel if you haven't already. Now, if you've already made a channel and you're already basically done with this step, then we're going to go to the next one. But it's better if you're, starting a new channel, just create a new channel at this point, unless, the other channel has a higher trust score, which we're also going to go over later in this video. So let's say I just make this video like test Devin channel. All right, test Devin channel. We're going to hit create account. And then after we create the account, it's going to take a couple seconds. It's going to ask us what account do we want to actually sign into. And then I'm just going to click on the first one because that's usually the one I always go with. And then boom, we have the account actually created. Now, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to your studio and then I'll explain the next steps after this. So when you go to your studio, if you click on settings and then you click on switch account, you should see the option right here that says test Devin channel, or whatever channel that you created. Click on that channel. And then when you click on that channel, it's gonna take you to a little tutorial real quick to make sure you know everything. After you do that, click on settings and then click on channel. All right. This is where you start paying attention. So make sure your country of residence is wherever you live. Do not pretend you live in the United States if you live in the Philippines or India or wherever else, right? If you live in the UK, just say you live in the UK. If you live in Ethiopia, say you live in Ethiopia, right? So I'm going to go ahead and select the United States because I live in the United States. Then we're going to go to advanced settings. After we go to advanced settings, make sure you say no, this channel is not made for kids. Unless you're uploading like Cocomelon type content, I like setting this to always not made for kids because eventually when you apply for AdSense, you're going to make sure this is enabled. If it's not enabled, then it's not going to actually get approved for monetization because YouTube will see that you're maybe circumventing the system. All right, scroll down. Make sure you say allow viewers to click your content because this actually can let you get more reach. And then let YouTube enhance visual and audio. Make sure that's enabled. Make sure that you allow third-party companies to not train for AI models. This doesn't really matter too much, but I don't want any AI taking my content and being able to replicate it. So make sure all of this is set up like that. All right. Now, this is the most important part. Click on feature eligibility. Now, if you just created the account, it's going to look something like this where it says standard features is probably enabled. And then you're going to need to do intermittent features and advanced features. Now, for intermittent features, all you got to do is verify a phone number. If you do not have a phone number to verify, do not use some type of third-party website and then use a temporary phone number because eventually you may have to verify with that phone number and you'll get locked out of your account. All right. So make sure if you're going to verify a phone number, use yours, use a trusted family member, use a trusted friend, someone that you're going to be able to stay in contact with. So if you need to actually, send a verification code to it, you can just prove that to YouTube that, hey, you own this account because you have access to this phone number. All right. Now, what I do, because, you guys are probably wondering, I have so many channels. What I've done over the years is I just, had channels underneath my phone, then a second phone, and a third phone. And I've also used my brother's phone, my mom's phone, my dad's phone, and friends' phones as well to verify all these accounts, right? So I basically use everyone's phone to verify my accounts. Now, as for advanced features, this is very important. If you were under the age of 18, you can still apply, all right? As long as you're over the age of 13, which I'm sure everyone watching this is above the age of 13. Now, if you do not have a valid ID, you can still get through the system through channel history. This takes a little bit of time though. It takes around 2 months, right, of like actually watching videos and uploading videos on this channel. It'll take 2 months if you do not have an ID. Now, the other thing you can do is a video verification, but this is basically through like a third party. They send the video, Google gets the video, they send it to a third party, and the third party basically verifies if you're over the age of 18 or 13 or not. Now, some of you look like children, and because of that, you may actually get denied when you do this video application. All right. So make sure that all of this is set up correctly. When all of this is set up correctly, it should look something like this right here, where you have everything enabled, all of it's green. When you do this, then boom, the first part of your trust score is set up correctly. Now let's talk about emails. Now, I get this question all of the time. Is it better to have an aged Gmail or an aged YouTube channel? Or this question as well, Devin, do I need to have an aged YouTube channel to be able to get pushed to the algorithm and increase my trust score, right? And the answer to the second question, if you need a aged YouTube channel, is no, you do not, right? As long as your email is old enough, right? And now they get you another question here of like, okay, how old does my email need to be? Well, let's go over that now, right? So when I tell you you need to have an aged Gmail, right? Aged Gmail, what this means is it means take the oldest Gmail that you own and use that for your channel creation, right? If you have an email that is 8 years old, use that email. If your oldest email is 1 year old and you just, for some reason, just created a Google account for the very first time, then use that Gmail, okay? Use the oldest Gmail that you have available to you and use that to create your account. Now, why do we need to do this, okay? So YouTube is owned by Google, and Google's interface takes Google accounts and makes YouTube accounts, right? They're basically linked. Now, if Google sees that you have a new Gmail, sometimes they may detect that this new Gmail here is a bot, right? Because there's always new Gmails being created by lots of bots. If you use a new Gmail to make a new YouTube channel, it may get detected as a bot, and then you will immediately get stuck in zero view jail, which is another reason why a lot of you guys are in zero view jail, because you're making new YouTube channels underneath your new Gmail accounts. Now, I recommend use an aged Gmail, the oldest you have. All right, you don't need to go buy a Gmail, even if it's 6 months old. That's okay, just as long as you're using it. Are you using it to watch YouTube videos? Are you logged into other things? Are you creating accounts underneath that Gmail? Are you getting like newsletters and stuff in that Gmail? Are you sending emails in that Gmail? If you are, then boom, your account is aged. It's good enough. I would say like a 6 months is a good time frame to have a Gmail, like at the bare minimum. The older, the better. Okay, so this is the solution for having an aged Gmail. All right, make sure all your YouTube accounts are underneath the aged Gmail. Now, for aged YouTube channels, it does not matter. For example, this test Devin channel that we just created over here, this channel, I could literally, uh, you know, upload a video tomorrow and it can get pushed out. I recommend waiting 24 hours, right? But we created this channel just now, right? It's November 19th. And I could upload a video on November 20th, and the videos could start getting pushed out immediately, as long as all my feature eligibility and stuff was already good. My age Gmail was good, and then the video quality was actually good. And we're gonna go over how to make good videos later in this bootcamp, of course. But this is the first step. All right. After you do all of this, then you have an aged Gmail, and then you have a YouTube channel that has all your feature eligibility and all the settings enabled, then you're pretty much good to go. Now, I'm going to show you the next step of actually making sure your settings are good for your videos, because if your video settings aren't good, then your video may not get pushed out. So we're going to go over that now. Now, after you actually upload the video to YouTube, make sure it's private first so you can review all the settings. The first thing you need to look at is your video quality. Make sure your video quality says SD and HD as well. If the HD is still processing or it's only SD, it's only going to upload in 720p, which is not high enough quality for it to get pushed out to get millions of views as we want, okay? The second thing is you want to make sure our titles are short and sweet. You can use emojis if you want. Do not make your titles too long, or else it won't be able to show up on the entire homepage for YouTube. You can see here, I just have Mass Morph Troll Lol. I keep it very short and sweet. I don't do any extra stuff, right? No search optimization, nothing. And I'll explain why I don't do that in a second. If you use vidIQ and you have this little score here, shorts, searchability does not matter at all unless you're making very niche specific content. But this is the view maximizing bootcamp. We're trying to get the most amount of views, right? So we want to make sure it's broad as possible. Don't worry about the score here if you use vidIQ. Now, if you scroll down, you're going to notice my description is blank, right? And the reason my description is blank is because I don't want any metadata to get picked up by the YouTube algorithm. I wanted just the YouTube algorithm to find it naturally. And because YouTube algorithm is so good at picking up metadata, it will find the correct audience. All right. If you scroll in a little further, you can pick a thumbnail if you want. I never really focus on picking thumbnails. You don't need to put in a playlist. It doesn't really affect the views. Always make sure it says not made for kids. All right. And then say, no, do not restrict my videos. And then if you go down a little further, unless you're using AI content, then do not click on this. I just leave this blank because it doesn't matter. But if you are using AI content, or making some type of deep fake stuff or something like that, say yes. All right. Collaborators. This is a huge feature. This actually got released last week. And I want to talk about this because collaborators is a huge feature that was released. My students found out about this. When you are using a collaborator, all right, let's say you are a bigger channel inviting a smaller channel that you own both of these. The smaller channel will gain traction immediately, and the trust score will increase faster because YouTube sees that bigger channels are trusting the smaller channel. So if you have multiple channels that are in the same niche, you can collab with each other. It is not against the terms of service, and both channels will gain subscribers, views. Now, only one of them is actually going to make money from the collab, but both of them will be able to reach further to monetization if they're not already at monetization. The smaller one's going to get a lot more reach, and then it can build its own audience. Like, for example, if you have a Roblox channel and then you have another Roblox channel and you invite each other, then you're going to be able to get pushed out a lot quicker. I'm going to show you an example of this now. So this is a channel that we started not too long ago, and it was stuck in around 30K view jail, and we wanted to do some testing with collaboration. So if we go to content right here and we go to shorts, you can see here that these videos were kind of stuck in 30K, but it's getting pushed out more now. You can see these were kind of stuck in 30K here, but this video was a pretty big outlier, right? So if we go to analytics and we look at this channel, you can see here that we got pushed out dramatically. And the reason this happened is because we actually took this channel and we put it in a collaboration with this other channel here. So we collaborated right about here, and then this video got pushed out. And now, because we collaborated with this channel here, and this channel is now getting pushed out drastically, if we actually go to our YouTube studio, you can see here that we have a 1 out of 10 on our latest video, and now every single video is a 1 out of 10, and we're getting pushed out a lot quicker every single time now. We basically increase our trust score with collaborations, which is why if you have people, who you can actually collab with, it is very, very helpful, right? If you got friends, or you can even join our community and talk to people there. There are so many like-minded people. I mean, a lot of our people are collaborating with each other, so I mean, it's a great feature to have. Now, all of this automatic chapters, feature places, automatic concepts, you can just check all these for now. These don't really matter. This is important. Your tags. Do not use any tags. I don't care who tells you what. If you use tags, you will limit your reach because of how YouTube's metadata works. Do not use tags, all right? Tags is a very bad thing to use. It'll limit your reach heavily. I'll explain why a second back on the Miro board, but let's just go down real quick. Make sure your language is in the native language that the short is being recorded on. And then you can make sure all of this says standard YouTube license here. Recording date, you don't need one if you don't want one. But this right here, this license here, you can see you have two options, Creative Commons and YouTube Standard License. If you click on Creative Commons here, what's going to happen is anyone who sees that short is allowed to basically repeat it and upload it, right? So it makes your video basically, you're not allowed to strike anyone if someone steals your videos. So I recommend always having standard YouTube license on unless you want people to actually use your content, all right? Now, as for category, it does not really matter. Shorts remixing, I always allow video and audio because remixing actually boosts our short further. Automatic dubbing, I recommend having manual dubbing on only, right? And then for category, I recommend just clicking on entertainment. I do this for every single video and every single niche. I don't care what I'm uploading. I just do entertainment because I'm trying to get the most views, and entertainment gets the most reach. Comments and ratings, I always do comments on. I always have moderation as none because I just want the most comments possible. And then sort by top or newest, I recommend doing top because that's the most engaging comments. And that's everything you need for your details part of your shorts. Also, another great feature, if you go to your editor over here, let's say you actually go to your analytics and then you see there's a retention dip here. Now, there's no retention dip here because this video got like 10 million views, but let's say there was a retention dip here. What you could do is you can go to your editor, you can actually click on trim, right? And then you can actually cut it up to edit the video. Now, usually you can only do this for some YouTube shorts. For this one, it's not giving me the option for some reason. But if you do have the option, you can trim it up. I think it has to be like uploaded within a certain time period for you to be able to edit it. You don't need any end screen or info cards though, because it's a YouTube short, of course. And then if you are monetized, make sure your monetization is turned on. Pretty easy stuff, guys. Now, this is more for long form, but I'm just going to include it anyway because we're talking about all the YouTube settings. If you guys are doing long form, I recommend just turning on this audio here and publicizing everything. It just makes it easier and allows you more reach. It will limit your RPM if you are doing, for example, like Mangala. Like if you do that, then it may limit your RPM because you're getting pushed to other people from other countries. If you want to limit to only US audiences, then you can just leave this blank. And that is basically the majority of settings that you need to know in order to actually make sure your account is optimized to increase your trust score and end up getting more views. There's also one thing I want to talk about, which is going to be in day 3 of the bootcamp, which we're talking about tomorrow a little bit more. But I want to talk about metadata, right? So if you guys don't know what YouTube metadata is, right? Metadata is basically data that is stored inside of the YouTube system to be able to categorize each and every viewer to push to the correct audience. All right. So let's say we have this metadata term here. All right. I like imagining the YouTube algorithm as a giant box. All right. And in this giant box, there are tons of little bubbles, and these bubbles are niches. Okay. So we have like, let's say the money making space, because you're watching this, you want to make money, right? And we have the ASMR space, right? People who just make weird sounds. We have cooking, and then we have cars, and then let's say we have like pottery or something really random, right? Pottery. So we have all of these random niches here, and of course there are actual thousands and thousands of niches. Let's say we are this little red dot, okay? We, the viewer. This viewer is a little red dot. So every single time, let's say we are interested in cars and making money, and then we also watch some pottery videos, right? So the YouTube algorithm sees this, and they'll actually push out videos to these specific people, right? These specific people who like watching these things. And you may think, well, okay, I'm making videos in the Roblox niche. Let's put another one here for Roblox. Right? I'm making videos in the Roblox niche. So shouldn't I do hashtag Roblox? The answer is no. Because there's a lot of people who play Fortnite, and there's a lot of people who just play games in general. There's like little kids who play with their friends who watch Roblox, and they don't necessarily watch Roblox consistently, but if a Roblox video comes up on their feed, they will watch it, right? If we are trying to do hashtag Roblox, our video will only be targeted to people who actually watch Roblox, and we will not get any of these other guys and these other niches here that could potentially watch our videos. So we're basically limiting us to one single string, right? So imagine the YouTube algorithm like this. This is how the YouTube algorithm works. It's a big string of metadata, all right? So when we don't use hashtags, we basically erase all of these lines over here, and we're able to actually connect to every single one of them, right? Because then our video here, let's say this is our video is going to be green. It's going to target all of these people in all of these different niches and become a huge web. This is how you view maximize, right? Because I get the most amount of views I possibly can. We've generated almost 2 billion views this month and 26 billion views over the past like 8 years of me doing content, all right? So trust me, this works. I'm telling you guys right now, this works. We're talking about how to optimize for your channel to get the most amount of views possible. Because I see a lot of you guys kind of struggling right now with optimization, and I see that your channels, like, we look at it and you're like, okay, you're uploading good content, but you don't have the settings in the back end fixed. If you don't have those settings fixed, then you're not going to be able to get views. All right, just straight up. That's how it's going to work. So I asked my Discord, I asked you guys, like, hey, does anyone have any channels that I can kind of review for you? And I had this one guy who messaged me, so I'm going to review his channel today and kind of break down everything that he's doing wrong, and hopefully this will help you guys optimize your channels as well. This is day 18 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp. If you haven't watched the other videos, go back, watch day 1, and go all the way through. I'm dropping tons of YouTube sauce, but today we're talking about optimization. Let's get into it. So the first thing I notice when I go on this channel is I go to settings, and I'm going to go to channel, right? So the first thing I see is country residence is enabled. If you guys are not in the United States and you want to target United States viewers, do not select United States. Let me say it again, all right? If you're not in the United States, do not select United States. Just leave it as no region, all right? Because if you do, YouTube will figure it out automatically and try to get you the right audience. If you're in the United States, you can click United States, but I'm going to be honest, sometimes it's okay to just leave this thing blank. And when you actually click on it, you can never unclick it. So if this thing is kind of marked as like select a region and you haven't done anything with this, then I recommend not clicking anything, because if you don't have a region, you actually will get potentially more views, because YouTube won't target just people in the United States, it'll target people all over the world. And what do we want to do? We want to get the most reach possible. I mean, if you want to get continents of people every single month to watch your channel, then don't select a residence. If you have already, just keep it as United States. It's fine. For keywords, do not have any keywords. I see a lot of channels putting keywords and being very specific, and they're asking, why am I stuck in 30K view jail or 50K view jail? Well, I'll tell you right now. The reason why you are stuck in a certain amount of view jail is potentially because you are actually trying to target a certain amount of people. For example, let's say you were making content in the commentary animal niche. There's only a certain amount of people in the world who speak English, care about animals, and care about commentary. Let's say it's 1 billion people, which is a lot, but let's say it's 1 billion people, all right? If only 1 billion people care about this, then when you put these keywords, people who care about things that are not in the animal niche are not going to get that video. But here's the thing. When you're making content, you want to make it as general as possible. I was once in a call with Jimmy, Mr. Beast, and I had the opportunity to ask him like one question. And I asked him, what tip would you give to maximize the most amount of views? And he told me, don't do a niche. Just don't pick a niche. Because when you pick a niche, and you really get down and dirty in that niche, you kind of limit yourself by the amount of views you can get, right? So let's say there's only 1 billion people in the world who actually care about, and I'm saying only 1 billion because I'm getting over 1 billion right now. So if I was only targeting this, then I wouldn't be able to get the number I'm getting right now, right? But let's say there's only 1 billion people in the world who care about animal commentary, right? If only 1 billion people care about that, then that means I'm never going to be able to get over 1 billion people in a given month. This means that I'm limited by people who speak English, people who care about animals, and people who care about commentary. And usually people who are in this type of situation right now, they have this and they put like animal here and they put like commentary here, and they start putting all these different types of keywords here. And what you want to do is you don't want to have any keywords, because how YouTube works is it takes metadata from each individual platform or each individual viewer, and it'll actually push it out to a bigger audience determining on what the metadata chooses for that video. If that didn't make sense, I'll give a more visual example so you guys can get it, all right? So let's say you are a person who cares about watching YouTube videos and you like maximizing your views, you care about making money online, right? let's say the average person watching this cares about making money online. If you care about making money online, let's say you also care about like I don't know, mindset and psychology. This is supposed to be a head, by the way, and it's supposed to be like a brain. That's psychology. And then let's say you care about I don't know, self improvement, like working out in the gym, right? This is supposed to be a dumbbell. If these are the things you care about, working out, psychology, and making money online, you are in a metadata category. The viewer, you are in a metadata category of this niche. This is the metadata that is enabled for your account. So if you actually go to the homepage of your video, like right now, if you literally swipe away, or you go to the homepage, or you even go in the recommended right now of this video, you're going to see how to get views, or how to make money online, or best workout tips. I bet you $1,000,000 that's probably what it says right now. Because YouTube has determined that your metadata is this. So, if this is true, when you do specific keywords for your channel, you're only going to get targeted those amounts of people. And if you're trying to view maximize and get the most amount of views, you don't want keywords because you want to get the most amount of reach. Why would you limit yourself to those videos or to those people, right? So don't put anything in this keywords because it's only going to target those people in the metadata. All right? So don't do keywords. All right, next thing. Go to feature eligibility. Advanced settings really doesn't matter. Just make sure when you're doing your audience, always select not made for kids. I don't care if you're making kids content. Always select not made for kids. The reason why is your RPMs will be boosted, you'll get more money, and then also get more reach. All right? So this is another thing I would change. So for the guy who's watching this right now, make sure you click on no, this channel is not made for kids. Because this is going to determine YouTube that you can push out to more people. All right? Also, if you leave it as you want to review every setting, that's fine, but just make sure when you're uploading, you select not made for kids. Feature eligibility. I see already that he has not enabled this, and you guys need to make sure this is enabled. Make sure you have all 3 of these settings enabled. If you don't have this enabled, you're going to be stuck in 100K view jail, which doesn't sound like, 100K view jail maybe sounds like a lot to you, but once you start getting 100K, you're going to be stuck there until you get out of this. Advanced features. So make sure you have standard features, intermediate features, and advanced features on. This is going to allow you to apply for monetization. And I'm sure if you guys are doing this, what do you want to do? You want to make money, right? So if you want to make money, then maybe enable this feature. Because I see a lot of you guys do not have this feature enabled, which is crazy to me. Because how do you expect to make money if you don't have this feature enabled? All right, that's kind of the basics for this part of optimizing your settings. Now, as for upload defaults, make sure you don't have any tags, just like we talked about earlier. Don't have any tags in your shorts. Don't have any description in your shorts. If you're making long form content, it is way different. Tags and description is pretty important. I'm not going to lie. But for shorts, it does not matter. Why? Because the same thing applies. I'm not going to go over it again because it's pretty self-explanatory. With metadata, if you're putting description and tags inside of your video, then YouTube is going to determine that metadata is going to push those amount of people. Let's say you're making speed clips and you're doing hashtag speed, then people who aren't a regular watcher of speed won't see that video. And I bet you that if someone's not a regular watcher of speed, they're still going to watch a W speed clip. Because speed is just a very popular person. Just like if you do hashtag soccer, or hashtag Ronaldo, everyone in the world watches Ronaldo. It doesn't matter if you watch baseball or you watch basketball or MMA. You know that everyone watches Ronaldo. If Ronaldo shows up, you're going to watch it. So do not put hashtag Ronaldo because you're going to limit yourself to the amount of people who are going to see that video. So don't put tags. Don't put descriptions, right? For your shorts, right? So for shorts, no tags. And also don't put descriptions. As for selecting visibility, I recommend you always select private before you upload. Because when you select private, then it's going to just make sure YouTube's able to process fully. I'm going to go over a couple other settings later to kind of show you guys what you need to do before you upload. All right. Advanced settings. For this, I'm going to be honest, make sure you don't select the category. If you have like entertainment or anything like that, you can just select none and it's fine. For license, you can just do standard YouTube license. For video language and all this stuff right here, you can just leave it blank, if I'm going to be honest. YouTube is getting really good at AI detection and they're going to be able to translate videos for you automatically. Like I'm betting you that some people who are watching this video right now only speak Spanish and YouTube automatically translated it for me. So I've gotten some comments recently in other languages, in French and Spanish and Portuguese. And it's awesome because people who are watching these videos don't even know English, but you're able to read these captions right now. You're seeing like right over here on the side of the screen, all these captions. You're still learning. And YouTube has an AI detection where it'll actually immediately translate these things for you. So But that's the settings I would have for your actual settings here. All right. Now, the next step, let's look at your actual upload. When you are uploading a video and you go to detailed, make sure you have this video quality as SD and HD. One of my students I was working with recently did not have this enabled for their SD and they were getting 0 views per video. We fixed it. We put HD on because he was uploading CapCut in the wrong quality and immediately he shot up to 30K views. Do not do this. Also, you see here that this guy, he kind of has all these hashtags here. This is not a good thing to do. I see some people doing it. We want YouTube to find it automatically for us. You know, you see some channels getting 50 million views a month doing this, right? But that's because they're targeting basically everyone in their entire niche. And the reason why my other channel, this one right here, is getting so much views is because I don't use hashtags, I don't use descriptions, I don't use anything. Even in the title, I don't even like mention my niche. It's literally just like lol or like some caption and lol. That's it. That's what I do. So I recommend you do the same thing. Same thing over here. Don't use any tags. Also, I recommend you get vidIQ. So do you guys see this little thing right here? This applies to long form, not short form. Short form, it really doesn't matter. But for long form, if you guys are going to use vidIQ, I'm not affiliated with them at all, by the way. They're just a really awesome tool. If you guys use vidIQ, you guys are going to have this like little like caption score over here. I use vidIQ Premium, so I get like infinite amount of these. But it'll basically give you a rating of how searchable and how clickable your caption is. And like, you know, you want this to be like preferably around like 95-ish%. So here, I'll give you a great example of this right now. This is my personal channel that I always upload in, right? I upload long form videos. You can see I use hashtags, I use descriptions here, and I also use tags here as well, right? The thing is though, do you see how my title score is 96? vidIQ will give you a score over here. I don't recommend using these ones. These ones are pretty bad. But like I recommend like, you know, looking at your vidIQ title score for your long form videos and just making sure this is optimized as well. Another thing, make sure your thumbnails for long form videos are also optimized. It's pretty important. Just make sure it's high quality. Don't upload bad quality thumbnails. I see some people asking, why is my long form videos have a low click-through rate and their thumbnails are in like 180p? It's like, bro, what do you think is going to happen? All right. Anyways, I think that's pretty much it for this. I saw someone asking about related content. Should you have related videos here? No, you should not. Do not have related shorts on your video. And the reason why is because when you have related shorts, it'll decrease your attention because someone clicks on that video, it's going to immediately, you know, you'll be like halfway in, they'll click on it and it'll immediately cut your attention and you'll see big drops. So don't have related content inside your shorts. That's pretty much it for this video. I hope it was kind of helpful. I mean, I know it was pretty brief, but I went over kind of a pretty extensive amount of information, especially with metadata. This is probably the most important thing from this video, by the way, for optimization. Make sure that you set up all your channel stuff correctly. If you guys have any different ideas or different opinions, like, hey, Devin, I do this and I still get like a decent amount of views. I'm telling you, if you're not getting 400 to 600 million views a month, then just listen to what I'm telling you to do because this is what you're supposed to do. All right. I understand you may be getting 50 million views a month right now from, you know, doing what you're doing with hashtags and stuff like that. I promise you, you don't need it. If you want to maximize the most amount of views possible, don't use hashtags, don't use descriptions, don't use any type of tags, nothing like that. Because what do we want? We want to get the most amount of views possible. I mean, I'm pulling 1.4 billion views a month right now. So this is the strategies I use. If you want to achieve this, I think you should probably use it too. I'm going to explain how you can do it and how you can get monetized to get 10 million views and overall just make a lot of money. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to do this so we can make money, right? So I'm going to explain how to actually get to the point where you can start making money like this consistently every single day. Because I'm going to be honest, if you can actually get to this point where you automate it, life becomes a lot easier. I mean, just the past couple days I've been moving, you can kind of see like my background. I don't know if you can tell, but that shelf over there is completely falling over right now. And I have tons of IKEA boxes here. I've been moving the past couple of days and I've been able to generate tons of income in the background every single day, hitting $800 days, hitting $500 days, hitting $200 days, even hitting $1,000 days on some of our accounts right now. So I want to just kind of explain everything because I feel like not a lot of people on YouTube actually explain how this stuff works, how to actually get monetized, and I want to be that guy for you, so let's get into it. So if you don't know how to actually make money from YouTube, the first thing you need to understand is how do you actually get monetized and how to make money, right? So there is two criterias that you need to hit, right? And a lot of people get confused with the first one and the second one. So I'll kind of explain it a little more clearly so you can understand, right? So first of all, if you guys don't know, first you need to get 3 million views to be able to apply for memberships. Now, memberships is not making money through views. It is just the ability to be able to turn on memberships and super chats on your channel so you can subscribe to someone and then actually pay a monthly fee to be able to support them further. Now, does anyone actually use this? No, not really. But this is a good first step to put your foot in the door to actually get monetized, right? So once you actually do get these memberships, which also is really good because as YouTube's AI is basically telling you that, hey, this channel actually is legit and we are okay with actually giving them a chance to make money, right? After you get through memberships, you're going to have a second criteria, which is going to be 10 million views and 1,000 subscribers. Now, if you were to ask me which one is harder between 10 million views or 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I would actually say probably the 10,000 or the 1,000 subscribers, because 10 million views is actually pretty easy to get, and I'll explain how to hit it pretty easily in this video. The 1,000 subscribers is harder because when you do call to actions or you ask people to subscribe, your attention dips, which overall makes your video actually get less views. Getting views is easy, getting subscribers is not so easy, but I'll explain how to use some call to action methods later so you guys can understand this further. Okay, so first, how do we get the actual 10 million views to make us money, and why do we need to hit this? Well, when we hit 10 million views, we unlock the ability to make money through RPM. Now, RPM stands for revenue per milli. I'm sure a lot of you guys know what this is, right? But what it allows you to do is allows you to make views and turn these views into cash flow to make money, right? So in order to actually hit this 10 million view mark, it needs to be engaged views. Now, on average, 50% of the people who actually watch your video are considered engaged. So let's say we actually need to hit 10 or 20 million views on our channel in total to be able to actually get monetized and make money. So this is like the actual stats. Like for example, if I went to this channel here, you can see that we're at like 8.7 million views and we've made $12,000 this month. Now, this is from long form content. Now, if you go to this channel here, we've made $9,000 this month. We've gotten 231 million views. Now, this is because we're doing short form content. Now, you need to hit this number here to be at least 20 million in order for you to most likely be able to apply for monetization and actually be able to go through the process to unlock your RPM and start making money. Now, how do we actually hit this? Now, there's a couple key things we need to understand when we're trying to hit this 20 million mark, right? Because this is the goal. We need to look at our channel as an exponential curve rather than a linear graph, right? So when we're getting views, a lot of people think, okay, I'm going to upload 100 videos this month and each video is going to get 20,000 views and I'm going to hopefully hit my 2 million goal, right? So people think that, okay, I'm going to upload one video and I'm going to get, let's say 100,000 views here, 200,000 views here, 300,000 views here, and okay, maybe after I upload, 200 videos, I can hit 20 million views. And that's the wrong mentality to have, right? You need to be looking at your graphs instead of a linear curve where it's like this, where it's straight. We need to imagine our graphs like this, right? We want to be looking for an exponential curve. Now, in order to hit this, we use the snowball effect and momentum to be able to build momentum on our channel. Now, this is a part of the trust score, which I've gone over in many videos over many different times. I made it a 36 video boot camp explaining everything about how to do and increase your trust score. If you haven't watched it, I have it for free in the Discord and also in the bio as well if you want to check it out. So when we use this snowball effect to be able to get more views, it's basically a multiplier, right? So you can see here, like even on some of our most recent videos here, let me see here, like this channel here, we started uploading on this channel not even too long ago. Like we just started uploading on it again. You can see the momentum. Like we were literally getting like only 100,000 views per day, which sounds like a lot, but remember we're talking about YouTube automation here. It's really easy to get a lot of views, and we were only piggybacking off a couple shorts we uploaded in the past. And you can see once we started uploading, look at the exponential growth, right? We have basically went from 1.5 or 150,000 views a day to 2.7 million views a day, and our 48-hour mark is 6.1 million, right? So we've increased pretty quickly, right? And the reason we've done this is we use a snowball effect of being able to multiply our videos by piggybacking off each one and referring other people from our channel to watch other videos. Now, how do we get people who watch our video one time to be able to watch all of our videos on our shorts? Now, this is where the trust score comes in play, because if you do certain things to increase your trust score, your videos are guaranteed to get pushed to viewers over and over and over again, right? Because at the end of the day, we're trying to improve one metric. This metric is called casual viewers, or CV. We're also trying to improve our RV, which is our regular viewers. Now, if you actually go to your channel, click on audience, right? And you scroll down from monthly audience, you scroll down here, all right? You're going to see 3 different metrics underneath audience watch behavior. You're going to see new viewers, casual viewers, and regular viewers. You can see here, this channel is getting around 300 million views per month right now, and we're at 56% casual viewer rating, which is a very, very high casual viewer rating for especially a new channel, because this channel is not even that old. If I actually go past 90 days, you can see this channel was only about around a month or 2 months and a half old, and we've gotten over 500 million views on this channel, generated $24,000. So if we go to audience again and we scroll down, you can see that our new viewers is 43%, our casual viewers is 56%, and our regular viewers is 0.1%. Now, this will increase over time because this is a new channel. Regular viewers take longer to build, but our casual viewers is the most important metric here. Now, typically, we want our CV plus our RV rating. So if we actually add both percentages together, right, we want both of these percentages to equal 55%. This is a really good place to be, about 55%, okay? If it's lower, increase it. If it's higher, decrease it. Now, I'm going to explain how to increase and decrease your CV and RV stat, and I'm going to explain why it's actually important, because this metric allows you to be able to get consistent snowball effect of views and actually make you sustainable money. Because at the end of the day, we're doing this YouTube automation to make good money over a long period of time. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme, right? This is a long-term, sustainable growth type of business where we can make money for a very long time without having to touch it. Because at the end of the day, how are we going to pay rent, right? We want to be able to make sure we're making money every single month, okay? So in order to actually increase your CV and RV rating, you need to be able to increase your trust score. I'm just going to put TS for trust score. I've talked about it a lot, but I'll explain it again real quick for anyone who doesn't understand. The main factors of the trust score, all right, is your swipe through ratio, your retention, and then your average view duration, and then your length of video, okay? So retention is actually AVD over LOV, which is length of video. Swipe ratio, we want to be at 81.1%. If you don't know what your swipe ratio is, it is basically how much people actually stay to watch your video when they see your channel. Your retention is how much percentage of people actually watch your video all the way through, or if they re-watch your video all the way through. Average view duration is the average length of how long they've watched your video for. And the LOV, length of video, is how long your video is, right? So typically, the stats we want here is our LOV wants to be 32 seconds. Our AVD, we should have above our LOV, right? So we want above LOV. Our retention should be AVD over LOV, which is going to be above 100%. And then our swipe ratio should be 81.1% or higher, all right? This is the metrics that you want to hit, all right? If you do not hit these metrics, you will not get a casual viewer. If a viewer individually watches your video all the way through, right, you are most likely going to get pushed to that channel again. Even higher if they interact with comments. Now, this is what I talked about earlier, using CTA methods to be able to get people to subscribe to come back to watch your channel. So I'm going to talk about how I use CTAs to increase our CV and RV stat, all right? Because some of our channels, we've hit insane amounts of subs in a very short period of time. For example, for one of our channels, in the past 2 weeks, we've grown it from 0 to 200,000 subscribers. Actually, one of our students, here, I'll show you right now. So you can see here, even if I click on the see live subscriber count, this is how much subscribers we had 20 days ago. And this is how much we grew in the past 20 days, all right? So we're at 232,000 subscribers within 20 days of actually scaling up this channel. Now, how do we do this? We use the 2 CTA method, right? Now, what the 2 CTA method is It is basically using a visual and audio hook to be able to maximize the amount of subscribers we can get without seeing a dip in our retention. Now, remember, our retention we need to keep above 100%, right? So, how do we do a call to action on our channel without losing people from actually leaving the video, right? Because typically, when we do CTAs, right, let's say this is a retention graph, we see a dip at the beginning, which always happens, and then we have like something like this, and then a dip here, right? This dip here is usually what the normal CTA looks like, because people say like, oh, hey, don't forget to like and subscribe. People do not care. They will leave, right? They will leave. But there's a way to fix this retention graph so we can do multiple CTAs during our video, right? And our graph will look clean just like this. And we can have a CTA here and a CTA here as well. Now, we do this by using emotional tension to be able to keep the viewer watching while being very subtle. Because people do not like being told what to do, but they like being implied things, or they like being shown things while there's tension happening. I'm going to give you a good example of this. Let's say I'm about to ask you to subscribe right now, right? And there is a girl behind me who's walking on a tightrope who's about to fall down, and there's fire below me, and there's lions chasing him, right? This is what Mr. Beast does, right? He says, hey, before we get back to our sponsor, let's see if this person's going to be able to survive this shark attack, right? And he uses tension to his advantage to be able to keep the viewer while he is using some type of CTA. Now, you could do the same thing, right? And you can be very subtle about it, right? For example, Zach D Film sometimes has inscribed on his videos when he is doing some type of like 3D animation. Maybe there's like a gun or something and he's shooting it, and maybe it says subscribe to Zach D Films on it while he's doing it, right? Because they understand that asking for too much makes people push away, not come toward. So the first CTA we like doing is a visual CTA. All right, we call this the VCTA. Now, the visual CTA is going to be something that shows up on the screen and is subtle, but we don't ask for too much. Even a pop-up is okay, but we want to integrate it with our video. For example, let's say you're doing some type of, Roblox something. If you're doing some type of modded server or something, edit in some type of like Roblox chat or something where it's just very, very easy to show up. Or you're doing some type of commentary, and maybe have a commentary of like a dog, like with the AI holding this like little sign that says subscribe on it. There, now you got a visual CTA, but you want to make it subtle. Don't ask them for the CTA yet. All right, we're going to ask them for it later. The next step, after we progress in the video, right, before we ask for our second CTA, so this is CTA 1, this is going to be CTA 2, this is going to be the visual and audio CTA, right? This is called the VA CTA. Now, this VA CTA is going to be a visual and audio call to action of them saying, hey, subscribe if you love your mom, right? Or we can take it a step further and say, subscribe and comment heart emojis if you love your mom. Now, this is going to get a lot of people to engage, but it does not feel like you're pushing so hard because you warmed them up with the first CTA. And typically we want to do this toward the end when there is a high tension thing happening. Right before the payoff, when it's about to happen, include the CTA, but make it subtle. Integrate it with your video. Do not stop and say, hey, by the way, do this. Integrate it with your video. Okay? For example, if you're doing a high tension chase where you're doing 99 nights and there's this guy chasing you, right? Like the wolf is chasing you. Subscribe if you think I'm going to survive, right? Boom. It's integrated with your story, all right? If you're doing some type of ranking thing, subscribe if you think this is going to be crazy, right? Subscribe if you think he's going to survive. Doing some type of a dog commentary. Subscribe if you think the dog is cute, right? We want to do something that is integrated. Just stopping the video and telling them to subscribe and like and do all this random stuff, they do not care. They don't like being told what to do. Do you like being told what to do? Probably not, right? So they don't like to either, right? This is how I keep my retention looking straight while getting a ton of subs. So now that you understand how to use a 2CTA method to be able to get a call to action, to be able to increase our CV, because remember, we're trying to increase our casual viewer and our regular viewer rating. Now you understand how to actually increase your snowball effect to be able to integrate it into your videos to get more engagement, to overall get more views. So if you integrate the trust score with a 2CTA method, your videos will go more viral, right? It's going to work. If it doesn't work, you're doing something wrong. because this works for every one of my students. It works for every one of my channels that I'm running right now. This is how I'm pulling so much revenue, like 6 figures every month in AdSense through just using these two methods. All right. Now, if this doesn't work for you, I think you may need to go back to the drawing board, see if your niche is good, make sure your content quality is high enough. If not hitting these metrics consistently, then that's most likely why your videos aren't getting pushed. So everyone already knows about all these hashtags that have been going around, these marriage proposal, these cake training hashtags, all these like little stupid hashtags that are getting millions and millions of views every single day on YouTube, right? So there was actually just an announcement that I actually just found out from my Discord server. One of the people in my Discord server kind of pinged me, and they said this was 6 hours before they got one of the accounts they were looking at got banned. Okay, and I did more research. I dig really deep into this. There are so many channels getting banned in the past 12 hours or so of these channels using these hashtags. Now, I don't know why it started 12 hours ago, but I started talking to all my YouTube buddies, like literally 12 hours ago. I started talking to all of them. All of them started telling me that their accounts started getting banned. Now, I have a very big network of people. I'm getting over 1.5 billion views a month across all social media platforms. I'm not using hashtags. Actually, I'm completely against hashtags, but I want to make this known to the public because there are so many people going to lose their channels, okay? So first of all, what exactly are these hashtags? So if you've seen these hashtags before, like marriage proposal or Jada Mill or any of these hashtags that are pulling an insane amount of views right now, basically what this is it is people from India, right? So people from India, they use these hashtags and they spam them, right? So they spam these hashtags and it artificially increases the amount of views that are actually getting shown to those hashtags on YouTube. So for example, the people who are creating these hashtags are getting more views because of the first people on the hashtag. So YouTube's going to push those people out more, all right? I hope that makes sense. The point of this though is because there are so many people doing this, YouTube is starting to detect this as spam. And I'm going to go into later in this video how music deals are also getting affected by this and why music deals got shut down because potentially of this as well. Because if you guys don't know, Blast Off Music, DeLuna Music, CPM Music, all of these people who are using music deals, all of them got taken down. I don't know if you guys saw this. Basically, YouTube is keeping everything internal now. They're not letting any external music deals out. The reason why is because people keep spamming hashtags and then people are losing their accounts because of it. So let me go into a little more detail about YouTube's policy and what exactly this means. So when you use a spam, right, if you use a hashtag that is unrelated to the video, that is considered against YouTube's policy. If a hashtag is against, right, not even spam, against the video itself. For example, if you make a video about soccer and you do a hashtag baseball, there is a chance that YouTube may deem that as unnecessary and they could actually take you down for that. All right. So any hashtag against nothing to do with the video has a potential to be taken down. One. All right. Second thing, YouTube sees this as spam. If you use the same thing over and over and over again, and they see a lot of accounts doing this as well, YouTube will see this as spam and they'll take it down. I'm going to take it a step further as well, all right? A lot of AI bot channels are using this hashtag, and that's why these accounts like this one here is getting taken down because these accounts are getting linked to AI bot channels. And because these accounts are getting linked to AI bot channels, YouTube may think that you are an AI and they will immediately take down your channel. Now, there's speculation going around that on October 20th, which is when YouTube's going to be paying out a lot of creators, before then, they're going to ban a lot of creators and keep all the ad revenue to themselves. Because remember, YouTube is a business. YouTube is trying to make money. So if YouTube's trying to make money and they see all of these hashtags are basically taking away views from other creators. By the way, these hashtags are taking away views from organic creators who are working hard, trying to just make a living for themselves from views, not using these spamming hashtags. And because AI bots are taking it over, there's spam content. It's not actually continuous with the video. It's against the video. YouTube is going to basically take all these hashtags down. And when YouTube takes the hashtags down, they don't just remove the videos. They strike your entire channel. 3 strikes and you're out. And it's not just your channel. It is your entire Gmail gets taken off Google for YouTube. You can no longer use it. On top of that, if you have a monetized channel with an AdSense connected to it, your entire AdSense account gets shut down. Every channel you have connected, every AdSense account you have connected, anything gets taken down. I have over 37 channels that I am running right now. And if any of these channels go wrong and one of them gets messed up, I would lose all 37 channels. All right. The reason why is because when YouTube sees that one Gmail is linked to multiple channels and you get striked 3 times, you get removed. Now, originally, I thought this was fine. You could have multiple accounts underneath one Gmail and it wasn't a big deal. Well, actually, it is a big deal now. Sorry, I needed to burp. Because originally I saw Mr. Beast doing this, right? And Mr. Beast would basically have all of his channels linked to one Gmail. The reason why is because Mr. Beast has a team of people who review his videos before they upload it. It's basically impossible for him to get a strike. He's such a big team working with him, and he knows he's not going to get a strike. If you're uploading even slightly risky content, and there's a chance that you're connected to other channels, 3 strikes and you're out. Your AdSense is done, your YouTube Gmail is done. If you use an ID verification, you can no longer make another channel on YouTube with that ID. You can no longer connect it to your bank account. You can no longer connect it to your AdSense account. YouTube has a very strict policy when it comes to termination. If your video gets terminated, or sorry, your channel gets terminated, you cannot upload videos on YouTube anymore. It's against their policy. All right. So this is not just going to lead to channel termination, but your YouTube Gmail and all future money that you can make on YouTube is going to be eliminated. Basically, your job as a YouTuber is going to be done. All right. If you mess this up, you get banned. Your dream of being a YouTuber is over. You lose all the money and all the potential to make money in the future. No exceptions. I hope you guys understand how important this is. So if you're playing the risk game right now with using these type of hashtags, immediately stop it. Go into your YouTube, change every title, make every one of them different, all right? And stop using these hashtags because YouTube is going to do a mass ban soon and take down all of these channels. So please, please do not use these hashtags anymore, okay? Because I don't want any of you to lose your money. I don't want any of you to lose your future with YouTube content creation. I've made over $110,000 this month off YouTube right now. This is terrifying for me because I did it on my test channel and I'm going and changing all of it straight after this video. I made the video first and I'm gonna go change it after. But if I lose that channel, I will lose all of my income source from YouTube, which is over $100,000 a month right now across all the channels I'm running. So please change this hashtags. I hope you understand how important this is. Okay. So yeah, that's the first part of this video, right? I don't want you guys to lose your future with YouTube content creation, YouTube ad revenue, YouTube money making. The other thing as well is, if you guys have noticed, YouTube has taken down all music policies. I don't know if you guys have seen like all the music deals and stuff. All of them are getting taken down, right? And I know Blastoff is saying that like, oh, they're trying to figure it out and they're not going to get taken down. They are getting taken down. YouTube has been seeing that spam in general has been taking away the actual views that real creators should be getting. And creators are losing money and losing audience, losing views, and YouTube is losing satisfaction of their audience, right? So what does YouTube want in the end of the day, right? YouTube wants 3 things. They want people on their platform as long as possible, right? On platform. They want people to make them money. YouTube wants money because they're a business. And they want viewers to be satisfied. All right. Now, in YouTube's eyes, being satisfied is through emotions. If a viewer feels a good emotion, they're satisfied. Now, what do you think these spam videos make viewers feel? They don't feel anything, or they feel annoyed. All right. And if these spam hashtags are making YouTubers not, or making people not satisfied, YouTube is losing one of their 3 pillars of what supports their platform. If people aren't satisfied, people aren't going to stay on their platform. And what does that mean? YouTube is at risk of losing money. Okay? This is how important this is, because these spam hashtags is ruining the entire platform and ruining YouTube's business model. Because how does YouTube make money? YouTube makes money by advertisers paying YouTube, right, on Google Ads to show videos on, or show ads on YouTube videos. And if these advertisers are paying YouTube and the advertisers are not making money back because people are uploading these spam hashtags, what does that mean? It means that YouTube is not going to be getting more money because advertisers aren't willing to spend more money on YouTube, which means these hashtags are hurting YouTube's money-making ability, which is how they fund their platform. Do you guys understand how important this is? All the money that YouTube could be making right now is getting lost. That's why they remove brand deals. That's why they're banning people with hashtags. Any type of spam is going to get you potentially banned now. Even using the don't click the sound. You guys know the don't click the sound where people use this? Like, for example, if you guys know Rankzilla, he's a very, very big YouTuber right now. Rankzilla uses do not click the sound every single time. This is now bannable. If YouTube sees us repeatedly doing this over and over again, any type of spam is bannable now, right? So spam in general, don't click the sound. Now, there's caveats to this, right? If you're using don't click the sound, all right, don't click the sound, but you can change the title every time, like don't click the sound, please, don't click the audio, or like audio don't click, or using different emojis, that's okay. But if you're doing this over and over again, where it's the exact same thing every single time, you are in a rude awakening for what can happen to you. All right. I don't want any of you to lose your channels. At the end of the day, YouTube doesn't even care about if you have hashtags or titles because you could literally put anything. My biggest channels, I literally just put like something something lol or whatever lol. And I don't use any type of hashtags or descriptions. I've always been against hashtags and descriptions, and this just proves my point further. Stop using hashtags, okay? Especially these spam ones, because you will lose your channel. I'm preaching this like the Bible right now because this means a lot to me. This is $100,000 a month I could potentially be losing right now. All right. Like, this is why I'm so passionate about this right now. So please take my word for this. Stop using hashtags. Spread the word. If you have any YouTube friends, send them this video and tell them immediately stop doing this because I don't want any of you to lose your account. Don't use any don't click the sound like that. If you're going to do it, make it a little variable. Don't click the audio. Please don't click the sound. Please don't click the audio. Use different emojis just so YouTube sees a little bit of variety rather than repetitiveness. I hope this video was helpful. I'm gonna go change my channel right now so I don't get banned. I love you guys.
I want to kind of give you guys a rundown of how I think about ideas myself and why having a good idea is important, because if you don't have a good idea, you're not going to be able to get the reach that you should be getting, right? Because one good idea is not worth 2x or 5x, 10x, or even 100x the amount of views that you could have for an okay idea, because a good idea is worth 1000x. And don't take my word for it. This is what Mr. Beast has said. So let's talk about it, right? And before we get into it a little bit more, these are a couple other videos we've had good ideas for, and it generated a lot of views and a lot of income. Like this video that generated 160 million views and $12,000. This is the same channel, by the way. These are the same channels here. And then we have a couple other channels here, like this channel here, 127 million views and $4,000. And then, I can keep showing you guys more examples, but you get the point. I have a very good idea of how to make good ideas. So let's talk about it right now. So the number one thing I think about when I'm trying to make a good idea is understanding that you do not have to be original and you do not have to reinvent the wheel. Right? A lot of people, when they're coming into the YouTube game or just social media in general, trying to make money online, it doesn't even matter if it's just social media, it's business in general. They try to reinvent the wheel. And this means like they try to make like the next AirPods or something like that, or trying to make the next iPhone or something. And instead, you should be seeing what's already working, right, for whatever you're doing and copy that person, right? First, you should replicate, then you should reiterate. Okay, so for example, let's say I'm making videos in the ranking niche, right? Ranking niche is a very, very good niche on YouTube right now. It is making a lot of money, right? And ignore my chicken scratch handwriting. I'm writing on a mouse, okay? But let's say you are making videos in the ranking niche, okay? If you're making videos in the ranking niche, what I would do is I would go scope out my top 10 competitors in the ranking niche, sort by most popular, watch 30 of their videos, so it's going to be 300 of the most popular videos from the top 10 channels, and then after that, what I would do is I would look at the ideas they have for their videos. So let me write this out for you so you can see it again. Look at your top 10 competitors, right? After that, look at their top 30 videos, 30 vids. and this is a comp here. And then after that, you should look at their ideas, right? Because this is going to give you a good idea of what good ideas are circulating in this specific niche. And this applies to anything, right? If you want to do Roblox, look at the top 10 Roblox creators and then make videos around that specific thing, right? When you look at their most popular videos. Or if you want to do something, let's say in finance, let's say you're doing long form content, you want to make finance content, look at your top competitors in the finance niche and then maybe make videos similar to that, all right? It's okay to steal people's ideas as long as you're getting your foot in the door. After you use those ideas, then you can reiterate because you understand the process behind making those videos, okay? So the reason I'm making this video in the first place is because I actually got this question from one of my students. His name is Tony. He's a really, really awesome guy, and I helped him scale up to like 4K per month recently, and he has this channel that's been blowing up, right? He's gotten like 60 million views in the past like 28 days. And he kind of hit this roadblock of like, hey, I feel like I have this good idea here, and I want to keep making videos like this, but I don't know when I should stop or how to find new ideas. And I told him, like, look at what's working and reiterate. And then also, I'm going to explain the second part of how to create good ideas after this. After I explain, looking at competitors, because there's two ways to do this, right? The first way is looking at competitors. The second way is basically reiterating your own content. All right, so we'll talk about that in a second. All right, so remember, look at your competitors, find good ideas, and then you can copy them. After you copy them, just throw your own style in once you understand the vibe of the content, right? So then you reiterate or do your own content afterward, right? Own content. Okay, now what do we do if we already have a good idea? Let's say we made a video and it got like 10 million views, and I'm like, okay, this is a good idea here, but I want to make more videos like it. Because you want to make more videos like this because you've seen it worked and you want to make it work again because you know it's going to make you money, right? So a good example of this is Mr. Beast, right? Mr. Beast, what he does is he has a good idea and then he basically spins that overall umbrella idea underneath smaller ideas. So for example, if we go here and we look at Mr. Beast videos, right? We have like 100 people versus world's biggest trap. And if we scroll down, you're probably going to see survive 100 days trapped in a private jet. And then you'll see scroll down a little further, and I'm sure we're going to see another 100-person somewhere where it's like, 2,000 people fighting for $5 million, right? Or 7 days stranded in a cave. Like he does like either time videos or experiment videos or experience videos, right? And he basically takes these three umbrella ideas, whether it's like a time challenge, an experience, or an experiment on people, and then he does smaller ideas in those niche because he knows it works, right? And then all it is just replacing the values of the content equation, right? So for example, if you're like, I spent blank days doing this, I spent 7 days doing this, then you could say I spent 7 days in prison, I spent 7 days in a cave, I spent 7 days in a circle, I spent 7 days making content, right? And then all of a sudden you have all these ideas here, right? And then you can filter out which ones are good based off your retention and intellectual gut, right? Because as you go into this content and you start doing this first by looking at your competitors, right? Once you understand this, you will build this thing called the content gut. And this content gut will basically be able to just tell you on instinct what's going to do well and what's not, right? And this is not be able to be taught. I cannot teach you this. This is built through repetition, right? So the more videos you upload, the more better you will get at this. I've uploaded tens of thousands of videos, right? We run 36 channels right now, right? If I go back to my analytics here, we run close to 36 channels, right? And a lot of these are automated, and I've uploaded tens of thousands of videos. And the reason why I'm able to run all these channels and do all of this and make, 6 figures a month in AdSense revenue is because I've built this skill over years and years of repetition. And you will not be able to master this skill until you actually put in the work. So stop studying, right? All these videos, it's good to learn, but stop studying so much and start taking action toward uploading these videos. Like if you're watching all of these courses and stuff like that, because I'm sure if you're watching this, you've probably looked at like the rest of the course material I have on my channel. I have like 2 free courses, right? I don't sell courses or anything like that because I think it's a little gay to sell courses. I give information for free, but I'm sure you guys have like seen these videos, right? Where like I have like, playlists here where I give lots of information for free. We have 8-hour courses. But if you're watching all of these courses and you're not putting any actionable steps into your content, then you're wasting your time. You should stop watching these videos, right? Because the point of this is for you to learn and then take action so you can make money. So yeah, if you want to make your ideas basically replicatable to be able to keep getting consistent views, make a formula, right? Like for example, like if you're doing Roblox and you're doing like opening blank or testing how many hits it takes to break blank, make a formula like I spent X here in blank. Like this is a good formula. Make the formula and then replicate it across multiple things, right? These are the two ways I think of ideas. Either I look at my competitors, copy and reiterate. After I reiterate, I make my own ideas, and then my own ideas I replicate over and over again using the Mr. Beast method, right? That's basically how I make good ideas, and I do this over so many channels. And I'll take it a step further to explain how you can do this over multiple channels, right? So each niche is a little different, right? For example, if you're doing ranking, right, compared to Roblox, compared to like a long form channel, it's a little bit different. So I'll go over a couple different niches, and I hope this kind of nails in the overall idea of how to do this. Okay, so let's say we're doing ranking, right? Ranking. So what ranking is it's basically ranking the craziest moments captured on video. If it's on video, you can make it into a ranking. For example, we have dogs, or we have people being struck by lightning, or we have craziest animal encounters, right? Struck by lightning, or we have like craziest animal encounters, or we have something like like craziest buildings, craziest car. I just keep going. It's craziest things in general. What this is, it is an experience. When you showcase these videos, right, of craziest blank moments, craziest X moments, craziest blank whatever, right? It is showcasing to the viewer the craziest moments caught on film. So your idea behind making these videos is, okay, I'm going to make videos on dogs. What are the craziest dogs driving cars moments? Dogs listening to AirPods moments? Dogs playing music moments? A good idea I have when I'm trying to flip ideas over is I look around my room and I'm like, okay, there's a water bottle right here, all right? Okay, what did good before when water bottle flips were popular? Well, water bottle flips were very well. If I'm in a dog ranking niche, what if I made videos on dogs flipping water bottles, right? Craziest dogs flipping water bottle moments. And then boom, you have a whole idea around this. Okay? So you can turn anything into a good idea if your ideation process is good. And then you have infinite ideas, which is how I run so many channels and upload so much content, right? Because my ideation is infinite. I am not limited by creativity because I have a system in place for this. And I want you to take this skill and apply it to your own channel or channels so you can be able to not run out of ideas and then get a lot of views and then, of course, make money, right? So basically, turn ideas into more ideas. That's for ranking, okay? Now, let's say we're doing Roblox, okay? In Roblox, I'm sure a lot of you guys who play Roblox know the game 99 Nights, okay? Now, 99 Nights is a pretty popular game right now. It's the most popular game on Roblox, and what you can do to have good ideas, let's say you make a video and it gets 1 million views, and it's ranking, or let's say it's hitting like these bosses and seeing how long it takes to kill them, right? And then you have like 5 bosses and it takes like 1 number, 3 number, 5 number, 6 number, right? What you could do is go on a modded server, and then you could be like, okay, I'm going to do this over every single item inside this entire game. And you take one good idea that did well and then replicate it over 10 other ideas, right? And then boom, you'll notice it's the exact same thing as here. Turn the idea into more ideas, right? And I'm just, honestly, I'm not going to write more ideas again. I'm just going to do this right here. There's more ideas. All right. And then you could keep doing this over and over. If you're doing long form content, right? You're doing long form content. Let's say you make videos about, let's say you're doing commentary on Twitter drama, right? You basically just go to Twitter, see what's doing, like, has a lot of drama, and then you make videos on that. And then you see what was popular 2 weeks ago, and then bring it back up and start more drama, right? One of our channels is up $22,000 this month, and it's a Twitter drama YouTube channel, right? And then also we got a Spotify deal as well. That's up another 30 grand. We're up 52 grand on this channel this month because we have a Spotify deal, and then we have just the YouTube channel. It's generating 22K. So there's all types of way to make money. Here, I'll show you the channel real quick so I can just show you. So of course I'm not gonna leak the channel, and it looks like we're up 23 grand. I didn't even realize. I thought we were up 22. But you can see here that we just upload a lot of long form content and we get a lot of views. And you don't need a lot of views on long form to make a lot of money. You know, it works for long form, it works for short form. As long as your ideation process is good, you will make money regardless. And what we've done on this channel is we just take things that are working and we just replicate it over and over and over again, like catching the craziest predator Roblox YouTubers, right? And then we just make commentary on like 10 of those videos, and then all of them do very well. So anyways, I hope this video was helpful for you guys getting good ideation processes. Implement this into your own channel, get good ideas, and then start actually making money from your channel by making sustainable income, right? Because the entire point of me teaching you this skill specifically is not for you to make get rich quick one-time income, but to make consistent income over a long period of time. That is how we're making so much money every single month across all the channels we're running.
I'm going to explain how to make YouTube hooks so good YouTube has to give you views and give you absurd amounts of money, like this video that generated $12,000 off one single video. This is day 5 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp. Let's get straight into it. So the very first thing you have to understand when you're trying to make a good hook for a YouTube short, you have to understand the metric that actually measures how good your hook is. So if you go to your video here and you click on engagement, scroll down, you're going to see this right here that says how viewers engage and a stayed to watch ratio with a swipe away ratio. So this is a very important metric to look at. Make sure you guys go to your own YouTube algorithm and do this along with the video so you can see this for yourself as we're going through this. For the 171 million view video, we had a 85.2% swipe ratio. And for the 159 million view video, we had a 80.3% swipe ratio. Now, really, the ideal swipe ratio we want to have is 81.1%. We're going to explain why this video went viral and all the other videos did as well, and how you can utilize this and systematize it so you can get good swipe ratios every single time on every single short you upload to get you more views and make you more money. And keep in mind, this system that I'm about to give you is a system that I've used across multiple channels and multiple videos to consistently get millions and millions of views. Like this video that got 55 million views, this one that got 56 million views, this one that got another 55 million views, this one that got 42 million views, and this one that also got 46 million views. And this is one of many different channels that we are running right now. So we use this across a lot of channels and we get good results on all of them. So when we were trying to make a good hook, we were basically trying to get the viewer to convince them to give us their attention, right? Because basically every single video that they watch, we are competing for their attention to watch our video. And as I go over this again and again in every single video, when we were trying to understand why a viewer stays to watch, we really need to understand what YouTube wants us to do for the viewer. So what does YouTube actually want from us before we understand how to make a good hook? YouTube wants 3 things from us. YouTube wants us to make them money because they are a business. YouTube wants people to stay on their platform as long as humanly possible. And then YouTube also wants us to make sure the viewer is satisfied. All right. And I'm going to go over this satisfied a little more in detail in a second. But these are the 3 pillars: money, stayed on platform, and satisfied. Now, you can understand here that stayed on the platform is, of course, going to be the second pillar, which is our hook. So this is why YouTube wants us to have good hooks for our videos. Also, if they actually stay to watch, then they can actually watch your video, and then we end up making more money because of our higher average view duration, which we're going to go over in tomorrow's bootcamp. So understanding how to make a good hook means you need to understand the different types of hooks that actually exist in the first place. So first of all, there is a hook where you give context to the viewer, and then there is a anti-hook where you don't give context to the viewer. And both of these perform very, very, very well. These are the only 2 hooks that you need to understand to make sure your videos go viral, because I implement these type of hooks into all of these videos over here, and all of these videos are performing very well right now. So pay attention to this part of the video. I want you to imagine your entire YouTube video as a storyline starting from start to finish. This is a storyline plot, right? In the very beginning, you can choose your H for hook, and then your AH for anti-hook. I'll be using these abbreviations for the rest of this video. So when we are trying to hook them in, I'm going to give some examples of what you can use as a hook and what you can use as an anti-hook across any niche, because this applies to any niche as long as you are able to actually implement it. It can be faceless, it can be not faceless, it can be commentary, it could even be wordless where you just don't even speak. As long as you use the system, it's going to help you. So first, let's go over the hook. So, what a hook really is, if we break it down, it is giving context to the viewer. So, what does that exactly mean? Giving context to the viewer is saying something like, hey, in this video, I'm going to explain why dogs are the best animal. Or in this video, I'm going to explain how to make good hooks. Or in this video, do you guys get the idea? I'm giving context to what I'm about to talk about. So basically, you're not surprised, right? And this is good because if we're trying to target a certain audience, we want them to make sure they feel comfortable when they're watching our video, to make sure they're not wasting their time. Because as you guys know, time is the most important currency in this day and age, in this economy. But for shorts, it's a little bit different because they're actually randomly scrolling to see your video, right? So if they're randomly scrolling to see your video, they aren't exactly looking for it. They're kind of just getting showed it to them in front of them. So we basically have to convince them within 3 seconds of why our video is worth their time to give the next 30 or so seconds to watch an entire video. So if you don't master this down, you will not get views. So a good way to give context to the viewer and actually keep them engaged, for example, if we're doing animal commentary, maybe we're doing some type of fact, maybe we're doing some type of like Roblox video, we can say something like, you won't believe. Saying something like you won't believe is a really good way to get them engaged, because then they're wondering, well, what do I not believe? I need to understand more of this video to actually watch it. So say something like, you won't believe the craziest dog facts, or you won't believe what happened to this Roblox YouTuber, or you won't believe what happened at this place at this time at blah, 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 right? So saying something like you won't believe is a great way to give context without giving away the full information. Because if we give away everything in this video, right? If we give away everything in the first couple seconds, then they're not going to stay to watch because they don't care, because they already know, right? So we have to basically edge the line of, hey, we want to give context and give them kind of a little bit of information, but not too much. So saying you won't believe and then blank after this is a really good way to do a hook. Another good way to do a hook is saying something like, do you guys remember when? This is more for rants. This is more for commentary. Do you guys remember when? Do you guys remember when blank? Remember when Obama blank? Remember when Trump blank? Remember when Fearless, the Fortnite YouTuber, did blank? Right? So this is also good. If you say something like, do you remember? It makes the viewer feel like, do I remember what? And then they actually have to get context to watch the rest of the video. And then if they actually care about it, they'll stay at that point. Right? So these are two good ways. You won't believe, or you won't remember, or do you remember? These are good contexts to make good hooks. Now let's talk about anti-hooks, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't use hooks too much. I've noticed that anti-hooks work far better for the YouTube algorithm, because it's much easier to get someone in when you don't give them full context to the video. So they have to figure it out themselves. But we edge them enough where they actually feel a little bit interested regardless, right? So now we're talking about anti-hooks. Anti-hooks, I think, is the most powerful form of short form swipe ratios in this day and age right now. A lot of huge YouTubers like Mr. Beast use it, Zach D Films uses it, and a lot of high ranking channels use it as well, because anti-hooks basically force the viewer to watch. It puts them in a position where if they don't watch, they feel bad, right? And that may sound a little bit bad, when I say that out loud, but it's true. If you can make your viewer feel bad to not watch your video, they will feel good if they do watch your video. So how do we do an anti-hook? So I want you guys to remember this storyline again, right? So we're going to start off here at the anti-hook, or the AH. When we're trying to do an anti-hook, we want to basically say something like going straight into the video. For example, if we're doing a ranking video on the cutest dogs, instead of saying something like, you won't believe the craziest dog moments, we could just start off with saying, the dog accidentally ran into the door, right? This is jumping straight into it rather than trying to give context. And a good example of this is Zach D Films. Now, Zach D Films is pulling roughly 2 billion views ish per month on one channel right now, and he is doing really good on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Now, I'm pulling around 1.5 billion views over 36 channels, so Zach D Films is absolutely killing it right now for one single channel. But I'm going to give you an example of how he uses anti-hooks to keep the viewer actually engaged with the actual video itself. Now, this video here is talking about a guy putting a shock collar on a dog. And normally, if you're using a hook, you could say something like, you won't believe what happened when you put this shock collar on this dog. But look what Zach does here.
He strapped the shock collar around her neck.
Do you see the slight difference? Instead of saying, you won't believe what happened when this guy did this, he just went straight into, he did this, right? So when we say he did this, people immediately have the first reaction of feeling like they're left out. And human psychology is, if you feel like you don't know what's going on, you try to figure out what's going on, especially in social scenarios. And social media is a social scenario, right? So this is why not giving context is a very, very important skill to learn, because if you not, or if you don't give context, when you don't give context, people search. And when people search for information, they stay on your video longer, and then your swipe ratio, SW, increases exponentially, and then we get that 81.1% swipe ratio that we're trying to achieve. So now that I've kind of explained hooks and anti-hooks, I want you guys to do an exercise for me real quick. Go to your actual analytics of your channel, see your most viewed video, and then go to the engagement and see the swipe ratio. Now, if the swipe ratio is not 81.1%, the views may be not that good. Now, if you have a video like this that has 80.3% swipe ratio and has, if the views that's like maybe still pretty good, this is why using engagement farms actually gives you more views than just using hooks, right? So this video here, I'm not going to show the actual video itself because I don't want to leak the channel, but it is a ranking video, right? So this video here is a ranking video on something very, very specific that is very, very broad at the same time. It is a specific action that has a very, very broad audience. The ideation of your video is very important, so make sure when you are trying to think of the actual idea behind your video itself, think about, hey, would enough people care to actually watch this for them to actually be engaged, right? Because if the idea of your video is too niche, people will not care, right? So for example, if you're ranking the best Corvettes, there's a lot of people in the world who just don't care about Corvettes. So if you make, best Corvette videos, then, people who don't care about Corvettes, people who don't care about cars are just going to scroll away. But if you say best sports cars, that is going to be a much wider ideation. Now you're talking about cars. Everyone has driven in a car before. Now people actually care about this. And then you can go into actually ranking different, cars rather than different Corvettes, right? It's a small difference, but that small difference gives you a much wider selection of people who will actually watch your video. So think about the idea behind your video before you actually do it. Now, I want you guys to do an exercise real quick. Go to your channel right now and think how you can try to implement anti-hooks to your videos if you're not already. Anti-hooks are better than hooks in my personal opinion. So use anti-hooks to your advantage. Think about how you can use anti-hooks for your channel to actually increase your views and increase your swipe ratio. For example, if you're doing Roblox rants, think about how you can not give context and still have people to watch. If you're doing ranking, maybe think about how you can not give context and maybe do the clip selection better, maybe start the clip at a certain point better and see how you can engage with your viewers further. If you're doing Roblox content, see how you can engage with them further by, instead of trying to give context of what's going to happen, just start what's going to happen already. There's so many ways to do it. So if you're making content in general, anti-hooks is a very, very powerful weapon you can use to actually increase the swipe ratio and then overall get more views. And I think that's pretty much everything for this video. I mean, we went over hooks, anti-hooks, and then overall just how to increase your swipe ratio. You do want to be aiming for this 81.1% because the 81.1% is the ideal ratio. So if you guys look at your overall swipe ratio of your channel, if your swipe ratio is not above 81.1%, you guys are doing something wrong and you need to improve your hooks. So take a look at this video again if you guys are in the future encountering this problem with another one of your channels and try to figure out how to actually fix your hooks. Also, another tip as well, guys, when you upload your videos, your swipe ratio is always going to be lower because YouTube is finding your demographic and finding your audience. As your video views go up, your swipe ratio go up because YouTube is finding the actual audience for your niche. So expect a lower swipe ratio when you upload it. Do not freak out if the first day of your video has a 70% swipe ratio because as it gets pushed to the algorithm, the swipe ratio will go up over time. I'm sure a lot of you guys who are a little more experienced have noticed this as well. When you upload your videos, swipe ratio sucks, gets pushed to the audience, and then you have better swipe ratios. So how are we getting these good swipe ratios to actually, get pushed to the algorithm and then overall just end up making money because, we're getting good hooks, right? So in this video, I want to explain everything you need to do to have a good hook, everything you're probably doing wrong to avoid doing so you don't have any bad hooks, and just, overall improvements in how you can have better hooks in your videos. So the first thing you guys have to understand when you're making hooks is identifying what type of hook do you want to make, right? Because there's hooks that kind of ease us into the video, and then there's other hooks that really just drastically just push us into a scenario, right? So there's really two main hooks people use, which is, a hook and an anti-hook, right? So what's the difference? The difference is context. So when you're watching a video, for example, like let's say you watch a short on Mr. Beast. We'll look at Mr. Beast as an example of this right now.
This is how you open a $100,000 car door.
You can see right here, he doesn't say, in this video, we're going to be explaining how to open a $100,000 car door. He just does it, right? So this is actually an anti-hook because he's not really saying what's going to happen. He just does it. And that's the big difference. So when you guys are trying to do a hook versus anti-hook, the main thing you need to understand is a hook is something that you give context to. For example, like in this video, we're going to be opening the most expensive car doors versus this is a 100,000 car door and opens it. That small difference in wording makes a big change in actually how your viewer perceive your video and also how long they stay in your swipe ratio overall, right? So let's take a look at hooks and anti-hooks in more detail, because if you guys apply the knowledge that I'm going to give in this video, which is knowledge that I'm giving to a lot of my students and also to the 30 different channels that we run as well, you will see a big difference in your views. So pay attention to this very carefully, right? So what exactly do we use hooks for, right? Because when we're doing a hook, we're giving context. So when do we need to actually give context in a video, and when is it necessary and when is it not necessary, right? So for example, let's say we're doing a video on a very specific animal, all right? A very specific animal. For example, like, let's say it's like a, I don't know, like a camouflaging poisonous frog, right? If we're making a video on a camouflaging poisonous frog, we got to give a little bit of context, right? We were in the Amazon rainforest, right? Or like, this is the most deadly animal in the animal rainforest, right? Because if we say something like that, it's going to give us a little bit of context to prepare us for the poisonous frog, right? So it's kind of more for leading us and easing us into the video. Now, is this beneficial for YouTube Shorts in this day and age, right? Not really, right? We don't really want to ease people into the video because it takes too long. And when it takes too long, what happens is people leave, right? Some other ways to do context is giving commentary, right? This is kind of the opposite way of easing. It's more of just kind of throwing you straight into a situation, but it's not the same as throwing yourself into context for anti-hooks, which I'm going to explain in a second, right? So when you're doing something like commentary, for example, let's say we're doing cop commentary. You won't believe what happened when this biker flew off his bike and the cop caught him on his windshield, right? That is a context, but I believe it is necessary to give that context because sometimes we need to have commentary to actually have the content be informative so we can save the monetization program, because you guys know YouTube sometimes demonetizes your account if you do not have informative content. So it's pretty crucial that you give commentary depending on the niche, right? If it's a very popular niche with a lot of reused clips, you have to add commentary recommended in the beginning because it adds personality. All right, so this is why it's very important to have context, and this is when you use hooks, right? So usually niches that, you know, are really popular, you need to add some type of commentary, or you need to add personality driven things. All right, now when do we use anti-hooks? Because an anti-hook is a little bit different than a hook, because we're basically throwing the viewer into a context without really telling them what's going on. And a really good example of this is Zach D Films. So here's a video from Zach D Films. He uploaded this 5 hours ago, and you can see he used an anti-hook here, because if we watch the video, look what happens.
In Capture the Flag, one team is facing one direction.
Right? Immediately. In Capture the Flag, one team is facing one direction. He didn't say, you know, for example, the title, how to trick the other team in Capture the Flag. He didn't start the video off like that. This is how you trick the team in Capture the Flag. We don't start it because guess what? That's giving context, and all of a sudden, guess what? That's a hook, not an anti-hook, right? This is an anti-hook. This is why it has 3 million views in the past 5 hours. And by the way, this is going to be an outlier video because if you actually look at his videos, like for example, 3 million in 7 hours, 1.1 million in 9 hours. So this video is probably going to perform better because videos from a day ago are honestly almost around the same amount of views as this, right? So this is kind of an idea of how you can use anti-hooks. Now, when exactly do we use them for each individual niche? Let's say we're doing the cop niche again, because we talked about that earlier, right? If we're doing the cop niche, and for example, I don't know, let's say there's a car accident, right? If a car accident, you know, is very visually appealing, you know, not like we actually like it, but for the viewers, it's going to really engage them, right? So if we see a car accident, if there's lots of visual stuff going on, we can do an anti-hook because the visual alone guides them. Now, let's say we want to do commentary on top of our anti-hook. How do we exactly do this? All right, so if we're trying to do commentary on our anti-hook, we have to do something like throwing the context already, right? For example, you know, this Karen was surprised when she got hit by a car, right? Something like that. Right? It doesn't say, you won't believe what happened when this Karen got hit by a car. It's like, boom, car gets hit. The Karen was walking down the street, then she got hit by the car. Another good example of this is if you're doing commentary just in general over general clips, right? For example, instead of saying, you won't believe what happened when, or no one would believe when this happened. You can just throw straight into it, right? The girl was ice skating and then fell down, right? State exactly what's going on. State the actual visual stuff. Just describe it, right? The man was making a video on YouTube short hooks, right? Boom, you're hooked into the video. So that's kind of how you do anti-hooks. You basically don't give the context and you throw them into the story, right? And what's great about this is doing anti-hooks also opens this thing called an open loop, right? Because what happens when you throw someone into a story, for example, let's say a story is a circle where it comes full circle at the very end, where in the beginning we hook, right? So H for hook, and at the very end we have a conclusion where we give context, or we get to say P for payoff, right? And then it starts here and ends here, right? So as the story goes along, right? We're doing the story. Let's say we start the story like right here at this point in the video. What happens is the viewer basically has to use their mind to fill in this information that has been lost. And they watch the entire video all the way through, and it gives us a really good retention just to figure out what happened in the very beginning. Also, people use this thing called subtle foreshadowing, right? For example, like the cop commentary video again, right? If we start off the video with a car crash, basically someone got in a car accident, and then you basically explain what happened in the video and then show the car crash at the very end, or maybe you don't even show at the end, you use the beginning of the video as the end, right? So you basically loop it. And this is kind of what I mean by this demonstration I'm showing right now, right? So there's all types of ways to hook people into the video. It's not just, I'm going to make a hook, I'm going to copy and paste ChatGPT script and put it in, right? Because content creation and marketing in general, because I'm not just a YouTube Shorts guy, right? We're getting billions of views a month. In January, we got 1.3 billion views. Last month, we got 800 million views across all of our channels. The reason why it dropped a little bit is because we had 6 of our channels demonetized. We still have 30 channels that we're running right now, right? But the point of the matter is, right, we know how to run these. And the same thing applies for marketing as well. I used to do drop shipping, man, right? And when I used to do drop shipping, I was marketing for all these type of products. Sometimes the best way to market the product is not selling it. It's just stating what it does, right? It's a beauty product. Just say like, this is exactly what happened when I put this on for 30 days. Look, it's cleaner now. It's like, that's so much better than saying, you won't believe what happened when I use this product. I'm going to try it for 30 days. Let's see what happens. Like, the viewer doesn't care. Right? They can already tell when something is like, okay, this person's BSing me, and they scroll to the next video. Right? So it's very important to understand viewer psychology, understanding open loops, understanding the difference between hooks and anti-hooks.
So this video is currently at 145 million views in the past 20-ish days, and the swipe ratio on this video is pretty insane. We have an average view duration of 33 seconds, but the swipe ratio is 85.7%. That is insane. That's almost 86%. And you know what's even more crazy? On this channel, just in general, the swipe ratio of this channel is around 81% in total right now. So if we just go to content and then we go to shorts, we scroll down, we're at 81% average swipe ratio right now for this channel. So, you know, swipe ratio is a very important metric because it helps you understand what's happening the first couple seconds of your video, and it helps you to determine if your video is actually interesting for people to watch. Because there's 2 main important factors with YouTube. There's the retention of a video, the average view duration, which is kind of the same thing, and then the swipe ratio. These are the 2 main metrics you need to focus on when you're always looking at a short form video. It's not even just YouTube, it's also TikTok and Instagram as well. But we're going to be focusing on YouTube today. Instagram is going to be for later in this course. Also today, I think it's today's day 13 of the bootcamp for view maximizing. If you guys haven't seen the rest of the bootcamp, I recommend just going to the channel, looking at playlists. We're on day 13 of the bootcamp right now. We're uploading every single day just because I'm just spitting so much game. I've generated over 1 billion views in the past month and 25 billion views in my lifetime of content creation. So I'm pulling pretty good numbers and making a lot of good money right now just from YouTube automation alone. And there's also brand deals and other stuff I'm working with. But anyways, let's talk about swipe ratio. So for the remaining of this video, I'm going to use SW as swipe ratio because I don't want to write swipe ratio every time. So SW stands for swipe ratio. So I've gone over this in a couple other videos, but SW plus R, which is retention, is equal to, or SW plus R, you can also say average view duration as well, AVD, is going to be equal to a X out of 100 video. And what X out of 100 means is it means how likely you are to actually go viral with the said, video you're looking at. So, whatever numbers these 2 are, you add them up and then you do some math and you're going to say, okay, let's say it's 100 of 100. Well, this video is most likely going to go viral. So let's talk about swipe ratio first because this variable is very important.
So swipe ratio is determined by the first 3 seconds of a video. When you are watching a YouTube short, the first 3 seconds, if you swipe away, you decrease your swipe ratio. If you keep watching, you increase your swipe ratio. So let's say you have 100 people who are watching a YouTube short, and if 100 people, 30 of these people actually stay after the 3-second mark, then that means that we're going to have a 0.30% swipe ratio, or just 30%. So this is how swipe ratio is determined, and swipe ratio is going to help you kind of increase your overall reach over time, because the more swipe ratio you get, the more people YouTube's going to test your audience with to see if it's going to stay that way. So I've actually had another question about this too, about like how come my swipe ratio is so bad when I upload a video, and that's because YouTube uses metadata to actually showcase your content to people. So when you upload a YouTube short, right? Let's say you upload a YouTube short, and in the first 3 hours, you see your swipe ratio is like around maybe 45%. And you're like, oh my gosh, my swipe ratio is so bad, because 45% is a very bad swipe ratio, right? Well, this actually isn't really true, because in the first 3 hours of your video, what YouTube is doing is they're taking metadata from a ton of different niches, a ton of different audiences, and they're testing your video. So how YouTube works, including, every single account on YouTube, is it's categorized into a metadata field. So let's say you watch a lot of YouTube videos about how to grow on YouTube. You are in a metadata, and your metadata for your channel is e-commerce, growth, YouTube automation. It's going to be view maximizing, which is why you probably saw this video. If you saw this video, you probably want to be a YouTuber, or you probably want to just make content, or you probably want to make money online, right? You're in that metadata field for YouTube, which is why you saw this video. And it's the same things for every other channel. There is over billions of accounts on YouTube, and each one of them has a different metadata. So what YouTube does when you post a short is it goes and tests all these YouTube metadatas for all these different accounts. So let's say it'll show you your account of 3,000 people, and of those 3,000 people, all of those people will have different metadatas, right? So it'll show people in the pottery niche, in the YouTube automation niche, in the Roblox niche, in the cars niche, and it will show your video to a lot of people. So what will happen is YouTube will see that, hey, for some of these metadata fields, your swipe ratio is increasing, and for some of these metadata fields, your swipe ratio is decreasing. For example, if you made a car short and YouTube sees a lot of people in the car metadata field are increasing your swipe ratio, what they're going to do is they're going to push your video to more car people if you made a car short, right? And then you're going to notice that maybe, after the, this was 3 hours here. Let's mark this out. This is the 3-hour mark. And then after 3 hours, let's say we're in the 6-hour mark now, and YouTube is pushing your contents to more people in the car niche, you're going to notice that your swipe ratio may increase to 65%. And 65% isn't really, it's still pretty bad, if we're going to be honest, but this is 6 hours, all right? A lot of you guys are impatient when it comes to uploading shorts. It's going to take a little bit of time. All right, you're not going to go viral right away. I see people, someone asked me the other day, hey, Devin, I saw this guy, he uploaded his first short and got 10 million views. How come I can't do that? Well, first of all, that wasn't his first short, because usually YouTube will, do a test phases first. And what they'll do is they'll post a lot of videos out. And, if you see a video that, their first video got 10 million views, it's probably because they privated their other videos beforehand to make it look that way. So usually, that's an outlier. You don't want to, be these outliers. You want to stick to the plan, because the plan is guaranteed to work, which is what I teach in the course of this boot camp, right? So after the first 6 hours, we're going to see our swipe ratios increase, and now you're pushing to a lot of car people in the car niche, right? So now what'll happen after that is it'll push another 18 hours. So the next 18 hours, which is the first 24 hours of the actual short, is going to push to more people in the car niche, and maybe you'll have a 70% to 85% swipe ratio, and this is where you either flatline or either keep pushing. And a lot of you guys wonder, oh, why am I stuck in 30K view jail, which is what a lot of you guys are stuck in right now, or 10K view jail, but you don't look at your swipe ratio and say, my swipe ratio is around 70%. Maybe I should increase it to like 85% consistently. And then maybe if I increase it to 85%, then I won't be stuck in view jail anymore. So yeah, people get stuck between 70 to 75% in this area. If you're getting anywhere in this range and you're stuck in a view jail, this is most likely why. If you are getting more swipe ratio than this, but you are still stuck in 30K view jail, it is most likely because your average view duration is too low, so make longer videos, or your niche is just too small and you're not going to get a wider enough reach. Those are the two main things. But anyways, let's say you do actually increase yourself to an 85% swipe ratio like the channel I just showed you earlier. What's going to happen is YouTube's going to basically say that, hey, out of every single 100 people, 85% or 80 people are actually staying, 85% of people staying, and YouTube will see this as exponential growth. So they'll start pushing it to 1,000 people, and then they'll push it to 10,000 people, and then they'll push it to 100,000 people, and within the span of a couple days, you'll notice that your shorts like already at 85,000 views. And I literally did this on a new channel recently. I literally scaled this thing to like 125,000 views within a couple days of posting because the swipe ratio and average view duration was like 40 seconds. Swipe ratio was like 85% on the video. So of course it's gonna get views really quickly, and then of course, if we're seeing these views consistently going up over a long period of time, we're going to have these things we talked about earlier, tests and rebalances, where you're going to have a test, rebalance, test, rebalance, test, rebalance, test, rebalance. And you're going to notice that your shorts are going to get a high, and then get a lower low, and then a lower high, and then and then a higher high, and then a higher low, a higher high, and then a higher low, and it's going to consistently keep going up. And you'll notice, if you look at your YouTube graph and you've noticed that, hey, I'm getting more views this month, go over the past 30 days and look at this. Of course, it may not look exactly like this, but it may, and you're going to see you're going to have higher highs every single time. And even though your lows may drop, people get scared at this first low and you see a dip and you're like, oh my gosh, my video is not getting as much views. Well, that's not true, because you're actually getting higher lows. Your content, your baseline every single time, you're getting higher lows, and this indicates to YouTube that, hey, they trust you. And you're going to notice every single time you get a higher high and a higher low, your average view per day is going to increase. So you're going to go from 10K average views per day to 100K average views per day if you consistently are posting over a long enough period of time. Also, your swipe ratio will increase over time once you build a repertoire and audience as well. So if you were wondering, hey, I'm getting 85% swipe ratio, but I'm not really having that much casual viewers, then maybe you should take a look at your new casual and regular viewers. And here, I'm going to show you the analytic now. So if you go to my YouTube here, I think if we go to audience, let me scroll down, here it is right here. Look at the watch behavior, right? So we're going to see 3 different categories: new viewers, casual viewers, and regular viewers. So what we want, our goal here on YouTube, is to get our casual viewers to be above 50%. If we can get our casual viewers to above 50% while growing, keep that in mind, while growing, then what you're going to do is you're going to have consistent revenue streams, because this indicates to YouTube that, hey, these guys are consistently pulling really good views right now, and they're making good money. So what we're going to do is we're going to push them out further because we trust them. Their trust score is increased, and because their YouTube trust score is increased, they're getting good casual viewers, their average view duration is high, and their swipe ratio is good. We're going to push our video out to more people and give them more views, and in turn, give them more money. We're going to be talking about basically how to amplify emotion in more detail, and also how you guys can be utilizing your own type of content to be able to amplify in all types of ways, right? Because emotion is really, really good to amplify emotion, because there's 3 ways to communicate to a viewer exactly what's going on your video, right? There is 1, visual, right? Something that's showing up on the screen. 2, audible, something they can hear. And 3, emotional, something they can feel. These are the 3 ways we can communicate to a viewer what exactly is going on our videos, so we can actually get pushed to the algorithm, right? So first of all, how many of you guys in this call right now, you can just type in the chat right now, either do ranking, commentary, or I should just rank or commentary. Just, you guys do ranking or commentary, either one. How many of you guys either do ranking or commentary? It's a lot of people. Okay. All right. So if you guys want to amplify the amount of views you're getting on your videos, I'm sure you guys probably have already touched into visual and audible storytelling, right? And the main way you guys do this is through editing, right? Because what's the purpose of editing, guys? The purpose of editing is what? It's to amplify the emotion of the video and to make it more watchable, right? So if you want to amplify the emotion and make it more watchable, you need to also amplify the actual emotion they're feeling as well, right? So I'm going to talk about ranking first, then I'll talk about commentary after, right? So if you guys are making ranking videos, where do you usually get your clips from? You usually get it from other people. You look at your competitors, see what they're doing, and you use similar clips and try to make some type of similar video, right? But something you guys don't realize is a ranking video in itself is really just, let's say you're doing like 7 videos in a ranking video. It's just 7 of other people's videos inside your video, right? And this is why emotion is very, very important. Okay, so when you guys are trying to amplify emotion, you need to make sure you're doing it one video at a time. Because when we're trying to do visual and audible storytelling, it's a little bit difficult when we are going through 7 different videos. Because it's 7 different talking points we're squeezing into like a 32-second video. That's pretty hard to manage and make it more emotional. But there is a way to do clip selection where we can make this visual and audible storytelling emotional as well. And this is through understanding the exact emotion that each clip faces. Right? So let's say we are doing let's say we're doing trick shots, right? Let's say we're doing trick shots. If we're doing best trick shot moments. Okay, so if we're doing best trick shot moments in a ranking video, what we need to do is we need to actually identify the 7 videos we're going to use first. After we identify those 7 videos, we also need to identify the emotions each video makes you feel. So let's say someone does like a water bottle flip video, right? And he does it, it lands, and then he does another one and it lands at the cap. So it's like boom, boom. It looks like an hourglass. Okay. That what you would say is shock. All right. Now let's say the next clip, this guy's trying to do a water bottle flip, or maybe he's doing like some basketball trick shot, and a guy gets hit in the face. Instead of shock, that's more of like, I don't know. I guess the first one's more cool. The second one is more shock. All right. Now let's say the third one, a guy tries to do some of a trick shot and he fails, right? You could say that's a sad clip. So you have to go through and identify each emotion that each clip is making you feel, so you can actually sort these. And I'll explain, what I mean by sort them in a second. So first of all, how many of you guys kind of understand what I'm saying here about identifying the emotion? Does that make sense so far? You need to be able to identify the emotion of each clip. You got it, guys? All right, cool. All right. The next step you need to do after you identify the emotion of each clip is sort them to see what clip you need to put first, what clip you need to put second, fourth, fifth, seventh, etc. Right? If you guys are sorting the correct clips, you can build an emotional storytelling by just sorting the clips. Because if you identify the first clip is sad, the second clip is happy, and the third clip is, I don't know, angry, then you should put them in order. And a lot of you guys make the mistake of picking 7 happy clips and making a happy video, right? That's boring, guys. YouTube doesn't care about that, right? YouTube wants to see a roller coaster of emotions. They want to see ups and downs, right? If it's only going up, the viewer is just going to scroll away because they're bored. The reason why short form is so overpowered is because we can get a lot of views in a very short period of time and make a lot of money. It's really a get rich quick business, right? You can get money. For example, Adam, he's in our program, bro. This guy got monetized in 3 days and he made like 16 or maybe $12,000 in like the first month of the program. And bro, this guy is living in Thailand right now. He went on a vacation in Thailand a month after joining the program, right? So that's why it's so easy to scale these shorts, right? Because if you understand how to use all 3 of these, either visual, audible, or emotional storytelling, you can easily scale it up. Now, when you guys are actually making these videos, the next step after you actually understand the emotion of each clip is choosing which clip you actually need to sort, right? So I actually learned this originally when I actually did iShow speed clipping like a couple of years ago, right? So I would do these iShow speed clipping. It was like back when he was like streaming and he was playing like Fortnite and stuff, and it was different times back then. But I noticed that like these streamers, they would say like chat, chat, chat a lot, right? If he's saying this like, chat, do you think this is funny? What do you guys think, chat? Because streamers are trying to just always engage with their audience, right? So they're talking directly to the camera. And when you actually look at their speech pattern, right, when they're saying chat, chat a lot, if you actually clipped it and put it inside a short, if the streamer said chat more than 2 times, the retention would dip. And I noticed this across so many different channels I was running. Retention would dip every single time there was something that repeated. And then I noticed this further if I did similar ranking videos. If I was doing some type of commentary and I used the same visual on the screen twice, retention dipped. Because the second that you have some type of repeated content in your video, you will see a dip in retention. This applies to visual, audio, and also emotional storytelling. So if you have something that happens twice, like a happy clip, and then another happy clip, they're more likely to scroll away in that time period. The same thing applies as well when you are also doing visual, right? If you use the same visual clip twice, they're more likely to scroll away. If you use an audio, they're less likely to scroll away, but they still may, right? For example, if you use a Vine Bloom sound effect too many times, they will probably scroll away. Now, there are exceptions to this, like for example, ranking. If you amplify the clip with the motion, which we're going to get to in a second. Before I continue, does that make sense, guys? Is it okay to rage bait? Of course it is. Does that make sense so far, guys? Does that make sense? Awesome. Okay. So the next thing that you guys need to understand when we were actually making these videos, right? So we got understanding the emotion of each clip, understanding why we need to do it, now actually choosing the clip selection itself. Now, I just had a call with Inner Circle, and I had a similar call to this right here, but I want to kind of explain one of the questions that they asked, and they were like, hey, so let's say we identify the clip, which clip should we do first? Right, which clip should we do first? So you guys should use some type of either emotional clip with tension or some type of shock factor clip, and you need to do it very quickly, right? Emotional engagement with shock or tension. That's usually the first two clips you should use. Sadness is okay. Angry is better. Happiness is not okay, right? For actually the clip selection, guys, be happy. I'm not saying I'm saying the clip selection. Don't use happy in the very beginning of the clip, but you should either do the shock or tension, right? Those are the two main clips you should start off when you are starting. Okay. Now, that's pretty much everything I wanted to go over here, but I also want to go over amplifying the emotion as well, right? Because everyone here probably edits their own videos unless they have like an editor. And even if you have an editor, you need to communicate what you want the videos to be edited by, right? So if you guys are editing your videos, which I'm sure everyone here is, you need to be also using the visual and audio to enhance your overall video. So let's say we have a video of like a sad dog, right? If we want to amplify it further, we can add maybe a little bit of sad music. Maybe we can add a whimper sound effect to the video to make it sound like the dog is maybe whimpering or something like that. And then lastly, we can put some type of crying emoji, some type of like asterisk, looks down, right? Because he's sad. The point of editing these videos, right, is to be able to actually amplify the emotion, which also gets people to watch further. All right. Other than that, though, I think it's pretty much everything I want to talk about today, guys. Does anyone have any questions from that? It's a real quick call. I really just wanted to ping you guys and just let you guys know about this because in my student calls, I went over this a lot of times today, so I just wanted to give you guys this tip. Other than that, though, I recorded this, by the way. I can upload this to YouTube as well if you guys want me to. All right, I'll upload it to YouTube. Any last questions? Last questions, guys, before I got to wrap this thing up. How to improve hooks with storytelling. You should do anti-hooks. Don't do hooks. A lot of people, they make the mistake of trying to do hooks with saying like, in this video, we're doing the top 5 best, I don't know, water bottle flip moments. Instead, you should just go straight into it. Just go straight into it. Don't do some type of like intro, guys. Look at Zach D Films as a good example of this, okay? How to comment bait. Don't do call to actions. Don't do call to actions. All right, if you do call to actions, it will ruin your actual people who's going to engage. A lot of you guys, especially for ranking as well, you guys will like do this thing where at the very end you'll say like comment what your favorite number was or something like that, right? If you do something like that, it's just more likely than not people probably won't engage as much. So if you want people to engage, you basically just need to make an interesting clip. Do some type of a shock factor. Shock factor always gets the best clips. Just make sure you're following inside the YouTube guidelines. Speaking of YouTube guidelines, because I actually talked about this a lot today with some students. Do you guys know what the YouTube guidelines are for like videos? Because I know you guys probably have read the policy or you probably understand the policy, but like I can go into a little more detail if you want to, so you guys don't get terminated or banned. Should I go over it real quick? All right. So there's 5 things you need to avoid when you're doing YouTube. Right, the first thing is sexual content. Do not make any type of sexual content. You guys, these videos are for little kids. Right? YouTube will immediately terminate you or they'll take you down. Right? And you guys can say, oh, okay, well, there's other people doing it. Well, they probably will eventually get banned. Right? So just don't do any type of sexual content. Number 2, do not do any type of content that someone is injured. I'm talking about a person-to-person injury. Right? If someone slaps someone else, don't do it. YouTube's AI will probably get you, shadow banned for that. Cursing is okay. Cursing is okay, but not explicit. No slurs. That's number 3. No racism. Okay, no racism. Racism also is bad. If there's some bad words, it's okay, right? But in general, like I would try to avoid clips with it. But there's like, for example, if you guys know that guy who like was always like randomly talking to animals, like he curses sometimes, but it's like it's very casual. It's not like he's calling someone like a racial slur. All right, number 3 is anyone who is dead, right? No people who are dead, no animals that are dead, nothing like that, right? Don't do any type of dead things. Don't pull a Logan Paul, all right? Because that's immediately going to get you shadow banned, obviously, right? And the last one that a lot of people don't think about, it's actually children in danger. So if you guys are doing some sort of AI videos, especially of like animals saving like babies, if you guys are making a video where like there's a kid in danger, like let's say okay, a baby is about to get eaten by a crocodile and a dog saves it, like that video can get terminated because YouTube may see it as you're posting a video of like child endangerment and child abuse. All right. So yeah, those are the 5 things you need to avoid when you guys are making content. Write that down. I'm posting this on YouTube, so if you're watching this on YouTube, you can write about it and just like put in your notes just to make sure you don't accidentally get
how we use emotional retention to your advantage in order to actually increase your retention. How to understand what emotional retention is. This is a term that I've kind of come up with after months of experimenting with a lot of different channels. And this is actually a new thing that I've learned. So you guys are actually hearing this for the first time. And also, this is something I kind of reserved for mostly my students, but I'm going to kind of explain it to you guys in more detail because I just think it's a really cool topic. And I think it's going to help a lot of you guys with improving your views. And what's improving your views going to do? Make you more money. All right, so let's get into it. So when we actually look at a retention graph, for example, like this one right here, right? We have a 75% retention, AVD of 36 of 52. The comment ratio in this video was pretty insane, and it got 317 million views. Here, do a quick little reload for you as well. So what exactly, when we see something like this, right? We see this retention graph right here, right? We have a dip, initial dip, and then it has a little micro dips, and then kind of flattens out and then dips again. Right, this is what a normal retention graph looks like. Another example is this video right here, got 171 million views. Scroll down here, and we actually look at this. You have a dip here, another dip here, and then kind of flattens out. Keep in mind, these videos and these niches is ranking, and this guy versus that guy. These are the niches I'm showing you right now. You have a dip here, and kind of flatlines out. If you look at this video here, has 5 million views, made $368. We have a completely straight line, right? So let's kind of actually explain this in a little bit more detail. Let's try to understand what these, dips actually mean, and also how to understand your retention graph to the fullest, right? But first, I'm going to show you what emotional retention is. So I want you to imagine we have this graph right here, right? And I think in terms of math, because I'm a math guy, right? But I think this will make sense for everyone watching this. Let's say we have different emotions on our emotional curve, right? Or line, right? So we have like happy, and then we have like angry, like little angry face. He's really angry. And then we have like sad, right? And there's lots of different emotions between these. Like there's tension and stuff like that as well. But we'll just use this as an example. And let's say this is 0 to 30 seconds, right? Now, let's say the video went from like starting off happy to really sad, and then it goes angry, and then you go happy, and then you go angry again, right? And then the video ends off with happy, right? So we go happy, sad, angry, happy, angry, happy, right? And this is all going to make sense in a second. I promise you. Just give me a second. So if we actually look at this on a retention graph, right? So we actually look at the retention graph now, R for retention. If we actually look at the percentage over here of the people who actually are watching, and we go to 0 to 30, here's what the retention graph will usually look like. It'll be a dip, and then it'll kind of flat line out like this, right? And you will notice something that when we have a repeating amount of emotions, for example, like we go like this here, it kind of goes like this, right around the happy right here, retention may drop a little bit, and then you're going to have a little dip, and then maybe retention will drop a little bit like here. That's usually what retention graphs usually look like. And this is very healthy, by the way, right? But here's how you can utilize emotional retention graphs to your advantage, right? And I'm going to show you how to actually analyze your own videos to understand emotional retention in a second. But when you're looking at your emotional retention graph, for example, we have the happy, the angry, and then the sad, 0 to 30. Let's say we have another example, okay? So this is example 2. This was example 1. This is example 2 right here. So in example 2, you guys are going to notice something crazy, right? So let's say we go from happy to angry to sad to angry to happy again, right? What you will notice when we are actually looking at the retention graph right here, right, 0 to 60 or 30, you're going to look at something like this, right? It's going to have a little dip here, and then it's going to be like this. And right around our second happy, what's going to happen is we're going to have a massive drop, okay? And as you can tell here, if we actually look at this right here for this retention graph right here, or this emotional retention graph, where we do a double happy, it drops here, okay? What does this mean?
So basically, what I'm trying to explain to you guys is when you repeat emotions on a video, usually what you will notice is you will notice a dip in your retention, right? And this happens a lot, especially for ranking. And I've noticed this because I've dealt with so many different ranking channels that when you are doing ranking, if you have an emotional video where you're doing, like, for example, let's say you're selecting clips, right? And it's like angry, happy, happy, angry. On that second happy, like, the third clip, you will see a dip in retention. And this is very important for you guys to understand because the way you choose your clips, both audibly and visually, are very important. And you need to learn the skill of identifying the emotions of the videos that you are watching. Okay, so this is the skill I want you guys to start mastering, and I'm going to explain how to master this skill in a second. But you guys need to master the skill of emotional detection. Emotional detect. And this is basically going to allow you to be able to identify clips correctly, identify sounds correctly. What do these sounds make you feel, right? What do these sounds do to the viewer's mind? What do these visually and audibly do to make the viewer feel anything? Because guess what, right? At the end of the day, we're looking at two different metrics on YouTube for short form, right? Swipe ratio and average view duration. That's pretty much it. Of course, there's other metrics involved, like, your comment ratio, all this yada yada, right? But like the two main metrics are swipe ratio and AVD, right? And really, you could do AVD divided by length of video, which is really just retention. That's the main things. Of course, there's other analytics, but they are important. But these are the main driving factors, and if your video gets pushed out, this is the main factors of your trust score to get your video pushed out, right? Swipe ratio and retention. So if we're actually looking at this right here, right, we need to know how to use emotional detection and how to use emotional retention to increase our swipe ratio and our average view duration, right? So let's say we are trying to increase our swipe ratio first, right? If we're trying to increase our swipe ratio first we need to identify what types of emotions get people to engage. Curiosity, anger, some type of, attention. Those types of emotions make someone engage. What do you think a hook is? A hook is when you get someone curious, right? That's just really what it is. Or you shock someone into giving you your attention. And attention at a basic level, and we're going to go over this in a second, attention at a basic level is what, right? Because you can only give attention to one thing at a time, right? If you try doing multiple things, it's a little bit hard. When you're scrolling Instagram or YouTube or TikTok, you're giving attention to whatever video you're watching, right? So attention can only be given to one thing, and your attention changes based off what video you watch, right? So what is scientifically an attention change? Well, this is what we call a reaction. And scientifically, guys, what is a reaction? A reaction is, again, a change in something. For example, if water turns to ice, or ice turns to liquid, or the air freezes, right? This is all a reaction. And there's only one way to get someone to react. You need to change their attention with emotion, because the only way to capture emotion or attention is with emotion, which is why I just showed you all those emotional retention graphs. If you're watching this far in the video, by the way, congratulations, you're actually learning some serious sauce here. Everyone who clicked off, bro, I feel bad for them because this actual information is just, it's insane, bro. The amount of times I've explained this to a student and then they've implemented this and then they've gone from like zero to like 1 million or 1 million to 30 million. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And I have so many student testimonials. If you look on the channel, like we have lots of like student reviews and stuff like that, where you guys can see the amount of progress people made. I mean, we take people from like $0 to $10,000 US a month, or from like, 5 US to 35,000. One of our students is up 100 grand this month. Actually, it's 105 if you include their Spotify deal. But I'll show you guys that maybe toward the end of the video, just a little tidbit. Okay, but let's talk about how actually emotional retention and reactions work, right? So what is a reaction? Is a change in something. We're trying to change the emotion, which is why if we go back to our attention graph right here, right? So we have the attention graph. We have like the happy, the angry, and the sad, right? That's angry, and then happy here, right? Or sad here. If we have a 0 to 30, right? If it's different changing of emotions, what's going to happen is we're going to have a retention graph that looks more and more straight. The straighter our retention graph is, the higher our AVD is. The higher our AVD is, the better our retention is. And the better our retention is, the more videos we're going to get pushed to the algorithm, the higher our trust score is going to be, and then overall our TS and our and monthly audience is going to increase, which is going to make us more money. Guys, YouTube is not just uploading videos and having good ideas. All right. There's a lot of thoughts that goes into YouTube. Trust me, the best creators in the world think in terms of this. Right. We've gotten so many views, right? In the past couple of months, I think it's around like 6 billion views. Just from all the different channels. I mean, like this video alone is at 317 million. Just grasp that for a second, right? One video. This video alone is at 171 million. These are 2 videos, right? I'm running 35 channels right now. Now, not every single video is like this. You know, some videos, they kind of only have around 50 million. Some videos, they go 45 million. But regardless, right, we still have videos that get pushed out, right? So these are examples. And by the way, these are channels that we're working with, by the way, as well. But these are examples of kind of how you can use emotional retention to your advantage in order to scale channels up. And we teach all of this in our program in more detail. Now, I know I said later in this video, I'm going to explain how to understand emotional detection, and I'm going to give you some examples of this. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to give you guys some examples of emotional detection, and what better way to do it than Rankzilla. So this is Rankzilla, and you'll notice that if you look at some of Rankzilla's like best videos, right? For example, this one has 341 million. You'll notice something kind of absurd, right? If we actually look at the most popular video and we actually identify each emotion that is played during this entire video, you'll notice that each one is different than the last. For example, the first one here, this guy gets hit, or I guess he kind of falls down, right? And it was Vine Boom sound effects. That's kind of like shock. Over here, he gets hit. That's more funny, right? This one over here, he kind of like falls and breaks his legs. That's like pain, right? Then you go over here, he falls. That's funny again. Now we're going from pain back to funny. This one here, he's flipping around. He falls down through it. It's like shock. You weren't expecting that. Last video here, or the second last video, astronaut. He launches the kid up. That's funny. And this one over here is like the Spider-Man. And this is like cool, right? So like each one of these emotions are a little bit different. And I'm able to just watch these and identify it because I spend basically all day just identifying YouTube videos. But what you guys need to do is you guys need to start watching YouTube videos, not from a perspective of I'm going to consume content for fun, and watch it from a sense of, okay, I'm going to watch these videos and identify every single emotion that happens. And you'll notice the videos that get the most amounts of views on YouTube are videos that have an intense amount of emotions, or are videos that have a consistent amount of different emotions, right? One or the other. There's no in between. Even like the most popular videos, for example, like Daniel Labella, right? If you guys look at Daniel Labella, he had this video that had like 1.7 billion views, I think it's 1.7 right now, 1.6 billion views. And you'll notice like he's running around here, and each time he cleans something up, it's some type of shock factor or funny factor, or it's something that's just more relatable. Like, oh, okay, Legos. All right, I'm going to clean these up because my kids have Legos. Relatable. You know, you're running around. Okay, I have to clean up the kitchen now. That's more funny because he's like jumping all over the table. Now he's throwing away the trash. It's like everyone's done this at some point. Now he's jumping through this. It's shock, right? And every single emotion is just a little bit different than the last one, right? This one over here, it's more funny. He just blew that over there. Like, what's the point, right? He runs back inside. Now he's cleaning with his shirt again. Almost falls, funny, falls again, cartoon style falling, falls a second, third time, and then ends video. Right, so you guys need to learn to identify the different types of emotions, because then you'll be able to kind of understand this emotional retention graph better, and then you'll be able to make better retention graphs, which is going to give you better AVDs, and better AVDs is going to be better for getting better push to the algorithm. Visual storytelling and in more detail about how I'm generating so much views per hour right now. I mean, we're actually at a low right now. Earlier we were at around 1 million views an hour, so we're actually in a dip. And this is also day 10, I believe, of the boot camp. I think we're on day 10 today. So if you guys don't know, we're doing a boot camp video every single day. I'm just going over all the knowledge I know about YouTube. I've generated over 1 billion views personally in the past month. 25 billion views over the course of the past 7 years with my YouTube and my Instagram and my TikTok, just my social media journey in general. And my name is Devin Sinat, so let's get into it. So let's talk about visual storytelling. Now, what's important to know when you're making content is content needs to be driven through emotions, right? We've gone over this multiple times in the bootcamp, but I want to go over it again because I think it's a very important thing to drive home. Emotions is a very important thing, and it's important because all humans feel emotions, right? So when I'm thinking about, making a video that's going to get a lot of views, I'm thinking, okay, what emotion am I going to make people feel in order to actually reach the most amount of people. Because if people aren't feeling an emotion, what are they going to do? They're going to scroll away. So you need to make them feel an emotion, because that's what makes humans unique, and we can express that through many different ways, like arts or content creation or music or whatever, right? So when I figure out that, okay, I'm going to make them feel an emotion, the next thing I'm going to do is figure out how am I going to convey that emotion. And I can convey it through two different ways, right? I can convey it through music is the first one, and music is great. Music is a great thing you should be focusing on when you are choosing, what type of short you're going to make. And the second thing is visual storytelling. So I'm just going to put visual because I don't want to write all of it. Visual. So I don't even know if I spelled visual correctly, guys. I didn't go to college. I make YouTube videos and content creation, and I sell software, and I do brand deals for a living. Hey, but it's making at least $60K a month. Just saying. So music and visuals. So how am I actually going to convey emotions through these two different lenses? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is tell you guys right now, you do not need to make English content to target people who speak English. You don't need to make Portuguese content to target people who are in Brazil. You don't need to make Indian content and people who speak, like that language in order to actually target people in India. You can make videos that are so broad that anyone in the world can watch it. Anyone. I'm not even joking. You could get billions of views per video if you did it correctly. So the first thing I want to say is take off a couple limits that you may have put on yourself. And one limit that a lot of people put on themselves is they think, oh, I can only make videos in English because I only speak English. Or I can only make videos in Spanish because I only speak Spanish. Do not limit yourself by languages, because a language is just a way to communicate ideas. So what is a language, right? A language, bro, I cannot spell for the life of me. Oh my gosh, I cannot spell at all. I'm going to put lang. Sorry, guys. A language is just a way to communicate ideas, right? Because if I'm saying, hey, that hat is red, that is me thinking in my head, that hat is red. I'm going to tell them through my words that that hat is red, okay? Maybe that kind of makes sense. But a video, what you can do with a video is you can showcase visuals and sounds without words. And what's amazing about that is people from, people who speak English, Portuguese, Spanish, people who speak, Japanese, they can all watch that same video and understand what it is, as long as your visual storytelling and your sound or your music just matches up. And you don't even need to use sound. You can purely just do visual storytelling, and you can get billions, with a B, billions of views every single month. Now I'm going to give you guys a good example of this, right? So if you guys don't know who this guy is, his name is Daniel Labella. And what this guy does is he does videos where he runs around, right? He runs around and he basically just does funny little skits, right? So if we look at his most popular video, it has 1.6 billion views. So this video is him just running around. He's scooping up stuff. He's running. And what's awesome about this is basically every single human can run, right? You can watch this and in any language understand what is going on, right? He's not limited himself by language because it's just an entertaining thing. And it has 39 million likes. It's at 1.6 billion views. And if you notice, if you look in the comment section of that video, it's going to be people who are speaking all different types of languages, because it doesn't matter if you speak English to understand what's going on in the video, So you guys need to master the skill of visual storytelling, because language should not be an issue when you are making content. So do not limit yourself by language, all right? You should be telling through only visual. And of course, if you put English captions, that's going to enhance it, but you're also going to limit the reach, because if people are seeing English captions and they don't understand English, let's say they speak Japanese, they're just not going to watch the video. You know what I'm saying? So it's a great example of that. And by the way, he probably made, if you guys are wondering, he probably made around $120,000 from this video alone. Just FYI, by the way, because I know some people who told me about the revenue that video made. So visual storytelling. Do not limit yourself by language. Emotions. Now, the next thing I would say is, once you understand that you can't limit yourself by language, you need to understand what type of content you're going to make. So, for example, brain rot is pretty universal right now, right? Brain rot, Roblox, this type of stuff, you can pretty much understand in any language. But I see a lot of people doing is, when they're making these videos, right, of, for example, like, let's say you're doing Roblox content, They put captions in English, which is just why? Why would you do that? There was people all over the world putting, making Roblox videos in all different types of languages. So if you are going to make a Roblox channel, you might as well just, instead of limiting yourself by English captions, just, don't put any captions at all. And, use visual storytelling, use storytelling to actually, captivate the audience, and then you're going to get more views. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself in this video, but I really need to drive this point home, how important it is to actually use visual storytelling, because, visual storytelling is there's only 1.5 billion people in the world who speak English, all right? And the rest of the people speak other languages. And if there's around 8 billion people in the world, you're limiting yourself to only 20% of the world's population. It's around 1.5 to 2 billion people who speak English. All right, so that means there's another 75% of people in the world who do not speak English that can't understand your video. But if you do visual storytelling, you can literally get every person in the world, 100% of the people in the world, to actually be able to understand and watch your video. All right, that's how important visual storytelling is. So please use this to your advantage. When you're making videos, you don't need to actually use captions. You don't need to have people speaking English. If you're making AI videos, Roblox videos, if you're doing any type of like Zach Films type videos, sometimes you don't even need to have English or captions or anything. If the visual is good enough, you can get people to just watch. And I'm gonna also give another good example of this. I don't know if you guys know that movie that came out called Flow, and it's this movie that here it is. That was actually it got like a Grammy Award for like best-selling. It had 97% Rotten Tomato. It's like, I think it's around an hour and something long. And this movie has no words. It is purely audio and visual storytelling. And it's got a very, very high rating on Rotten Tomato. And it shows how far you can go with just using visual storytelling to just captivate audiences. So please, visual storytelling is one of the most important skills you can learn as a content creator, and I've used it personally to generate over 25 billion views over my content creation career. I mean, this month alone, I'm at 1.5 billion views across all my channels, and we're just pulling an insane amount of views right now. I mean, if you guys just look at this, I'm running over 37 channels, and I'm implementing visual storytelling into every one of my channels because it actually helps gain momentum, and I'm going to explain everything and how you can actually use it in this video to your advantage with actual examples, because I've seen a lot of people talk about how, a lot of gurus, they show analytics, but they don't actually show videos and examples of what to do. So I'm going to show you guys actual examples today. This video particularly got 535 million views, and I want to break it down in this video. But first of all, guys, my name is Devin Sianath. I'm a view maximizer. I've been doing content creation for over 8 years now, and I just want to kind of help you guys out a little bit. This is day 24 of the boot camp for view maximizing. If you haven't watched any other bootcamp videos, go ahead and watch the first one first and watch all the way through, because we are actually loading a crazy amount of results right now for people in our Discord. Anyways, let's get into it. So the first thing I notice when I look at this video is it's instantly Ronaldo, and Ronaldo is a very, very famous person. Now, one thing you'll notice about this video is there's really not any words in it. And you're also going to notice that we use a lot of visual and sound hooks rather than any type of speech. So when we are actually doing any type of visual storytelling ever, it doesn't matter if you are making Roblox content or soccer edits, or you're doing skull edits, or you're doing ranking, it does not matter. When you're using visual storytelling, you want to make sure you keep the viewer engaged both visually and audibly. These two go hand in hand. It's kind of like the yin and yang of content. If you do not use visual and audio capabilities together, then your channel is going to be cooked. You need both of these in order to view maximize, and that's how I'm getting close to 1.5 billion views a month. Let's actually watch this video first, and then we can actually talk about why it went viral.
What?
So one thing you'll notice so far is there's only sound. There's no text, right? And all we're doing is just using the camera to showcase what is going on. This is amazing because, first of all, Ronaldo's a very famous person and everyone knows who he is. The reason why Ronaldo is so famous is because he is a very popular football player. Now, let's talk about this in detail, because football is a huge topic we can talk about for visual storytelling. Now, when we actually look at football, the first thing we think about is people like Messi or people like Ronaldo. And this is really, really great because these people, you're able to understand who they are without language. Because language is a very, very, very awful thing that we have created. If we could actually just implement our knowledge and put it in someone else's brain, knowledge would be so much easier transmitted, and we wouldn't need any type of speech. But because humans are limited by telepathic thoughts, we cannot actually transfer information through our minds. You know what I'm saying? So we have to use words. But since we have eyes, we're able to actually visually see what people have accomplished and actually know who they are. For example, Messi is obviously the best soccer player of all time. Screw all you Ronaldo fans. But everyone knows who these people are, right? So it's because everyone knows who these people are, we can visually use storytelling as the focal point of the videos, and people who are from India or from Pakistan or from Brazil or from America or from, I don't know, Antarctica, it doesn't really matter where you are, you'll be able to understand what is going on because you know that Messi is the best soccer player. So when you're watching it, you understand that, okay, I'm watching the best soccer player in the world right now, you know? Or if you're watching Ronaldo, you're saying, okay, well, I'm watching the second best soccer player in the world right now. And this kind of helps the viewer kind of watch without knowing any language. Like, I bet you, guys, there was only 1.5 billion people in the world who speak English, and this video got 535 million views. So either 33% of everyone who speaks English saw this video, or 2, the more likely option, which is the actual correct option, people from all around the world actually saw this video. If you don't know where I'm getting at, I'll kind of explain it now. The reason I'm getting 1.5 billion views a month across all social media platforms is because I'm targeting the world. I'm not targeting niches. When I make videos, I think, can a mom watch this? Can a baby watch this? Can a grandpa watch this? Can someone from Pakistan? Can someone from Brazil? Can someone from Australia? Can someone from America? Can they watch it? Doesn't matter if they're gender. Doesn't matter what their race is. If they see this video, will they watch it? I've actually had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Beast one time in a very big group setting where it was like 100 people. You could ask him a question. And I asked him, I said, Jimmy, what would you do if you were to pick a niche? Like, what's the best niche to pick? And he said, pick the world. And I think this was a very, very amazing example because if you are picking the world, right, you're targeting videos that can basically just reach everyone, then it really doesn't matter what you are uploading because you can watch from any language, any visual, and you will just watch it because it's entertaining. Your niche should be everyone, not just people who care about iPhones. It should be everyone. And that is a very, very important part I need you to actually nail home. Anyways, let's go back to this video. So when you notice is when we're actually looking at this video, the first hook is Ronaldo is handing off to, I think this is his wife or his girlfriend, and there's a big circle. And he's giving her a gift.
What?
This is really, really a big deal because Ronaldo is giving a gift to someone that he cares about. Everyone knows who Ronaldo is. He's giving a gift to someone, and he opens it, and it's a little baby, which means they're probably having a kid. Now, here's a funny moment. Remember, we're not saying, oh, look what happened when Ronaldo and his wife did this. We're not saying any of that. There's no words. It's just visual storytelling. And because we're using visual storytelling, people are continuing to watch. Now, you notice here, we actually do use text. Now, why are we allowed to use text here? The reason why we're allowed to use text in this scenario specifically is because this is the person's name. And because this is the person's name, it's okay. So this entire video is just visual storytelling. You notice there's not any words. And that's why this video got so many views. So when you guys are actually making your own content, make sure that you guys are actually trying to use visual storytelling. I've said this point before, I'm going to say it again. Guys, if you are using captions in your video, you are limiting yourself to 20% of the world's population. I know that sounds like a lot of people, but that means 80% of the people in the world who don't speak English will not be able to understand the video you're uploading. So don't use captions. If you stop using captions, I promise you, you're going to get more views because more people are able to see your content. Now, for those of you who are arguing, Devin, I don't want to get, people from all around the world because my RPM is going to drop. Bro, I'm making almost $40,000 a month from one of my YouTube channels right now on shorts. It's getting close to 600 million views a month right now. And the reason I'm able to do that is because I don't use captions. It's a Roblox channel, and I don't use captions. And the reason I don't use captions is because there are people in the world from Indonesia, from India, from Asia, from the United States, from Africa who don't speak English, and they still play the game. So what I do is I visually show them what's going on in the game and use sound effects, and I can use reactions and emojis, and that's it. And because I have the skill of visual storytelling, I can implement it to any content piece and get a massive amount of views. So even though my RPM is 8 cents, which a lot of you guys freak out about, 8 cents, it doesn't matter because I'm getting 600 million views a month. That's like 10% of the world's population. More like 5% of the world's population, but still, it's a huge portion of the people. And because of that, it ends up being around 40K a month. Remember, these are qualified views as well. Remember that. So please take that into consideration when you're making content. Because if you use this one skill of visual storytelling, you actually implement it to your content, you stop using captions and target the world as your niche rather than soccer moms or rather than people who play soccer, rather than people who play Roblox. If you target everyone, it doesn't matter. Because I bet you there are people who don't watch Roblox who actually watch my channel because I use incredible visual storytelling. So anyone who watches it can understand what's going on. It doesn't matter if you play the game. You can watch it and know what's happening. Sorry if I was a little aggressive. This is a very important topic, and I really want to make sure you guys understand how to actually use this to your advantage. I'm going to explain exactly how you can get a 10 million plus view hour, 48-hour mark, because it's pretty difficult to achieve this. But if you know the right steps and you follow the right instructions to be able to hit this, you can consistently do this over the entire month. Because a lot of the students we're working with right now kind of hit this point where they want to hit 10 million views in the past 48 hours, but they don't actually get there because they don't know the right instructions. So in this video, I'm going to explain everything you need to know. Also, this is day 4 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp. Let's get straight into it. And before you guys say this is fake, I'm going to open see more for each of these channels. So you can see also it loads here. I can show you if I hover over this, is all the views here for every single one of these channels, just so you can get an idea, just to make sure you guys know that, everything we're doing here is real. Because a lot of people don't think this is possible, getting 20 million views in the past 48 hours. We've had channels get 60 million views in 48-hour marks before. And it is very easy once you actually understand the steps. So really, I hope this video helps. Let's get straight into it. So the first thing we need to do is set a goal of what we actually want to hit. So if our goal here is 10 million views in 48 hours, right? 10 million views in 48 hours, then we need to understand what do we actually need to do to break this down. So this is actually 5 million views in 24 hours, or this is basically having one viral video every single day, right? So to consistently get viral videos, which is really the key to achieving this 10 million view 48-hour mark, you need to understand how to increase your trust score and how to maximize for views. Because a lot of people, they maximize for other metrics like comments or subscribers, or they maximize for engagement. That does not get you views, because at the end of the day, we're paid through one metric. It's the amount of views we generate is the amount of money we make, right? So in this video, I'm explaining more how to actually view maximize your channel rather than maximize for other metrics. So if we go back to this channel here, you can see that at the beginning of this channel, when I started working with this student specifically, we were at around 1 million views in the first couple of days of us working together, and we scaled it up consistently over time. Now, if you can see, what we started doing is we started uploading more and more videos every single day, right? So when we started uploading more and more videos every single day, you can't see it here actually because it's here. Let me go the past 90 days and you can see it a little better here. So you can see here, this is when he was not uploading every single day. Then we started doing quantity and quality combined, and we start scaling it up. Now, how do you recognize what is your quality and quantity, and how do you actually get that metric to be able to understand what you need to do to improve, right? Because at the end of the day, you want actionable steps here. So what you should do is first look at your video analytics and then look at the retention of your videos, right? Because at the end of the day, if we want to get the most amount of views, we were awarded these views from YouTube, right? So YouTube's algorithm will determine if a video is going to get pushed out to the algorithm to get more views. Now, why does YouTube actually push out videos to get views? It's because YouTube wants to make money. right? So you need to understand that if you want to get views, you need to have the mindset that we're going to help the YouTube algorithm make more money, because at the end of the day, YouTube is a business. The YouTube algorithm is going to push out videos that makes them money. If it makes them money, then it'll push out to more people, right? Because I got this question the other day from one of my students as well that was asking like, hey, Devin, where do you see the future of YouTube going with all this AI stuff happening right now, right? Because there's so much different stuff happening with AI. And there's so much different people who are, uploading AI slop and they're getting millions of views. So what's the direction you see YouTube going? And I told him it's going in a direction that makes them the most amount of money, right? Because YouTube is a business, it's a corporation, they need to make more money. If you make videos that make them more money, you will get awarded views, because views, again, equal money, right? So how does YouTube actually make money from views? So you need to understand that YouTube makes money through views through Google Ads, right? So there's people like me and you who can actually go on Google Ads, right? And they can pay for ad placements on Google. So Google Ads are awarded to these people who do the ad placements. YouTube gets a cut of the revenue, and then after they get the cut of the revenue, this is where RPM becomes a thing. When our RPM is generated, YouTube takes a 45-55 split, with us being in favor here to make the most amount of money possible, right? So this is kind of how YouTube makes money and how we make money, right? We make money because YouTube is making money as well. YouTube is not just randomly gifting us dollars, right? We're making them money. Advertisers are making money because of ad placements. Okay, now that you understand this, how do we actually get to the 10 million view 48-hour mark, right? Well, look at the analytics that actually get you views rather than getting vanity metrics, right? So if you don't know what a vanity metric is, a vanity metric, right? I'm just going to put V metrics here. A vanity metric is a metric that is awarded to you through YouTube's algorithm for example, engagement, but doesn't actually make them money, right? For example, subscribers is a vanity metric, right? Because if you subscribe to a channel, does this make the channel more money? No. Does it make YouTube more money? No, all right? It's just another tick in the system, right? Subscribers are a vanity metric. Clicking on sound is a vanity metric as well, right? Clicking on sound is also a vanity metric. Another vanity metric is comments, right? And you'll kind of start noticing here that a lot of metrics that are measured on YouTube, like comments, subscribers, clicking on the sound, remixes, these are all vanity metrics that do not make YouTube money. Now, what metrics actually do make YouTube money? Well, retention is one of them. There's also swipe ratio, right? And there's also average view duration. These are honestly all the metrics you need to understand how YouTube makes money. Oh, and also link the video as well, right? And this is kind of how I've created my trust score. I've been doing this YouTube game for like 8 years now. These are the metrics I've noticed. When I improve these metrics, we make a lot of money doing it, all right? Now, what do we actually do to improve these metrics? Because you can be like, okay, Devin, I understand you got to improve these metrics, but what do we do here to actually make money from it, right? So we have retention, swipe ratio, link the video, and average view duration. Awesome sauce, all right? Let's put this over here. All right, so first let's go over retention. So YouTube makes money when a person spends time on that video and then buys a product from a Google ad placement. When the Google ad placement has a person who buys a product, the advertisers see it as a good return on their investment and they go back to YouTube to make them more money. All right. So in simple terms, if we make videos that make Google advertisers money, then YouTube makes money. All right. Okay. Awesome. So what retention do we need to make Google advertisers money, which makes YouTube money as well? Getting a 100+% retention is ideal to make advertisers more money. And then this also makes YouTube more money as well, which also makes us money. I hope you guys are getting the picture here. All right. Awesome. Swipe ratio. What do we need our swipe ratio to be to make sure people are making the most amount of money? Ideally, we want our swipe ratio, if in the perfect world, we want to be to 100%, but that is not possible. If you can have an 81.1% plus swipe ratio, this is an ideal place to be to make the, most amount of money. And you'll notice throughout the course of this bootcamp, I'm going to mention all of these multiple times to drill it in your head how important these metrics are, okay? Average view duration. What do we want our average view duration to be? We want our average view duration to be higher than the length of our video. If you guys don't know what these metrics mean, retention is the percentage of someone watching all the way through. Swipe ratio is the swipe rate of people actually staying on your video. Average view duration stands for the average view duration of your video. And LOV stands for the length of your video. All right. Remember these terms. Go rewatch that part again if you need to understand those metrics. This is a very important thing to go over and understand. I will be using R factor as retention, SW as swipe ratio, AVD is average view duration, and LOV is length of video for the remaining of this boot camp. All right. Because you guys need to understand this is the YouTube masterclass here. So you need to understand how to do this stuff. And lastly, our LOV should be 32 seconds long. Make sure you're uploading 32-second videos. All right. Now, why do we want to hit these metrics, right? So the first thing is, remember, we're always thinking about advertisers here. So there was a study done that showed that advertisers are willing to spend more money on 32-second videos, right? So if we spend more money on if we make 32-second videos, these Google ads will spend more money on us. If more money is spent on our video, then YouTube will push out more of our metrics. For example, like this channel here, it's getting pushed out very drastically because we started uploading 32-second videos. If I go to content and then I go to videos here, my editor will probably have to blur this out a lot. But if I sort here and I should just go down, you can see that originally we were not uploading 32-second videos. I'm going to have my editor kind of just show these numbers here real quick. You can see this is 43, 20, 35, 34, 39. And these videos were, performing okay. They were performing pretty well. But if we just go up now, to like kind of more recent, you can see that we're getting way higher views here. Let's see if my editor can blur it out. We have 33, 35, 36, 33, 32. So these videos, are performing a lot better because we're getting in that range of 32 seconds. When advertisers see that they're making a return on their investment, they will spend more money on you, which will also increase the amount of views you're getting. All right, awesome. I hope you guys understand that. So remember, again, 32-second videos, ads spend more. When ads spend more, guess what? YouTube makes more as well. And when YouTube makes more, we make more. And when we make more, we also get more views, which is the 48-hour mark that I'm talking about. Awesome. Okay. Same thing for this as well. The reason why we want to have a higher LOV is same thing with the study as well. Advertisers studied and showed that if you watch a video longer than the average view duration or the average length of video, then you will actually get pushed out to the algorithm further and advertisers will make more money. All right. So this is pretty much the entire formula I use here for view maximizing, right? And of course, I'm going to go into more in depth about this because this is only day 4 of the view maximizing bootcamp. We still have so many stuff to go over. We're going to be doing this the next 30 days. If you guys haven't looked at the bootcamp yet, there's a free playlist on YouTube where I'm going over every single day, more information to maximize your channel, scale from $0 to $10,000 a month, and then $10,000 to $100,000 a month as we are doing across all the channels we were doing right now. As you can see here, we are running a buttload of channels here. We're running a ton of channels and we're getting a ton of views on all these channels as well because we view maximize. So main takeaways, guys, one more time: retention, swipe ratio, average view duration, length of video, maximize them, get the best metrics you can possibly get. 32-second videos makes you the most money, bada boom, bada bing. There's a checklist that you guys need to always go through before you upload a video. All right, so I'm going to kind of show that to you guys right now. The first thing you need to understand when you are making a checklist for content is you need to understand, okay, why are we making a checklist in the first place? So YouTube has a lot of key metrics that they look for before they push a video out. For example, your retention, your average view duration, how long a video is, are you including tags, how old is your channel, how many times have you uploaded, how many times have you uploaded today. All of these things are really important. What's your casual viewer rating, right? So of all of those, I'm going to kind of list the more important things. So when you guys are uploading videos in the future, you can kind of know what to do. All right, so the first things first, the most important thing is uploading a 32-second video, right? I know people have gotten viral videos before that are not 32 seconds. I'm telling you right now, if you upload a 32-second video, you are more likely to go viral. I have had hundreds, well not hundreds, I would say close to maybe 50-ish videos that have hit over 100 million views across all my channels. And all of them were at least 32 seconds long. You will not see a video that has over 100 million views that is under 32 seconds long. And if you, as a content creator, are trying to reach the biggest amount of reach possible, you should be trying to optimize your channel for the most reach, which is why aiming for 32-second videos is ideal. So if you're uploading videos that's 29 seconds and you're wondering, why am I stuck in 30K view jail? well, actually, maybe you should probably upload longer videos. This is the bare minimum. And there's a couple of reasons for this. I've kind of gone over it in the bootcamp, but I'm going to go over it again anyway, so it kind of makes sense for you guys. And I just realized, bro, my computer's not plugged in. Let me put the charger quick. So one thing I would say is really important when you're uploading 32-second videos is advertisers are willing to spend more on videos that are longer. So there was a study actually done by advertisers, and they noticed that people who watched 32-second videos or longer ended up spending more money for an ad, right? So advertisers, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to want to spend more money on ads. And also, you got to remember, YouTube is a business, right? So if YouTube is a business and they're trying to make the most amount of money possible, then they're probably going to want to push out videos that advertisers are willing to spend more money on, right? So uploading 32-second videos, even if you're not monetized, is going to immediately get you pushed out to the algorithm, because the algorithm wants to make money for YouTube, because YouTube is a business, right? So if you actually upload 30-second videos, you're going to make more money. Also, on top of that, for music royalties as well, music companies have noticed as well that there's a higher conversion rate with 32-second plus videos. If you upload a 32-second video to YouTube, when you're using a music royalty, your RPM will 5 to 10x for your music royalty. And I know music royalties have been a little more stinky recently because of all the bans and stuff, especially with Blast Off and stuff. I know you guys were using DeLuna. DeLuna actually shut down applications because they don't also want to get banned. But this still goes regardless. You know, if music royalties end up coming back, music royalties are also a big reason why 32-second videos are important. Does that kind of make sense, guys? Can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down or yes, no? Does that make sense to you guys? Or did I not explain that good? Okay, awesome. All right. So yeah, that's the first step, right? That's the first step in understanding your checklist. The second thing you want to look for is making sure your swipe ratio is above 81.1%. All right? If your swipe ratio is below 81.1%, you can still get a viral video, but it's not going to be as likely. Because, like I said, over the thousands of videos I've uploaded across all my channels, I've not had a viral video over 100 million views have below an 81.1% swipe ratio. Like, this is like, that is the criteria you need to reach in order to get a viral video. If your swipe ratio is below 81.1%, then you're probably doing something wrong. You should look at your hook, right? And look at either, are you doing a hook or are you doing an anti-hook? Either one works, right? But you need to make sure you're getting the swipe ratio to above or at 81.1%. Does that make sense, guys? So how do you get it up? Great question. So I think it depends on the niche. I don't want to give the most, I can give the most broad advice for you, but it's going to kind of depend on whatever content you're uploading. But I would say the best way to get someone to immediately watch your video is to throw them into it, right? You want to throw them in. A lot of people, they kind of start the video with, what's up guys, in this video or in this short or blah, 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 blah. And people don't like that because they don't like your time being wasted. If you watch basically all of my long form videos for my bootcamp, I don't ever do intros. I'm like 1.5 billion views in 28 days. Here's how I did it, right? Because you don't want to waste the viewer's time because every single millisecond is important. So in your future videos, when you're uploading content, throw them straight into the video, right? If it's a Roblox channel, throw them straight into just a Vine boom sound effect. If it's a ranking channel, don't do an intro. Just throw them into the most like crazy clip. Another thing, guys, for ranking videos as well, if you're making ranking videos, like let's say you have 7 of them, right? Even though you're starting off with like number 3 and you're trying to basically just make it so number 1's the most interesting, make your first clip the most interesting. Remember, you are the content creator. You have complete control over your video. It doesn't matter if the last clip is more interesting or not. Your goal is to hook them in and keep them there, right? So even if you use the most interesting clip as the first one, that's okay, right? Because we don't have any rules we need to follow other than these right here. Pretty much anything goes for content. Does that make sense, guys? Okay, let me see real quick. What's that, bro? All right, let me read the rest of your questions. Wait. Actually, there was one more thing for the checklist. Guys, don't use tags, by the way. I think I've already talked about this a lot. I'm going to explain it a little more real quick. Do not use tags. Tags are bad, all right? Tags and descriptions as well. Tag/description is bad. So the reason why tags are bad is for 2 main reasons. The first one is when you use tags you are initially reaching a set demographic of people. Let's say I wanted to target people who really like iPhones, right? And I make a content about, hey, this new Apple product is pretty cool. People who have Android or Samsung really won't care about it as much, right? The reason why is because our goal as content creators is trying to get the most amount of reach possible, right? If we are not getting the most amount of reach possible, we're not getting the most amount of views, then we are limiting the amount of money we can make. Because I'm a view maxer. That's kind of what I've given myself like the name for. I'm a view maxer. So instead of trying to maximize the amount of views I get in one niche, I target the world. So actually, I was able to have a conversation with Mr. Beast. It was like 100 creators in the Discord server, and everyone got to ask him one question, right? And I got to ask him, I said, Jimmy, what niche would you recommend me start or pursue? Because I'm trying to get the most amount of views. And Jimmy said, if we're trying to get the most amount of views, you should target the world. And I kind of took that to heart, and I took it to pretty much every single thing I do moving forward. When I'm making content, I try to target the world instead of targeting a set demographic of people. Because if we targeted people who like art and we were making pottery, then instead of targeting people who make pottery, we should target people who care about art because it's a bigger demographic. Just like if we're making content about like ranking, we shouldn't just make content about ranking soccer clips. We should rank everything because it gives a broader reach. Because I bet there's some people who don't care about soccer at all who will probably be interested if you make a more broad video. So make sure you're trying to get the widest demographic of people. And that's why I don't like using tags and descriptions, because this actually indicates to YouTube that, hey, we're making Roblox content. Let's push it to Roblox content people only. And I bet there are people who play Fortnite, there are people who play other games. I bet there's some, moms who watch like the news and they give their kid the phone. The kid's on the phone, they're scrolling, and they see a Roblox video. The kid's gonna watch it, There's all these things that you don't really think about too much, but tags and descriptions are not good for pushing out shorts. Long form's a little different because long form you want to target people. For example, for my bootcamp videos, I use tags and descriptions, right? Because my goal is to target people like you guys, people who actually care about view maxing, right? Because I don't think the average person who cares about pottery is going to care about maximizing their views. But I know you guys do because you guys are content creators. Does that make sense? All right, cool. So tags aren't needed? Yeah, tags are not needed. What about viral tags? Well, I'm going to talk about that a little later in a second. All right, I'm glad you see what I'm saying here, Spen. All right, let me scroll back up. Let me answer some more questions. Latest video is sitting at 75% to 85% CVR. What do you mean CVR? I don't know what that means. What's a CVR? You mean swipe ratio? Bro, let me get him in here. Can you raise your hand? Let me get you in here, bro. Guys, this guy is a goat when it comes to YouTube. What's up, bro? Guys, this guy is the GOAT of YouTube, I'm telling you right now. What were you doing? Yeah. Me too, bro. I've been going out recently too. Honestly, I'm just answering some questions, bro. I'm just answering these guys' questions over here because I haven't really been doing the calls. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do a big call for everyone. Yeah, bro. Hold on, let me see some more questions real quick. Yeah, dude, I've been seeing your channel's been a little shaky the past couple videos. Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at your channel later today, and I'll give you a little update and see what I can tell you. I'll do a. Let me see real quick. Someone asked, what if you get 0 views in your newest video? Well, that means your trust score is probably not optimized correctly. If you're getting 0 views, that means YouTube doesn't trust you. So you probably should optimize your trust score first. Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can create a new account today and upload, and you probably can get like 50 views. It's just like, make sure your feature eligibility is enabled. Don't use tags. Don't say subscribe in the video, especially for your first video, because YouTube detects all that stuff. There's like transcripts, you know? And if they like notice you're doing that stuff, they may indicate that you're a bot account. Because the only reason you get 0 views is if YouTube thinks you're a bot. So that means you're you need to act more like a human, bro. I think he's talking about like the pulsing thing you use. Yeah, I bet there's a CapCut animation for it. Yeah. You use presets, right? Of course, yeah. But he says, someone said, I have 81 videos. I'm monetized and grateful, but UK, only 2 of my videos popped off. 130 million views, 2 million views, rest for 79 view jail. Okay. So what I would do if I were you is I would look at your 30 million view video and look at all the analytics. Look at how long the video is, what's the niche, did you use hashtags, what was the actual content of the video. I mean, there's so much stuff that goes into it, man. Like, what's your niche? Are you okay saying that? We can take a look together, and I can share my screen. I don't know if you're okay with me leaking your channel though. I'm trying out Roblox rant niche. First video got 25k views, fourth got similar swipe ratio, barely got 1k. So bro, you're gonna notice that when you are uploading videos, your first initial videos may get like a boost because YouTube's testing your audience, and then you're gonna have a drop. This is called a test and rebalance for when you're starting out. You guys can still see my screen, right? Let me see right now. Okay, so you had a 30 million view jail, or 30 million video. How long is the video? 23 seconds? Okay. Okay, let me look at your latest video and see the difference. Alright, I see the problem. So, okay. If you notice, during your entire clip, what you did here is you created tension, right? So tension's a really awesome emotion because when someone feels tension, they kind of freeze up and they start watching, right? For this video here, you didn't give me enough tension in the first couple seconds of your video. Like I was gonna, if you actually just let the clip play out, you completely switched to another guy. All of a sudden, I don't care anymore. Because we're talking about the girl, now we're talking about this guy. I don't care, right? But if we're talking about this guy here, you start off here where he drinks too much Red Bull. The music is creating some type of tension. And then the entire clip is just him going down and up, right? That's pretty much it. That's all he's doing the entire time. So because of that, it creates tension in the viewer's hearts, which makes them consistently watch, right? For this one here, you had tension in the beginning, but then you just threw it all away when you brought up this other guy. Like, no one cares about this guy. They only care about the girl. So if you're going to build up a story, do it like how you did this video. Because if you replicate this style, you apply it to different people, you're going to get similar results. Does that kind of make sense? All right, cool. Do that moving forward. Yeah, dude. Using emotions is really awesome, guys, because YouTube really wants two things. Well, really three things, right? What does YouTube want? YouTube wants, one, to make money. They want to satisfy the viewer. And they want to keep people on their platform as long as possible. Right? So if YouTube wants these three things, people on their platform as long as possible, to make money, and to satisfy their viewer, then what is your job? It's to just apply all of these three things, right? So for example, if YouTube wants to make money, upload 32-second videos, because this increases the RPM, and it also increases how much money YouTube can make. If YouTube wants to satisfy the viewer, then you should have a higher average view duration, preferably above 100% retention. Because if you have 100% plus retention video, what does this indicate? It indicates that someone watched the video all the way through, and then they watched it again. They were so satisfied with your video that they watched it twice. That indicates YouTube satisfaction. If they want to keep people on the platform as long as possible, what do you got to do? Increase your swipe ratio, and also increase your average view duration. It all comes hand in hand. Remember, we are YouTube's butlers. We just basically do whatever YouTube wants. And if YouTube wants people on the platform as long as possible, make the most money, and to satisfy the viewer, then we're just that's what we do for YouTube. That's pretty much it. Does that make sense, guys? Unless you use ChatGPT, you do all the AI stuff for you, do the voices, automate it. That is true. That's very true. You know, Roblox rants are a little annoying to watch, but sometimes I watch them. It depends on if it's actually interesting or not. You know, but I'm sure little kids, like, they eat that up. Can you review my Roblox rant channel? Sure. Did you send it? Let's review it. I'm just immediately not interested. Okay, I wouldn't start off with this long text here, right? You'll notice with a lot of more viral videos, they only have a small amount of text, 1, 2, or even 3 words. 3 words max, by the way, right? If you're going to have a Roblox rant, have it so 1 word is popping up on the screen always. You don't want this like this, because I'm gonna be straight with you guys. The people who actually like play Roblox on mass scale are little kids, and a lot of them are illiterate. They don't know how to read. So putting a big text like that is just going to immediately just turn them off. So I'd recommend not putting a lot of text like that. Yeah, there's nothing really happening. Yeah, and these images are behind the text. I've never seen this error before. I probably wouldn't use this. The sound effects didn't match up with the actual images itself. The music's okay, but I mean, like, I would probably make the voice higher pitch and faster, right? It's too slow. I think the music's too loud as well, because I can't really hear him too well. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. But don't use any transitions as well if you're doing for those Roblox rant stuff. You'll notice like it's really fast-paced, entertaining stuff going on. It's commentary over the background of something, like he's going through some of the parkour. Yeah, a lot of stuff I would fix for that one. Can you review my GTA shorts? I'll look at your thumbnails. I don't know if I want to look at a long-form video here. What? What do you mean 10 months? Oh, yeah. Let's see here. These thumbnails are actually pretty good, not gonna lie. I don't think these are bad. I'd probably make it a little more glowy, but like it's not really a bad thing. What's your average CTA, bro? I definitely increase the saturation. Also, I'd get rid of this Grand Theft Auto logo in the corner of the screen. just because like you don't want there to be clutter, so I would just not put it there. Like you don't see Mr. Beast putting Feastables in the bottom right of his thumbnails. It's just very, very simple. So I'd recommend doing that as well. All right, okay, we're getting a lot of channels here now. Before I start looking at these, can I have any more questions, guys? Do you have any questions or anything like that before I hop into actually channel reviews? Like just general questions I can answer, so anyone who's listening could kind of take it. Oh, viral tags, that's a good one. Okay, I actually was gonna make a video on this tonight. So here's the thing with viral tags, right? So let me kind of explain how viral tags works. So for these viral tags, you'll see a lot of these people, they use like the kind of like the hashtag and then some random like Pakistan or Indian creator. So for viral tags, what it does, it's basically these Pakistan or Indian creators have a team of people who upload mass scale videos using a certain hashtag. And what it does is it inflates the views for that hashtag. And when YouTube sees a lot of people uploading one video on multiple, one hashtag on multiple videos, they're going to see that there is an increase and they're going to see it as a trend, right? So what happens is you guys know that YouTube growth is exponential. So if the creators who are actually making this trend in the first place are uploading here and they create the hashtag, they're going to basically ride the entire wave of views all the way up, right? And this is pretty OP because if they're riding the wave all the way up, they get to basically carry all that views with them. Now, let's say you are a person who enters around here, right? You're probably going to ride the wave around this far, and then there's going to be a new hashtag. So is this good for your channel? Now, it's good for you to get monetized and to get views because, in the end of the day, you're basically just using a little exploit to get views. But is it good for long-term channel growth? No. Because the people who are actually seeing these hashtags, it's not going to build any casual viewers for you. You'll notice that bigger channels have around a 50% plus casual viewer rating. And what that indicates is it basically means they're going to get views every month. That's guaranteed income, right? It doesn't matter if they stopped uploading for an entire month. They can upload in a month from now and they'll still get pushed out because their casual viewer rating is so high. What this does is it basically just keeps pulling in new viewers, which views equals good money, but also remember that these people are probably going to be from lower income countries, which is going to decrease your RPM. Now, me personally, I don't care about increasing or decreasing my RPM because I'm a view maxer. I just care about getting the most amount of views possible. But if I were you guys, you could probably use it to get monetized. It's not really a bad thing, you know? I'm explaining how to make videos so good it's stupid not to watch them. So I'm sure if you're watching this, you've uploaded some sort of video on social media before, and maybe you got some views, maybe you got no views, but you weren't able to go viral. Or maybe you have gone viral, but you weren't able to repeatedly go viral. So in this video, I'm explaining how to do that in more detail, what makes a viral video, and how to consistently make good videos so anyone who sees it will watch them. And also, full disclaimer, guys, I have nothing to sell you. If you guys want the notes to this document, it's going to be linked in the description. I don't have any mentorship or any course or anything like that. And on top of that, the only reason I'm really making this video is because I'm trying to make more business friends and social media friends. So if you guys are interested in, I guess, just talking, you could join my Discord and maybe we can talk there. Anyways, let's get into it. So why is making a good video important? Well, as you guys know, today we live in the attention economy, which means that if you get views, in turn, you're going to get more sales. There's a Mr. Beast philosophy that goes, the more videos you make and the broader audience you're able to reach, the more money you can make. So there's kind of a misconception where if you do targeted advertising or you do targeted videos, you're going to make more money because it's easier to get those sales. These are called warm leads. Warm leads are basically people who already kind of are interested in what you're buying or what you're selling, but they haven't actually bought yet because you haven't convinced them. But it's easier to sell to someone who is warm. On the other hand, I like going the cold reach output where you just go the maximum amount of people, but there's a way to make videos, so viral that anyone who sees it will be interested in buying. So that kind of brings us to our second point of what makes a good video. Well, the first thing you need to understand is emotion is the most important aspect of making a good video. If you're making a video and, it's boring, maybe you're not, talking loud enough, or maybe there's not good music, whatever it is, the emotion they feel is going to dictate if they stay or if they leave. For example, if you're bored right now, you may head out and you may not watch the rest of this video because you may think it's not valuable to you. Or if you're interested in what I'm saying, you're going to keep watching because you understand that I'm giving value. The same thing goes for anything. It doesn't matter if it's funny videos, relationship videos, educational videos. If you're not giving them some type of emotion to feel that they're getting value from, then they're not going to stay. And this applies more to short form, because if someone's watching a short form video, the second they feel like they're not getting the emotion they want out of your video, they're going to scroll away. So for example, if you're making a couples product or a couples video, and they don't feel that connection of to their couple, maybe they feel like they can't share it, maybe they don't feel like any type of love or any type of funny emotion they're feeling from that, then they're just going to scroll away. Same thing goes to educational videos. If you're watching an educational video and you feel like you're not getting, the information that you feel like you were going to get, maybe you feel like you're clickbaited or something, then you're going to click off that video and you're going to watch something else. And the reason you do that is because humans hate being scammed. And if you make, the person who's watching the video feel the emotion that you want them to feel, you're going to continuously go viral. And that's how I went viral over and over again on Instagram, across many different accounts, on TikTok off many different accounts, on YouTube off many different accounts, because I understand that when I'm making videos, I want the viewer to feel something, because feelings, as cringe as it sounds, is the most important aspect to social media. And the reason why emotions are the most important thing is because it makes people take action. So for example, if you're making like a video that's going to rage bait someone, or they're going to feel angry, then they're going to take action in comments, or maybe they'll share with their friends saying, yo, what the heck is this guy doing? Or if you make a funny video, they're going to share it with their friends, they're going to comment something funny. Or if you make like a couples video, they're going to share with their girlfriend. Making people feel emotions causes them to take action. And action is what causes you to make money. Because if they're going to take action after they watch your video, they're going to feel something. They may buy something for you. They may follow you. They may like your video. They may comment on it. They may repost it. Whatever it is, they cannot do that unless they feel an emotion. So I really want to drive this point home, that making them feel an emotion is one of the most important lessons you need to understand if you want to start going viral. Because if you're making videos purely about talking about a product or something, or you're just talking about like some type of philosophy or something, if it's not interesting, if they're not feeling the emotion, anything other than boredom, they're going to keep watching. But if they are feeling the emotion of boredom, they're going to scroll away, or they're going to click off the video, and they're not going to come back to your channel again. That brings me to the second point of emotions, which is AVD. So AVD stands for average view duration, and if someone is feeling an emotion consistently, then they're going to continuously watch the video. For example, if they go from sad to angry to happy, or you consistently make them angry, or you consistently make them happy, then they're going to continue to stay. But the second they go from angry, happy to bored, they're going to click off at the bored portion of your video. So make sure you don't make your videos boring. That's why it's important to cut out, open spaces in your videos, or maybe cut out places where you mess up, or maybe you cut out places that just really don't have a lot of things moving around. For example, if you have a black part of your video where there's nothing happening, then of course people are going to click off your video because it's black. And if it's black, nothing happening, and they're going to feel the emotion of boredom, they're going to scroll away. This also kind of goes into retention editing as well, which is why people like Mr. Beast are able to continuously go viral, because one, they have a good idea, they're consistently making them have, more emotions for their audience, and also they're making sure that their retention is really good, so they're editing anything that's bad out. Anything that would be slightly boring, they're going to cut it, they're going to add explosions, they're going to add captions, music, everything. They make sure you constantly feel stimulated, and in turn, this makes you want to watch the videos longer. The next point is packaging. Now, packaging is really important, especially if you're doing more long form videos, because if you're doing a long form video, you need to make sure you have a good title, a good hook, and a good thumbnail. If you don't have those three, people aren't going to watch your videos, because as I said earlier, AVD is very important for retention. So if someone's not watching your video for a very long time, why would a platform push out your video? Because platforms want one thing from their creators. They want them to make videos that are long and keep people on their platform longer, because if people stay on their platform longer, those platforms make more money. So if you make good content that actually keeps people on your video longer, your video is going to continuously get pushed out to the algorithm, because YouTube or TikTok or Instagram knows that, hey, this is a good video. Now for packaging, it's a little different for short form, because for short form, you need to make sure your hook and your first frame of your video is really important. The first frame and the first 3 milliseconds of your video is the most important aspect for short form. For long form, it's a little different, and I'll kind of go into the details of long form and short form, and which ones to do for each, tips for each of them, and what you need to avoid doing and what you need to make sure you're doing for long form and short form. So for short form videos, the first thing you need to understand is it's easier to actually have more room for error. If you mess up making a short form video, it's okay, because you only spent maybe an hour making it. You can spend another hour making another video. Contrary to long form, there's less room for error. So if you make a long form video and you mess up, there goes 3 days of editing. There goes 7 days of your life because you messed up one thing. So there's less room for error, and you need to continuously make sure your videos are perfect. Now, in reality, you should be making sure both videos are perfect for long form and short form, but short form, there's more room for error, because if you mess up, it's okay. You only lost an hour of your time rather than a week of your time. The second thing for short form is it's easier to get more views because platforms are okay testing your videos out because, like I said earlier, there's more room for error. So if you make a video and it goes viral, you can kind of analyze that and repeat that over and over again, and people forget really quickly because when they're watching a short form video, it's kind of like they're in a hypnosis. So when they're watching your videos, they kind of forget that they're watching. So you can make the same video 5 times in a row and kind of just change up a couple things, and people will keep watching it because it's short form. Rather than long form, if I made 5 documentaries about tigers or something, after the first video, people are gonna want to watch a second video about tigers. It's boring. So what's good about long form though is that it's easier to get targeted views, specifically with search terms. So with YouTube, you guys already know that there's this thing called evergreen content, and this basically means that like a tutorial videos. For example, if you look up how to install Windows on my computer, if you look that up, there's a pretty good chance there's a couple videos on there that are uploaded years and years ago, and they're still getting views every single day because someone always needs to install Windows on their computer. Same thing goes for business or for video games or whatever. If you make an evergreen tutorial video, you can continuously get views, and in turn you'll get more and more money. And on top of that, if you have affiliates on those videos, you'll continuously get more and more affiliate sales as well. But I'm not going to get too much into affiliate sales because this is how to make a good video, not how to make money from your good videos. The next thing I want to talk about is storytelling. Now, storytelling is really, really important for making videos in general, because if you don't have a good story to tell, then people aren't going to watch, because stories is how you convey emotions. So for short form, it's harder to tell a good story in such a short amount of time because, of course, you have a short amount of time. Rather than long form, it's easier to tell stories. So if you want to have a whole, documentary on your life, it's going to be hard to squeeze that into a 1 minute video. But that also means if you are able to do that, you have that skill, you are actually going to have more views because you have the ability to squeeze something into a short period of time. Rather than long form, if you're able to tell a very complex, detailed story that's interesting, and you're able to get people to watch that continuously, then you also are going to get more views. But remember, it also depends on the packaging. For example, if I made a documentary about Devin Senath's life, which is me, I'm Devin Senath, people probably won't care because they don't know who I am. Rather than if I make a documentary about Alex Ramosi or Mr. Beast like Jimmy, like, of course they're going to watch it because they care about those people. This is something I did as well, where I did documentary style videos. Like, for example, for one video, I talked about Fearless, which was like a Fortnite YouTuber that kind of died down like about 3-4 years ago. And I made that video and it got 230,000 views and generated me like $1,000. So I'm telling you, like, if you guys want to look it up, it's called Devin Talks, and I have a whole documentary videos on there. The last thing for short form is it's much harder to sell products because on average, short form products have an average conversion rate of 0.1 to 1%, 1% being the highest. So for example, if you get 1,000 views and you have a 1% conversion rate, that's like 10 sales, which is very, very impressive, by the way. If you're able to do that on short form, congratulations, you're like the top elites. But on average, you're probably going to get like 0.01 to 0.001% of the people who actually watch your videos being able to buy something. But there is a caveat to that because, you do have more room for error and you're able to get more views easier. So the more views you get, 0.001, really a million views, that's going to be like 10 sales or 100 sales. You know what I mean? But for long form, it's much easier to actually get higher conversions because you're able to convey a story. So when you're telling a story or when you're, conveying emotions, for example, if I told a story of when I was little, I was only able to breathe out of one nostril, then I found nose strips, and then I explained, me testing all these different nose strips, and then I explained this nose strip that I use, and then I promote it, people are most likely to buy that because they feel that emotion of, hey, this guy went through this pain, he explained to me his problem, he explained to me his solution, and then he gave me his solution, which was, the nose strip, and then they end up buying it. So, of course, if you have a long form video, you're going to get an average from 1 to 5% conversion rates, which is why people like brands will pay YouTubers way more money for promotions because YouTube videos convert a lot higher. So for example, I got paid $500 as a YouTuber who was only getting like 10,000 views a video on one of my channels for promoting like this it was like this e-commerce tool where I was able to basically like do like automatic ads. And on social short form platform, I'd probably get paid like $50 to $100. On YouTube, I got paid like $550 or something. I don't really remember the exact amount, but it's much higher. You will get paid like 5 times to 10 times the amount. And also, if you consistently get more views, YouTube videos have evergreen potential, which means you'll get views forever. And in turn, those brands will get sales forever, like I talked about earlier about how affiliate deals. If you have evergreen content with an affiliate brand on it, you will get more money in the long run over a consistent period of time. The last step into making videos so good it's stupid not to watch is having a good video idea generator. So if you're continuously able to generate good video ideas, you're going to continuously get views because the idea is the most core important aspect of making a video. Mr. B said this, but if you have a good video idea, you're not going to just do like 10 times better, even 100 times better than the video that's like an okay idea. You're going to do 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 times better. For example, if you make a video that gets 1 million views, which I know is a lot, but you were able to tweak it and have a better idea, you can go from 1 million to 100 million. And this is what Mr. B says. So, you know, if you don't want to take it from me, take it from him. He's the most popular man on the planet in terms of YouTube and social media. He's most followed on YouTube and almost on Instagram and TikTok as well. So why would you not listen to him? And a good way to have a good idea generation is making sure you title everything correctly. For example, if I made this video titled "How to Make a Good Video" compared to "How to Make a Good Video, It's So Stupid Not to Watch," of course, you're probably going to click on the one that evokes a little more emotion in you, which is kind of what we went over earlier on, you know, emotions, because emotions is very, very important. So make sure that you're having good video ideas and good video generation. Run it through people, run it through friends, run it through you know, your mom. Ask her like, hey, what do you think about this? Ask your friends, what do you think about this? You could join my Discord server. You can ask me, hey, what do you feel about this idea? So if you have trouble with getting good video idea generation, I recommend talking to ChatGPT. Now, it's not the smartest thing, but it'll give you, you know, a little like head start, and it'll kind of start like warming your engine up, so you'll be able to think of more ideas. You can bounce ideas off of it, and of course, it's an artificial intelligence, so it's not going to know everything. It's AGI, which means artificial general intelligence, but still, it's going to help you learn more. And I'm sure as this video, you know, gets older and older, I'm sure there's more AIs and they're going to be more advanced, and you're able to bounce ideas off more and more. But remember, your mind is the most important tool that you have to, you know, solve any type of problem when it comes to having some type of idea. Everything around you in your room right now, or wherever you are right now, this was made by people, right? It was made by ideas of people. So if you're able to keep generating ideas and you're able to master the skill of generating ideas, you're never going to run out of content, and in turn, you're never going to run out of views, and in turn, you're never going to run out of good videos. How to, you know, scale your audiences and actually get lots of views. So let's get into it. Also, before we start, guys, I'm not here to sell you anything. If you look in the description, there's nothing to buy because I have nothing to sell you. I don't need to make money off you guys like some other gurus. I'm honestly just sharing this information because it feels good to teach people, and I love seeing the nice comments. Anyways, let's get into it. So the first thing you need to realize is when you are making videos, you need to pick videos that are actually going to be niche oriented, right? A lot of people think that you got to pick a really specific niche and then you got to target on that. And I kind of disagree. And this is Mr. Beast's method, where if you upload the highest quality videos, then a lot of people are going to see it. You should focus on quantity over quality, because right now you are not capable of quality. And I don't mean to be insulting. I just want to say that quality takes repetition, and most of you guys have not put in the reps. I have made over 2,000 videos before I even got my first 10,000 view video, right? And that took a very, very long time to do, right? It took me like 4 or 5 years, and then after I hit the 10,000 view video, then I learned from that, and I started realizing, okay, if I improve more and more, I'll get more and more views, and you can do the same. So I really do recommend using the Mr. Beast method of aiming for quantity, right? Quantity over quality, because the more output you have, the better results you're going to be able to make. So focus on more. The rule of more, rule of 100. I'm sure you guys have heard this already, but if you haven't, you can upload up to 100 videos a day on Instagram, and Instagram is a really good target audience and a good place to start, because Instagram videos specifically, they get pushed out to all types of people. So if you guys are going to test on any platform, don't do YouTube and TikTok when you're starting. Just test on Instagram. Like, make a new Instagram account and just test. And if you're worried about, oh, what if my friends see? What if my family sees? Bro, I'm guessing you're making videos because you want to make money. And if you're worried about the, you know, the thoughts of people and how they see you affecting how much views you get, then I promise you, you're not going to be successful. All right. Of course, you can do faceless accounts. And if you want to do that, sure, go for it. You can output a lot of faceless stuff. But if you actually want to focus on the results of getting the most amount of views possible, you cannot be focused on what other people think about you, because that's only going to hinder you, and you don't want anything to hinder you. The next thing I would say is, after you've started uploading lots of videos on Instagram, start uploading your good videos, the videos that perform a little well, onto YouTube and TikTok. So what's great about YouTube and TikTok specifically is because YouTube and TikTok have analytics that you can see the videos. So if you don't know what retention is, there's this thing called video retention. And retention basically means the percent of people who stay towards the end of your video. So for example, if this video got 50% retention and it got 1,000 views, that means 500 people stayed until the end of the video. So retention graphs usually look like this, where it kind of goes like this, it dips down and then goes like that. And this is most likely what your retention graphs look like because most of you guys aren't getting a lot of views. But a good retention graph will look something like this, where it's just consistently kind of staying here. Maybe it'll dip a little bit and it'll stay like that. That's why I would consider a good retention graph, because this means that most people who watched a video stayed until the very end. So this is like maybe like a 14% retention, and this is probably like an 80% retention. So only 20% of people left until the very end, and this one, 86% of people left at the very end. So this is a really important thing to understand, because retention is kind of how platforms will calculate how much views you will be gifted. So if you get 100% retention, the videos are going to keep getting pushed out and platforms are going to keep pushing them out, because platforms want one thing. They want people to stay on their platform or, social media as long as possible. Because why would a, social media platform, a business, push out content that keeps people away from them, right? They want to push out the best quality stuff because quality will make them more money. And remember, these are not just social media platforms, these are businesses. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of these social media platforms, they all have one goal in mind, and that is to make more money and get more users. And if they have more users and more people spending time on their app, then they will start making more money. And this is really important to understand, because if they are making more money off your videos, then you will make more money too. So focus on actually outputting as much as you can and focus on the retention of your videos. So please keep this in mind. Retention understanding, or just understanding what retention is going to be a really key lesson into getting the maximum amount of views possible. And what I used to do is I used to upload, the 2,000 videos, right? So going back over here, when I used to upload all these 2,000 videos, I would focus on one thing, that it was retention. So I would make videos over and over and over again. I would edit them, I would cut them correctly, and I would try to perfect my videos to get the optimal retention possible. And if you don't believe me, this is one of here, I'll just show you this real quick. I have made lots of different YouTube accounts, and then these aren't even all of them, because I also have more underneath different Gmails. I don't have them all on this computer. But if we check out this channel, which is my Devin Talks channel, I used to upload a lot of freaking videos of all these different random things, and I was practicing on editing videos to try to get retention. Like I did Minecraft edits, I did vlogs, I would do random like life updates, I would do Valorant edits, I would do Minecraft videos, and I would basically try. I did like a documentary style video once. I did Fortnite edits. I did everything. Everything. And the reason I did this was because I wanted to learn about retention, and I wanted to learn how can I make the best video possible without putting as much work into it. Because I remembered from a very young age that everyone is limited by time, and if we can conquer the amount of output we produce in this world compared to the amount of time we have, then we can basically print endless money because we conquer the output time formula. So this means we would make more money. So going back to this, when I started testing retention heavily was when I started making videos like this, where I would title something like blue, and then I would make the thumbnail red. And the reason I did this was because I wanted to test click-through rate. But then when they clicked on it, I wanted to figure out, how am I going to get people to stay on these videos, right? So all these videos were tests, and after I finished my last test video, I decided, okay, I'm going to put effort into a real video. I made a documentary style video, and then this video got 200,000 views. And of course, I didn't stick with this channel because I didn't really care about, this was always a test channel for me. I always knew I was going to make something bigger, but I realized from a very young age that, okay, I'm going to keep learning. And then after I crack the formula and understand how to get retention and click-through rate, good video ideas and video generation, then I'd be able to make the most amount of money I could possibly make. And that's how I got, $20,000 last month and 30 million views, because that was my formula, right? I was practicing. So remember, Practice does not make perfect, but practice will make you better than the rest of your competition. Practicing will help you be better than everyone else. So remember that repetition is the most important thing to learn. The next thing I want you to understand is that different social media platforms require different things. For example, if you are uploading on Instagram, then Instagram is a little different than TikTok, YouTube, etc. If you are uploading on Instagram, the first thing you need to understand is that Instagram requires shares because Instagram is not a social media platform, it's actually a messaging platform. So if you're making videos, make shareable content because shareable content will actually make you more views and in return get you more money. So if you are making videos on Instagram, make sure it's something that people are going to share and feels organic with the platform. And this goes for every other platform as well. Make sure you're doing research on what each platform requires. And I'll give you a little more detail about TikTok because there's a point system that is really important for you to understand. So if you guys don't know, TikTok recently released their point system for how videos are rated and actually pushed on their algorithm. So you can see here that you get 1 like equals 1 point. If you get a comment, it's 2 points. Shares are 3 points. Watching the competition is 4 points, and rewatching is 5 points. And this makes a lot of sense because if you watch a video, that means you're giving them more time on the platform, and they're actually going to push this video out further. If they're watching till completion, you're keeping them on the platform, they're pushing it out more. Also, I've heard that shares and reposts are also the same thing. So if you repost and you're sharing, that's bringing more people for their platform. So of course they're going to push that out as well. Likes are the least important thing. For everyone asking, guys, make sure to like the video. Like, likes do not matter on any platform. On Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, like, likes don't matter. Likes have never mattered. And maybe before likes used to matter, but not anymore. Because I remember a lot of YouTubers would be like, oh, like the video and, guys, subscribe. Like, subscriptions, subscribing, liking videos, it never, ever pushes the algorithm out further. So if you guys are a social media influencer or just a content creator in general, and you're asking your, audience to like the video, I promise you, it does nothing for you. It would actually be better if you asked them to share the video instead because that actually boosts the algorithm more. So for TikTok, the most important thing is actually rewatching. So if you get someone to rewatch your video multiple times, then you will in turn get the most amount of boost. And then for YouTube, the most important thing is AVD or average watch time. So as we said before, retention. Well, retention is the most important thing for YouTube. So make sure you're focusing on getting the best retention possible for this platform. But it matters for all platforms, but YouTube is the most heavily focused on retention. For example, I got a video that got 6 million views yesterday on one of my TikTok accounts. I'll show it to you right now. It's called Zero to Hero-ish. So you see here that this is the TikTok that I ran that got 5 million views in like 2 days. This is the video right here. And this video did really, really well for me. And you can see here I actually have a thing right here where I can show you the retention of this video. And this got a 56% retention and average view duration of only 10 seconds. But the shares were 82,000. 82,000 people shared this video, which meant that people in general shared this and really liked it. So that's why this video specifically went viral, even though it was only a 12-second video. So even though this video didn't get like a very high average view duration, it still got pushed really heavily in the algorithm, and it got 5.2 million views or 5.6 million views in 2 days. So if that isn't proof enough that I know what I'm talking about, then I don't know what to tell you, The last thing I want you guys to understand is that if you guys are making videos and the videos suck, that's okay. The reason why most people aren't successful is because when they upload their first one video, they quit. 99% of people who upload their first YouTube video quit after uploading their first video. Like, that's actually a proven statistic, right? I don't know where it is, but I heard it from Mr. Beast, so it's probably true. But make sure you guys are, absorbing content that teaches you how to actually grow as a content creator or an influencer or as a video creator in general. If you're running dropshipping products or whatever, it doesn't really matter. The skill of content creation and video editing and just video creation is always going to be a skill that you need to understand because there's 8 billion people in the world and you can't reach all of them by just talking or doing adverts. You have to do social media because one, it's free, and two, they push out good content. So if you learn how to make good content, you can get, views like this where you get 5 million views in a single day. Imagine if this was a product video. I would have made $20,000 yesterday if this was a product video. But I was just doing this because I kind of wanted to run something else because I wanted to do some more clipping because I was a little bored, But I'm telling you, stuff like this works. It works. And I'm telling you, as long as you learn how to do this stuff, you can get views like this every single day.
So learn the skill of content creation, and please keep uploading more videos. Hey guys, if you need anything, please just let me know. You guys can follow me on my Instagram. This is my Instagram right here. You can message me if you have any questions. Maybe I'll respond, maybe I won't. Depends on if you guys are actually shooting me a good message. But also, I do have a Discord if you guys want to join it. It's going to be in the description. That's all for this video. If you guys need anything, please just at me in the questions channel, and I'll definitely respond. All right, catch you guys later. I love you. Please subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm trying to hit 100,000 subscribers, because I want a plaque. Be straight with you. I just want a plaque. All right, catch you guys later. Have a great rest of your day. I love you. Bye bye. But I want to talk about how I use controversy to generate thousands of dollars every single day. Now, I get around 50 to 200 million views per month, and I know that's a really wide range, but it really just depends on the month. And if some videos go viral, some videos don't. It just depends. But I use controversy to go viral every single time, or almost every single time. So I want to show you the accounts I run, how I get these videos to go viral using controversy, and how you can do it to start making money. So let's get into it. So this is the main dropshipping store I run. It's all completely organic. It's called Tiny Truck. If you guys want to go look at it, you can. This is the Shopify revenue. We made around $20,000 in the past month. And then this is the account. It has around 25,000 followers. I run this account myself. And as you can see, we have 2 videos, over 10 million views. Actually, both over 11 million views now. And I use controversy to go viral in these videos, so I'll show you it right now. So you'll see it starts with the drink driving, and then it falls down. Now, right away, that is some controversy, because when it's driving and then it falls down, it gets the viewer engaged, immediately thinking, oh no, the drink just fell down. Now, I say the viewer has to get up because they're angry because the drink is so far away. Then after that, the truck drives and tries to get away, and then eventually it'll fall down the stairs, right? So this is some very, very harmless controversy I use in order to go viral consistently, because instead of doing some kind of like high ticket controversy, like for example doing some of a racist joke or saying something that's really offensive, I do something that's slightly funny and slightly a little irritating that can put the viewer into the mindset of, hey, that's a little annoying, but also it's a little cute. When you're making videos like these, you have to think about how you're going to get the viewer to get slightly irritated, but you also need to have a good payoff at the end. So it needs to be funny. The 2 biggest ways to get sales while still being controversial is being funny while also being a little irritating, because that's what keeps the viewer watching. And there's going to be a select few people who buy from those people who get a little irritated, because they may think, oh, okay, that's actually kind of funny. So I get on average around 500,000 views at minimum a day right now on this account, and I'm getting around 1 to 3 sales per day right now. So maybe many people may think, okay, 1 to 3 sales and a 500,000 views a day is really awful. And yeah, but remember, this is also just a tiny truck. It's just an RC truck that I'm selling, and that's just one example of how I'm using controversy to sell a freaking RC truck. Now, how can you use this method to apply to any product you want to make controversial? So the first thing I would do is, when people think of the word controversy, right, the first thing they think is, oh, I'm going to try to get the viewer angry, right? And the reason why angry controversy doesn't work well is because when someone is angry, they're not in the mindset to actually buy anything, because anger does not equal money, unfortunately. And the reason why is because when someone is angry, they have the mindset that you are their enemy and you want to come off as their friend, which is why I say going for the laughing route is usually better. Because using controversy to create anger is really easy. You could literally just say, okay, I voted for Trump, and then all of a sudden you have 50% of your audience is angry and the other 50% is on your side, Or you could say something like, oh, I support Andrew Tate, and then all of a sudden everyone is against you, right? So anger is a really, really good way to go viral, right? Anger can go viral, but it's not a great way to actually make money. Now, the other type of controversy is something that's more lighthearted and it's more annoying, right? So annoyance does not really mean people aren't going to buy, because people think that, oh, if I'm annoying them, they're not going to buy. But you have to come across as a friend, because I'm sure you got some friends who are a little annoying sometimes, but you're still their friend because, you're their friend, and, oh, he's cool, but he's a little annoying sometimes. I'm sure maybe you're that guy who's maybe a little annoying sometimes, but you're also their friend. So if you're a little annoying, right, and by annoying, I mean something like slightly irritating. For example, in this video, the drink fell down. That's what I would consider annoying. Because now the person who's watching this is in the mindset of, oh, they have to get up now because they're angry, and now the truck is running away. So like if you had a boyfriend or a girlfriend and they were going to deliver a drink to you and they dropped it and then walked away, you would feel a little annoyed, but you're not going to break up with them. You'd be like, oh my gosh, why would they do that? So if you come across as slightly annoying, then you can make the video afterward do something a little more funny. So you can see it kind of falls down.
and then all of a sudden it's more funny. So if you go to annoying to funny, then you're going to convert more people because they're going to have a more positive mindset. So when you have a positive mindset, you're in also the mindset of buying things because positive mindsets equals more money. If you can convince the viewer that if if they buy your product, they're going to get this slightly funny emotion that you're selling to them, then they're going to be able to buy it. Yeah. Sorry. And that's the reason why annoying doesn't work, because you put them in a negative mindset, and when they have negative mindsets, then all of a sudden they're not going to buy. That's why I don't like doing those like cheap storytelling where it's like, oh, my sister's husband's boyfriend bought me this. Like, it's just confusing. And when you confuse them and when it's like irritating and it's like, it makes them angry, not annoyed, there's a very thin line in between this, and you have to be able to master this as an organic content creator to master the art of making them angry and making them annoyed, because this is always going to result in a positive as long as you do correctly, and this will always result in a negative no matter what you do. If you make the viewer angry, they're not going to buy, period. Now the problem with this is finding winning products, because some products you can't really do the strategy of like being more annoying and then being more funny, but luckily I have a solution for you. So this is an app I created recently called Shop Sniper. So what Shop Sniper is basically like a Shopify analysis tool where it'll analyze the product, store revenue, and a ton of other features, which I'm going to show you now. So I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen like the TikTok burner method, where you go on TikTok, you start scrolling, then you see products. For example, like this one right here, it's like this little camera necklace, right? If we clicked on this right here, you'll be able to see they have like 8,000 followers. By the way, I've never seen this account before. And so the most popular, they have lots of videos that are doing really, really well. And if we click on their store, we'll be able to see that their store is still active. So what we would do to actually figure out the store revenue of the store is we just go to Shop Sniper. We click on the extension right here. It'll analyze Shopify, the TikTok, everything. And then within seconds, it's going to give us the data for everything on the store. With the revenue, the sourcing of the product, the conversion rates, the total order value, the amount of products they have on the store, the product probability store. So like, look at this. This is the app that I made myself with my dev. And let's see, they're making $15,000 right now across all their videos, 142 orders, an average order value of $106. They've gotten around 7 million views. They got a product probability score of 74. And then here's the open market research. This is an amazing feature. So we'll see here that this store that is getting 7 million views across all their TikToks doesn't even have an Instagram yet. And this is one of the best things about the open market research feature on Shop Sniper, because you can use the videos that they're making here. For example, this video that got 2 million views, we can use this video, and then all of a sudden we can literally just swipe it and then upload it to Instagram. I'm sure you guys have heard like the Instagram swoop method or maybe the niche growth method. It's the same thing. But if you basically just took their videos and then uploaded to Instagram using Shop Sniper, you'd be able to see if they had an open market. And then here are all the products as well, with of course the Amazon and AliExpress shipping to it. So yeah, this is a really, really great tool that I made. If you guys are interested in getting it, it's going to be linked in the description. We got like 20 people who have used it so far, and I'm limiting the amount of people who can use it to 200 while we're still in the first launch. We did the beta testing like 2 weeks ago.
In my 8 years of experience and 26 billion views generated, I can confidently say the single fastest way to improve the amount of views you're getting per video and how much money you make per video is through mastering the art of retention. And sure, you can optimize for a swipe through ratio or even call to actions with comments or likes, but if you don't optimize your retention, you will not be able to achieve billions of views per month like we're doing right now. This month alone, we've generated 1.8 billion views across all the YouTube channels we're running right now. So in this video, I'm going to break down how to optimize your retention, what retention you need to hit, and how to actually hit it consistently. And then I'll show you how to apply it to any video in any niche to optimize to make the most amount of money possible. So this video got 123 million views. We generated around $3,600 from this single short. You can see here at the very bottom that this video has a 34-second length of video and a 32-second average view duration. So retention is calculated by taking the average view duration divided by the length of video and then calculating that into a percentage. So 32 divided by 34 would be a 94% retention. You can also see here that the graph is fairly flat throughout the entire thing. We lost around 6% in this area right here. But let me just tell you the secret sauce right now. If you want to actually get videos to consistently go viral, you should be aiming for 100+% retention. Not 100%, above 100% retention. So for example, let's say your video is 32 seconds long, you should be aiming for a 33-second average view duration. There are a couple reasons for this. One, because YouTube cares about people staying on their platform as long as possible. So if you make videos that are keeping people on their platform longer by them rewatching your video, your retention is going to increase and YouTube will push out your videos further. Now, if we go to this video here, this is a video we started uploading on a new channel. It already has 48 million views within only a couple days of running this channel. You can see we have $300 because we just got monetized. If you scroll down here, we have a 21-second average view duration divided by a 24-second length of video. Now again, take your average view duration, 21, divided by your length of video, 24, and you should get around 87% retention. Now, you may think that 48 million views is a lot, which it is, but I want to be aiming for 100 million views every single video, and if you want to be aiming for the most amount of money possible, then you should be aiming for longer length of videos with higher retentions. You can even see here that in this video, we had a very big dip at the end. Also, if you see big dips like this, I'll give you a little hack right now. If you go to your YouTube studio and then click on the editor button, you should actually be able to go to trim and cut, and you'll be able to trim the actual length of the video. So for example, this video here, we had 3 seconds at the very end where we left off. I would take off 3 seconds from this video, cut it off a little bit early, and then click on save. After you click on save, it'll take around 4 minutes, then it'll be uploaded basically again and pushed to YouTube again with a better retention, because the average length of your video divided by the length of your video, the length of your video is going to be shorter. And if the length of your video is shorter and the average view duration stays the same, your retention increases. Keep in mind, not everyone has this feature on their YouTube studio. If the video is a little bit older, it's kind of harder to get this. If it's a newer video, you do have access to this. Now, why do some videos that have basically the same retention, for example, this video has 20 seconds divided by a 23-second video, it's basically the same amount of retention, why do some videos get more views than others? For example, this video only got 17 million views compared to the other video that got nearly 50 million views. This is because viewer intent. You know how we talked about how YouTube cares about people staying on their platform as long as possible? Well, they also care about the viewer being satisfied. So if someone watches a video all the way through, but they're not quote unquote satisfied, then YouTube will not push out this video further. Now, how do you quantify being satisfied? In YouTube's eyes, being satisfied is just an emotion. So if you can make the viewer feel something, angry, sad, happy, upset, whatever it is, if you make them feel that emotion, YouTube will see them as satisfied because an emotion is being felt. As long as they're feeling anything other than bored, YouTube will push out your video further because emotions generate income. Now, this video got 36 million views. It's only 11 seconds long and generated $1,500 for us. So if I scroll down here, you're going to see that our swipe ratio was very high, but the average view duration was 12 seconds. And if we hover over our retention here, you'll see it starts at 193%. That basically means almost everyone who watched this video rewatched it a second time. When you see something like this and the very end of your video is at 100%, this is a very good sign. And I guarantee if this video was, 32 seconds instead of 11 seconds, this video would have done phenomenal if it kept the same retention. It could have potentially gotten 300 million plus views and generated a whole lot of income. And remember, the niche of your video matters as well. For example, this video got 16 million views, generated us $1,000, and the average view duration is 32 seconds, and the average length of video is 34 seconds. But you can notice here, the retention is much more wobbly in the video. Now, the reason why this happens is because as the video gets longer, you will see micro dips in your retention. In order to fix this, I recommend going back into your video, click on wherever the dip is, and rewatch this video over and over again until you can have a reason of why this video actually dipped. If you don't have a reason why it dipped, you're doing something wrong, because there's always a reason why there is a dip or a micro dip. Always. Here's another great example. This video got 46 million views. We just got monetized on this channel, so unfortunately we missed a lot of the income we would have made here, but you can see the average view duration is 33 seconds and the average length of video is 33 seconds. This means we have 100% retention. We actually started at 178% because everyone who watched the video watched it all the way through and then rewatched it a little bit as well. This is because this is a very engaging video. You can see that we only had really one dip here and then a micro dip here. Everything else was very flat throughout the entire rest of the video. Now, for our last example, I'm going to show this video here. This video got 159 million views and generated us nearly $12,000 in pure AdSense revenue. And you're going to notice something really funny about this retention. So this video is actually 1 minute and 1 second long. We had a 47-second average view duration and a swipe through ratio of 80.3%. And you can see we had a spike up, which is something you usually don't see often. Then we had a flat line, drop here, and it basically did this the rest of the video. Now, why did this video get pushed out and make so much money even though the retention does not look that good? Well, normally if you see a retention jump up like this means someone scrolled back in the video and watched that part again to make sure they didn't miss anything. And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of sauce here. This is actually a ranking video. I'm not going to leak the channel of the video itself, but it is a ranking video, and the first clip was so interesting, a lot of people went back to watch it a second time. Now, because so many people came to watch the video a second time, and they basically rewatched it here, even though the average view duration is only 47 divided by 1 minute and 1 second, which if we do the math, it's only 47 divided by 61 seconds, which is a 77% retention. But because of this rewatch here in the very beginning of the video, it exponentially increased the amount of views it was getting. Also, this is a very high engagement video, and in the next video we're going to be talking about engagement. And keep in mind, this is only day 7 of the view maximizing bootcamp. We have an entire bootcamp for free on YouTube. If you go to our channel and then playlist, you'll see the view maximizing bootcamp where we upload every single sauce and information I know about all the channels we're running right now. You can see here that I'm running a buttload of channels, as you can see right here. We are helping a lot of students as well just get an insane amount of income from just starting their own YouTube channel or scaling to multiple channels, as I'm doing right now. We're running 36 channels. So if you want to get insane results like this and get anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 per YouTube short you're uploading, I mean, it's an insane amount of income. We're generating close to $115,000 in revenue this month through AdSense.
So everyone knows what view jail is. So if you've uploaded videos on YouTube before, you've probably encountered some type of view jail, right? Whether that's 0 view jail, 30,000 view jail, 50,000 view jail, 100,000, a million, 10 million, or maybe some of you guys have even encountered 100 million view jail. So in this video, I want to explain how to break out of every single view jail with YouTube Shorts. I'm going to break down every single type of view jail there is, why view jails happen, and also just a solution for each one of them. So if you're stuck at any part of your YouTube journey, you can go to that part of this video, understand why you were stuck there, and then just fix it. Because I'm making this video for you guys, it's going to be a full course. I still recommend watching the entire video all the way through regardless, because there's going to be so much information here, because maybe on one channel you may be doing really well, maybe you're stuck in 1 million jail, but another channel you may be stuck in 30 in a different niche. This information is going to apply to every single niche. It doesn't matter if you're in ranking commentary or you're doing Exactly Films animations. It's going to apply because the principles of YouTube apply to every single channel that we run. If you don't know, my name is Devin Sinath. I run 38 YouTube automated shorts channels, and we have generated $120,000 last month in YouTube AdSense revenue. You can see here are all the channels that we're running right now, and we also have a lot of students that have also hit these amazing results. For example, like last month, one of our best students hit $88,000 in a single month. All right, well, let's get into first 0 view jail. So the reason why 0 view jail happens is usually because you're having a trust score issue. And that is the main reason why a lot of people get stuck in 0 view jail in the first place. So a lot of you guys watching, this is for you right now. If you have a trust score issue, the first thing I recommend is going to your settings, going to channel, and looking to see what country of residence you're in. I've said before that, select whatever country you're in. I've actually changed this since then because YouTube has been pushing a lot of different features to United States audiences, including United States channels. So I recommend switching your country of residence to the United States. This can have a positive impact on your reach, and overall, there's a higher chance that you can actually get pushed to the algorithm further if you change this to United States. The next thing is go to feature eligibility. Make sure all of these are on. If this one, last one right here, isn't on, it's going to be harder for you to get pushed to the algorithm. Lastly, go to upload default and make sure go to advanced settings and category. Make sure you're in entertainment here as well. All right, so this is the main reason why people get stuck in 0 view jail. Also, if you're stealing people's content, you're doing any type of sexual content, you're doing any type of content that has any type of abuse in it, or you're violating any type of YouTube service, terms of service, you will get suppressed, and that just happens because YouTube doesn't want to push out stuff. They have an AI that basically categorizes these contents beforehand. Now, in the unlucky chance that you've done all of this and you still are in 0 view jail, I recommend watching our 1-hour trust score video, understanding how to increase your trust score. It's going to be right linked in the description, so if you want to watch that course right after this one, then I recommend doing that. It's for free on YouTube, just like the rest of our content. The next thing is 30K view jail. Now, a lot of you guys who are a little bit more experienced in YouTube have experienced 30K view jail. And what's crazy is it never used to be 30K VGL. It actually used to be 10K VGL, but because YouTube now qualifies viewers based off of just views and not engagements like before, now it looks like 30K VGL. But this is really anywhere from 10 to 15K VGL if you're counting qualified viewers. Now, how do we break out of 30K VGL? Because this is probably the one that most of you guys are stuck in. I see a lot of students who are joining our program are stuck in 30K VGL, so let's kind of go over that now. Now, typically, when you're stuck in 30K VGL, it's usually one of the most basic metrics that you need to improve. For example, maybe your AVD to LOV ratio is not good. Maybe, for example, like this short here, your swipe ratio isn't good. And this typically happens because you just need to improve the quality of your videos. So, for 30K VGL, the things I recommend doing is making sure you improve your swipe ratio, right? So, look at your competitors, see what they're doing in their hooks, see if you could replicate what they're doing, and then reiterate and do their type of style to increase your swipe ratio. Look at your average view duration divided by your length of video, right? This typically should be above 100%. If it's not above 100%, then you're not in a good spot right now to get pushed to the algorithm. For example, let's say you're uploading videos and let's say your average view duration is 24 seconds on a 32-second video, right? So if we actually do 24 divided by 32, user notice, it's like 75%. Right? And that's not where we want to be. We want to make sure our AVD divided by LOV, or average duration divided by length of video, is at 100%. If it's at 100%, YouTube's basically going to qualify our video as, okay, this is a high quality video. Everyone watching this is staying all the way through, and then they'll push out the video further. And lastly, you need to look at your regular versus new viewer ratio. So this is a stat that I don't see a lot of people talk about, but if you look at your audience, right, and you actually look at the watch behavior, you will notice how much of your new viewers are watching, how much of your casual viewers are watching, and how much of your regular viewers are watching. So for example, for this video here, we have a 69 to 31%, right? So 69% new viewers and 31% casual viewers. So what does this exactly mean? I recommend you guys try to keep this at 50-50 always, right? So if you're, in 30K view jail and you're not at 50 regular viewers watching and 50 new viewers watching, then you are going to be in a pretty not the best spot. And the reason why is because if you have a 50% casual viewer percentage of watching your channel, you're more likely to get pushed to the algorithm because your audience is already built. This goes into building your monthly audience, but that's typically more of a problem in around 100,000 to 1 million view jail, which we're going to get to later in this video. Another thing that you guys need to understand when you're stuck in 30K view jail, because there's a lot of different information to go over here, is making sure you understand what niche you're in. For example, like there's this thing called a TAM, or total addressable market of your niche. Right? So you need to understand what your TAM is. The best way to identify your TAM is understanding what is the biggest competitors in your niche and what you could do to basically quantify how much audience are they actually reaching. So for example, let's say I was in, I don't know, ranking the best sound headphones, right? So like ranking the best sound headphones, that was my entire channel. Or let's say it was just about audio in general, right? So I'm guessing there's a sub community of people on the internet who care really about audio, care really about headphones. They want the best headphones possible. So if there is a person, or I guess a group of community like this, which there definitely is, let's say the TAM was maybe 100 million. Right? Now, how would I quantify this? What I would do is I would find my top competitor, see what their monthly views is. You can just use anything like vidIQ, or you can use NextLev to just basically just look at their stats. And you can see what their monthly audience in the past 28 days of views is, right? So if their past 28 days of views is 100 million, then that's what the total addressable market is for that specific niche, right? So then you can set your bar of 100 million is what I need to be aiming for if I want to really reach everyone in this niche. There's no such thing as saturation. There's just competition. And this is another problem I see a lot of people, including my students, when they enter our program, is they have this kind of fear or generalization idea that, I'm stuck in 30K view jail because the niche I'm in is oversaturated. Or, for example, my competitors' videos are higher quality than mine. It's not usually necessarily true, right? Sometimes the reason why you're stuck in this is because you're just not understanding your TAM properly. And the other thing you need to understand is your customer persona, right? Or really your viewer persona. So we call this the IVP. So this stands for ideal viewer persona, and you need to understand what your IVP is. 30K view jail is probably the most crucial view jail to break out of, because once you break out of there, it's small things that make a big difference, right? And it's really different because, for example, being stuck in 30K view jail is much harder, surprisingly, to break out of than 10 million view jail or 100 million view jail, because the things you have to do in these type of scenarios here, it's much more difficult. There's a lot of different steps you need to go into in order to break out of these view jails here. So we'll go into that a little bit later in the video, right? So if we're really trying to break out of the 30K view jail, the first thing you guys well, not really the first, but the best thing you guys need to understand as well is your IVP. So what's an IVP, right? Let's say we're doing sound again, right? Because like, let's say someone's watching videos on the best sound quality headphones, right? So our ideal customer is probably someone who, one, has used headphones before. It's probably someone that is interested in technology in general, right? It's someone who probably has some money, which means RPMs are higher, by the way, for this niche, right? It's probably someone who maybe plays games or listens to music often. And you will kind of notice I'm building a persona around this, sub niche that I'm trying to get into here. And the reason why is because my goal here when I'm stuck in 30K view jail is break down every single thing that could possibly be going wrong with my videos and understanding what I could do to improve it. A big portion of this is understanding your IVP, because if you understand your IVP, you can make the videos curated toward them. For example, let's say you're trying to view max and you're making ranking videos, right? Ranking the best trampoline moments. You would think like, oh, okay, well, who does that apply to? It applies to everyone. That's why it's called view maxing, right? Because girls can watch this, guys can watch this, grandmas can watch this, babies can watch this, right? Doesn't matter what language you speak, that's view maxing, right? If we're trying to just break out of a 30K view jail on a targeted niche, then understand your IVP. If you don't have a targeted niche and you're just going super broad, for example, like ranking, one of our top students, again, hit $88,000 last month in ranking, was really ranking commentary with personality-driven aspects, which we'll go over later as well, then you really need to make sure you understand your IVP properly. Okay, now let's go to 50,000 view jail, because it's a little bit different, but it kind of works on the same aspects of 30K view jail, but this is assuming you already are breaking 30K view jail. Now, typically, if you have a 50,000 view jail, that is meaning that you already are reaching some audience, right? So this is good here, right? You're reaching some audience. Maybe you've tapped into a slight sub niche. Maybe your video quality is good and you're getting some reoccurring viewers in, right? Maybe your new viewers, for example, like this video here, if we look at our audience here, the new viewers is a little bit above 50%, but it's not at 99.9 like you will see for some of your videos if you were just getting into the YouTube, right? You can see the casual viewer for this video right here, it's 23.1%. Now, typically, when we're stuck in 50K view jail, it means YouTube basically went through a test and rebalance. And this is where we're going to get into understanding how tests and rebalances work. This is called your TB testing period. And also understand the 8 to 12 day testing window, right? So what are these two things? And how can we use these to our advantage to make sure we are scaling on YouTube? 50K view jail, right? Usually when we're in 50K view jail, it's because, again, we have a high audience, but we're failing these two things. This is how YouTube really pushes out videos in the first place. So you guys have probably seen this at some point in one of your videos where your videos basically climb like this, right? It basically goes like bam, 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 and then it flatlines, right? Like a staircase to a flat line. So typically what this happens is you guys gotta understand what each one of these things are, right? So for example, the time between this one and this one, this one and this one, this one and this one, and this one and this one here, these are all testing periods. So typically this means that YouTube is testing different audiences. For example, in this blue one here, YouTube tested one audience and it passed, right? So we get a little green check mark here. Good job. Then YouTube tested this one here. It passed. It passed here, passed here, passed here. Then YouTube tried testing this last one over here, but it failed. And the reason why it failed is because you did something wrong. Maybe it was in your hook. Maybe it was in something you said wrong. Maybe it offended a certain group of people. And YouTube wants to be able to push your video out to the widest audience possible. And maybe either your video was only reaching the TAM, right? Maybe you reach your TAM for that specific video, or maybe you didn't hit a correct metric. For example, if we actually look at this video right here that got 50,000 views, if you look at the engagement, we were at 74%. And this is where understanding KPIs is very important, right? So typically, if you're in 50K view jail, it means that you're not really hitting the swipe ratios that you need to hit. I recommend going above 81.1%. This is like the sweet spot that I've seen worked well. This is not applied to every niche. I've had videos that have gotten pushed to hundreds of millions of people and not hit this percentage, right? But this is like the gold standard. Like if you want to break out of 50K view jail, you should be aiming for an 81.1% swipe ratio. The reason why is because when YouTube sees that your stats are healthy, guess what? They're going to push it out to a wider audience. And guess what? You'll notice as well, as you get more views, your swipe ratio starts decreasing because YouTube trusts you more to push to a wider audience. Typically, if you're getting 81.1% swipe ratio, it means you're in a sub audience. For example, ranking the best dog moments. Like I bet you people who like cats don't really care to watch dogs as much as they like to watch cats. So the dog video, if it gets pushed to a cat audience, swipe ratio will be slightly lower. But if it was ranking the best animal moments, everyone likes animals, swipe ratio may be lower, but the views overall will be higher. I hope that makes sense. But basically, it means bigger idea, lower swipe ratio, more views. Smaller idea, higher swipe ratio, still a decent amount of views. Also, when you have a smaller niche, usually you get better RPMs. This is also dependent on if you have English commentary, which we're going to get over in a second. Okay, so that's kind of explaining 50K view jail, but there is one other thing you need to understand. Usually when you're in 50K view jail, you've kind of understand the basics of a view maxing, but you haven't utilized it to your full capacity. And this is where understanding how ranking works is very important. So if you're stuck in 50K view jail, here's some actual steps for you right now. Go into your videos or whatever niche you're in and try doing ranking. For example, let's say you're in the basketball niche and you're making, I don't know, like videos about basketball. Instead of just making a specific video about each individual player or crazy moments that have happened, and this applies to anything, football, racing, maybe you're doing bike content, maybe you're doing police commentary, maybe you're doing ranking, right? What you could do is you can rank the best videos that you've uploaded or just videos in general and change the format of your video because the format matters a lot for shorts. For example, like let's say we're doing the biking niche, right? If you're doing the biking niche, instead of like doing a commentary over one crazy crash, do ranking the top 5 craziest crashes caught on camera, right? And then put in parentheses like no one was harmed in the video. And then just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Start with 3, 4, 5, and then go 2 and 1. And then that way, when you do that, it puts the video in a different format and makes it more watchable for the average person. So if I'm not a biker, I can still watch the video because it's generally just an interesting video, right? Changing formats helps a lot with the breaking out of 50K view jail. And this also applies to 100K view jail as well, but it's a little bit different because on 100K view jail, well, there's other things you need to do. We'll go into that in a second. But formats is very important. I recommend trying the ranking format out. It works really well for me and a lot of other of my students as well. And, a lot of people scale up that way. And I kid you not, a lot of our students right now are also using the same stuff I'm telling you right now in our program, and they're just hitting insane. For example, like 6.2 million 48-hour mark. Here's a 1.4 million view day, 300 million views in the past 90 days, 110 million views in the past 90 days. One of our students even hit 100 million views on a single video just a couple of days ago, right? So it's kind of an example, like 44 million 48-hour mark. So these type of like strats, like it's not just strats that I'm just pulling out of thin air. I've done this for my own channels and applied this to hundreds of students that have joined our program and then gotten successful making tens of thousands of dollars because the strats just work, right? These are evergreen ideas. Basically, if you understand the concepts behind YouTube Shorts and what YouTube wants and how to fix it, this information is pretty much, it's timeless, right? You can watch this video in a year from now and it's probably going to be the same thing because YouTube wants the same thing always when it comes to the basics of content. They want 3 things really, right? They want videos that basically provide value on their platform. They want to make as much money as possible, and they want to keep the viewers satisfied. That's really all they want, right? So if you understand that, it's much easier to break out of every view jail. I think about, these videos here like a business owner, right? That's how we're able to get videos. Like, for example, we got 200 million views on a single video. I'll roll this for you quick, right? The reason why we're able to do stuff like this is because I think like a business owner, right? I don't think like a YouTuber like how you guys do because I understand this game and how it works. All right, now, and the other thing I want to talk about for 50K view jail as well is understanding comment ratios. And this is going to be more important later, but understanding to at least try to do some type of subtle CTAs is really important. So if you guys don't know what a subtle CTAs is, I've talked about this in other videos, but basically a subtle CTA is, it's really just understanding like how to get someone to engage with a video. For example, like, don't be so obvious. People hate being told what to do. Like if I told you, guys, comment if this video was helpful, right? Like a lot of you are going to be like, man, fuck you. They're not going to want to do it, right? You're not going to want to comment because people hate being told what to do, right? But if I'm just like talking like this, it's like, hey, if this video is helpful, let me know, you know? Like people are going to be like, hey, bro, this is really helpful. Thank you so much. Same thing applies for shorts, bro. If you guys are just making videos and just like, yo, was this funny, man? Like, let me know, guys. And people will be like, dude, that was hilarious, right? Because people understand, like, they want to be treated like a person. When you guys talk to viewers like they're a fan or they're a customer or something like that, they push back. But if you treat someone, right, like, hey, you're my buddy, bro, like, they come toward you, and you can utilize that to your advantage to get a lot of comments. You can utilize that. I mean, we've had some videos before that's gotten like tens of thousands of comments on only a couple million views, right? We've gotten like 1 or 2% comment ratio to view ratios on our videos before because we understand how subtle CTAs work. So understanding how to do subtle CTAs will help you break out of 50K view jail. That's going to be everything from 50K view jail. Now let's go to 100K view jail because a lot of you guys are stuck in this 100K view jail as well. Now, if you're stuck here, it means you're probably already making some moolah, right? So you're probably at a point now where maybe you're looking to hire some editors. And yo, quick tip for you guys. Something I have learned from a lot of people in my program who are stuck in 100K view jail, a lot of times it's an editor problem, bro. Like, I'm not joking. I'm going to go into like how to break out of it in a second, but this applies to you guys who already are making some money. So if you're making money, listen up. If you have editors who are viewing, videos for you, but you're consistently stuck in 100K views, it means your editors are probably following a template and you need to break the template to improve the video further, right? You should always have the mindset of, I'm going to make this video better, then I'm okay here, right? And what's crazy here is a lot of people think this is good, right? Because right now, if you're getting 100K views per video, maybe you're uploading a couple times a day, you may be getting a couple million views a month, right? And people see that and they're like, oh, okay, it's good, bro. I'm getting a couple million views a month. But in reality, it's only a couple $100, bro. It's only a couple $100 on shorts, right? I'm getting billions of views a month. I had a 2 billion view month. And then last month we had a 1.2 billion view month, right? And 2 billion view month before that. So like, I'm telling you guys, like, if you want to make this the same money that I'm making, like 120 grand a month, you need to be able to understand that these views don't really equate to dollars, right? We need to get a lot of views to equate to a lot of dollars. So this is where mindset starts coming into play and understanding how to think like a business owner and an operator, especially with editors. So if you are talking to editors and you're having a problem with your editors, right, I recommend looking at your competitors who are doing the best, analyze their videos, like literally do a split screen on your monitor, right? Look at their videos, look at your videos, and be like, okay, what am I doing wrong here? Right? What are they doing that they're not? For example, like one of my students, he's in the Minecraft meme commentary niche, and he's making videos on like basically Minecraft gameplay in the background and a meme going over it. Right? And our top competitor was doing the exact same thing. The difference was the gameplay that he was using. My student had shaders, and then the copy competitor was not using shaders. I told my student, yo, just take off the shaders and let's try it again. Let's run it back. There's also some things you need to fix with a swipe ratio. Like you need to make sure there's more inflections in your voice. Just do these two things. I bet you'll see a big difference. Next video, he made a $2,000 video, bro. Like that video grew to $2,000 after he made that change. $2,000 on a single video, right? And that's how quickly you will see a difference. It's just small things, right? And as I get more and more in depth with these larger view jails that you guys will probably be in, right? It's going to be smaller things that make a big difference, which is why I recommend you guys watch this video all the way through. Right? Because if you understand the small things make a big difference, 30K view jail is going to be a cakewalk, right? Because then you're going to be like, oh, bro, I'm at 10 million views. I'm not trying to figure this out. Maybe I can like go help learn from someone else. Maybe I can analyze this. Maybe I can try this. And you're going to be in a creative mindset rather than like a fearful mindset. All right? So understanding editors, small changes. Now, the other thing is you guys also need to make sure if you're stuck in 30K view jail, or sorry, 100K view jail, that you're uploading multiple times a day, right? This is where like uploading multiple times a day comes into play. I hope at this point you are uploading multiple times a day. But I recommend if you're at 100K views, and let's say for example your 48-hour mark is at 150K views, you should be uploading for 48-hour mark, you should be uploading 5 times per day. And for some of you, that's really easy. For others, it's not, right? 5 times per day. And the reason why is because like, some of you make really high quality content. Great. If you're making high quality content, you better be making money so you can outsource some of that to basically duplicate yourself, right? And this is where editors comes into play as well. You should be using editors to dupe yourself, right? Make a clone of you. And I made an entire video on training editors. Like, it's another course that we have on our channel if you wanted to watch it. It's going to be just like, it's actually the video right before this one. But I recommend, understanding how to train your editors properly and duplicating yourself, right? Because you don't want to be editing these videos forever. Trust me, editing 5 videos a day is awful on one channel. Imagine doing that on multiple channels, bro. Like, at that point, you just have a glorified job. And you don't want a job. You want to be a business owner. You want to do YouTube automation to make money on the side where you can go to the Bahamas and do whatever you want. Right? You want to be able to buy the car and not have to work, right? And that's the beauty of this business model, but you need to be able to do the hard work first of implementing editors and outsourcing correctly. So make sure you're uploading 5 times per day. If you're not, then I don't recommend, you guys even look past this further. The other thing you guys need to understand as well is like, just because you're uploading 5 videos a day, if they're crap content, you will stay stuck and you may even revert back to 50 or 30K view jail, right? You may go even further back if the videos are lower quality. The reason why is because you have to stay consistent with quality. If you don't, you will continuously reverse back or stay in the same spot. If we want to increase, quality has to increase as well, right? Always be thinking of ways you can improve your videos. Always be analyzing competitors. This is more of a mindset thing and understanding how to break out of this. And another thing as well, make sure if you're uploading 5 videos a day, make sure to do 2 hours apart between each upload. You can also schedule the post if you want to test it. I've noticed that scheduling for some channels works and for other channels don't work, right? So like test for your own channel, see if scheduling works for your channel. If it does, then that's great. If it doesn't, then you just have to manually upload it or pay a VA or your editor to do it for you, right? But make sure you're doing 2 hours between each upload. If you make them too close together, there's a chance that you may get suppressed. So yeah, that's how you break out of 100K view jail. Now let's talk about a million view jail, because if you are stuck in a million view jail, I'm guessing you're probably getting anywhere from like 30 to 50 million views a month. You're probably already making money. You've probably at least got one editor working for you, or maybe you're doing it all by yourself, right? So there's really easy ways to break out of a million view jail. And we've done this so many times because we have, videos that hit 10 million views all the time. But hitting a million view jail is it's pretty motivating, to be honest, because you've had that taste of like, yo, I'm getting a million views. I could definitely do this, right? But a lot of people make the mistake of basically doing the wrong things here, and then they end up reverting backward. So here's everything you need to do to break out of a million view jail. The first thing you have to understand when you're in a million view jail is typically this is an ideation problem. Right? And ideation is going to become more and more important as we get into bigger view jails. But ideation is a huge step when we're in 1 million view jail, right? So there are different types of ideas on YouTube. For example, if I uploaded a video talking about this is the craziest trampoline moment caught on camera, that may be worth maybe 30K to 100,000 views. But if I did, these are the top 5 ranking the best trampoline moments caught on camera, that may be worth like 1 million to maybe 5 million views, just depending. It could even be a couple 100 million if you just do it correctly, right? But ideation is very important here. Now, how do you train ideation? And this is something I teach a lot in my program, because we have a lot of people in our program who are advanced and they're looking to grow past, for example, like they're stuck at 5,000, they want to scale to 30,000, like we did with Lewis, for example. He's an interview we posted on our channel. So when you want to focus on ideation, you need to be able to learn the skill of analyzation. So look at your competitors, look at the best videos that have been uploaded in your niche, and analyze those videos and understand why. Why did that video do well? What did they do? Why did they do this, right? I once heard on a podcast, before I was even getting into YouTube, like automation that much, I was watching a lot of Mr. Beast because he was one of my idols, right? And he used to say he would spend like anywhere from like 10 to 12 hours a day just analyzing videos. And it made me realize that like, okay, if I'm going to need to, learn this, first I need to test a lot. And 2, I need to do a lot more ideation and analyzation. So understand why. I remember I was in a call with one of my friends, and we stood up all night watching a frame-by-frame analysis of a Mr. Beast video to understand why did this video go viral. And we just went through everything. We went through like every single, we look at the thumbnail, look at this here, why do you put this here? Why this color? Why is his eyes like this? Why is his mouth open and closed? Why is it closed, not open? Why do you put this explosion here, right? Why did he start off the video zooming out at that speed? Is that speed optimal? We should test it out. You know, we just start questioning everything, absolutely everything. So I have built a skill of analyzation so much when I was stuck in this time period of 1 million views jail, right? I built the skill of analyzation, and trust me, this was a skill. I didn't have anyone to teach me this, right? I'm giving you guys this for free, right? I had to figure this out on my own, and this was probably the hardest time for me right here, because I was not really the smartest guy, in school, right? I'm also really, really bad at remembering things. It sounds like I know a lot because I'm going over all this stuff on YouTube. That's because I do this every day. I actually have very terrible memory, surprisingly enough, right? But when I was analyzing my competitors, right, I would have to watch frame by frame, like pause, like I would click it like bam, 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 and like, I would just clicking the videos until I was just like, okay, what happened here? And I'm gonna give you guys a live example of this right now, right? And once you start kind of doing more in-depth analysis, you will get better and better at this. All right, so here's Rankzilla. He has one of the biggest ranking channels in the world right now, and his top video has 341 million views, so pretty insane. And let's analyze this video together so I can kind of show you how I analyze content and like how I see what's doing well and what isn't. So the first thing I do is I always look at the first frame of the video. It's very important to do this. So I look at it, I'm like, okay, he has ranking funniest trampoline moments. He has funniest highlighted in red and then trampoline moments highlighted in yellow. The funniest highlighted in red is probably the symbol of emotion, so we're highlighting the emotion. And then it's yellow, which is not as important, but it's explaining what's exactly happening in the video. He starts with 3 instead of 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, or 7 to kind of give us a taste of like, okay, this is kind of funny here. And it starts off with a guy here. First second, he already makes a jump and he gets hit in his toes. So I'm like, okay. Basically, the idea of this video is this guy has to jump over this, and he got hit already once. The second time he gets hit a second time, but he's still up on his feet. The third time he gets hit on the ground, and then he goes over. Next video here, we start the next frame immediately with headshot. This kid is literally pulling the thing back. The baby's about to get hit. He lets it go, and then bam, this kid gets just hit right in the face, right? Third one right here. Like, this video is about, like, this guy breaking his ankles, right? Within a couple seconds, he breaks his ankles, right? So you could see how much stuff happened during that time period, right? But it's easy to say it, but it's hard to say why we did that. So, like, for example, why did these first 3 clips play in this video here, right? The reason why is because, like, emotional analysis, right? We watch these videos here. The first clip, what did we give? We give some type of tension, right? So it's a tension video. We're kind of like, this guy's trying to move over here. We're trying to see if he survives. Second one, it's shock. Oh my gosh, this guy just got hit in the face, right? Shock. So we went from tension to shock. And then after that, we go straight to pain. He breaks his ankles, right? So in the first 3 clips, we get 3 different emotions. And this is what I learned as well. Like, the best ranking channels use different emotions in every single clip, or they interchange emotions to keep retention. And this is a small example of the bigger picture I'm talking about for 1 million view jail, right? Look at your competitors, see what they're doing. Everything is intentional, even if the people who are making it don't realize it yet. Maybe they're doing something right without knowing, right? But if you understand that that works and you need to do it because it works, that is all the power to you. It's going to help you understand how to ideate better, how to analyze better. It's going to just make everything easier for you to scale. So understanding how to, analyze is very important. Another thing with 1 million view jail is you need to understand how monthly audiences work. So monthly audiences, this is something that I don't see a lot of people talking about because most people are trying to make videos for the masses, right? How to escape 30K view jail, how to get started on YouTube, right? But like, no one really talks about the advanced subjects because it doesn't get money, right? But like, I'm here to help you guys out here. So let's say you're stuck in, I don't know, like 1 million view jail. Here's a channel. I mean, this channel is crushing for us right now. We're up $25,000 this month on this channel. The past 90 days, we're up $63,000. Past 6 months, we're like $188,000. And we've gotten lots of videos on this channel that have broken past 50 million views, I believe. I mean, I think we have a 100 million view video on this. Yeah, like we have a lot of videos that have crushed on this channel here. You can see all the videos getting an insane amount of views here. But what we look at a lot on this channel is the monthly audience, and this is something you should be paying attention to very carefully, right? So your monthly audience can do one of 3 things. It can go up, it can go down, or it can stay the same. That's it. So if your monthly audience is going down while you're stuck in 1 million view jail, your channel is going to die soon. This is a pattern recognition I've seen across so many different channels. If your monthly audience is staying the same, but going up, you're in a healthy spot. If your monthly audience is staying the same and the casual and regular viewer ratio is increasing percentage, then you're not in the green and you need to do something to fix it, right? So this video or this channel here has a 33.8 million monthly audience. So, I mean, like, we're doing very good here. You know, we're keeping it stable. If you look at the past 90 days, though, you'll see the starting point is higher than the lower point, and you can see past 365 days. At one point, we had a 72 million monthly audience. Why does this happen? Because niches die. It's a part of the game. Why do you think I have 38 channels? Do you think those are the only ones I've run? I've run hundreds of channels before, right? But this channel, you know, like back in December, we carried it at $73,000 in a month. This month, it's only up 25,000. Hey, that's not the best that I've ever done, but like, for example, this is a channel example to show, like, you know, monthly audience can still dip, but as long as you know, kind of have the knowledge to be able to scale and automate channels, it'll make you a very big amount of money in a very like long period of time. And what's great is it's automated, so I really don't need to do that much stuff. So that's kind of everything for 1 million view jail. Let's talk about 10 million view jail, because 10 million view jail, this is where the magic happens, because most people watching this probably aren't watching anymore because most people aren't stuck here. But if you are watching just so you want to know the information once you hit it, yo, all the power to you, bro. I love that people are watching this video at this point because it means that you're hungry. You know, you want to keep scaling, and it's very important that you learn this information anyway. Learn from the best people, right? Like, I'm not the best in YouTube Shorts, but I would say I'm one of the best. I have hit a 2 billion view month before and $120,000 at 20 years old, you know, but there are people doing better than me. Right? But learning from someone who's doing better than you is always very important. So if you made it this far in the video, all the power to you, bro. Let's get into it. How do we break out of 10 million view jail? When we are breaking out of 10 million view jail, the thing we need to understand is how VPV works, right? So if you don't know what VPV is, this stands for views per viewer. And this is where we start using some business terms here. So in business, right? For example, let's say we're selling bundles of chocolate, right? We could sell one chocolate bar for $1, or we can sell 3 chocolate bars for $2.50. The thing people don't understand, though, is like, I get this chocolate bar for, like, let's say 25 cents. So if you buy 3, it may look like a deal, but I end up just making more money because the profit is there. The same thing applies when you're doing VPV on YouTube, right? So VPV is basically increasing the amount of views you get per viewer who watches your channel. So let's say you have a ranking channel, right? If you have a ranking channel here, and let's say in this ranking channel, you want people, let's say you're not using related videos or anything like that, you're getting 1 view per video or 1 view per viewer, right? So your VPV is basically equal to 1 in this example. How do you increase this VPV? One way to do this is related videos. If you use related videos to your advantage, it's going to be so easy for you to start increasing your VPV. And once you increase your VPV, you will start getting insane 48-hour marks. For example, like Dermon, right? He's in our program right now for the past like couple of months. 44 million views on a single channel. This guy is running 6 channels, by the way. We're running 1. Now he's running 6 after joining our program. He's absolutely crushing it right now. 44 million views in a 48-hour mark. This is just one of our students. And, you know, we do this, like, for example, like this channel here, like 97 million views on a single video, right? Like, how are we doing this? It's because we're using VPV to our advantage. If you notice, a lot of our students getting insane, 48-hour marks. Sorry, second channel is already at, 6 million views in a 40-hour mark. It's because we understand how VPV works, and I teach this to my students. So this is another sauce that I usually give my students, and I'm giving you guys just free information for you guys. Right, so using related videos is insanely helpful. How do you do that? Here, I'll show you right now. All you have to do is go to a video that, for example, you've uploaded, go to detailed, and you will see this option called related videos. You'll see like a big pop-up of all the videos you can relate here. You can select the video and just hit save, and then boom, you just did a related video. And what this does is if you go to your analytics, it's gonna start helping increase your 48-hour mark here, right? So once you start increasing your 48-hour mark, pretty much you get more views per video, which means all the videos also get more views, which helps you break out of that 10 million view jail. Another thing you can do is series content as well, right? For example, like this is part 2 of blank or part 1 of blank, right? Series content does very, very well. It makes it very watchable. Like, for example, I've seen a lot of like movie stuff do this a lot, where like if you have any type of like movie videos or anything like that, you can basically make serious content. It makes it really easy to break out of the 10 million view jail, because guess what, all those people go flock into your channel and then they actually end up watching. Also, using TV viewers is so important, and this is what we're doing for our top students well right now. I mean, he's using TV audiences to his advantage, and if you know how to increase your TV audience, it's really easy to break that 10 million view jail, because YouTube is the #1 most streamed platform in the entire planet right now for TV. It's dominating the TV industry, including shorts, right? A lot of people think like, oh, no one watches shorts on TV. Guess what? Some of the top channels are getting 44% TV audiences with just single short content. I'll give you an example of it right now as well. So here's one of our top students right now. You can see he's at $65,000 in the past 28 days. But if you go to past 90 days, he's at $211,000. And in the past 365 days, I've been working with him for around 6 months now. So around here we started, and you can see the growth is pretty exponential. This is when we started getting into short form content. But you'll notice here, if we go to the audience here and we actually go down, you will notice here that the TV audience is around 40%. And if you know how to increase the TV audience, which is something I teach in my program, you'll be able to pretty much utilize this to your advantage. And even if you go to shorts, like we're getting like 40% TV audiences on this channel, and it's generating like, you know, almost 70. We even had an $88,000 month on this channel, 2 back-to-back $80,000 months on this channel. So this is a really good example of like this right here. If you know how to increase your TV audience, you can really easily break out of 10 million view jail. This is also where broader formats come into play. I've talked about this a little bit earlier, but doing broader formats, it doesn't have to be just ranking, but anything related to anything broad works, right? Because guess what? If you're making videos about, I don't know, like the best anime character in blank anime, I promise you it's not going to get 10 million views, right? But sometimes it's about framing. If you frame the video in a way that's able to be watched by a baby and a grandma, it makes it much easier. For example, let's say you take a niche show, right? Like let's say you take like Naruto and you do like a random character from Naruto, like, I don't know, like Jiraiya, right? The pervy stage. If we take that guy as an example, right? I bet you most people will not know who that guy is if you go to a broader anime or just life in general. Like you ask your dad, who's Jiraiya from Naruto? He's like, why are you asking me about this? Go get a job, right? But what you should be doing is you should be making these videos as broad as possible. So instead of saying, did you know that in Naruto when Jiraiya did this, you can start the video with, this anime character is the most well-known anime character, and if you don't know it, then you probably do, right? You start the video off like this, it's the same video idea, but the framing is different. This is where broad scripting comes into play. If you understand the skill of broad scripting, which is also something we teach in our program as well, it's going to be much easier for you to get more views, because guess what? Your swipe ratio is going to go up. The average TAM of your video is going to go up. Remember, we talked about TAM earlier. If you can increase the TAM of your videos by just framing it a little bit differently, it's going to be much easier for you to watch. For example, I don't really care about watching any other sports besides soccer or football, as you guys say, all around the world, right? But, you know, if you talk about, for example, like a basketball player and you say, this is the deadliest basketball injury of all time, as someone who doesn't really care to watch basketball, I will watch that video anyway. The reason why is because it's very broad, right? I'm interested. It's the most of all time. Let me see what happened here. And this makes it a lot easier to reach a higher TAM. Right? So increasing your TAM by just framing with broad scripting, this is a more advanced topic, which is why I left this for the end of the video, but it's very, very important for you guys to understand how to broaden your TAM with broad scripting, broad framing, because it helps you break out of 10 million view jail. This also dabbles into a little bit of how we break out of 100 million view jail, which is very, very niche for only a few of you guys who have really hit it. If you want to consistently hit 100 million view jail, well then you guys can't wait till the end of this video, but this is pretty much how you break out of 10 million view jail in its full. But again, main takeaways you need to understand here is understanding. You need to have universal ideas, right? So making sure that the videos you're uploading is very, very broad and easy to understand, because if you have universal ideas, it's much easier for anyone watching it to be able to watch and actually be able to learn from it or be able to relate to it. Because remember, what does YouTube want? YouTube wants 3 things. They want to make as much money as possible, people to be as satisfied as possible, and people to stay as long as possible on the platform, right? You make universal ideas, anyone can watch it. That's why ranking videos do so well, because you're tapping into niches from all different lenses of life. For example, if you made a video talking about, you know, removing wasp nests, it probably wouldn't do very well by itself. Like, how do you remove a wasp nest? But if you do top 7, wasp nest removals, it's much more broad. And all of a sudden you turn a very niche idea of removing wasp nests, which is something you usually only search on YouTube when you have a wasp nest outside of your deck, right? To, oh my gosh, this is like a short form content that could get pushed to hundreds of millions of people. And this is what we do for a lot of our students as well. So universal ideas is very important. Making sure you're doing related videos on these universal videos as well will help you a lot. Related videos will basically just get you more VPV or VPV, which is going to help you get to more audience, and also just doing broad scripting, which kind of addresses our universal ideas, and this helps increase our TAM higher. So that's pretty much everything for 10 million view jail in its full. I know it's a lot of information, so take it all in. Guys, remember, if you want to like go back at any point in this video in the future and like you get stuck at a certain point, you can go back there and watch it. And before I get to 100 million view jail and how to break out of that, guys, again, we do have a program where, we teach people basically how to scale out of any view jail and pretty much just scale on YouTube in general. We help people scale multiple channels. For example, like I told you, Derman, here he is right here. He's actually at 6 channels now, and he is getting the same amount of views. He's almost getting 100 million views in the 48-hour mark now every single time. We have students hitting hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. For example, like one of our students, Rith, he had a $100,000 month. A lot of students are hitting $50,000 months. A lot of students are, easily getting like 100,000 plus views in their first 10 hours of uploading. Multiple, 48-hour marks that are above 4 million, 10 million. Here's Rith right here with his $70,000 month, right? So we have lots of, student results. Like for example, here's TB. He's at a 14 million 40-hour mark. So if you guys want to, this information was helpful and you really want to learn for yourself, go ahead, check the description link and check the pinned comment as well. Apply and go ahead and apply to join our program. Let's get you in here and let's help you guys get scaled up, because a lot of you guys are stuck in a certain place right now with YouTube and you need to break out of it. And it's most likely just the knowledge or the guidance you need in order to actually scale. So, after we go over this, or right now, if you want to apply, go ahead and do that. But let's go over 100 million view jail and how to break out of it. This one is going to be really fun. So when you guys hear the word 100 million view jail, I bet the first reaction most of you guys have, unless you've already hit it, is that's not real, right? That's not real. 100 million view jail, what is that, right? And I've broken out of this before because I have a 200 million view video. So let's talk about it, right? How do you exactly break out of 100 million views in the first place, right? So if you want to get to 100 million views, first of all you have to do is apply everything we talked about here at 10 million views, right? Quick sauce for you right now. But if you want to break 100 million views, let's say you're at here and you haven't broken past it, this is where you need to understand the global phenomenon of language and communication. So a lot of you guys speak English. If you don't speak English, you're probably listening to this through a translator, for example, like Spanish or any other language, right? So language sucks, right? And here's why. Because if someone's watching this and they speak Spanish, right? I'm speaking English and I'm not able to really communicate my thoughts to you unless you're bilingual. That's really bad if we're getting views. You will notice the videos, the top videos that get the most amount of views, other than a few exceptions, typically don't have language barriers. And this is where understanding view maxing to its full capacity and how I personally got 2 billion views in a single month is very important. So basically, language sucks, right? And the reason why is because it limits us for the amount of views we can get. There's only a certain amount of people in the world who speak English. If you want to focus on making money, sure. But we're talking about getting views right now, right? 100 million views. If we want to get this, we need to basically uncap the amount of people watching us. That means uncapping the language as well, right? So, for example, let's say we're making a video about ranking the best, trampoline moments, like we said it earlier, right? Instead of using English commentary or clips with English, do clips where there's no type of wording in any other language that's going to drive people away. Now, a lot of people argue with me, well, Devin, I use captions that are English. Won't that drive people away? And the answer is no. Because a lot of people from a lot of other languages will watch your videos even if there's English captions, because a lot of people have English as their second language, or English is taught as a second language in almost every country in the world right now, right? So English is basically the primary language. It's okay to have captions. A lot of people can understand it, even if there's not, like, I've seen videos where, like, there's Spanish captions, there's Chinese captions, right? And it's just ranking the funniest dog moments, right? But it's in another language. But you stay to watch the video anyway, because who cares what the language is right there? I'm watching the video. But as soon as that person starts speaking Spanish or speaking whatever other language, I'm immediately not as interested because I don't understand, right? Because wording does not affect context, and context is very important to understand breaking out of 100 million views. And also, for these videos, it's not a you need to try making universal videos. It's you need to make the most broad universal videos possible, right? You need to make videos that anyone from any language, any age, any demographic, any gender, any race can watch this video and be like, huh, I know what's going on right now. How can I show this to a baby and to my grandma and to some person from another language, and all of them be interested and watch the video all the way through? So I'm going to show you a video from Daniel Labella. He got, I think, like a 1.3 billion views on a single YouTube short. And let's analyze why his video did well and how he broke 100 million views. And then I'll give you some more examples of how you can do this to your own channel to break 100 million views on your single videos. So here is Daniel Labella, right? He has a pretty big YouTube channel, 35 million subscribers. He lost iShowSpeed recently. But he uploaded this video 3 years ago. It's actually at 1.6 billion views. And let's actually watch this video. So what's going on here, right? He's basically running around. He's cleaning. There's no music. There's no audio. He's just running around doing parkour and cleaning in a nice house. A lot of you guys are probably watching this because you most likely are advanced at this point. You understand why this did well. But basically, the reason why this video did well is because what does everyone do in every type of culture? They keep their house clean, right? Everyone likes keeping their house clean. This video is a guy running. Everyone in the cultures run, right? Everyone, has some type of place where they sleep or live in, right? Or some type of food that they eat. He's just doing all those things, right? It's just so relatable. Like anyone watching this can watch this and understand what's going on. There's no context needed, no captions needed, right? And you'll notice he did everything we're talking about. Look at the title. If cleaning was time sport, part 2. What does this do? Increases VPV because people go to his channel and watch more of his content. All right, so this is an example of how you can break 100 million view jail. Now, me personally, I've never gotten 1 billion views on a single short. My highest is 220 million, but I still think that's pretty good, right? So if you guys want to break out of this view jail that you guys are stuck in, right, for 100 million views, you need to understand how language is limiting you, how speaking is limiting you, how audio may be limiting you. I bet you if this was the same video, but you had Bad Bunny in the background and he was only speaking Spanish, someone would scroll away because they don't understand the English, the Spanish going on in the background. Someone would scroll away. I bet you if you put some type of K-pop in the background, right, and it was some like Japanese music, someone would scroll away because they don't understand it. They're like, what is this? And they go, right? If you want to get the most reach possible, limit yourself by unlimiting every type of factor that could possibly drive someone away, right? Now, of course, there's some things that we can't control, right? For example, like if you look a certain way, you can't control that, right? But I mean, like, look at Kaby Lame, bro. You know that black guy who just does this? And he puts his hands like this? That guy has the most followers and views on TikTok. All he does is this. Why does it do so well, guys? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Kaby Lame? Kaby Lame? This guy right here. The guy who does this. Why does this do so well? There's no speaking. There's no audio, right? It's just a movement. Because everyone in every culture can understand, right? It's so easy to understand, right? Once you understand this, getting 100 million views becomes a lot easier because you understand what your limits are. So do me a favor. Look at your own channel right now. Look at everything that you're doing wrong with your channel, right? Look at every single video that has gotten stuck in any view jail, including videos that have not gotten 100 million views. And think about, could you do this, right? Now, you're not able to do this for every single niche. For example, in commentary niches, you can't just take away the language, right? You just can't. But guess what? As YouTube gets better, as AI gets better, AI transcripts are going to become a real thing that allows you to get a lot more views. Views is going to become easier than ever as time goes on, right? View jails are going to become bigger and bigger. For example, I was in YouTube for years. A couple years ago, 30K view jail wasn't even a thing. It was like 10K view jail. And before that, there wasn't 10K view jail. It was just like, I hope my videos get pushed out. YouTube is going to continuously push out more views to more audiences. A lot of people have the problem of, hey, I'm only getting people in India as my audience. I want to get Americans to increase my RPM. That wasn't a problem before because YouTube didn't allow you to get languages or audiences from other languages. It was just whatever language you spoke, right? But because we're getting in an age and now where getting views is so much easier than ever and YouTube wants to push the direction toward growth, right? This is why these things happen. So this is how you escape 100 million view jail. Uncap yourself. Become limitless. All right? You want to be able to reach the most amount of people possible. I hope this was an eye-opener because this right here, the knowledge I just gave you, took me 8 years to understand. All right, 8 years of studying and analyzing. And it may seem obvious what I'm telling you now, but it took me nearly half my life to analyze this information that I've given you right now. So I hope you value it, and I hope it helps you scale with your channel. So the last most important thing I want to talk about before I wrap this course up is understanding how to diagnose your channel when you're stuck in view jail. Because a lot of people say they're stuck in view jail, but maybe only one of their videos got stuck. And sometimes, you know, the algorithm glitches out. Sometimes you get pushed correctly. And I want to kind of break down how to diagnose your channel when you're in view jail. So the TB testing period, as I mentioned earlier in some other view jails, is 8 to 12 days. So it usually takes 8 to 12 days to break out of a view jail after doing consistent stats. You can hit these stats one single time on a video. That does not mean you're going to necessarily break out of view jail. View jail is something you break over a consistent basis, right? So make sure when you are making these videos, you're uploading, understand it takes time. It takes 8 to 12 days to break out of any given view jail. The other thing that you need to understand is just because you are hitting these stats over a consistent basis, let's say 8 to 12 days, and you don't get pushed out, there may be other things wrong with your channel as well, right? So go back to the previous view jails and try to figure out if you have any of those problems wrong as well. Like, for example, like your trust score may be a big issue while you're stuck in 50K view jail, right? Because YouTube is not a concrete black and white, like this is the one instruction to break out of view jail, because sometimes it's a little bit different. Sometimes you need to do something, for example, like you're stuck in a million view jail and you need to fix it. And in order to fix it, all you have to do is just go and fix your trust score, and then bam, you're uploading 5 videos a day. Or maybe you're stuck in 10 million views, but you need to upload 5 times per day to get 50 million views, right? It's kind of just dependent on whatever scenario you're currently in. So a quick little summary of the entire course. So if you're stuck in 0 view jail, it's typically because you have some type of trust score issue. So if you have a trust score issue, the best way to fix it is just going to the trust score video that I've already uploaded. It's 1 hour long. You can go watch it and diagnose your own channel, or you can apply to our program and I can help you increase the trust score. We also have this app called Satura, which is going to be linked in the description as well. You basically put in your channel details and it basically tells you your exact trust score of your channel. That way it's very, very easy for you to kind of just see the number and then see what you need to improve. It's very, very intuitive. If you're stuck in 30K view jail, it's very important that you guys understand the swipe ratio and the retention of your videos and improve them, right? Usually that's the reason why you're just getting usually bad stats. If you want to improve your stats, look at your competitors and see what they're doing differently, right? And if they are doing something differently, all you have to do is, analysis, right, of like what they're exactly doing, and then just copy them, right? Or maybe do replicate and then reiterate later. Try to do something a little bit different. The main thing is if they have a proven format that works, then you should be using that format as well to your advantage to make sure you have something that if I upload this, it works. I also recommend for example, for 50K view jail, because a lot of people talk about comments and reactions, it's usually an emotion problem. So make sure at 50K view jail you're analyzing emotions properly. If you are using emotions properly, it's going to be pretty easy to scale. Remember my retention graph of like happy, angry, sad, happy, right? If you want the retention graph to be straight, you need to utilize every single emotion differently in your videos. Make sure you're understanding at which point of this video, which emotion am I trying to make the viewer feel? Because if the viewer feels blank at this amount of time, then they're going to stay. If it changes, then they're going to stay as well. At 100,000 view jail, it's usually a volume problem, right? So look how many videos you're uploading and see how you can optimize it. This is where starting to systematize and understanding how editors come into play is very, very helpful. Editors is very important for all of these view jails, but for 100K view jail, systematizing your time is very important because we only have so many hours in the day, especially if you're doing YouTube part-time right now because, you know, you have a job, maybe you're in college, maybe you're in school, whatever you're doing, maybe you have a family, right? If you have those other responsibilities, you need to make sure you're optimizing the time you are working, which is why time optimization is so important. I'm gonna be dropping a course on that later this year on how to optimize your time. I also talk to all my students. I actually, in every single call, you know, with my students before we actually get into the mentorship, I have a one-on-one call with each of my students and I optimize their entire time and I systematize their life to make sure they have the most optimal schedule to make the most amount of videos. Because, for example, let's say you're sourcing videos and that takes 30 minutes a day, right? If sourcing takes 30 minutes a day because you need to find the perfect 1 million view clip, you know, we could systematize it by, hey, let's just compile all these clips in one single day so that way we don't have to do it the rest of the year. Or, hey, I have a guy I can give you, you pay him like $200 and he, like, I've already trained him. So you can just go tell him what to do and he'll find all the clips for you. Or instead of making, you know, 1 million view ideas, we go into, well, 1 million view jail, which is going to be finding videos that kind of have 1 million view ideas, or maybe they're not 1 million view ideas, but you can compile them in ranking formats, which are going to be the 1 million view jail, which is understanding formats, understanding how to change your format to your advantage, understanding how to adapt, because adapting is going to be a very, very hard lesson a lot of you guys are going to have to learn, because what works today will not work tomorrow. Right. And that's a big problem a lot of people like face as well. They hit like a crazy month. Maybe they hit like a 10, 20. A lot of you guys have even hit $30,000 months and then you've dropped off. And that's why you're watching this video, because you're trying to understand, why am I stuck in 30K view jail if I was getting 300 million views like a couple months ago, right? And the reason why is because the algorithm changes, formats change. You have to be adaptive. And a lot of people have this ego of like, okay, this worked before, I want it to be able to work again. But guys, I promise you, it's not going to work again. And if everyone else is trying the same thing and it's not working, that's your sign to switch your niche or switch your format. 10 million view jail is where you understand how to increase your VPV. Again, VPV is views per viewer, right? So if you want to get more views per each person that sees your channel, you need to increase your VPV. This goes beyond just related videos, but making sure you're watching content that's bingeable, making sure you're watching content that is able to be rewatched on a longer period of time. You want to be increasing your comment ratio very heavily on 10 million view jail. And then for 100 million view jail, universal languages. You want to make sure you're making videos that are able to be watched by everyone in the world. Any single person watching this video should be able to watch it, understand it from any age, any demographic, any gender, any race, any of that. All right. So I hope this video was helpful. If it was, guys, if you want to, work with me, you can go ahead and apply down below, and I'm gonna talk about that in just a second. But remember, guys, if you get stuck in any type of view jail in the future, come back to this video and watch the part of the view jail that you're stuck in, right? Because I pretty much broke down the main things you need to do, and like, this isn't just, remember, numbers and like information I'm just pulling out of my butt here. It's real info that I've gotten from all the channels that we're running, all the students that we're working with, and it's going to be very helpful for a lot of you guys as well, because as long as you just implement this information, I know you'll see a difference. And when you see a difference and you start increasing your views, you start making more money, hey, our program is there. And remember, you can achieve any amount of views you want, right? I've gotten billions of views a month. You can as well. There's nothing stopping you from getting billions of views a month. The only thing that I guess you don't have is just the information, right? And it took me 8 years of trial and error to do this. And you can go through trial and error as well. But these videos, all these information I've given for free on YouTube, you can use this to your advantage to start scaling your own channel, all right? This is years of experience. And, I have all the student testimonials to back up, right? I'm just not just spitting BS. We have lots of amazing student results, and that's kind of evidence for all of the different ways we've broken people out of view jails. We have people who come in getting 300 million views, wanting to scale to 1 billion views. We have people coming in at 0 view jail who want to scale to their first, 100 million view month. Just depends. The last thing is loopability, right? You want to make sure these videos that you're watching, right? The videos that are getting 100 million views, and this applies to 10 million views as well, but like, you want to make sure your videos are loopable, right? The best videos don't just have 100+% retention. Like I said in earlier videos, AVD divided by LV is above 100%. They have 200, 300, even 400% retention graphs, right? Because the video is just so watchable that you can watch it from anywhere in the world multiple times. They'll keep laughing. There's things that they miss. Add Easter eggs. Comment ratios are also insane for these type of videos. Do subtle CTAs without speaking. That's another thing we teach in our program, which is why we've had a couple students hit over 100 million views on their personal videos. For example, like I showed earlier in our student testimonial.
I want to talk about what's going on with YouTube's algorithm right now. Because if you guys have noticed, a lot of people have been getting view jailed for different reasons than before. Views have been going up and down. Some people have just been getting straight up just like completely jailed. They go from like 14 million 48 hour to like 700,000 48 hour, which I know sounds like a lot to you guys, but that's a really big dip. It's a huge dip, and that was happening to a lot of people, especially on X. I saw a lot of people posting about it. I even posted about it on X briefly, and a lot of people are experiencing the same issue of a lot of people are getting this view jail. I'll show you right here. Like this was happening. Oh, no, this was not the right post. Here it is. This is happening to a lot of people. Right, so basically, like you were getting a lot of views, and then it would just randomly die down. This actually even happens to a couple of our channels as well. So we're gonna talk about this first, right? Because this is happening still. It's with the YouTube AI and how to fix it. Then we're gonna talk about the new settings and stuff for YouTube and the analytics involved with it, because the 32-second rule doesn't apply anymore. I don't know if you guys know this, but 32 seconds is not really something you need to be hitting anymore. I pushed it very hard before because that was what the original trust score equation was, and now it has changed, and you don't need to have 32-second videos. Is that good? It's all right. It's all right. All right, anyways, let's get into it. So first things first, has anyone else experienced a weird type of view jail recently where you're going anywhere from 11,000 to 33,000 views? Can I just get a yes or no in the chat? Yes or no in the chat if you guys have experienced 11,000 to 33,000. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Now, has anyone experienced a view jail from 30,000 to 100,000 views in the past, couple of days or so? Because this has also been happening as well. Okay, and now has anyone experienced a 1 million 48-hour view jail? Because this is also happening to a lot of people as well, a 1 million 48-hour. You get stuck from 39 to 110K? Yeah. And as you guys know, 110K doesn't really make you that much money on YouTube, for shorts at least. So there's different levels of view jails, as you guys know, and there is different solutions for each one. So I'm going to go over the smallest one, the medium one, and then the larger one for breaking out of the million view jail. So first, let's talk about that random dip that was happening for a lot of people. So the reason why, if you guys saw your 48-hour was looking like this, and then it randomly just dipped here, right? And you guys are seeing this random huge drop. The reason this happened was because YouTube's AI has again been going haywire, right? So basically why this happens is because YouTube has been thinking that people have been view botting, even though it's not really true. You guys know how YouTube's AI is. The AI detection is so bad right now that they'll randomly start like shadow banning channels just because they think they are view botting the channel. Right? A good way to check if your channel is actually getting view botted, if you go to your analytics, you go to your traffic sources, and if you see there's a random website that gets like 10% plus your traffic, you're probably getting view botted. Now, chances are, if you're not the one view botting yourself, no one's probably view botting you, but YouTube's detection software was assuming that people were getting view botted because of the increase in views, which is why we were seeing a lot of people getting random drops, because YouTube was shadow banning. Now, luckily, there is a solution to this problem. If you guys were getting shadow banned like this, the solution is going to your subscription feed. If you guys go into your settings when you're about to upload a video, there is a setting called publish to subscribers. You want to check that off. So here, I'll show you guys what that kind of looks like here. I actually posted it on X. So here, let me show you. It's right here. So the setting looks just like this. If you go to load. There you go. So you'll see this setting right here, all right? What you have to do is you have to go to your settings and then click off publish to subscriptions, and this will basically reset your algo and put you back up to a new audience. And then it'll basically jumpstart your channel, and you could start seeing your 48-hour going up. That is the first solution, right? The second solution is potentially doing collaborations. Now, I know a lot of you guys have kind of heard what collaborations are, but a lot of you guys aren't really running them because you don't have anyone to collab with. We tested this with Ian, and we're testing this with Romeo as well right now. If you do a collaboration with a channel that is getting you a low 48 hour with a channel that is doing a higher 48 hour, you can easily jumpstart your channel. Now, if you guys don't have resources of people to actually do the collabs with, then you won't really be able to do it, because you need someone. But, there's a lot of people in the server that you guys can connect with. A lot of inner circle guys would happily collab with you if you're, in the correct niche and the channel makes sense. But collabs are a really good way to jumpstart your channel, and you can basically increase your trust score immediately as long as the analytics are good. All right, but you have to make sure it's in the same niche. All right, if you're making dog commentary and then you collab with some space channel, like, it's just not gonna work, and then you'll just cook both channels. So if they aren't the same niche, you will cook your channel. You got to be careful of that. All right, that's what I want to talk about first for this shadow ban / view jail that's been going on with everyone, right? With this dip. All right, now that we talked about this, why did your room stuck at that point? I've been so busy with work, bro, guys. You guys know I'm working like 24/7. I don't have time to build stuff, bro. I build like one shelf a week because I'm so busy working. Anyways, let's talk about the 11 to 30K view jail, or 33K view jail. This is usually the average. I heard a lot of you guys are struggling with this. I think this is the biggest view jail that you guys are in for a lot of you. And I want to talk about how to break out of this, right? Because before it was aiming for 32 seconds, getting a 33-second AVD, getting a swipe ratio above 81.1%. This is not really necessary anymore. And you need to hit different stats in order to kind of break out of this view jail. All right. So remember, the reason why I had my initial trust score stats of, you want to be aiming for 32 seconds. You want to get, above a 32-second AVD, so like a 33-second AVD, 32-second LOV. And then, of course, you wanted to get the swipe ratio of above 81.1%, right? And then, if you guys remember as well, in my previous videos, I've talked about the point system where, like, a like is 1 point, a comment is 2 points, watching the video all the way through is 4 points, clicking on the sound is 4 points, right? You guys know about the YouTube point system. So, this stat really isn't necessary anymore because YouTube is changing the way they pay their creators and changing the way they make money. So originally, YouTube made money from 4 different income streams, right? They make money from advertisers on Google paying them, right? So they make money from that. They make money from YouTube Red or YouTube subscriptions. They make money from music deals on their platform, and then they make their money through transactions, right? Like any type of things like donation, a super chat, any type of cheer, anything like that. That is how YouTube makes money because they get a commission off that. And also, you could argue they make money off movie deals, but I don't include it because it doesn't really affect us, right? So, of these really 4, that YouTube makes money, YouTube, of course, makes the most money from advertisers on Google paying them, right? So advertisers are spending money on YouTube because they want to get a return on their investment. If I'm a marketer and I'm running, let's say, like a supplement brand, and I start making supplement content and I start posting advertisements on Google, we're going to get pushed to the YouTube Shorts feed, right? YouTube makes money because the advertisers are sending money straight to Google for a placement on the YouTube Shorts feed. Now, before, advertisers made the most amount of money. When you hit these stats, it would see the highest amount of conversions, right? Because if you have a really high converting video for a Google advertisement, that is how advertisers increase your RPM. For example, the reason why United States RPMs are so high is because people in the United States have more money and they convert higher on Google Ads compared to people like, for example, in India, right? In India, not a lot of people spend money on the internet, so the RPMs are a lot lower because advertisers don't get a return on their investment. All right, does that make sense so far, guys, before I continue? Are we making sense, guys? All right, awesome. Okay, so now that we understand how RPM is calculated, right? The RPM is being calculated differently than it was before, right? Because these stats were the main stats you need to hit. Now advertisers are going through emotion-based buying, right? So the more emotions you can make a viewer feel, the higher they're going to convert on an advertisement, which means your RPM is going to increase. And if your RPM increases, that means what? YouTube is making more money off your video as well. If we're making YouTube more money, we're going to get pushing the algorithm further because our goal is basically to help YouTube, right? We're YouTube's servant. If we help YouTube make money, they will gift us views, which will make us money as well. It's a codependent relationship, right? So now that we know that emotions are being the main driving factor for conversions of these advertisements, we need to understand what causes emotions and how do we quantify it. So before, we quantified emotions by looking at our retention and seeing if they watched the video all the way through and then rewatched it. And that still is valid, but a new analytic is being shown to increase the amount of advertisements or money advertisers make, and that is the comment ratio, right? So I'm going to put CR for comment ratio. If you guys are getting more comments on your videos or you're stuck in any type of view jail, increasing your comment ratio guarantees you to almost break out of this. All right, as long as your niche is big enough. But comment ratio is the biggest source right now of breaking out of this view jail right here. All right, this 11 to 33,000 view jail. All right, and I want to talk about the type of emotions you want to make them feel, right? Because I've talked about the 3 pillars of YouTube. YouTube wants to make as much money as possible, to keep people on their platform as long as possible, and for people to be satisfied, right? Those are the 3 different metrics that YouTube really wants you to hit. Now, you need to understand that if you really want YouTube to hit these metrics, being satisfied does not really mean being satisfied, right? When I say satisfied, you guys think of like ASMR or like a good ending, right? But that is not true. Satisfied in YouTube's eyes is any type of emotion, right? So if you make them feel angry or happy or you rage bait them or you make people feel sad, it doesn't matter. If they're feeling an emotion, they will convert higher on an advertisement because their buying levels are higher when they feel anything. Right? So you have to comment bait. Exactly, Max. You have to comment bait. Right? So this is what I recommend you guys doing. Now, I'm going to explain how to exactly increase your comment ratio, but there's also another stat that you guys need to understand, which is your retention. Right? So before, you needed to aim for 32-second videos because 32-second videos was the ideal number to hit in order to actually make the most amount of money possible. Now, I've talked about this in my 1-hour Trust Core course video. I recommend you guys watch it later if you haven't already, but I'm going to go over this briefly again if you guys didn't get to that part of the video exactly, right? So there's 2 different types of retentions that really you could focus on now, right? So 32 seconds is not really that valid anymore. The first one is 24 seconds. So if you guys are aiming for a 24-second video, you need to make sure that your LOV is 24 seconds. So your AVD needs to be at least 26 seconds, all right? It needs to be 2 seconds higher. If you're going to be aiming for a 24-second LOV, have your AVD at 26 seconds. If you are aiming for a 1-minute video, your LOV can be 1 minute and your AVD needs to be 44 seconds, right? These are the numbers that I'm seeing more recently. We had an 170 million view video go viral with a 1-minute LOV, a 44-second AVD. We made $12,000 from that video. All right, so I'm telling you guys, these aren't stats I'm just pulling out of thin air. These are analytics that I'm working with on the channels that I'm working with right now, and these are the analytics that are getting us the most amount of views. These aren't numbers I'm pulling out of thin air, guys. These are like channels that I'm working with, and these are analytics in here. I can actually show you guys the analytic right now. Just give me a second. I want to make sure I don't accidentally leak the channel because this channel is popping right now. Just give me like 30 seconds, and I'll pull up the analytics and I'll show you. Yeah, but I mean, this video like made nearly $12,000 off a YouTube short, by the way, as well. Like a YouTube short made 12 grand. It's the most amount of money I've made from a YouTube short personally. So it's a new record for me. It's 160 million views. I apologize, guys. 160 million. Here, let me pull it up real quick. Here we go. Okay. Make this big for you guys. Yeah, so this is the analytics right here. And, this video was 1 minute, and we had a 44-second AVD. This is an older video, but it got pushed back to the algorithm. The video got pushed back to the algorithm once these stats were hit. You guys will actually notice as well, if you have old stats that are reaching this criteria, you may get repushed to the algorithm because just because a video is old and it has, these stats doesn't mean it can't get pushed again. Because it can get pushed against the algorithm, regardless if, it's old or new. As long as your stats are being hit, you will consistently get pushed to the algorithm as long as it's relevant. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to this. So yeah, the main thing I want to talk about is, the 24-second or 1-minute AVD. You can still aim for 32-second AVD and 33-second LOV, or vice versa, 32-second LOV and 33-second AVD. Just remember that it's easier probably to hit this 24-second, because I know a lot of you guys struggle to get that 32-second length of video. And because you guys struggle to get that, your video ends up being stretched and then your average view duration decreases. Have you guys encountered that problem where you're just trying to get that 32-second video, but you can't because you don't have enough content to put in the video itself, right? So this is a solution to that problem that you guys were encountering, right? Because now you can upload 24 seconds, and if you get an AVD that is higher, then you will get pushed out. But you have to increase your comment ratio, which is what I'm going to talk about now and how to increase it, right? So there's lots of ways to increase your comment ratio. The main ways is basically making them feel emotion. But what does that exactly mean, right? Make them feel an emotion, right? So the first thing you can do is you can basically do some type of hidden reference, because you guys know that doing a CTA in a video always decreases retention. There's going to be someone who leaves when you do a CTA, right? Unless you are making it so it's a very high tension moment in your clip. You guys will notice this with Mr. Beast, right? If Mr. Beast is doing some type of promotion where he's talking about Feastables or something like that, right? What he does is he has someone behind him about to get hit by a train, and then before the person gets hit by a train, he says, before we get into that, let me talk about Feastables. And then the person in the background's like, dealing with some type of challenge while he's talking about his advertisement. This is a high value CTA. All right, this is a high value CTA, and you can use this the same thing in short form if there's a high tension clip you're playing. So I'm gonna talk about a couple of different niches and the clips you can use while you're doing a CTA. All right. So first of all, let's talk about ranking. Does anyone here do ranking? I know a lot of people in this server do ranking. How many people do ranking here? A lot of people do ranking. You're scared to do ranking? Dude, ranking is a great niche to get into, guys. Ranking is a great niche. All right, we're going to talk about ranking first. So with ranking, if you're trying to do any type of CTA, you should do it on the highest tension clip or right before the payoff, right? Do you guys remember the 2 CTA method, right? That is kind of valid for this, but it's basically, instead of going to be a visual and audio, it's going to be 2 visual CTAs instead. So what you can do is you can basically, in the beginning on the second clip, you put comment your favorite, number, or comment your favorite clip, and you'll just have a ton of people commenting their numbers. Have it pop very slowly and subtly. Don't scream it in them. Also, what you can do is for the actual numbers itself, you can say comment which one's your favorite, or comment a laughing emoji if you like this as the actual text itself for the caption. You can also, at the very end, for the second last payoff, right? So because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you do 2 and then 1, right? Because 1's the actual payoff. Right before 1, what you can do is you can do some type of CTA again of like comment which one was your favorite, and you would get a ton of people just commenting the numbers. And also another thing you can do for the 6, 7 in the chats, guys. Another thing you can do is you can right before the payoff as well, you should actually make the best clip the second to last one, right? So if you make the best clip the second to last one, you'll get some comments saying like, hey, number 2 is definitely better than number 1. These are basically all the type of CTAs you can do in ranking that's very subtle and still get a lot of comment ratios, right? So as the comment ratios increase, your AVD will increase, your emotions will increase, and then you'll get more RPMs and YouTube will make more money. All right. So doing any type of emotion like that will work very well. All right. This falls underneath the rage bait category as well. Like if you're like switching 2 and 1, so you make the second last clip the best payoff, you will get people commenting that, right? And it doesn't matter if they're angry, again, they're happy, they're sad. It doesn't matter. If they're feeling an emotion, they're feeling a higher buying intent, which increases their RPM or our RPM, which increases YouTube's profit, right? And if YouTube's profit increases, then we make more money. Capiche? All right, cool. Now let's talk about the Roblox niche, all right? We talked about ranking. Let's talk about the Roblox niche. And then we'll talk about Roblox rants, because I know a lot of you guys do rants, and then we'll talk about commentary. Okay. Is this recorded? I'm recording right now. Hopefully it doesn't like get messed up. All right, let's talk about Roblox. So for Roblox, it's a little bit different because the audience is, of course, younger. I recommend doing some type of reference. For example, we have a couple students in our program who do very special skins that get people to watch the video. For example, they do references to pop culture. They do references to, memes and stuff that's going on right now. If you guys are doing Roblox, guys, say 6-7 somewhere in your video. It's gonna get pushed. I promise you. You'll get people commenting it. Use 6-7. If you guys are doing Roblox, doing any type of comment ratio where you're trying to increase the amount of people who are watching, if you say some type of reference, you will get more people to watch, right? But say 6-7 in your video somewhere. I promise you, it helps. Is Sora dead? No, Sora is not dead. I'll talk about Sora later as well. All right. He leaked our sauce. Guys, come on. 6-7 method is the most widely known method. Let's be real. But the other thing you can do to increase your comment ratio is basically you can basically just like comment if you want blank or comment if you think blank. Do not do the sub to like ratio or sub to comment like CTAs. Those get you banned, by the way. All right? Don't do those. A lot of people, especially in the old Seal of Brain Rot niche, got banned because they were doing this CTA. All right, so you guys know the CTAs where it's basically a split screen, right? So let's say I'm gonna try to draw this for you guys with my chicken scratch. All right, so let's say you have this right here, right? And in the middle you have like a sub here, and then you have like a comment here. Have you guys seen these CTAs where it's like sub if you want this character to win, like Team Red or Team Blue comment? You guys have seen this, right? So don't do this. All right, because this can get you banned. This has gotten a lot of people cooked because YouTube sees it as exploitation and spam. It's not, it's not, but YouTube's AI is a little gay right now. So I would just be very careful of it. Be very careful of this. Yeah, okay. Anyways, that's just like the main avoids. What about the giveaways? Don't do giveaways as well. All right, don't do giveaways as well. If you guys do any type of Roblox giveaways or saying, comment this if you want, blank Roblox, it just doesn't really work well. What I have seen work well is comment how much Robux you have. Comment how much Robux you have works. All right, but don't do a giveaway. Don't do a giveaway. Just if you ask a question, you won't get banned for that. Right? Josh knows. Josh knows, bro. If you guys do like, comment how much Robux you have, you will get a lot of people just commenting 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and it just increases your comment ratio, right? Increases your comment ratio exponentially. No, don't say how much Robux they want. Don't say that because that will increase the spam, and YouTube may think you're doing a giveaway. But if you ask how much they have, that is different. Don't say how much you want. There's a very key difference, and you will get banned if you do the other one, right? No, you won't get banned for numerical spam. That's not going to happen. But you'll get spam if YouTube thinks you're trying to do a giveaway. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Now let's go into the Roblox rants. All right. When you guys are doing Roblox rants, a lot of you guys do basically past events that have happened before. Do you guys remember when iShowSpeed tried doing the Jawbreaker challenge? Remember when iShowSpeed ate the hot chip challenge? Remember back in 2025 when blank did blank when, right? So if you guys are doing a Roblox rants, I want you guys to use false information, right? Say something that's not real. It helps a lot. I'm telling you guys, right? Doing false information gets people to comment because people were like, that didn't happen. Or is that real? Or is this true? And this gets people to basically, exactly, make up stories. I'm not even joking. It's a Roblox rants, guys. I know it may seem a little unethical. It's true. If you make up stories, you make up rants, stuff like that, it works so well. A lot of fake stories to get people to comment. It doesn't matter if the story is true or not. It matters if the comment ratio is high enough. That is our goal. High comment ratios, high retentions. We increase those, we will get more views and make more money. All right? So make up stories. You're trying to trigger emotions. And you can do that through a wide array of things. And what I recommend you guys really do is look at your competitors, see what worked for them, and do a similar story, but make it your own. For example, if you see a story of iShowSpeed eating the hot chip challenge and him having to go to the hospital, replace iShowSpeed with Jinxie, right? And just do the exact same thing. I'm telling you guys, it works so well. Replace iShowSpeed with Donald Trump, and it'll work. I'm telling you guys, it works so well. So use that to your advantage and basically just make new stories with different people. How it feels to spread misinformation. You got a 12 likes on that image. Is funny. That's funny, bro. Anyways, does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? All right. I hope that makes sense, guys. Now let's talk about the AI. I'm gonna put false info, guys. False info. All right. Lastly, let's talk about AI. I like as we keep going further and further on this like drawing board, you guys can see my handwriting just got worse and worse and worse. All right. Let's talk about it's getting bigger. Yeah, I know. That's what I always do, guys. You guys notice in all the videos, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. All right. AI. AI has been popping right now. I'm actually not going to give you guys a niche because right now, we have a lot of students running it. I don't want to leak their niche. Okay. But AI has been popping right now. And the best way to do AI CTAs is make something very emotional that's happening, right? It's the same thing. If you're going to do an AI video of someone breaking into a house, make it so the context is a daughter is breaking into their mother's house because she was kicked out, you know? Or a son is trying to break into their parents' house because he snuck out late at night. You know what I mean? If you just make it so a robber is trying to break into a person's house, it just doesn't really evoke that much emotion. You know what I mean? So, like, if you guys are going to do some type of AI, make sure the story behind it is an emotional roller coaster, you know? Animals, I'm not going to talk about animals because a lot of my students are in that, and there's a lot of sub niches there, and I'm not going to leak it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to leak my students' sub niche because those niches are crushing right now. Can you give an example for a commentary niche? Yeah, AI commentary. You could do animal ranking commentary. You can do, you know, news commentary. Anything like that works. Guys, you don't. I've had one student, bro. You guys remember when the Jamaica incident was happening, right? This is a little unethical. I actually didn't support this, but he did this. You guys remember when Jamaica was getting hit by that hurricane? You guys remember that, right? Is the one-on-one mentorship paid? Yeah, it's my time. Of course it is. So you guys remember when Jamaica was getting hit by that hurricane, right? So what he did, he made a ton of AI videos with the basically just like Jamaica hurricane. The videos got so many views. News outlets contacted him asking to post the videos, and it was AI. And he actually got on national news for these AI videos of the hurricane, right? And he was getting hundreds of millions of views during this time period. So I'm telling you guys, Mr. P got on national news. Yeah, so yeah, Clark, you know, bro, you know, man. So yeah, I mean, he got on national news for making an AI video, and I'm telling you guys, it's a little unethical, but you know, it works regardless. I'm saying, what happened to the giveaway? I'm talking about that at the end of this call because I want to address that because I know a lot of you guys hashtag whatever it takes. Never back down, never what. All right, that's everything I want to talk about for the main analytics. You love that hoodie, don't you, bro? Guys, my girlfriend got it for me. It was like $12 from Ross. So I love it. Of course I love it. Okay. I think that's pretty much all the info I wanted to talk about. You know, lastly, before we kind of continue this further, let me zoom back in here so we can see the handwriting. I want to talk about what we're moving into 2026. Because 2026, we're going to have some new updates, and YouTube's game is changing a lot right now, especially with AI. So we're going to talk about this, then we'll talk about the giveaway, and then we're going to open up the floor to Q&As and just, you know, just general questions. Okay, so first things first. For 2026, YouTube is moving in the direction of AI. There's a big misconception that AI is getting banned. I've had a lot of questions of like, isn't YouTube's AI banning AI, right? So I've heard a lot of people also saying like the AI detection software is getting messed up and they're banning AI channels. This is not true, right? So there's a big confusion where people think that this AI content is not getting pushed when this is the content that's getting pushed the most right now. Right, a lot of AI stories, a lot of AI content. YouTube CEO has even said themselves that they are actually supporting AI and they will monetize AI channels. Like you can straight up AI content is 100% monetizable. It is 100% monetizable. You can straight up make story clips and just straight up upload them to YouTube without even editing anything. And if your video got 10 million views, you will get monetized and get in the program. All right. They are not cracking down on AI, guys. They are pushing it further. YouTube is not cracking down on AI. They're cracking down on a lot of these Roblox spam content where they think people are doing giveaway scams. But YouTube AI is getting pushed so far right now. So if you guys like, for example, there's a niche that I talked to with one of my students. I'm okay talking about it because he's not running it anymore, but it still works very well. It's this like we show a really interesting clip and then you do an AI image of a drawing, right? And it works so well. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but the AI industry right now is popping, and in 2026, this is going to be the method. So if you don't have Sora AI and you aren't getting used to generating these clips, start doing it now. All right, because a lot of my students are getting into this and they're already starting to make bank from this. All right, so get into AI. That is the main thing I want to talk about. And guys, remember, AI, are you talking about situation draw? Yes, I'm talking about situation draw, Romeo. That's what I'm talking about. So get into this now and learn this now before it's too late. And remember, AI is only going to get better. It's not going to get worse. Okay, it's not going to get worse. So if you guys want to get into this, tap in now. All right, this is the gold rush. This is the gold rush right now. How do you use altered content option or not? Yes, please always say altered content. If you don't, you won't get in the program and you will get demonetized because YouTube will think you're scamming. There's a setting in YouTube that says altered content. Is this made by a real person? Does it show that a person is altered or doing other actions? Turn it on if you're using AI. If you're using AI. If you're not using AI, you don't need to worry about it. You can say no. But if you're using AI, say yes. All right? It won't affect your views. It just lets YouTube know that this is AI content. It will not affect your views. Where is it at? It's somewhere in your YouTube settings. Just look at it. You'll find it. All right, but does this count for AI voiceovers? No, it does not count for AI voiceovers. It only accounts for actual AI generated videos. Yes, that setting right there. Thank you, Max. It says altered content. Everyone look in the chat where Max sent right there. That is exactly the setting you need to look for. Regardless, it doesn't matter if your content is or against it. Always check the boxes yes or no. Regardless if it's a. Does it limit reach? It does not limit reach at all. There is zero limit on reach. It's just a setting you need to have enabled if you want to keep your monetization. What type of CTA can I use for Roblox rants? We already talked about that a little bit earlier. If you just use an interesting emotion, people will comment. If it's something interesting or it's like a false story, people will comment. If you guys do a straight up CTA, like guys comment if you think this is funny, you will see a huge dip in your retention. So don't do that for Roblox rants. Only do it like if it's an interesting clip. All right, that's all the news I want to talk about today for everything I want to talk about for the YouTube news. I hope that was helpful. Before I get into talking about the giveaway and stuff, because I've had a lot of people asking about it. Does that answer, is that helpful, guys? All the information that I just dropped for you guys, was that helpful? Was it helpful, guys? So we just talked about a lot of stuff. All right, I'm so happy that was helpful, guys. I'm very happy to see that. How much is Inner Circle? We'll talk about it in a second. Okay. So I want to talk about the giveaway because a lot of you guys, have been asking about it. Like, where's the giveaway at, bro? You said you're doing a giveaway on November, 31st. If you guys don't know, I got strep and a viral respiratory infection at the same time. And then my girlfriend also had some problems when we had to go to the hospital big time. Like, I was in and out of the hospital for like 3 weeks when I was trying to run all my stuff. Luckily, we do YouTube automation, so I was bringing in passive income on the side regardless. But there's a lot of people scamming giveaways. I know, bro, guys. Be careful. Oh, hey, you're making a joke. Never mind, Max. Be careful also the people who are DMing you guys. A lot of you guys have gotten scammed by random people in the Discord pretending to be me. Guys, my name is Devin Cnath with no periods and no underscores. Don't get scammed, all right? I don't know how that happens, man, but like I will never DM you. The only time I will ever DM anyone is if I see you're crushing it, and I will send you a video, right? Like for example, like I messaged like Mango. I don't know if Mango's in this VC right now, but I messaged Mango and I sent him like a straight up video of like, hey Mango, I saw you were crushing it in like the program. I wanted to talk to you to see if you were like maybe interested in like the program or something, right? I will send a video to you, right? So don't get scammed. I will send like a straight up video like that. I know there's a lot of people. Yo, we got the scammer's IP address, by the way. Someone's IP swapped him and we got his IP address, which is kind of funny. Anyways, I want to talk about the giveaway real quick. So we're not doing the exact giveaway like we were going to do before. Originally, we were going to do like a $6,000 free mentorship giveaway. And because we got so many apps and we kind of got messed up, I wanted to still do something for you guys, but it's not going to be the same thing. So what we're doing now is we're going to be basically giving $1,000 off the mentorship to anyone who applies within the next day or so before Christmas. So we're basically doing $1,000 off anyone, right? So anyone who applies, we're doing $1,000 off. And also for anyone who's in Inner Circle, I'm also giving you guys a credit as well to the program as well for one-on-one. How much is it? You can apply and see. It's different for everyone. It's different for everyone. You got to talk to my team and we can talk about it. But I'm giving $1,000 off to anyone who's in the program. All right. Anyone who applies for the program. If you guys are already in the program, I'll give you guys a straight up credit. So if you want to apply for the program, you'll get a discount already. So it'll be basically like if you paid $500 and you're an inner circle right now, I'll basically give you $1,500 off the program in total. So if the mentorship is $1,000, I'll get it for free. It just depends. So I'm asking you guys to apply and then see if it works. Because if you qualify and it makes sense, then we can definitely get in the program and we can get you started. How often do you pay? We do split payments, guys. If you guys need to do split payment, of course, we'd rather you pay in full because it makes you more committed. But you can do split payments as well. It just completely depends on what your situation is. Because at the end of the day, bro, if you are not in a position where the mentorship is a good spot for you, then I don't want to work with you guys. Because if it doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. If it does make sense, then it does. For example, like Josh had to do 2 payments, and that's okay. Right. But I want to make sure that like, it makes sense for everyone. I'm not here just trying to just like, get you in and then like you spend all your money. I want to make sure it makes sense for you guys and you guys are in a position where the mentorship makes sense for you. So that's what I want to address the giveaway with. Do you guys do PayPal? We take anything, bro. If you want to send gold bars, you could take gold bars. And got cash for the mentorship? It's okay, Max. Use the free programs, bro. Guys, I have a lot of free course content and I drop a lot of info on YouTube and I do calls like this for you guys. Just so I can make sure that you guys have all the info you need to monetize your channel and make as much money as you can. A lot of people who are joining, they're already, slightly monetized or they've already had channels before, they've had success. Do we accept crypto? Of course we do. Yeah, 10 grams of gold, bro. But does anyone have any questions from that? Here, I'll send a little link real quick for you guys if you guys want to get into it here. You guys can apply here. When you guys go here, just scroll to the bottom and hit apply now. And then just go. It's like a quick little survey. And then, you do it and my team will reach out within like 30 minutes. I sent it in the link or in the link in the chat if you guys want to go there. $67 for a course. Guys, I'm never going to sell a course in my life. Never. I will never sell a course in my life, bro. Never. That's I don't know why people do that, bro. I can never. I don't quite understand the part of the altered content. If you make AI content, say it's altered. If you don't make AI content, don't say it's altered. Just make sure that box is checked. It won't limit views, but it'll just make sure that, you get into the program. Yeah, but anyways, does anyone have any other questions by that before we move on to the Q&A? What are the benefits of joining the YouTube multi-network channel? Are you talking about the inner circle? Or we have a lot of people in the inner circle right here right now. If you guys want to just actually I should bring some of you guys in here. Can you guys raise your hand? All the inner circle guys, I can bring you in here and you guys can talk about it real quick. I know we have a lot of people in the inner circle. Like, is Tony in here? Cooper's in here. Romeo's in here. Ian, like Eric, Adam. Like, let me get you guys in here real quick. Raise hand is disabled. Show request. Is it really? Allow requests from @everyone. Try now. Let's get Cooper in here. Let's get Echo in here. What's up, Cooper? Let's get Adam in here. Yeah. Can you guys just talk about the program real quick to just tell people if you liked it or not?
I mean, I'll say all the calls that we've had, like the whole time in the inner circle, they're probably Echo is a guy. What the hell?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's funny, bro.
I'm just saying though, the calls that I've had in the inner circle are probably like the best value I've ever had, ever. Like, those are probably the best things about it.
Yeah, dude. Here, Adam, Cooper, do you guys want to say anything? And I also want to get Romeo in here in a second.
Yeah. So first off, Devin is great, right? Like, he's gonna help you scale your channel. He's gonna know what to do. He's gonna know, like, he's gonna help you scale your channel first off, which is great, and that could already be within like the mentorship. That could be only it. But one of the main benefits, and one of the things that's been really helpful for me, is now we actually have calls. Like, it's not like we kind of have like our own little community here where we kind of have like we'll be in the calls together and we'll just be talking about like what we're doing, what niches we're in, how we're growing, how we're scaling, how we're doing editing, and being like with Adam, bro. Adam is killing it, right? Echo's killing it. Like we got all these people who are killing it, and so just being in that environment, I've never had that before. I've never had more than one person actually interested in YouTube, let alone actually making good money off of YouTube. So that is infinite value there, let alone what Devin can say, or let alone what Devin can do for you.
I appreciate you, Cooper. You should tell them about the runs, bro. The morning runs.
Yeah. So, hey, full transparency, right? I'm not gonna lie, haven't been locked in as much recently. I low-key, listen, I did not get all the value I wanted out of the membership because I didn't put the time in. But Devin was saying, bro, start running every day. So now I've been running every day. And I actually today hit a new kind of, not like PR, but I woke up and within 20 minutes I was running. So I'm getting better at my habits and everything like that. So yeah, it's just been great to be surrounded by everybody. But yeah,
It all
Devin
starts
and
with
I are
discipline,
running daily.
guys. Like it all starts with discipline, and if your discipline isn't, completely dialed in, then you won't be able to be successful in this entire business model. Because it takes uploading daily, right? If you guys aren't uploading daily, that's the first step. If you aren't able to even like get on your computer or your phone, make a video every day, it starts in the mind. And I want to talk about mindset after we do this kind of thing, and then we'll open up the Q&As. But I want to let Adam talk real quick because we already did an interview with Adam. I think everyone
Bro,
saw it, but
one
Adam.
upload a day is nothing. If you're not able to do like 5 uploads a day, bro, what's the point? Because right now, I am making like 4 to 5 videos every single day. If you aren't able to make at least one video in a day, what are you doing, bro? Lock in, man. Literally.
And Adam, you want to talk about your experience with the program a little bit too for everyone in here? We got like 100 people in here. Maybe they would be interested to hear your perspective.
Bro, the whole thing is a straight up W. Like you can see the video, Devin did a video like 2 days ago, or was it yesterday with me? You can check it out, guys. I highly recommend it. And
Oh,
the whole
Nick, raise your
experience
hand.
is big W.
Let me get Nick in here too, and then I think I can only have
Yeah,
5 people in here at once. So, uh, maybe Cooper and Echo and Adam leave real quick, and I can get them in here because I can't.
Yeah,
alright,
I can
alright,
dip.
alright,
I can
alright,
dip.
Okay, I appreciate it, guys.
alright, alright,
Let me
alright.
get Nick in here. All right, let me see
How do
now.
I leave?
I
So,
can
Do I just
I can
say join?
disconnect you, I think. Here. All right, what's up, Nick?
hell, what's up?
We were talking. How long have you been in here, Nick? I don't know how long you've been in here for.
Oh, like in the call itself or in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
server?
In the call, in the
Oh,
call.
I joined at the beginning, so I've just
Okay,
been like
okay.
quietly listening.
Do
Yeah.
you want to talk about your experience? I know we had a call yesterday, bro.
Yeah, guys, this is a great place to be, and no matter whether you're in like the general or the inner or the winner circle, I joined in because I wanted to learn more about going viral on YouTube and making content for the sake of entertainment. I come from a different content creation background where I was selling products and stuff, but yeah, I'm trying to learn how to do content just for the sake of entertainment and get that AdSense bag and build systems around that. So I myself have barely posted on YouTube and gotten success. So I started at a beginner level, but Devin will work with you no matter what level you're at, whether you are like already cooking on YouTube or you haven't started at all, you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, and I think also echoing what everyone else is saying, Adam, Cooper, and all of them, very supportive community, and I would say that yeah, everyone's doing everyone's doing so well in it, but yeah, like it's a great environment to be in, and honestly, a lot of you guys can eat. It's not. I know it's like competitive in a way that like you're trying to get the most views out of whoever and get the most attention, but of course, like everyone can eat, and as long as you put the work in. And yeah, I think it's a great environment to be in, and so yeah, it's definitely I'm still waiting to see the results and get monetized, but I definitely feel good about it, and I'm well on track to get to that point, and I'm learning lots along the way. So, yeah, guys, W Devin.
I appreciate you, Nick, bro. I appreciate that
Yeah.
you talking about it, man. I mean, dude, yesterday when we talked, I'm not gonna share any details of anyone, of course, but dude, like, I really appreciated the talk with you, and just in general, bro, it's just been a pleasure working with you. It's so fun getting on calls with you guys, especially you, Nick. I love getting on calls with you, bro.
So likewise. Yeah.
All right, catch you later, man. All right, Josh, you want to say anything real quick, and then I'm gonna move on to the Q&A.
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right, pretty much all I was gonna say. I was in 30K view jail for like 2 months, and when I
No.
joined after my second call with Devin, I learned a lot of sauce, and also just motivation in general in the inner circle has helped me push harder. I went from 1 video a day for like 2 months. I was already pretty locked in, not gonna lie, but now I'm double locked. I made 12 videos yesterday. I
That's
mean, I'm gonna make 10 more.
wild, bro.
I'm gonna make 10 more videos a day. I already posted 3 videos scheduled ahead of time. Like I'm ready.
12
Like
videos.
we,
That is crazy.
yeah, 12 videos. I worked 10 hours straight for you guys. I worked 10 hours straight. And I want to do it again, like
Dude,
every
this is
single
the
day.
effort it
That's what
takes,
I want.
guys, to lock in, guys. He's a machine. Josh is crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to a lot of you, trying to help as much of you guys as I can because I'm trying to pass it along. But anyway, I went from 30K view jail all the way up to I hit 3 million views on a video this week, and I got multiple million view videos this week. So, W Devin.
Dude, I appreciate you, Josh. Thank you very much, man. Lost, do you want to say anything real quick before, um,
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
yeah, okay, man.
So like when I started YouTube around 2 years ago, and like I just got monetized 3 months back, and then in the second month I joined this program, and like it's been so great. All thanks to Devin.
How much, can you tell
I
him how
was
much you
able
paid
to,
USD? Because you made a lot of money last month.
yeah, the first month it was like 4K in just 15 days something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then next month it was 11K, and
11K
this
USD,
month,
guys.
yeah, USD. This month I have done like around 8.7K. Yeah.
Yeah. So, guys, we have a lot of people crushing it, man. I appreciate you talking real quick, and dude, I appreciate all you guys, man. All you guys in Inner Circle. I'm gonna move you back to the audience real quick, and then dude, I
Yeah,
appreciate you
sure.
talking though. I appreciate you, man.
Okay.
So, yeah, guys, I mean, we have a lot of amazing people in this community, man. And, before I even talk about anything else, like, I started this entire YouTube channel you guys have all found me from, out of a place of almost loneliness, If you guys look at my second video on this channel, um, in the description, it literally was just like, I need YouTube friends. That's what it says. I started off with ecom, I started talking, and like, I started out of a place of loneliness because I never had um, you found me from the Money Mind scandal. That's funny. Yeah, but I really made this from a place of loneliness, man, because I always had like one friend who really did YouTube, and it just being able to start this community and being able to add everyone and say, hey, everyone, upload every day. And we have everyone commenting saying, or in messaging saying, hey, I uploaded today, uploaded today, uploaded today. Like, I was never around people like that. I never had. I did this by myself from ground zero. I started this by myself. I studied, channels for hours. I would go to sleep listening to Mr. Beast, bro. Like, I did all this by myself before I started any of this community, And this community has not just propelled everyone else in this inner circle, but me forward too, because like I know a lot of stuff about YouTube, but because we have so many people in this community, I learned from them. Like that thing I talked about collaborations, like Inner Circle learned that and taught me that. Have I met Mr. Beast? I've had one conversation with him. I asked him one question. It was in like a group of 100 people, and I was able to ask him one question. But I haven't like really met him. He probably doesn't remember me. It was like but regardless, man. I mean, we started this so long ago. Look at this. Look at the look at this right here. Yeah, I posted this video January 3rd, 2024. You got this, Devin. It's time to succeed. 2 years later now, we're in a completely different position. Wow, that's crazy. You got on other channels too. I've posted like updates and stuff like that as well, just for me as well. But yeah, I mean, I just want to let you guys know, like, I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate you guys a lot, just for letting me, be able to have this community. 3 years ago, I was getting kicked out of my house. Now I own my own apartment. I live with my fiance, and we make, we make 6 figures a month right now. I'm able to help, hundreds of students, scale up, and I've changed so many people's lives, and it's thanks to you guys and just everything as well. So I appreciate you guys. Like, I had a talk with Adam, and I'm sure you guys have seen the internship, bro. But like, with that interview with Adam, bro, like. I was driving the other day to my grandparents, just to go say hi to them and stuff. And um when I was driving, I was showing my fiance the interview with Adam, and she was like really happy for us and stuff too. And I don't know, it just it it makes me very happy, man. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Anyways, I'm gonna move on to Q&As, guys. But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to join the program, again, you can go to the mentorship and join. But in general, I appreciate all you guys, man. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you very much. Anyways, let's do Q&As, guys. Does anyone want to talk about anything else? We're going from a lot of emotions right now back to just YouTube sauce. So let's go back to YouTube sauce. How do you get the best AI videos? What do you think about the fitness niche? I think it's a little small. I don't think there's a lot of money to be made there. All right, so I'm gonna start reading these questions here. Bro, I have a 100K dead channel on the YouTube with 0 copyright strikes. Its views have dropped. If I create a new YouTube channel on the same Gmail on that channel, will the trust score be good or bad? It'll be fine. Just because a channel's trust score is bad does not mean the Gmail's trust score is bad. So it's okay. You can make as many channels as you want on new Gmails. But guys, what I would recommend is you guys make new Gmails when you're making these channels. What I do is I have a umbrella Gmail where I basically make myself a manager in all these channels, and then I make separate Gmails where I make these channels. Usually I make them in groups of six, so I don't lose all my channels in case something gets terminated, because I have different LLCs I run, so I minimize my risk. And you know, if one gets banned, all of them will get banned. But because I run under different LLCs, I've had times where I've lost like 3 or 4 channels in one go. You know, so it will be a little more difficult if you're scaling different LLCs. But right now, just scale with one channel, and you can use different emails, because I'm sure everyone has access to multiple emails. Why is the price different for everyone for the mentorship? Because everyone's in different circumstances. Some people get paid $3,000 a month, and maybe they don't want to invest all $3,000 into a mentorship, but they can pay $1,500 this month and $1,500 next month. You know what I mean? So that's why I say the price is different for everyone, because everyone's in a different circumstance. So that's why the price is different for everyone. Spirituality niche, very niche. Good money though if you are the biggest competitor, because you're going to get a lot of people in the US, especially if it's motivation, like Andrew Tate, David Goggins, Alex Ramosi. Those would be really high. Mr. Beast. Those are really high, US audiences, which will increase your RPM. For shorts, not really. I wouldn't really recommend it. Let me share with you. Holy questions. I know. I'm trying, bro. Do I have to use my real face for verifying my channel? If you look like a child, don't do it. Use an ID. Or if you don't have an ID, use your parents' ID. If you could talk about yourself from 5 years in the past, what is one piece of advice you would give him? It's a great question, man. I would say, let me think. 5 years ago, how old was I? I was 14. I would cut out distractions a lot sooner. I used to play a lot of video games, like a lot. I used to play a lot of video games, bro. I was a Fortnite goat. I actually got top 2 in a cash cup one time. Like I was very, very good at Fortnite, and I put a lot of time into it. And if I put that time into just learning the algorithm, I probably would maybe be at like 5 billion views a month right now. But we're at 1.8 billion views this month. Still good progress, but I probably would have became financially free a lot sooner. But you know what? I think it's good that I played Fortnite back then too, because like it let me be a kid, bro. You can enjoy life too. You know what I'm saying? Do you think the Minecraft niche is still good? It's an amazing niche to get into, bro. Minecraft is still a great niche to get into. How do you join an inner circle? Here, I'll send this to you, bro. Do you still use Verlo AI? If not, what should I use? Usually I just look for competitors. Verlo still works. I'm gonna share with you. Verlo still works. But what you could do is just go doom scrolling on shorts. Honestly, dude, should I make a niche tab for you guys? I feel like a lot of you guys are always finding niches, and maybe you guys can share them. Maybe I'll make a niche tab for you guys, like so you guys can all just share niches like in the text channel. You know what I mean? Like we have like general, Ask Devin, wins, student wins, analytics, mentorship. Like maybe we have like a niche tab here, so you guys can just share your niches and see what's up. Got you, Devin. I didn't know the answer. I appreciate you, man. What do you think about the survival island niche? Invoking different emotions. It's good, but for shorts, it's a little bit difficult. Does deleting your channel affect your trust score of your Gmail? No, it does not. It's not affect your. How do you join inner circle? I sent the link here. I'll send it again for you, bro. What if I do a riddles and Roblox rants? I don't think that's gonna do very well. It seems very niche, and a lot of people in Roblox aren't that smart, so riddles aren't really gonna do that well. I don't think. You got to remember, like the audience is children, and a lot of them like they can't even really speak that well. let alone like understand like basic questions. That's why those storylines work so well for very popular people. If you keep the English, guys, when you're doing commentary, make sure that your reading level is at a 3rd or 5th grade reading level. And let me show you guys a great way to do this here. Let me share my screen with you guys real quick and let me show you. Wait, I can't share my screen. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? No, never mind. Yes, I can. So if you guys go to like your Google and you just go to look up at like reading level, uh, just reading level calculator, you'll get like great. It should be grade reading level calculator. You'll see something like this, and like you can copy and paste your script into here, and it'll tell you what reading level you are. So like let's say you're in like you're trying to make a script, you put it in here, it'll say like 3rd or 5th grade reading level. If it says like above like 9th grade, it's too advanced. Make it dumber, right? And that's no offense to anyone. It's just you want to make sure as much people can understand what you're doing, you know? So like make sure your reading level is at a very high or very low level so people can understand it. I think the average reading level in America is like 5th grade. So yeah. Here, let me go down. Is it safe to buy a monetized channel? Generally, I'm not going to speak on that because it's just like it's a risk. It's always going to be a risk buying channels. I don't like doing that because I can get a channel monetized in like 2 weeks, you know? So like I don't really worry about it. Devin, is my channel commentary? A channel is commentary and it's a good example for everyone to review if you don't mind. I'll do channel reviews maybe another time. Today I want to do more general Q&As because we have 65 questions, bro. It's a lot of questions, man. What if you're a high schooler? You can verify an ID. Guys, you need to be 13 years or older to get monetized on YouTube. The age limit is 13 or older. If you're under the age of 13, then you need a parent's consent. But if you're over the age of 13, you can use a video verification. It's just a lot of you guys look like kids, and because a lot of you guys look like kids, you will not get into the program because you look like a kid even though you're older. Right? So that's why I recommend using an ID or a parent's ID. And you can use as many IDs as you want, bro. It doesn't matter as long as you just verify that you're a real person. Is it monetizable if I take AI videos from TikTok and I add AI voice to it? Yeah, but the creator may find you and then strike you down. So just be careful of that. For reuse content, if you unlist all the videos for an appeal, can you get monetized? No, because YouTube can see all your videos on the back end. So even if you unlist all your videos and you get a strike or something like that, it's actually the worst thing you can do. The best thing you can do if you get a strike or you get an appeal is leave the video public and fight the appeal, right? And I'm gonna be making a video on appeal script soon. I haven't gotten to it because I've been busy with all the channels that I've been running and my, of course, my students. So I'll make an appeal video for you guys soon if that would be helpful. How do you break from distraction? I eliminate it. I'm a bit of an extremist when it comes to this stuff. So you guys don't have to live the life the way I live, but like I don't talk to anyone outside of YouTube and my fiance. All my day ones, I didn't switch up on them. I just don't talk to them. I don't play video games. I don't watch anything on YouTube that is not related to bettering myself. Just like I just eliminate it because you should have a why, right? I was actually talking to one of my good friends, Preston, and I also had this conversation with 2 other students yesterday as well. And this kept coming up, so I'll mention it now. A man with a very strong why can overcome any how, right? If you have a reason of why you're doing this, why you're scaling this YouTube channel, why are you trying to make money, right? If you have a strong why, you can overcome any how. And that's why I eliminate anything that does not get me toward my why. For example, my motivation for all of this is getting 1 trillion lifetime views. That's my goal. 1 trillion lifetime views. I'm at like 27 billion right now, right? My goal is 1 trillion lifetime views. Is me playing Fortnite going to get me to 1 trillion lifetime views? If I'm making content, yeah. If I'm playing for fun, probably not, so I'm not going to do it, And I eliminate any relationships in my life or any people, any connections, any conversations that does not get me toward that goal, right? And I'm dialed in, right? I get companies coming to me all the time offering me equity deals. I get, $10,000 brand deals. I get crypto gambling deals for all the views I get because, when you're getting billions of views a month, every company wants to work with you. right? And there's a lot of really crappy companies out there who will spend money on you because you're getting views, right? And I say no to them because if it's not going to better me, I'm already in a good financial position, right? If it's not going to better me in terms of my goal, then I will not say yes to it. I say no more than yes now. If you guys know who Alex Ramosi is, he has this quote or this saying he says, which is, ignore the woman in the red dress. If you guys have watched The Matrix, there's this part in The Matrix where there's a woman in the red dress and he basically has to keep avoiding her and keep saying no to her, right? And every single time he goes back into it, the person becomes more and more attractive, right? This applies to your business as well, right? If you are getting opportunities, you're seeing niches. This is called shiny object syndrome. A lot of you guys are jumping from Roblox to Roblox rants to trying this different niche, trying this to, I'm going to go start a drop shipping store. I'm going to start day trading. Bro, stop jumping around and locking on one thing and focus on it. If you put your attention toward one thing, you will make a lot more money, right? And when I started focusing and eliminating all my distractions, even when I was in school, bro, years ago, when I was in school, it was like 3 years ago now, I people were around me trying to goof off and ask questions, bro. I was in the hallway listening to YouTube podcasts, bro. If I was at the lunch table, I was looking at my analytics. And I was very I was a captain of the soccer team, bro, as well. And I played soccer. But at the same time, it's like if someone was talking to me and it wasn't related to benefiting me in any way, it sounds bad. But if it's not helping me, then I'm not going to progress, And I'm not saying don't have a relationship with your mom because she's not bettering you. Have a relationship with your family and stuff, bro. But if it's some random person or a random friend who's just talking about some random BS, I don't deal with it. You know what I mean? I hope that answered your question, bro. I know that was long and in depth, but I've been actually having to answer that question for my students a lot, so I wanted to go in more depth with it. Do you think the horror niche is good? I think body cam niche is good. Horror niche, not so much. Is it monetizable if I get taken? Okay, you already asked that question. Hold on. I've been working for 2 months, my channel history to build a monetization, but it still says establishing. Any way to fix it? Contact support. That's what I would say. Please, Evan, what if... I already answered the question as well. All right, I'm going to scroll down actually pretty far now because... Let me see here. Guys, I already answered the question. You guys are asking me the same question. All right. Does uploading a long form video on a short channel help build trust score? It does. Slightly. Not too much, but if you are uploading videos just in general, you should be uploading on every single metric that YouTube wants you to upload on. So there's community posts, there's long form, there's short form, there's live streams, you don't have to live streams don't really increase your trust score, if I'm gonna be sure with you. But you should use community posts. I'm gonna be making a whole video on community posts because using community posts are so important to maximize your trust score and maximize your monthly audience. I got a lot of my students basically using AI community posts, and it helps them scale so quickly. So use community posts, bro. What about the skull niche? It still works. Verlo was not a sponsor, by the way. I had an affiliate with them, but Verlo was something that I still worked with. I still use Verlo. Verlo is a great company. I even know the CEO who works there. He was a great guy. Do you apply the setting for your YouTube channel that's that shadow band, and did it get it fixed? It did. Yeah. You guys, I'm not gonna give you guys information if it doesn't work for me. I'm not just gonna tell you to do something if it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Czech Republic Shorts RPMs. I have no idea, bro. It's probably pretty low. How do you make the best Roblox rants? You have to look at your competitors and make similar rants to them. Make up stories. You're a great guy, Devin. W. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for that. All right, guys. I answered a lot of questions just now. Does anyone have any other questions real quick? I've already answered all the Verlo AI stuff and all the finding niche stuff. Anyone have any other questions before I end this real quick? Because I'm going to go talk to some students now. I'm going to explain how to escape out of each view jail, going from 0 to 10 to 30 to 100 to 10 million and so on and so on. Because each option is different than the other. Escaping 30K view jail is a completely different ballgame than escaping 100 million view jail because there's just different rules and sets that applies to your specific channel. And of course, I won't be able to go over every single niche because we'd be here for maybe 10 hours, but I want to explain everything in detail, at least to help you understand how to escape your current view jail and hopefully make you more money and get you more views. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Devin Tinath. I'm a view maximizer. Over the course of the past 8 years, I've been just grinding content, and this month alone, we hit 1.5 billion views. I currently run close to 37 different channels right now. As you can see here, we are running a lot of channels at the moment. So in this video, I'm going to kind of explain it to you, and hopefully this will help you a little bit. So when we think of the word view jail, what does this actually mean? Well, a view jail is really just YouTube saying that they don't feel comfortable giving us this amount of views because they're not satisfied with the work that we are outputting. Because in the end, we are in a contract with YouTube. YouTube wants to have the best quality content to make money from advertisers, and we, as content creators, I'm gonna say content, C stands for creator, want to give YouTube the best content to make them the best money. And in the middle of this, we have advertisers. So I want to kind of explain a little bit more about how advertisers work with YouTube so you can better understand why you're stuck in your view jail, because it all starts with advertisers. So at the end of the day, YouTube only wants one thing, and it's not the best content. It's not getting the people on the platform the longest. YouTube wants one thing, and it is to make money. YouTube is a business just like every other platform, because YouTube knows that if they make more money, they can grow. And as a business, what do they want to do? They want to grow. So how does YouTube actually make money? Because if we understand this part, we can understand how we can help YouTube. Because remember, like before, we are in a contract with YouTube right now. As content creators, we are trying to help YouTube. And in order to help YouTube, we need to make them money. So how can we make YouTube the most amount of money? Right? So how does YouTube make money first? YouTube makes money through advertisers. Advertisers, people like me and you, or people like companies, they spend on money on Google Ads, and then the Google Ads is sent to the YouTube, and that's the ads that actually play in videos like this one, or videos like anywhere else, in short videos. It doesn't really matter. Ads are sent through YouTube, and that's how YouTube makes money, through AdSense, right? And then YouTube takes a portion of this AdSense and then gives us, the content creators, the rest of the revenue. That's how YouTube makes money. It's basically a profit share always. And YouTube knows that if they get more advertisers on their platform and the advertisers spend more money, then they are going to make more money and we are going to make more money as well. This is very fundamental to understand because people always talk about views, 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 and they don't talk about the business behind getting views. Because in the end of the day, we're trying to make money. And if we understand this, we can pretty much understand everything else about breaking view jails, because if we can gift YouTube more advertisements and more money, what is YouTube going to do? They're going to give us more views, which is going to give us more money as well. It's pretty simple if you think about it, but most people are kind of behind the wall of views. They don't think about the line after, which is the business behind those views. So how can we actually get more money for YouTube? Well, there's two ways. The first thing is understanding length of videos. So the longer a video is, the more advertisements you can put inside of that video. The second thing you can do is this is for long form, by the way, for long form content. For long form, the longer a video is, the more advertisements you can put in it, which makes YouTube more money. The second thing is if you have short form content, shorts, the more high quality and the more reach you can get for this video can make you the most money. Now, these are very different because on short form content, views equals money. On long form content, views plus very long average view durations equals money. You can have a video that's an hour long and has 1 million views, but there's tons of ads in it, and it can make someone $50,000 or $60,000 compared to another channel that is maybe only 8 minutes long and maybe it gets 50 million views. That longer video that's 1 hour long will make YouTube more money, because more advertisements can put more ads in that video, which makes what? YouTube more money. So if you're trying to make the most amount of money on YouTube possible, then you need to do this strategy. But remember, we're focusing on view jails, and view jails comes from shorts. And remember, views equates to money on shorts. So if you're stuck in view jails, that's YouTube saying to you as the content creator, hey, your videos suck, and we don't want to push you out because your videos suck and you're not making us money. That's what YouTube is saying. So how do we fix this? We make YouTube more money, which means we get more views. So how do we optimize for advertisements to push us more money to get more views? Because remember, it is a conditional relationship. More ads equals more views equals more ads. It's the same thing. So there's a couple key points you need to understand for your shorts. So I'm going to put a little star next to this. This is probably the most important point of this video. Please rewatch this again if you don't understand this part. Make sure when you're uploading videos on shorts, take notes, you want to upload at least 32-second videos. There's 2 reasons for this. The first reason is there was a study conducted by YouTube, by Google AdSense, and by advertisers where 32-second shorts yielded more results for advertisers. Let me say that again. Advertisers made more money off 32-second videos. Now, what does that mean for us? That means if we upload 32-second plus videos, advertisers are going to be willing to give us more money, which is going to bring us what? More views. It is a symbiotic relationship. So if we get more views, we're going to be uploading longer videos, 32 seconds plus. On top of that, on a little side note here, let me put a little thing right here. So ads like 32 seconds. The other thing is music deals, because on music deals, guess what? If you have a 32-second plus video, music deals are actually willing to spend more money on you as well, because the same study was conducted with advertisers, Google AdSense, and YouTube with music royalty companies, and they got more plays on their songs when they had people uploading 32-second videos. And what do music royalty companies want? They want one thing, for people to listen to their music. Remember, we are business owners. We're not content creators. We are business owners in a platform that is giving us the opportunity to bring them more money to give us a commission of that. We get 70% commission. They get 30%. So for music royalties, it's the same thing. If we upload 32-second videos, music royalties are going to pay us anywhere from 5x to 10x our average RPM. So you can go from 0.001 RPM on music royalties to 0.2 or even 0.5 RPM. And if you want the best music royalty company, I would recommend using DeLuna Music. I'll leave it in the first link in the description, and they give the best RPM. I'm just going to be straight up with you guys. All right, that's the first thing, 32 seconds. The second thing they want is people to actually watch their video all the way through. There's lots of different metrics with YouTube. There's like swipe ratio, retention, average view duration, demographic, trust score. I could keep going, but YouTube also has a key metric that they actually stay hidden on the analytics, and that is rewatch all the way through. So if you actually want to calculate the retention of your video, let's say you upload a 32-second video, right? If you divide it by 32, you're going to get a what? 100% retention. YouTube doesn't actually give us this analytic, but if we just do the math, then we can pretty much just, get the video. The equation for this, by the way, if we want to break it down, it's AVD, average view duration, divided by length of video. I'm just going to put L equals R, which is retention. I'll put RET because there's lots of different R's. R equals retention. So AVD divided by length of video equals retention. So what does this mean for us? YouTube wants people to rewatch the video, which means if we are getting over 100% retention, that means that YouTube is happy and they're going to push it out to more advertisers because they trust people more. Because there is a trust equation with YouTube and pretty much every other platform. The more time you spend watching a video, the more time you trust it. Just like, for example, you watching this video gives you more trust in me because I'm giving you so much information. You see how this is kind of going? The more you watch this, you're like, oh, because I'm giving you real information here. It's a trust, right? So the more time people watch your shorts, the more time that YouTube is going to trust you to give advertisers, which is going to give you more views and more money, which means you need to be over 100%, not at 100%. You want to be over 100%. So for example, if you're getting 32 out of 32-second video, that's good, but you should be aiming for a 33 out of 32-second video, which gives you an 106% retention, I think. Wait, let me check. 33 divided by 32. 103%. Whoops. 103% retention, which is still over 100%, by the way. And this basically gives us the roadblock of, or the roadmap of saying, okay, we have people staying on the video for 33 seconds out of 32, so it's 103%. We have more advertisers coming to our short, which means YouTube's going to give us more views because YouTube understands that they're going to make more money from your short. Remember, when you're looking at the revenue on your short, let's say you make $1,000 off your short, which is pretty great, but $1,000. That's actually really around $1,500 or $1,300 because YouTube took a portion of that money. Just you don't see it because YouTube is like it's a 70-30 split. You get 70%, the other 30% you could be making that goes straight back to YouTube, baby, because they start making money that way. So the biggest thing that most people struggle with on YouTube is a dip, right? You basically are getting a lot of views and then it goes down and you don't know how to bring it out of it. And don't worry, you're not the only person who struggles with this. There are people like Mr. Beast who even struggle with this on a mass scale. Some days he's getting 150 million views a day. Other days he's getting 50 million, which is 300% less than his current day before, right? So in this video, I want to explain how to keep it a little bit more stable and understanding the nature of YouTube so you know how YouTube works. I'm also a little bit going to go talk about how long form and short form kind of interact with each other because people don't really utilize both of them to their full capacity. And if you utilize both of them, you could be maximizing your revenue. I'll be showing a couple examples of channel analytics on some of our students and how we are using long form and short form together to maximize our revenue, getting $50,000 a month on some channels. So let's get straight into it. So first, I want to show you Mr. Beast's past 30 days of his analytics. You can see here he had a peak around a month ago at 153 million views in one day, and he had a drop all the way down to 54 million views. That is a 300% dip. And now 54 million views sounds like a lot because it is, but I want you guys to imagine that you're getting, for example, 1 million views and then it drops to 3 million. Oh, sorry, you're getting 3 million views and then it drops to 1 million, right? A lot of people feel this urge of like, oh gosh, I'm doing something wrong, right? And that's not entirely true. If you look at a lot of big creators, for example, we look at like Zach D Films, right? The same thing happens over a longer time horizon, right? His views are not consistent. And you will notice this for a lot of creators. Views will not be consistent. For example, 151 million views, 30 million views. This is in the same month period. Ignore this giant drop. Looks like he privated a video or something. But you can see here that that is a 500% drop, right? And if you're getting, for example, a 100,000 views and then it drops to 30,000, it's the exact same thing, just on a smaller scale. So you have to understand that on YouTube, this is nature, right? You will see dips, you will see drops. Now, I do have a way to combat that and for a way to basically bring it up every single time you're in a dip and how to identify what dips you're in. So let's get into that now. But just remember, dips happen all the time. If you want sustainable income, you want sustainable views, go get a job. That's the only solution I have for you. In business, guys, and when you're doing business, when you're an entrepreneur, you have to remember that you are working for yourself, which means income is going to be a little bit unstable from time to time. You cannot go into business expecting stable income. Some months will be lower. Some months will be higher. Sometimes it's literally dependent on your platform or the RPM. Like, for example, in Q4, RPMs are way higher than Q1. We're in the lowest RPM season right now, and we're still getting $50,000 per channel on some of these channels we're running. So I'm going to show a couple of those now. Now, here is one of my best student channels right now. I've been working with him for around 3 months, and only around 3 weeks ago, he really started picking up because sometimes it takes a little bit longer to break out of your dip. Now, if we actually go into the past 90 days, you can kind of see where we were before, right? We were getting around 300 to 500,000 views a day. Sometimes we would scratch a million, but our revenue was getting around anywhere from $500 to $800 a day. Now, what did we do to break out of this and start scaling so hard? This was a slightly long form and short form channel together. It was more, it's kind of like missed days, some long form, some short form. Then we started pushing consistently every single day, right? What's important about getting sustainable views and scaling out, right, is understanding the higher highs and lower lows of YouTube, right? Now, I'm sure if you guys are in trading, you've heard this before, like higher highs, lower lows. So I'm kind of using the same terms, but it actually makes sense, right? So when you actually look at your monthly audience, I'll show you here, the monthly audience for this channel has just been increasing so much, right? We have around a 15 million monthly audience before it was our 1.2 million monthly audience. What is a monthly audience, right? So a monthly audience on YouTube basically determines how many people are guaranteed to come back to your channel, how many new and recurring views you're actually going to get, and then also it determines how much stable income you're going to get every single month. So here's a couple different examples, right? Let's say you have this chart here of your views and the amount of money that you are making every single month, right? As your monthly audience goes up, you will notice the baseline for the amount of views you get will actually have a new low, right? So at each time this incrementally goes up, your baseline increases. So this increases here. This is your monthly audience, and these are the amount of views you're getting, right? The baseline will be here. So for example, if your monthly audience is this high, and let's say you have a video that flops, and let's say you have a couple videos that flop, even if it drops, it will not drop below or will hover around this general baseline before it goes back up. This is how the algorithm responds to monthly audiences. Now here is another example of another student that we were working with. You can see here that when we started increasing our views, our monthly audience kind of, well, it was hovering around the same. If you go in the past 365 days, you can see how quickly it shot up when they started working with us. But you can see here, as it started dipping, you'll see here that the revenue ended up staying relatively the same because the baseline, once it hit this monthly audience, was set, right? So like the baseline in this scenario was around $150-ish per day, right? So with this 9 million audience, which is a completely different niche than the channel I showed you previously, even though the monthly audience is higher, it still has a baseline of around $150. This is for a multitude of factors like RPM, niche. Actually, you can see here the 48-hour on this channel is only 4.5 million compared to this channel is 47 million. But regardless, monthly audience plays a huge role, and most people on YouTube don't even know this metric, right? So audience watch behavior. What is audience watch behavior? Audience watch behavior is the percentage of new viewers, casual viewers, and regular viewers, right? The only two you need to be focusing on is casual viewers and then new viewers and casual and regular viewers added up together, right? So here's kind of how I like balancing it, all right? So let me take a screenshot of this real quick and I'll show you something. So when you're actually looking at this metric right here, you usually want to be aiming for around a 50-50 split between your NV, your new viewers, and your CV and RV, your casual viewers. So your NV needs to be around 50%, and your CV plus RV, casual viewer plus regular viewer, needs to be 50% equated as well, right? Why do we need this? This is because once we have more casual viewers than new viewers, you will see a decrease in monthly audience because monthly audience cannot go straight. It can only go up or down. And I've noticed across the thousands of channels that I've analyzed and thousands of channels that I've worked with that when you are making these videos, excuse me, when you're making these videos, you'll notice that 50% new viewers is usually the baseline of when you see your monthly audience start decreasing. And you can see it here. When we got around our monthly audience 50%, this is when it started decreasing here. And I can even show it to you a little bit further. If you look over the past 90 or 100, sorry, if you look over the past year, as soon as we reach the threshold, look at the percentages here, all right? We see the casual viewers 50%. As soon as this happened, this started decreasing. This is December 3rd, 2025. The new viewers start going down, right? Now, let's look at our monthly audience again, right? Let's look at the monthly audience, and let's look at the exact day that we started decreasing. Look at this. It's right around December 3rd, and then boom, our monthly audience started decreasing. Now, let's look at our revenue. What happens, right? Around December, right, we started having a decrease, and now our baseline decreased, right? If the monthly audience kept going up, then we would have kept making more money. But because the monthly audience went down, we started losing money and losing that sustainable income. This explains why we have dips, because our monthly audience decreases. Okay, so great. Now you understand why dips happen, because monthly audience decreases. Now, how can we fix this? How can we actually stop monthly audiences from going down, and how can we increase our monthly audience to actually increase the amount of sustainable money we make every single month? Well, here is where we get into it right now. Let me teach you something about business, all right? In business, every single business dies over a long enough time horizon. Google, Apple, the biggest companies in the world, they will all die eventually. If you look back 500 years ago, when blacksmiths were still a thing, right? And people were, saying, "Oh no, we're always gonna need blacksmiths. We're always gonna need metal." And then we had the Industrial Revolution came. Then all of a sudden, we didn't even need workers anymore because we can basically have machines to do it. Now we have AI just replacing stuff. And as you see, as time goes on, businesses keep getting crushed and replaced, right? First, it was the newspaper, then it was the internet. Now we're going to probably have meta glasses or some type of chip in the future that downloads data in our brain where we don't even have to think, right? All this stuff makes you realize that all businesses die eventually. This applies to your YouTube channel as well, right? If you have a YouTube channel, it will die eventually unless you keep it alive by trying new things. This is where I invented the 3-2 method. Now, what the 3-2 method is you should be uploading 5 shorts a day, right? Now, depending on your niche, this is going to be pretty impossible unless you have a big enough team. For example, if you're in animation, I understand 5 shorts a day is pretty difficult. If you're in roleplay or you're in some type of like Roblox, something like that, I understand 5 shorts a day is pretty impossible. Now, regardless, you should still be aiming for this baseline because this is what you should be aiming for if you want to scale up channels. For example, like this channel here. Go to past 28 days. You can see we upload 5 videos a day every single day on this channel, and we're pulling around 4K a day USD every single month, right? So what you need to do is you need to be aiming for 5 videos a day, where 3 of them is something new, and 2 of them is something that you know works. Now, I've gone over my method multiple times in other videos for replicate and then reiterate. Replicate someone else's content and then reiterate it later, right? So when you're starting out, yes, you should be replicating all 5 of these videos. You shouldn't be using this method. But if you already are getting views, you're getting some traction, you should be doing 2 videos that you know works and 3 videos of new concepts always. Always be testing more than you know what works. Right now in social media, it is a testing game. And once you have something that sticks, then you switch it, right? And then you go all in on that thing, right? So let's say you test new video, and you have one video that just boom skyrockets up, right? Let's say this is a NV new video. If you have a new video that skyrockets and it's, let's say, a random niche, let's say it's ranking the best animal moments with commentary in it, right? Then keep doing that over and over again. And a key indicator of to know when it's not working anymore is when you see your monthly audience start dipping, right? When your monthly audience starts dipping, this is a key indicator. Okay, this doesn't work for me anymore. My channel is tired of it. My casual viewers are tired of it. I need to go look for new viewers now. Or else, over a long enough time horizon, you will see something like this happen where at one day you're getting $900 a day. Now you're getting $100, $200 a day, which is still good, but it's not what you want to be aiming for, because if you're doing this, I'm assuming you want to make the most amount of money possible, right? So if you see your monthly audience start dipping, this is a key indicator right here. Hey, let's change our stuff up. Let's try something a little bit different. And when you try something different, you go new video, 3-2 method, and then bam, you just have a video that pops off, your monthly audience starts going back up again. The monthly audience, again, is something that no one even looks at. No one looks at this stat. I'm not trying to make up information or say, hey guys, look at this, you can buy my course. I don't even have a course that I sell, guys. I'm just saying this because it's a little bit frustrating for me because I have this conversation with students all the time, and I feel like this will help a lot of people out. So if this is helpful for you, leave a comment. Let me know. I hope this is helpful. Actually take this data that I've given you and this years of experience that I've talked about in this single video and implement it, right? Because everything that I've said here is something that I've done for so long. I keep seeing it across student channels that I work with. I keep seeing it across client channels and my own personal channels that I work with. And I know if you increase that monthly audience by testing new videos and pushing it out, it'll help. Now, another key question that some of you guys may be asking if you're a little bit more advanced in YouTube, you guys probably know this button on YouTube called push to new viewers or push to subscribers, right? So if you actually go to upload a video on YouTube, you're going to have the option that says push to subscribers. Should you unclick this if your monthly audience is too high? I've done a lot of testing on this. It does not work. Do not unclick the publish to subscribers if you want to get pushed to the algorithm. And I'll show you what the setting looks like. Now, let's say you were uploading a video on YouTube, right? Let's say you upload it over here. If you scroll down, well, actually, we may need to go through all of this first here. After you upload this video, you're going to see an option. You have to make sure the video is private first. But after you upload this video here, you will notice if you go to your content, go to the video, it doesn't matter if it's long form or short form, and you go to details, you scroll all the way down, you're going to see this option over here that says publish to subscription. Here it is right here. Right underneath license and distribution, it'll say publish the subscription feed, notify subscribers. Some people think that if you unclick this button right here, he'll move my camera. If you unclick this button right here, it'll actually push to a new monthly audience. It's not true. It doesn't even work. I've tried so much testing with it, okay? Saving you months of testing. Do not do this. Just keep it published as a subscription feed always. It's better to just look for new viewers because YouTube's algorithm is advanced enough to find that person or find that viewer for you or monthly audience. So yeah, I just recommend if you guys are making any type of content, don't unclick this feature, right? Because this feature is pretty important. Anyways, I hope this video was helpful, man. I hope this video was helpful. I dropped a lot of info here. And yeah, guys, one more thing. if you guys did find this helpful and you want to work with me one-on-one, you want me to help scale your channel, like we have a lot of students hitting $35,000 per month now. I'm very proud of it. If you want to check the student interviews, I leave it in the description down below. But if you guys want to work with me, go ahead and apply down below and me and my team will reach out. And also, I know I said one more thing, but I actually have 2 more things. I want to show you something else as well. I'm sure you guys have heard about trust score, and your monthly audience is part of your trust score as well. If you guys want to analyze your trust score yourself, you can go ahead and in the description below, try Satura. It's basically our trust score calculator. We made this ourselves with all the data I've collected. We take over 30 different metrics from, hundreds of YouTube channels and weighted them so you can understand exactly what's doing good or bad about your channel. Once you get Satura, you can basically just add your channel over and then calculate your trust score this way, and it'll tell you exactly what you need to fix. For example, we're analyzing one of our channels right now, and as you analyze it, you will see it'll say something like maybe 70 or 60, depending on whatever it is. If your trust score is really bad, it'll probably be in like the 30s or even 20s, just depending, right? So for example, looks like we have a 72 trust score, and looks like we need to spark more conversation in our videos, and it'll give us a big checklist of everything you need to improve. This is basically my mind inside of a app that can basically let you check your stuff. If you want to check your trust score for yourself, check it down below. I have a general idea of how to scale channels and break them out of any view jail. You can tell by the 48-hour marks in some of these channels here where we're getting some pretty high numbers, right? And we've even hit higher numbers. I'm talking 20 million plus. For example, just like this channel that is literally at 20 million 48-hour mark. See, I can reload this right here and show you for yourself. This is a couple of the students I'm showing you right now and a couple of the channels we're working with right now that we have basically scaled out of this, right? So it's very easy to scale out of any type of view jail and break pretty high limits. For example, if we go to past 90 days, this channel was literally stuck in 1 million view jail around a month ago or 2 months ago, and around a month and a half ago, or I guess 2 months and a half ago, this channel was stuck in around 30,000 view jail, right? So we scaled it out pretty quickly, and you can see the exponential growth, and you can also see the exponential amount of revenue growth we had on this channel as well. So yeah, let's get straight into it. Also, before I actually continue, guys, here are also all the channels that we are working with and or running right now. You can see we have a lot of channels that we are working with and running. Anyways, let's get straight into it, right? So first things first, when you are actually trying to break out of the view jail you're in, first you have to identify what view jail you're in, right? So there are certain criteria you need to look at to see if you are in a certain view jail. It is over a certain time period of the videos you're uploading, right? If you get one video that is stuck in 30K views, that does not mean your channel is in 30K view jail, all right? It means that one video is. Now, if you have a multitude of videos that are stuck in 30K view jail, then that is something different, right? So first of all, you need to understand that you need to look at the 8 to 12 day period between your actual upload cycle, right? If your 8 to 12 day upload cycle has all reached the same results of a certain view jail, right? Then yes, you are in a view jail and you can identify it, right? Now, normally, I'm going to show you the levels of view jails there are, right? So there is 0 view jail, 30K view jail, 50K view jail, 100K view jail, and then it goes straight to 750K view jail. Then it goes to 1 million view jail, and then we'll go over 10 million view jail afterward, all right? Because I do know how to break out of all of these. Let's go with 0 view jail first, right? This is pretty basic. Just increase your trust score, right? If your trust score is not dialed, I'm not going to go over this too much. It's pretty simple. I have a 1-hour course on my channel going over how to basically increase your trust score, make sure your trust score is good. I'm just really going to put TS for trust score. Pretty simple. I'm not going to go over too much. 30K view jail, all right? This is the place that most of you guys are stuck in, right? Every single time I see someone making a comment, it's like, hey, can you please make a video on how to get a 30K view jail? All right, I got you, bro. I'll explain it real quick, right? So this is a more high-level understanding of the trust score, right? So you need to actually look at key metrics. This usually means that you're hitting some good metrics, but not all of them. The key metrics you need to look for is your swipe ratio, which should be at least 81.1%, right? Your average view duration, divided by your length of video, which gives you your retention, and this should be above 100%. You need to make sure your audience size, right? So your monthly audience, if you go back to one of our channels here, go to audience, right? We need to make sure this monthly audience is increasing, right? So if you actually go to past 28 days, I'm not sure why it's not loading here. I think that's the visual bug. But you can see here that our monthly audience is growing pretty rapidly right now, right? You need to make sure you look at your monthly audience if you want this thing to consistently grow. So look at the monthly audience, right? I'm going to give another example because for some reason it's not showing up here. I think YouTube may be bugging right now because every single monthly audience right now is currently blurred out. YouTube's thing is probably bugging right now. Whatever. But your monthly audience needs to be basically be increasing. Look at your casual, regular, and new viewers. Look at the ratios of those. Your new viewer to casual and regular viewer ratio should be 50-50%. So look at your new viewers, right? That'll be right here, and your audience watch behavior. You need to make sure that your new viewers is 50%, right? If it's higher, that's okay as well, right? 50%. And you need to make sure your casual plus regular viewers is at 50% as well. This can be a pretty even split of 20-20, all right? Or 25-20. That is how you break out of 30K view jail, all right? I've gone into more depth in other videos, but like if you understand that, then you are set, all right? Trust score, swipe ratio, average view duration divided by length of video. Make sure your length of video is around 24 to 32 seconds, right? And make sure your average view duration is higher than that, right? I have an entire document posted in our Discord server talking about basically every single ratio you need to have available for your thing. I'll go over it real quick right now because I'm sure a lot of you guys don't want to waste your time going all the way to the Discord just to see it. I posted it in the inner circle chat, but I'll show you here again. Here's the trust score document. And here is the average view duration document, right? So if you look here, right, you can see we have one of our students actually on right now. It's funny. But this is basically the ratio you need to have for every single average view duration divided by length of video. So for example, if you have a 24-second average view duration, you need to have a 26-second, or it's 24-second length of video, you need to have a 26-second average view duration. All right, so this document pretty much goes over everything. I'm not going to go over it in this video because it's honestly, I think it's worth another video. But today we're talking about view jail. All right, 50K view jail. All right, let's say you broke out of 30K. Now you're hovering around that 50K. Maybe you're even hitting 60K, but you're kind of stuck here. Usually when you're stuck in this little ratio, it's usually a comment ratio problem, right? Comment ratio is something you need to improve upon over time. Your comment ratio should be 1 in every single 1,500 people who see your video should comment. All right, so you have a 1 to 1,500 view ratio for your comment to view ratio. If you increase it, then you should be able to actually get more views. Now, how do you actually increase your comment ratio? It's not CTAs, I'll tell you right now. It's actually subtle CTAs or using emotion-driven content, right? So actually, I want to show this through another different lens. So I'm actually going to move my camera here. I'm going to show you guys something pretty cool. Give me 1 second. Now, if you look behind me, I have a giant whiteboard. So I want to take this part of the video to kind of explain how you can basically break out of this 50K view jail with emotions, because I always do this on my computer, right? And it's a little bit hard for you guys to kind of visualize what I'm doing because my handwriting is so scribble scrap, right? Editor may need to invert the video, by the way, because we're doing this now. So when you're trying to break out of this 50K plus view jail that a lot of you guys are in, right? This 50K view jail, usually the main reason why you're stuck here is because you're not utilizing emotions to your advantage, right? So I want you to look at this giant graph here, right? This giant graph, right? So when you're trying to utilize your emotions to scale out of your 50K view jail, you need to take the viewers on an emotional journey. And a lot of my students, they encounter this problem where they basically are like, let's say they're doing ranking, right? They'll do like one emotion here, right? And then they'll basically flatline because they're just one emotion throughout the entire video. And that's not what you should be doing, right? And the reason you shouldn't be doing this, right? The reason why you should be utilizing multiple emotions is because what are emotions, guys, right? Emotions are just reactions, okay? So just like in science, when a material reacts to something else, it's a reaction. It's a change in something, right? So if you want someone to comment you, they have to react, and a reaction is a change, which means you need to have a change in your emotions as well, right? So let me pull this back up here. If you are trying to get a change in emotions, you need to make the video like happy, angry, sad, maybe it goes to really shock, then it's some type of tension here, and then you do this, right? It's a constant change in emotion, right? So if this is a time to emotion curve, right? Your time to emotion curve should be different every single time. It should look something like this. So I'm going to give you guys an example of that now, right? Let's say you were making a ranking video, right? Let's say you're doing a ranking video. Let me pull my chair over here. Let's say you're doing a ranking video, right? If you're doing any type of ranking video, what you should do is you should select your clips like happy and then angry and then sad and some type of shock clip. If it's just funny, 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 guess what's going to happen? The viewers are going to scroll away. You're not going to get as much comments.
This keeps people engaged. Do this, okay? So after that 50K view jail, the next view jail is 100K, right? And 100K is surprisingly very easy to break out of. This is actually usually a consistency problem, right? So if you want to break out of this view jail, upload more videos. The max videos that you can upload is 5 videos per day, right? So upload 5 videos per day. Now, key caveat, because this is actually a recent change that YouTube implemented, make sure it's 1 to 3 hours apart. I would say 2.5 to 3 is probably a good sweet spot. Make sure it's 2 to 3 hours apart, okay? You can schedule out videos. Do not do 45 minutes. A lot of YouTubers, including myself, around 2 weeks ago, was telling everyone, all their students, everyone on YouTube, hey, make sure you're uploading 45-minute videos, right? And the reason why is because that was the method. That's what you're supposed to do. That has changed now, all right? YouTube has basically let a new update out where they want quality over quantity, and they have their TB testing period go over a longer time period, right? So, for example, right, like if we go to, where is it? It's this channel here, right? We go to our shorts and go by most popular. You can see we have an 160 million view video, right? And here, I'll move my camera over here so it's a little easier for you guys to see. But if we actually go to the 24-hour mark, zoom in, right? These are actually little staircases. I'll take a screenshot and make it really big for you guys too, so it's easier to see, right? Check this out. If we actually zoom in on this, make this really, really big, what do you guys see here? You guys will see little staircases going up. And as you see, when staircases break their TB testing period, it gets more and more views. Okay? Now, this same thing applies to your TB testing period. If you don't know what a TB testing period is, by the way, put my camera back over here. Your TB testing period is your test and rebalance curve. It's basically like a staircase like this. If you've ever seen your views do this before, every single section, like this section here, this section, and this section, this is it breaking its higher high and going to a higher low every single time, and this is breaking the TB testing period. Okay? So if you want to break your TB testing period, upload 2 to 3 hours apart, do not upload 45 minutes, and do 5 uploads per day. This is, and by the way, if you're getting 100K views per video, you should be making money, so you should be able to invest in editors. I have an entire another video on scaling with editors. For 70K view jail, it's the same thing, all right? But now you have to focus on your quality and comment reactions, right? So it's basically a combination of these two things. Comment ratio, using the emotions we talked about before, and then doing more uploads. All right, 1 million view jail. This is where it gets good, okay? This is where building your monthly audience becomes very, very important, right? If you want to build your monthly audience to absurd numbers, all right, you want to build your monthly audience to absurd numbers, you need to make sure you're using every single post opportunity you have with YouTube, other than live streams. Live streams don't really matter, all right? But this is where your monthly audience really matters, right? So again, I don't know why YouTube's bugging out right now. If I go to monthly audience, my monthly audience right now is like 32 million on this channel, but I don't know why it's not loading. It's really weird. But this would say probably around maybe 70 million. I don't know. We'll see. We've gotten like 248 million views. Yeah, I don't know what the monthly audience is, but it's pretty high for this channel, okay? So if you want to increase and get lots of views, if you actually go to the analytics of this channel and go by per short, you can see we're breaking past 1 million views every single time. The reason why is because we have a high monthly audience, right? If you have a high monthly audience, then you are basically going to pretty much almost be guaranteed to get views, right? And this is a pretty surefire way to build up your monthly audience and actually gain traction for guaranteed reoccurring revenue, right? Use community posts. I tell every single student this. Now, if you don't know what a community post is, go to your YouTube and click on create posts. After you hit create, it's going to be right here, right? And you can like do whatever you want here. You can type whatever you want. Let me move my camera again. Start putting it here for you guys. But I usually recommend using image polls. They're the most engaging. And here's a fire strategy, some free sauce for you. Go to ChatGPT and ask, hey, create me 30 very generic posts, like right hand versus left hand, red versus blue. I don't know, pickles on pineapple, or pineapples on pizza, or no pineapples on pizza. Do really basic polls like that. It doesn't matter what your niche is. If you ask for really basic information, people interact with it, and you will consistently get more monthly audience and increase your new to casual viewers. And here is the last one we're talking about here. Let me post first community posts, posts. Last one, 10 million view jail. All right, if you're stuck in this, the best way to break out of this for all you advanced people out here, I know you know what this is.
make sure you're using related videos and increasing your VPP. All right. Related videos is pretty simple. Everyone knows what a related video is. Make sure you're doing it. It does not drop retention as long as the videos are actually somewhat correlated, right? Use related posts. This is going to help you increase your other metric, which is your VPP. If you don't know what that is, it's a metric I made up. It's called views per viewer, right? VPP, views per viewer. What this does is it basically quantifies how many views each viewer who's watching your video gets. If you can increase this, you will get more views on your videos. For example, this monthly audience that we want to increase, this is basically this on full throttle, right? This is maximizing every single stream of viewership and maximizing the amount of reach. I once had a single opportunity to ask a question from Mr. Beast. This happened like 4 years ago. It was on a group call of like 100 people. It was like, I have a screenshot of it. But like, I was able to ask him like, hey, what niche would you pick? And he said, oh, I would pick the world. I would just target everyone. I don't like niches. I would just target everyone. And that made me think like, okay, if I'm going to target everyone, I need to target everyone. This means think outside the box. How can you make a video without including language, without including sound? How can you make a video so amazing to watch that it could just be watched throughout any language, anyone can understand it at any age, and any demographic and any gender, right? Increase your VPP, right? Your VPP is very, very important. Use related videos and also uploading very, very broad topics that is rewatchable, okay? Rewatchable. This channel here was one of my students, and they were stuck in around 30K view jail around 1 month ago. If you go to shorts and just scroll all the way down, you can see they were getting around 30,000 views per video. You can see here. And if you go to analytics, you can see just in the past couple days, we've broken out of the 30K view jail completely, hitting 8 million views just yesterday and 14 million views in the 48-hour mark. Now, how have we done this? Well, I'm going to give another example here of one of the other channels that we're running right now. And this channel is currently at 325 million views. And you can see we're consistently getting around the 48-hour mark of the previous channel at around anywhere from 16 to 20 million views-ish per day. Not per month or not per year, per day. We're getting around 10 to 20 million views. Now, how exactly are we doing this? Well, it's all about trust scores, understanding how to break out of view jail, and how I break my students out of view jail consistently to be able to get them good results and eventually make them a lot of money. So the first thing we always like to do when we're trying to figure out a problem we're having in our business or our contents or anything is figuring out, defining the terms we are actually dealing with. So what we're dealing with right now is view jail, right? So what exactly is view jail and how do we define this, right? So view jail is YouTube just limiting the amount of views that we get per video. So YouTube doesn't like us, so they're limiting us. And why does YouTube actually limit us in the first place? Well, it's because YouTube does not trust us. Because if YouTube trusted us and they actually, trusted that we would get them good results, what do you think they're going to do? Of course, they're going to push us out because YouTube cares about one thing, and it's actually creating good content and pushing out to a good audience. Now, there's a lot of other things that YouTube cares about that we can get about later in this video, but first we need to define what view jail is, which is basically a lack of trust. If you have a lack of trust with YouTube, YouTube will not push out your videos to their platform because they don't trust you. Now, how do we actually gain the trust of YouTube to be able to get pushed out to the algorithm? Because if we have trust with YouTube, YouTube's going to be happy to push out our videos. And then if we push out our videos, what are we going to get? More views. And as we know, attention is currency in this economy. So more views equal to what? More moolah. We want more money, right? So what do we exactly do to increase the trust, which is the main factor in why you're stuck in view jail? Well, as we did with one of my students over here, breaking out of it, we basically just increased his trust score. Now, there was a lot of different factors that he was having before we actually pushed out his video to the correct audience to gain his trust score, but I'm going to kind of go over that now. So what exactly is a trust score? And how do we increase the trust score to be able to get the most amount of views possible to, make the most money? So when we are trying to increase our trust score, we got to think about the key metrics YouTube actually gives us. Now, YouTube gives us over 30 different metrics. If you actually look in YouTube's analytics, you'll see, all types of random analytics. I'm going to go over the main ones. I can go in more detail about these later, but these are the most important, so pay attention to this part of the video. So the most important metrics that YouTube actually gives us is the swipe ratio, which is how many people actually decide to stay in your video when they actually watch it. The retention of your video, which is not actually given, but we can calculate it doing some math. So we'll actually go back to this in a second. The average view duration of your video, the length of your video, which is honestly just completely up to you, how long you make the length of your video. Remember, I'm also going to use abbreviations like AVD for average view duration, LOV for length of video, and then also YouTube gives us the demographic. YouTube also gives us how frequently we're uploading. And remember, a lot of these, even though it doesn't seem like it's in our not in our control, it actually is. Almost all of these metrics that I'm showing you guys right now, it is in your control to control the algorithm. It's just about understanding how you do it. Now let's go to our R factor. Now, what is our R factor? Our R factor is retention. And I like to do a lot of basic math for this. So let's say we take the AVD, which is the average view duration of our video. We divide it by our LOV, which is the length of our video. This is going to give us our retention of our video. And our retention always wants to be above 100+%. Now, why do we want to do this? The reason we want to do this is because the higher +% retention, the more times people are going to rewatch the video and the more times YouTube's going to push it out because of YouTube's point system. Now, if you don't know what YouTube's point system is, YouTube allots points to every interaction a viewer has with your video. If they watch a video, they comment, share, remix, end up subscribing, rewatching, watching all the way through. Heck, if they end up using a sound on that video, clicking on the sound, you get points for that. If they click on your channel, watch another one of your video, you get points for that. So there's lots of different metrics that YouTube actually gives when a viewer is interacting with your video. The main thing we want to do here is to use those points to our advantage to get us the best trust score. For example, our R factor, right? We can control the length of our video because it's in our power to say, okay, I'm going to make a 32-second video, right? Why should we make a 32-second video? Well, we'll explain that later as well. All right, but let's say we made a 32-second video. If we made a 32-second video, then we want our AVD to be at least 33 seconds, right? Because if our video is 33 seconds, that means our AVD is 32 and our LOV is 33. Now, what did we say for our equation? Our AVD is 33 divided by 32, which is going to give us around 1.03, which is also equal to 103%, which you can see here is above the retention that we need to be. Now remember, all of this is for just one factor in our trust score, and these are the most important metrics. There's lots of other metrics of the trust score that we can go over, but I'm going to go over the most basic and most important ones first, right? So now that we understand the retention should be above 100%, which is average view duration divided by length of video, which means our average view duration should be above the length of our video, then how do we actually increase our swipe ratio? Now, swipe ratio is really important because this is basically deciding on how many people are actually going to watch, right? If your swipe ratio is 0%, your views is probably 0% as well because no one stayed to watch, right? So the higher your swipe ratio is, the more likely you're going to get views because YouTube trusts that you're going to get more people to stay on their platform because YouTube cares about 3 things. Now, remember earlier we're going to talk about what YouTube actually wants. We talked about YouTube wants some money, but YouTube actually wants 2 other things. Right? I call these the 3 pillars of what YouTube wants. So let's go over that. They, of course, want, like we said earlier, to make money. They also want people to stay on their platform, as long as possible. And then lastly, they want people to be happy and satisfied, right? They want them to feel emotion. Now, does this emotion actually have to be a good emotion? No, because in YouTube's eyes, satisfaction is just feeling an emotion and them reacting to it. Because when someone feels an emotion, then they're going to consistently stay to scroll to see if they're going to feel that emotion again. When they're scrolling on the shorts feed, if they see a video that makes them angry, what's going to happen? They're going to feel angry, they may interact with it, then they're going to scroll, and then they're going to see a happy video, right? So that's why short form content has kind of degraded the human mind because we're feeling so many emotions at once when we're scrolling. We see, a video of a dog being happy, the next video, a dog getting hit, then a video of a dog using AI, like barfing onto like a door. I'm sure you guys seen the Sorry AI clips. But the fact is, when you make people feel different emotions, they scroll and they keep watching and they stay on the platform, which is why these 2 are kind of together, right? But we want to make sure they're feeling an emotion because emotions is actually how you really take advantage of the algorithm. And that's what I do for a lot of my students here. We take advantage of the algorithm. We take advantage of the algorithm by using emotions. And when we use emotions, we get insane results like this. We made $14,000 this month just alone in revenue for this one channel. One channel. I own 36 channels, by the way. If you click here, you can see all these channels. I'm running close to 36 different channels, right? So I use emotion all the time when I'm making these videos, because if we use emotion to our advantage, we can make a lot of money. So how do we actually improve our swipe ratio? Now the swipe ratio, if you actually go to your analytics, is going to be right here. You can see this video has an 81.9% swipe ratio and has 6.8 million views. And remember, this is also within the first couple days of uploading. So we're doing pretty good for this video. If you see here, the swipe ratio is 81.9%, right? And typically, when we're trying to make a very good video, we want to have an 81.1% plus swipe ratio. The reason why is because when YouTube sees this, I've never seen a video under 100 million views get a below 81.1% swipe ratio in my content creation career, which is almost 9 years of experience at this point. So, you know, over the tens of thousands of videos I've uploaded and hundreds of videos that I've gotten hundreds of millions of views, and the 28 billion views that I've gotten, I've never seen a video over 100 million views get below an 81.1% swipe ratio. So this is a very key number. So we want to be able to hit this number for you to be happy. So I'm going to circle this. Remember, our swipe ratio should be 81.1%, right? Our retention should be around 100+%. Now, what about our average view duration? Our average view duration should just be above or greater than the length of video, right? If our video average view duration is above the length of our video, that means we're doing well. For our length of video, we want to have 32-second plus. Now, I said I would go over this a little later, so I'm going to go over it now. When you have a 32-second plus video, there was a study done by advertisers that showed that when you have a video over 32 seconds, advertisers are more likely to make more money off their content or their ads on your content. And at the end of the day, if advertisers are making more money, what does that mean for YouTube? It means YouTube is making more money as well, right? So remember, if we go back to our 3 pillars over here, you want to have YouTube make money, stay on platform as long as possible, and for emotions to be satisfied. Now, if we want YouTube to make more money, let's bring this all the way over here, right? If we want YouTube to make more money, then we want to make sure that our average view duration or length of video is above 32 seconds, because advertisers are willing to spend more. And if advertisers spend more on their money for YouTube, then YouTube's going to make more money, and then we end up fulfilling one of these pillars. Now, how does YouTube actually make money? Probably should talk about that, right? YouTube makes money through 4 different metrics, right? First one is advertisers, people playing on Google Ads to make money. The second one is sponsorships, like for example, YouTube getting sponsored by movies or companies or music. Any type of sponsors that YouTube does, they actually end up getting paid, because at the end of the day, YouTube is a marketing platform, right? Sponsors, and then there's also subscriptions like YouTube Premium subscriptions, and then the last one, music. So YouTube gets paid through music royalties. There's been a little buggy with that right now, but music royalties is still a way to get paid. You just got to know people to actually get into the space for the music deals. But music deals is still a thing, and YouTube makes money from this as well. All right. These are the 4 pillars of YouTube actually making money. Now, if we can fulfill any of these and make YouTube a lot of money, like for example, increasing the ad spend of advertisers on your video, then you're going to end up making more money, which is why we're at $110,000 in revenue and around $40,000 in profits this month through just advertisements alone. So there's lots of ways to make money on YouTube. This is the best one. It's also going to increase your RPM exponentially. Now, a big caveat, if you're getting billions of views per month like I'm doing right now, your RPMs will go down. I see a lot of people stressing over, I need to have the best RPM, but that's not really true. If you can have a lot of views, you don't really need a high RPM, because you can just get a lot of views and make a lot of money that way. I'm a view maximizer, so I like focusing on getting views, and I think you should as well if you want to make money, just like a lot of my students are doing right now inside the inner circle. Now, demographic of audience. Now, I see a lot of people focusing on, okay, I want to get a US audience because they have the highest RPMs, and I don't really agree with that. You can focus on getting high US RPMs, but like, to be honest, US only has around 365 to 400 million people who actually watch YouTube. Now, actually, those people being your target audience is probably going to be maybe a quarter of that. So I don't like focusing on YouTube for just US audiences, because it's just so limiting. I actually had a conversation with Mr. Beast one time, and he basically told me that if you're going to focus on getting the widest reach audience, focus on your niche being the world. Don't limit yourself by language. Don't limit yourself by country. Don't limit yourself by niche, by nothing. Just make sure you're focusing on videos that can get the most amount of views, which is why, for example, if you're making Roblox content, make Roblox content that is getting emotions with the viewers that can make them so they're watching, anyone can understand it and end up just watching anyway, so anyone can watch it and make money. Don't limit yourself by language. For example, like this channel right here, right? This channel right here that we're running right now, we don't limit ourselves by language at all. And we're pulling a lot of money right now. Every single day, we're pulling anywhere from $500 to $700, even $800 a day on this channel. So it's very possible to get it without even using language. We don't speak in this channel. We don't use captions on this channel. It is pure just storytelling visually. And we use audio as well, but not language, just regular audio. And this way, we make a lot of money because we get a lot of people who are watching, because more views equals more money. All right. And lastly, frequency. Guys, you need to be uploading every single day. If you're not uploading every single day on your YouTube videos or YouTube channels, every single day you need to be uploading. All right. A couple of my students weren't uploading every single day, and they were asking, "Hey, Devin, why am I not getting results?" I look at their thing, and they're missing days. I'm like, bro, you're missing days. What do you think is going to happen? Because YouTube cares about consistency. This is all a part about increasing your trust score. Remember? So if we're trying to increase our trust score, we need to do all of these things correctly. And remember, this is only a couple metrics of the 30 metrics involved with the trust score. How to break out of 20 to 30,000 view jail, 10,000 view jail, a million view jail. Guys, it's all the same. View jail really isn't even a real thing, but we're going to explain how to break out of these little barriers that you guys are in, and how to optimize your videos to just get out of these little stumps you're in. If you don't know who I am, my name is Devin Sinath. I post lots of different content, and I have 35 different YouTube channels, 10 different TikToks, and 15 different Instagrams on 2 different phones that I'm just running. I'm pulling over 1 billion views a month right now. You guys can just check the channel for social proof if you don't believe me. But what's more important is, guys, I'm wearing a shirt that says, "Man, I love Fortnite" on it. It says, "MILF, Man, I love Fortnite." It's a pretty fire shirt. Anyways, let's get straight into the video. So when I look at these videos over here, for example, this one right here, the first thing I'm going to notice is the retention of this video is around 73% with an average view duration of 47 seconds. Now remember those two numbers, all right? 73% with a 47-second average view duration. These two numbers are very important, all right? Now let's go back to the channel that has 30,000 views on it. If we look at the retention and average view duration of you're going to see that the retention is actually a little higher at 79%, but the average view duration is 34 seconds. Now, what does this tell us? This tells us that, hey, even though the retention of this video, the percentage was higher, the average view duration was 10 seconds lower. And because YouTube wants you to upload longer content, the other video is going to get pushed out to more people. Now, also, this video that got 30,000 views also was in a smaller niche audience. So, of course, it's going to get pushed to less people. But the second thing we're going to look at is the engagement. So if we actually look at the swipe ratio, this video got a 79% swipe ratio, which is very good. And I see a lot of you guys commenting saying, "Oh, Devin, I have an 80% swipe ratio. Why is my video not getting pushed out to a lot of people?" Well, because you're not making long enough content, or the niche you're uploading in isn't good enough, or you just aren't uploading enough because YouTube takes time to push out. For example, this video is probably maybe one of the 30th or 40th videos on this channel, and you guys are maybe 7 videos in, and you're like wondering, "Oh, I'm stuck in 30K view jail. Why are my videos not getting pushed out?" YouTube is exponential, right? You're going to understand there's going to be highs and lows with YouTube, but usually if you see a higher high, you're going to have a higher low, and so on and so on. If you don't know what I mean, it's kind of it's what we use when we're day trading. It's the same term. So if you guys are describing getting views on YouTube, you can look at it like this, right? You're going to have a higher high, then a higher low, a higher high, then a higher low. And it's going to continuously go like this, right? And of course, some days you'll have, lower lows and lower highs, but over the course of the entire trend, that stutter was crazy, you're going to have a graph that's kind of going to be going like this, upward, right? But, these little stumps where we're having little negative dips right here, these are just, little drawbacks. And if you guys are stuck in a graph that's looking more like this, where you're just kind of stuck in the 30,000 view jail, it's probably because you haven't been, 1, uploading enough, 2, your quality of your content isn't good enough, or 3, your swipe ratio isn't good enough. And let's look at swipe ratio now. So the swipe ratio for this video was actually 73%, which is weird because it's a, video that has 13 million views, but it has a lower swipe through ratio, but actually around 7%. The reason why this video, even though it got more views, has a lower swipe through ratio is because the niche of the video is wider, and the video was longer. All right. These are 3 really important elements. So I'm going to kind of put all these down for you so it kind of makes a little more sense. All right. So when we're looking at jailed, right, I guess we can just put jailed. We need to look at 3 factors. The first thing is the average view duration. How much seconds is people watching for? We're gonna look at the retention percentage. So what is the percent of people who are actually watching? We're gonna look at the swipe through ratio, which is how many people decide to actually stay. And then we're going to look at the niche. And the 4th thing, I kind of forgot to mention that. The niche, because different niches are going to get different views. For example, if you guys are making videos about pottery, of course you're going to get less views. I had someone, this buffoon, commented on my video like a couple days ago, and he was like, if you're getting 1 billion views a month, how come this video only has 3,000 views? Bro, there's only a certain amount of people on YouTube who are actually interested in learning about getting views on YouTube. Just because I'm getting 1 billion views a month across my brain rot, shorts, does not mean that this channel is going to get, 1 million views. Because there's not 1 million people on YouTube who are curious about actually these specific problems they're having right now. That's why YouTube is amazing, because there's these things called niches where you make videos in a niche and then that niche finds the video. So yeah, this video got maybe, 3,000 views, or my last video got 3,000 views. That does not mean that, it's because I'm getting 1 billion views a month. You know what I mean? Anyways, let's go into each one of these subcategories now. So when we're looking at the average view duration, we want to be aiming for at least 35% or 35 seconds, right? If you're getting around 34 to 35 seconds, that's a good warm spot to be. So that means we need to be uploading longer content. Upload like, anywhere from 24 to 40-second videos. And even though if it's 24 seconds, you're aiming for 35 seconds, if they watch it again, it's going to increase your average view duration higher. All right. The second thing is going to be retention. When we're looking at retention, we want to aim for at least 100%. Always aim for at least 100%. The higher it is, the more views you're going to get, because YouTube's going to push out content that gets more people staying on their platform longer. For swipe ratio, we want to be aiming for at least 85%. And I'm going to show you guys an example of a channel that's getting close to 400 million views a month, and the swipe ratio is around 85%. And then for niche, we want to pick something that anyone in the world in any language can watch. All right, now this is a pretty big important tip. Guys, if you are only targeting English people, you're limiting yourself to around 1.5 billion people per month who can see your stuff. And that sounds like a lot of people, but there's channels that are getting 3 billion people a month. And if you're wondering, like, okay, well, how are they getting more people if they're only targeting English people? Well, it's because they're not. Their content they're making is targeted towards anyone in any language. For example, Mr. Beast, he has voice actors on his videos who can speak every single language. So that's why he's pulling hundreds of millions of views on long form videos, billions of views on short form videos, because people from India, people who speak English, people who speak Spanish, people who speak Portuguese, people who speak, Japanese, they can all watch him because they all can understand the language. So when you're making content, and you're finding different niches, make sure it is multi-language videos. And that means that you should be aiming for something that can be communicated through just storytelling visually, not anything that, like you don't want to have words limiting your audience of people who are actually going to see it, right? So make sure it's multi-language, and make sure when you're making the videos, it's storytelling type videos where they can understand the story from just visuals. If you can communicate this clearly, you're going to make so much money, all right? There's actually here, I'm going to give you guys a good example of this. So this is Daniel Labella, and basically what he does is he does videos where he just runs around, and it's pretty funny, right? He has humorous videos where he runs around and he cleans stuff. But what's awesome about this, his most popular video has 1.6 billion views. Now, before you even watch this, remember, there's only 1.5 billion people in the world who can speak English, and this got 1.6 billion views. So, that's a little interesting. Let's watch it. So the first thing I notice when I'm watching this is there's no music. The second thing is there's no captions. The third thing is it can be communicated through any language. This is not limited by English. It's not limited by Spanish. It's not limited by Japanese. Hell, you can speak an alien language and probably still understand what is going on here. And the reason why is because he's communicating through actions and storytelling. And that's why this video got 1.7 actually billion views. It's crazy. It's crazy the type of things he's pulling here. But the reason this is possible is because he's using storytelling to actually be able to, communicate how to actually, get views. He's using storytelling to communicate to multiple people in multiple different languages, and that's how he's getting multiple views. Sorry if this video is a little all over the place. I'm very tired right now, but I hope I'm communicating everything as clearly as I can. Anyways, so make sure you're picking your niche correctly. Make sure it's a multi-language. Make sure your retention is around 100%. Make sure your swipe through ratio is 85%, and make sure your average view duration is 35 seconds. If you can hit all of these stats consistently over the course of like 14 days, I promise you're going to be able to break out of any view jail you're in. And by the way, as you grow more and more, you're going to have to increase this. This is breaking out of like around 30K-ish view jail. If you want to break out of, like, for example, 10 million view jail, you're going to need to increase your swipe ratio to like, 80, 86, 87%, because those 1-2% differences is the difference between like, 1 million views and 5 million views. It's crazy. It's crazy how different it is. So here, I want to show you the channel that's getting around 400 million views, and then we're going to call it a day. So this video got 141 million views, and if we just go to engagement over here, you can see we had an 85.7% swipe ratio, and you can see also the impressions on this video. We reached 141 million people. If we go to the audience over here and we actually just check it out, we see that, of course, most people were not subscribed, but we have a pretty wide range of geographic here. Of course, I'm not going to actually show the video, but the fact of the matter is it's pretty evenly split among US, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, and Philippines. And by the way, these are all different languages. People in the United States do not speak Portuguese. People from Brazil do not speak Spanish. People from Mexico do not speak Indonesian, and so on and so on, So the fact that this video that got 141 million views is split pretty evenly geographically means that the reason why this video got so many views is because it's getting shown to people in all different types of languages. So guys, please, when you're making a video, think, if people are watching this and they speak Spanish, can they understand what is going on, right? And if they can't, then maybe you're doing something wrong. And it's okay to, for example, if you're making clipping videos on like iShowSpeed, of course, it's going to have to be English because he's only able to speak English. But if you edit it in a way that's entertaining to people who don't even speak English, like people in Spanish can still watch it and be entertained, then you're doing something right. Let's talk about how to fix your view jail problem. So when people think of the word view jail, they think of the algorithm limiting the amount of views they're getting because, either you're getting stopped by the algorithm, or it's the algorithm's fault, or YouTube doesn't like you, and all of these things are just not true. The problem is you aren't optimizing your channel correctly, or you're just not making good enough content. So I got this one comment yesterday of someone saying they were getting 70%, average, or 70% swipe ratio, and they were getting like 100% average view duration. So SW, remember, stands for swipe ratio, and R stands for retention. So they're getting 70% retention or swipe ratio and 100% retention. And they were asking, well, why am I not, going mega viral? Because my videos are good and I'm only stuck at 30,000 views. Well, then I called this guy, actually. I had a conversation with him over call, and we basically, reviewed his entire YouTube channel, and this is what we found. So when we went to his YouTube channel, we checked his settings, and then we went to channel, and we saw that he didn't select the country of residence. That was the first thing. The second thing is he didn't have any future eligibility here. So if you look on a channel, like whatever channel you're on, you'll see, 1 is checked, and you're probably going to have 2 or 3 unchecked. You guys need to make sure that you have all 3 of these future eligibility checks, because it's literally going to allow you to get featured to more people. If you don't do this, you're just not going to get pushed in. You will get 30,000 views and you'll get stopped out. I don't know why people don't just go in their settings and look at this, but hey, it's okay if you don't know to do this, but just make sure you do this because it's going to basically increase your trust score. And if you don't know what a trust score is, go to Bootcamp Day 4. It's going to be in the playlist I linked in the description where we go over everything so far. So this is day 5. Anyways, that's the first thing, all right? Make sure you have your settings correct on YouTube. The second thing is understanding trend lines. Now, if you've ever traded stocks, you're going to understand that when you see a bullish run, which if you don't know what that is, it's fine. It basically means that whenever you get a higher high, you're going to get a higher low. And then you get another higher high and another higher low. And it's going to keep doing this, right? So this is basically explained in bullish terms. And what it means is if you have a video, like let's say this is one video and it goes viral, and then your second video doesn't do as well, but if you upload your third video, it may go higher. And of course, these numbers may vary. Maybe it'll be 5 videos you go viral, and then 4 videos you're going down, and then the 5th video you go even more viral. But the idea is that every single time you upload something, you know, you're going to increase the baseline of views you are getting. So let's look at this real quick. You can see over here that, you know, the first video, let's say it got 10K views, right? Then you upload the second video and it maybe got 8K views, right? Now this video got 8K views, and now this is your new baseline. And you'll notice that usually as long as you're uploading quality content, your trend line is never going to hit that baseline. And you're going to be quote unquote stuck in 30K view jail, but you're not really stuck. You just need to upload more content. Because if you have a channel for 3 months and you upload videos every day and it's consistently getting better and better, your trend line is going to look like this. It's going to keep going up. And you can see on this channel here, let me switch it real quick. So this is a channel that I ran probably back in April, so I'm okay actually showing it. And this channel, we scaled really quickly. I mean, we scaled to 400,000 views in the span of only like a couple days. I think it took like maybe a week to get 400,000 views. And we broke out of 30K view jail very, very quickly. And the reason how is because we uploaded the first video, it got 4,000 views. Second video got 30,000. And this is where most people quit right here. They get 30 to 40,000 views and they see a dip. And it goes from 40,000 back to 30,000. They're like, oh, no, my videos, I'm in 40. But you guys got to keep uploading consistently good quality content. If you're uploading every single day at the exact same time, high quality content, you're going to see that the trend line keeps going up and up and down. And you can see we had a dip here, but then I realized that, you know, there was too much saturation and I stopped uploading on the channel. But, you know, within a week of uploading, we got 1,000 subscribers and 400,000 views. If I kept going, I could have probably monetized this channel. And I do have a bigger channel that is like this that has 400,000 subscribers, but I'm not going to show it in this video. I'm going to save it for another video because I think that channel deserves an entire video of its own for just analyzing everything. But this is kind of the idea of trend lines. So if we're looking at this real quick, we're going to see that, you know, the first time we had a big drop was over here. And you're going to see the trend line dropped at kind of the same level as the second previous peak. And it's going to consistently keep doing this, you know? So you look, the second time it drops higher, it's going to be kind of aligned with the second highest peak. And you can see over here, the third one aligned with this one. So you'll see if this would actually kept going and I kept uploading, the third one would have probably been over here. It probably wouldn't have gone like this way, because that's just how trend lines work with YouTube, you know? It's not the algorithm's fault. It's not YouTube hating you. It's just you not understanding trend lines and understanding that the videos will consistently go viral. Now, remember, you need to have your settings checked beforehand. That's pretty much it, by the way. That's pretty much fixing view jail. You just need to upload good content. You know, you could optimize your retention. You could optimize your swipe ratio. You can optimize everything. But if you aren't uploading consistently at the same time every single day and your settings aren't correct, you're kind of going to be stuck. Now, to some people, this video may be useless because maybe you didn't comprehend what I said, and that's okay. But for some people who maybe got it clicked just now, I'm happy I was able to help you. You know, that's pretty much breaking out of view jail. Also, I guess one caveat. I'm going to put a little caveat here. So let's put a PS. If you guys are stuck and you're in a small niche, let's say you're making pottery videos, look at the top pottery video in your niche. If the highest pottery video on YouTube has 10 million views and you're wondering why you're stuck at, you know, 50,000 views and you're not scaling up anymore, maybe because the audience itself is just too small. Because there are limits to these things. You can't get 7 billion views making pottery, right? It's just not realistic. Because there's not everyone in the world cares about pottery, you know? So if you're getting 10 million views on a video, you know, or you want to get to 10 million views and you're stuck at 50K views, but your niche itself is just complete duty, you know, then maybe you're in the wrong niche. And also, speaking of niches, I guess I should mention this as well. Before I end this video, I want to talk about what I use to find my niches. So this is Verlo, and what Verlo is, it's basically like a little app I use to find outlier videos. So you can see over here, we have recent outliers, and you can click for YouTube or for TikTok. So I actually usually go for TikTok, because on TikTok, it usually means that it's not on YouTube yet, or it's likely to go viral on YouTube soon. So for example, if we looked at, let's say, this video right here, it's an ASMR video. And if I don't want to do ASMR, then I probably wouldn't do something like this. Now, if I keep going, I'm going to see this right here. It's like a little Roblox video. If I click on it, and click on this right here, it's going to take me to the actual channel of the video itself. And I'm going to be able to analyze why this video went viral and see, hey, maybe I can take this and put it on YouTube. Now, Verlo has been up for like 4 months now. So actually, this is a pretty recent little platform that got released, and they already have 35,000 users on it, which is pretty insane. It's a very good app. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I actually do use this pretty regularly. If you want to check it out, it's gonna be linked in the description. But also, I want to share something else as well. When you go to Outliers over here, you're going to be able to kind of look at everything in more detail. And, it's going to be, you look at food, you look at pets, you can look at, what is this? WNBA rankings. I don't know what this thumbnail is. It's a little funny. But, there's going to be all types of videos in here that's going to kind of be a way for you to kind of start looking for channels that you want to make. Now, you're going to see a lot of these are talking head videos, and a lot of them aren't. Like, for example, this is definitely an AI video over here. This is like, it's literally just B-roll, and you can put a caption behind it. There's all types of ways you can use this app to find, I guess, outliers and find your own niche. Now, if you go to the dashboard of the actual Verlo thing, you're going to see on the top here, you're going to see brain rot, soccer clips, skits, animals. These things are doing pretty well. And if we actually clicked on brain rot, we're going to get an entire, like you can see in the past couple of days, it has over 1 billion views on just brain rot. And it's going to look at all the outliers. So look, 5 billion total views on just the brain rot, content. So it's saying over here that, the chance to perform is not that high, but if we actually just scroll down, we'll be able to kind of look at all the analytics of brain rot and see what's trending. So you can see September 1st, we had a very, very big high. It was nearly a combined total of 300 million views for just brain rot content alone. There's lots of different categories of what's actually trending. Like, for example, Roblox is an amazing category to get into right now on YouTube. If you click on Roblox, you're going to see all of the kind of stats of what's performing well. And you can see like Roblox actually is in a little dip right now. And that's really good for us because that means that's a good time for us to entry and to actually start making Roblox content. It breaks down all the analytics. Like you can see, United States has 500 million views on just Roblox alone, which is 33% of all the Roblox. And here are some of the top videos right now. And, it's crazy. All the analytics it gives you. You can see all the competitors. This is for YouTube. If you want to switch here, you can switch to... Or this is for YouTube. If you want to do, you can switch to YouTube or TikTok here. If you click on all platforms, you can switch on TikTok and then actually be able to see, TikTok has these trending. Usually if TikTok is trending, that means that it's going to go viral on YouTube soon. So, there's all types of ways to use this app. I've been using it for a while now. If you want to check it out, really, it's in the description. Just check it out. I think it's like maybe $20 a month, and there's also other better plans if you want to as well. But that's kind of what I use to find my niches. But anyways, talking about that, make sure you click the correct niche and find the correct niche, because if you use the correct niche, you're going to make a lot of money. If you find a niche that is actually, performing well and you get lots of views in it, don't be surprised when you do get lots of views, because it's not a small niche. Like, for example, Roblox is much higher than pottery, so make Roblox videos, not pottery videos. I know you want to chase like what you love and enjoy and stuff, but YouTube is all about optimization. So if you're optimizing correctly, the correct platform, you're going to get the most amount of views. In the past 7 days, I've generated over 15 million views on one single account. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to show you a couple accounts I've run in this video. I'm running 10 currently. That's getting me over 50 million views a month right now and generating me over $20,000 a month. So in this video, I'm going to show you everything and get into it. There's no gatekeeping. Also, there's no course to buy. If you look in the description, there's no course. There's no mentorship or anything. Maybe there's a Discord because I'm trying to grow community. But other than that, let's get straight into it. So this is the first account I run, which is the one you're watching on right now. My Devin CNAT account, my Devin Talks account. I run a ton of different clipping accounts on TikTok. And then this is the account right here that got me 50 million views in 1 week. And then I also run a couple Instagram accounts. And this is the Shopify for my tiny truck, which is this one that I'm selling right now. And I'm going to show you my phone so I can like show you all the accounts I run, and I can show you I actually own them and I'm logged into them, so you don't think I'm BSing you. Anyways, let me show you the accounts right now. All right, so we're on my phone right now. I should be recording it, and if I just go to my TikTok first, you'll see these are all the accounts that I run. I mean, not all of them are logged in. You can only be logged into 9 TikTok accounts at a time, but I'm going to show you all of these and kind of show you the details about each one. So first, let's go to the analytics of the Zero to Hero-ish account. If you haven't seen the video styles like this before, it's kind of just like these like edited videos where it's like something funny, and then it'll be like it'll be like some type of like kind of like dark humor thing, and then they'll put like the text over it. Anyways, let me show you the analytics for this account. So this account, we're only up 5 million views in the past 7 days. See, we're down 10 million if you look at it closely. And if I customize and just go to the 16th to the 23rd, which is 1 week, you can see we got 15 million views in one single week on this account. We were getting 5 million view days. And we can see we're not our estimated revenue is 0 right now because this account only got started 3 weeks ago. I started this March 4th, and we're on March 29th right now. See if I can go the past 28 days, you'll see I literally just started this account. And on our worst days, we're getting like 50,000 views a day. This is one account, by the way. If you go to my second account, which is one of my clipping accounts, I also run this one as well. I have a team of clippers who help me. The views are down a little bit, but you can see this is actually supposed to say 41 million views. But last year I was scaling this like crazy, and we were getting around, I think I had a couple days where we were getting like a couple million views a day on this one. But it doesn't show because it only shows in the past 365 days. And I was scaling this around January 2024 to February 2024. But as you can see, I mean, I run all of these accounts, and this is just my TikTok as well. I'm not logged into my clipping accounts right now, but I also do run my clipping accounts for the SML. Like here, if you look at my screen real quick, these 2 accounts I also do run as well. These 2 SML fan pages, and these both generated me a little over 10K. I mean, before the accounts got demonetized for clipping. But yeah, you can see the views on here were crazy. I was getting like consistently like 50 to 60,000 views a video. Some videos were hitting like 200,000 views. And yeah, these videos, I scale these really quickly. Also, if we just go to my Instagram over here, I'm logged into my personal account right now, you will see all these accounts I run over here. And you'll see this one, which is my tiny truck account. And this account, I get around, I think 500 to 1,000 views a day on this account. And this helps me, scale my Shopify store close. Okay, it's 242,000 views in the past day, which is still, that's pretty good. And we also have the Mr. Pointer account, which I run. I'm sure you've probably seen this somewhere, this meme somewhere of Mr. Pointer. I'm the guy who's running that. And on this account, let's see here, in the past day, we have gotten another 200,000 views. So yeah, we're getting roughly around 1 million views a day across all my accounts. I mean, I'm not going to go into every single account I run, but like I'm showing you my screen. I'm sure you can believe me. My editor's going to have to blur out my emails here, but you can say I also do run all of these YouTube channels as well. And I have a team of people who work with me and help me make these videos. And I am the sole person who kind of helps scale these things up. So I kind of want to go into what in the world I did to go from wherever I was, like 0 views 6 months ago, to now getting, 15 million views a week and around 1 million views a day right now. So what did I do? Well, the first thing I did was upload more. And this is going to sound like the most basic advice, but please just put the phone down and listen to me for a second, all right? The reason why you're not getting millions and millions of views every single day is because you have not uploaded enough. On these accounts, like for example, this account, I've uploaded 47 videos. This account, 675 videos. This account, I have uploaded so many videos. And the reason I'm able to output so much is because I work tirelessly. I work like 18 hours a day on these videos. All of these videos, all these clipping accounts, all of this. I mean, of course, I pay people to help me as well. But I mean, I'm working so hard on these videos and I'm putting so much effort into it. Effort that most of you probably aren't putting into it, because most people, after they upload their first 5 videos or so, they will quit. This is the usual metric. After 5 videos, they will just quit, and then they will never upload a video again, and they'll think, oh, it's just luck, and then, this guy went viral because he got lucky, and it's not luck. It's just consistency. Because if we go back to my analytics real quick, which I'll show you guys again. So if we go to my Zero Hero account, and we just look at the analytics, you'll see, the videos started off really, really slow. The first couple of days, like I was only getting around 100,000 views per day. And that may sound like a lot to you, but to me, I understood that, hey, I'm only getting really low views right now. I'm only getting around 100,000. I know I can be getting millions of views a day right now. So I just kept uploading. So from March 4th to March 16th, which was 12 days, I consistently uploaded 2 times a day, every single day on this account. And then we hit our first 5 million view day, and then our 3 million view day, and then a 5.3 million view day. And this account's going to get monetized soon, and it's probably going to be making, I don't know, maybe $30,000 a month on this account once it's monetized. And that's one account, by the way. Let me say it again, that's one account. So the reason why most people get stuck in 0 view jail, or you're stuck in really low view counts, is, usually the most basic answer is your content just sucks. And I'm going to be straight up with you. The only reason to get good at making better content is putting in repetition. As someone who knows how to make good content, has been doing this for 7 years now, I understand what makes a good video. For example, you want to have good retention, of course. And if you don't know what retention is, I'll break it down right here. So where retention is, it's the amount of time someone watches your video. For example, if you look at, let's see, one of my YouTube videos over here, you'll see this video got 1.3 million views, and the retention graph is amazing. I have 121% retention, and the graph kind of looks like this, where it's pretty flat. And this is what you want to be aiming for. But a bad video's retention is going to look like this, where it kind of goes like this and drops. And I'll show you this right now. So you'll see this video right here got 482 views, which is very, very bad. And you can see the retention goes like this and it drops, just like my graph right here. It goes like this and drops. And you'll notice the correlation of the retention. So if this drops here, but my most viral video, which was this one, is, looking like this, then you need to be aiming for good retention, because retention is key to going viral consistently. If you want to consistently go viral, think about the graph and think about people who are watching your videos. If the retention, the AVD, average view duration, of your videos is bad, then why would platforms push out their videos? Because platforms want one thing: to make sure they're pushing out good content to keep people on their platform. So if your videos suck, which they probably do, and I'm not trying to be offensive, it's true. You need to be critical of yourself. You need to critique yourself and say, hey, my content sucks right now. That's okay. I'm going to use this as a failure and improve upon it. So let's go over a checklist of everything you need to do in order to actually make a viral video and consistently get this sweet average view duration of 121%. Number one, I'm going to say this is the most important thing: have a good idea. A lot of you guys, when you're seeing, videos that are doing well, you have the idea of, oh, I'm going to copy them. And when I copy them, I'm going to go viral too, because they went viral. But the problem is you aren't as skilled at them at copying their videos. If you were able to replicate their video frame by frame, I guarantee you're probably going to get some views, but the algorithm knows when you're copying other people's videos. What you need to do is you need to take their idea that's already good and make it better. If you see a video that has gone viral, take it and re-upload it again, but change the idea up a little bit. Think about, how could I improve upon this video to make it reach more people? Idea generation is one of the most important things you need to learn and understand to make viral content consistently, because without the good idea, you're not going to get good videos, because the idea and how you package is everything. Mr. Beast has said this multiple times in multiple podcasts, but one good video idea is going to get you 1,000 times more views than an okay idea. For example, he spent $1 million filling like an island full of sand, and he thought the idea was bad, so he just scrapped it and then, lost $1 million, because he knows that a good idea is going to be worth way, way more than $1 million of an okay idea, because that's going to ruin his brand reputation. And right now, if you're focusing on, getting a good idea and you're having trouble with it, it's okay. Make sure to upload. And that goes into our second point as well. So even though this may contradict our first point a little bit, you need to make sure you're putting in reps. So what does reps mean? Reps means the repetition you put into making videos. For example, on this Tiny Truck video, this channel, I've uploaded 675 times on this account, and I've consistently gotten viral multiple times. I have 2 videos over 10 million views on this account alone. On this account, only 10 million views on 2 different videos, and I've gone viral multiple times on this one. Like I said earlier, most people quit only after uploading 5 videos. So if you can upload 6 videos, then 7 videos, then 8, and keep, looking at your content, looking at the retention graph, seeing, okay, people dropped here. Why did people leave here? And I'm going to show you how to actually do retention editing and retention learning, so you can learn how to look at your videos and understand what you're doing wrong. And that moves into our third point, which is retention learning. You want to basically criticize yourself, look at your videos over and over again, and look at when people dip on the video and understand why they left. So let's do some retention learning right now together, so I can kind of show you what your thought process should be when you're watching these videos and learning the retention. So this is one of my channels that I used to spam upload videos, and I used to actually practice retention editing. So let's look at this video right here. This video got 2.6 thousand views, and it's a video titled Blue, but the color is red. And I know this video doesn't have a lot of views, but we're going to look at why this video did not perform well and why I probably could have done something better. So first of all, YouTube gives the best analytics, and you can see this video only had a 4.9% click-through rate, which means it's pretty bad. And you don't want to have a click-through rate that's like below 6%. You want to be aiming for 6% at the minimum. As for the retention, it looks like 61% of the people who were watching stayed for the first 60 seconds, but then it started dipping down more and more and more towards the end. So let's watch this video real quick.
Great, you've made it this far. Now that I have your attention.
So you'll see right here that I went from 100% to 92%, which means we lost 8% of our audience in the first second. And I think the reason why is because the background is pretty boring. The text is pretty boring, and overall, I think this video in general was just pretty boring. The idea was boring behind it, but this is when I was practicing retention. And what you can do is you can just keep looking at your videos over and over again, and then practicing more and more and more, understanding why your retention is bad. For example, this video has 47.7% retention, and it looks like 30 seconds in, 63% of the people who are watching were only staying, which means 37% of the people. So this video got 2,500 views, and it looks like at the 30-second mark already, 63% of the people were staying, which, may seem okay, but look at this giant drop. This means that almost 40% of the people who were watching this video left in the first 30 seconds, which is why the hook is so important. But let's look at this video and understand why.
Yeah, $1 billion if we could own the channel and the company. I just remember feeling, I don't know.
So right away, it's just boring. It's just boring. There's not enough information in your face. I mean, the title is pretty interesting. How does Mr. Beast really make? How much money does Mr. Beast? I mean, the title is kind of interesting. How much money does Mr. Beast really make? But I think the idea was just okay, which is why the click-through rate was only 4.9% for this video as well. So understanding that the click-through rate and the retention of your video is going to be very important on the outcome of how much views you get, and the idea generation behind it is going to determine if your video actually goes viral and performs well or not. But you need to make sure that when you are actually choosing your idea, you deliver in the first 30 seconds. I don't know if you saw, but YouTube will always show a highlight of the first 30 seconds of your video because they want to make sure that you are paying attention to the hooks of your videos, because the hook is one of the most important aspects to your video. So I'm going to call this 1.5. I know we're jumping all over the place, but hooks is really, really important. And the reason why is because the first 30 seconds of your video for long form is very important. You can see here that from this long form video, all the long form ones, they're going to have this like 30-second highlight in the beginning. And it's because YouTube understands that the first 30 seconds of a video is crucial for someone actually staying. And if you're watching this video still right now, it means I hooked you in because I showed you all of my accounts over here, all these accounts that I ran. Then I showed you my screen, and then I showed you how much money I made, and then, you see what I'm saying? I scripted the first part of this video so you could actually get hooked in, and then I kind of let loose and I started to be raw and authentic because I wanted to make sure I can just be myself on camera. And it's kind of hard for me to script all this because most of this information that I'm teaching is honestly just in my head. I don't really need to think about this too much because I've just been doing this for so long. So remember that your intention behind your video is really important. Have intention. I guarantee you that any, big YouTuber, big content creator you watch, they actually think about the first 3 seconds for short form or 30 seconds for long form. And that moves into short form content, which is the next part of this video. So let's get into this. All right, so short form and long form content. What exactly is the difference? The first thing is that short form and long form, they both require storytelling, but short form, you have to do it in a obviously much shorter fashion. So if you're doing any type of videos, you want to make sure that the videos you're making are storytelling type videos. You want to tell a story or convey some type of emotion because emotions is how you go viral. If you're not able to convince the audience that you're, for them to feel any type of emotion other than boring, then they're just simply not going to watch. So what I call this is the TikTok trance. So what the TikTok trance is, it's basically a hypnosis where when you're on TikTok, you constantly watch videos. And if you see a boring video, what do? You scroll away if it's boring. And if it's interesting, what do? You stay and you watch and you're happy. So if your video has very good emotions, then people are going to stay and actually watch your video. Now, there's different types of emotions you can try to convey to your audience. There's happiness, maybe there's sadness, maybe there's rage baiting, whatever you're trying to do. You need to make sure your audience is feeling something, because if they're not feeling anything, then they're going to go back to this boring state, and then they're going to not watch your videos, and then you're going to get less and less views. Now with long form, it's a little different. The reason why long form I think is harder is because there's less room for error. So on short form, you can actually make a lot of videos and you can, fail because it's okay. It only takes an hour to make a video. But for short form or long form, there is so much error that could take place, and one single mistake can make everyone leave at that certain point in the video, and then you're going to, get less views. Because you can put, a week into a long form video, but if you somehow, mess up your attention, maybe you misedit something, maybe you misspeak in something, then your attention is going to go way down, and then all of a sudden you're going to get way less views. So in short form, you have more room for error. So what does that mean? It means you should probably practice short form first. So I recommend anyone watching this video, if you're not good at content yet, to practice the short form content, because practice makes perfect, and the more videos you upload, the better you're going to get. Now, this actually brings me to the next point. I saw this on a TikTok recently. How many videos should you be uploading per day? Now, the common misconception is anywhere from 1 to 4 videos a day. And screw that. I'm telling you to upload like 50 videos a day, 100 videos a day. And that sounds crazy, but stop and just listen to me for a second. The reason why you're not getting views is because you haven't put in the reps, as I said in step 2 of how to make or how to go viral on social media. You haven't put enough reps in and you haven't built your skills. But if you put more reps in and you're uploading like 50 to 100 videos a day, then you're going to actually start getting good and natural at being on camera. Now, Devin, you may be asking like, Devin, I can't upload 100 videos a day. I don't have time for that. Well, okay, that's good. That's fine. But you need to understand that there are people who are uploading 50 videos a day, 100 videos a day. They're literally spending 18 hours a day. They get up, making videos all day, and then going to sleep and doing it again. And this is what I used to do. I used to do this on so many different accounts. I mean, I showed you here. These are just some of the accounts that I run right now. These are just some of the accounts. And I'm not even logged into all of them. I have so much more Gmails. These are some more accounts I run right here. More accounts, more accounts, more accounts, more accounts, and it just keeps going. And the reason why is because I understand that I suck at something. The only way to get better at something is practice. So if you're not practicing this like it's a sport, like it's a skill, where you're just on it 18 hours a day, every single day, then I promise you, there's probably someone else who's getting ahead of you, and then you're gonna say, oh, he got lucky because he went viral. No, he's been doing this 18 hours a day consistently. Of course, there are some girls or guys who will go viral because they're dancing, or maybe they look attractive or whatever, right? But I'm talking about you, the person who wants to grind right now and want to get consistently 1 million views a day like I'm doing right now. I didn't just magically get here. Oops. Oh, I'm getting 1 million views. No, I've been doing this for 7 years. I know what I'm doing now, which is why all of this is so detailed and informative. I mean, I know I'm maybe not explaining this the best of my ability right now, but I hope this is making at least a little bit of sense. Now let's go into our next point. Let's say you actually get a viral video, and what do you do from here? Now, I don't know why, but so many people, when they get a viral video, they have the idea of like, oh, I'm going to try something new. Like, bro, that is the most stupid thing you could possibly do. And let me tell you why, right? If you get a viral video, and in my eyes, viral is at least 1 million views. That's my idea of viral. If you get at least 1 million views, you should be replicating and milking the heck out of that. Because if this video got, 1 million views and there's 8 billion people in the world, that means there's still 8,000 more demographics of people, that's how I see it at least, that could potentially see your video. So that means that you should be aiming for more. If you see a video that goes viral, or you see someone else's video that goes viral, that's why I said earlier, you need to learn how to replicate and repeat. So if you see, let's say you're running a dropshipping product, and then all of a sudden this video, gets like 6 million views, analyze it. I used to spend hours a day going frame by frame on every single video I would watch that went viral, and I would go, okay, why did they do this? Why is this here? Why is this here? And I would start noticing small details like the background, the lighting, where the caption is, the placement of the caption, where the camera is, the placement of the product, where the placement of the face is. Is the face really up here? Is it low? No, it's always in the center. When they're looking at the camera, they look at the camera like this, or do they look kind of like at the actual screen? There's all these different things that you have to take into account when you're making a video. It's not just, oh, it's easy, just press and record. I actually had a conversation with my girlfriend about this like a month ago, and I was telling her like, you should try making videos. And she's like, no, that's easy. I really don't want to. And I was like, easy? And I got kind of angry, and I was like, what do you mean easy? Making videos is not easy. And she's like, no, you just record. I'm like, you think I get 50 million views a month by just hitting record? I planned everything. And she was like, okay, sorry. And I got a little heated. I know I shouldn't have been so heated, but I was like, no, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. She was like, okay. But I'm telling you that this type of stuff is really important. You need to take everything into account. Now, this video, I'm not really putting much effort into because I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm just spitting sauce, and I think this value enough. I mean, if you're watching this still, it means you're probably taking a lot of information from this, and you're probably I'm probably helping you a lot right now. And by the way, if this video is helping you, if you guys can drop a sub, I would really appreciate it. Simple value exchange. I'm helping you. You can help me by dropping a sub. The main reason I want you guys to sub is because I just want to build a nice community of people, and honestly, I'm just trying to make business friends as well. I mean, recently. I just realized I didn't even show you guys my personal brand when I was doing this earlier, but this is my personal brand. I also upload videos and get millions of views a month on this one as well. But yeah, this personal brand I've been trying to build and grow. So if you just want to follow me on Instagram, you can, but you don't need to. If you can just join my Discord, that's the main thing I am running right now. But yeah, anyways, let's go back to it. Now, the last thing I will tell you to start helping you go viral more consistently is be your worst enemy. I'm telling you, in this game, you are going to fail so much, and you need to use failure as your friend, not your enemy. But you should be your own enemy, and you should critique yourself constantly. If you see your video not doing well, you need to look at it and be like, why? Don't say the algorithm is screwing me over. Don't say, oh, this video was good. Why didn't it go viral? I'm telling you, the reason why is because it sucked. That's just straight up. If it was good, the algorithm would have pushed it out. The algorithm is a very good algorithm. It pushes out great content. That's why when you're scrolling, you constantly feel dopamine all of the time because it chooses the best stuff to serve you. And if you want, your content to be served to people, that means you need to serve the best content. So understand that you suck. I'm straight up. I don't want to be rude, but I'm serious. Your content sucks, and you need to do better. Because if your content didn't suck, you wouldn't be watching this video right now, and you would have probably already been getting 1 million views a month, or 1 million views a week, or a day, or whatever your goal is. My goal right now is to get 1 billion views a month right now. In order to do that, I need to improve my content because my content also sucks. I'm constantly critiquing myself and seeing what I need to do better. And because of that, that's where I am right now. And that's how I am where I am right now. Because if I didn't critique myself, I wouldn't be here. So be your worst enemy. That's going to be the last tip.
So I want to take the time in this video to explain everything that you need to know about YouTube trust scores. So I'm sure you've heard the term before if you've, been in this YouTube community, or just in general, if you've done YouTube videos, you probably know what a trust score is. Now, if you don't know what it is, I'm going to explain it in a second. But before I explain everything about trust scores, this is going to be a very long video, let me just show you why you should listen to me. This channel we're running right now has $67,000. And yes, this is a real channel. I'm going to show you a ton of channels in this video. I have 36 channels we're running right now. I can see here, we have a lot of channels that we are running, right? And because I understand trust scores and how to utilize them, I basically am able to automate channels on mass scale, which is what we're doing for, a lot of channels. For example, like this channel that's at $116,000. $28,000, $259,000, $452. This is a more new channel that we actually just started up recently. $6,000, and I can keep giving more and more examples. But the idea here is we use trust scores a lot, right? To be able to not just, get views, but also maximize our revenue, right? Because if we have, a very high trust score, YouTube will push our videos out to the algorithm, and then we will make a lot of money from it, right? So first of all, if you don't know what a trust score is basically, I want you to imagine like a credit card score for your channel, right? So a credit card score, basically how it works is, you basically have a score from the bank and you get scored on your credit history, right? And if your credit history is good, your score goes up, and then you can receive higher loans, you can get better things from the bank. Pretty much any type of approval you want from the bank, you can get with a high credit score, right? And it helps you with a lot of things in life. Now, a trust score is basically the same thing, right? And what it does is it basically is a score that is calculated for your channel, and then YouTube decides how worthy your channel is to get pushed to the algorithm and get views, right? Because if your trust score is higher, YouTube's basically saying that they trust you to make them money, right? Because at the end of the day, this $67,000 that we generated, it's not through just, us receiving money, because we're also making money for YouTube as well, right? You got to remember that when you're creating videos. So anyways, let's talk about everything you need to know about increasing your trust score, every step you need to take, everything you need to do just in general to make the most amount of money possible. All right, let's get into it. So we've kind of already defined it, but I want to go over it again in more detail because this is a long video and you should know everything if you want to be able to do this, right? So the trust score is built up over a variety of things, right? It's built up of channel history, right? And I'll be using this mouse and be writing in chicken scratch the rest of this video, but you guys can get the idea, right? So, it takes your channel history. It takes the actual stats of your video. It takes the analytics of other metrics on your Gmail, right? It takes how much money you've made, if you have any guideline or strikes, right? All of these things are calculated into your trust score. And if you don't know, there are over 30 different metrics on the YouTube algorithm that you need to be able to look at when, you're looking at all your stats, right? So for example, right, in this video or this channel that generated, nearly $300,000 in the past year, right? If we go to content here, right? You'll see that, like we have long form videos here, we have click-through rates, impressions, average view duration, views. Then we have like short form here, and then we have like, our subscribers, our engaged views. And, if we click on audience down here and we start scrolling down a little bit, you'll see like your new viewer, casual viewer, regular viewer ratio. And, you'll see this for any channel that you're working on, right? And there's so many stats you can look at, like when your views are active, your device type, your age and gender. All of these contribute to your overall trust score, right? And you need to be able to calculate this into an equation to actually get that number that you were looking for, right? And there's not an exact number. It's either you just calculate if it's higher, lower, or it's kind of in the middle, right? And I'll show you how to do it in this video, right? So this video is going to be like a checklist, right? So I'm going to basically break down everything you need to do. And I want you to reflect and say, hey, have I actually done this, right? Because if you haven't, then maybe your trust score is a little bit lower, right? And maybe you need to increase it. Okay, so let's go over everything right now. The first thing you need to understand when you are, increasing your trust score is you want to make sure that you are creating the actual channel yourself, or the channel you're running right now, underneath an aged Gmail, right? There's this big misconception that you need to have an aged YouTube channel, and this is not true, right? You could have a YouTube channel that is 1 day old, right? But a aged Gmail is what you actually need to be able to get pushed to the algorithm, because remember, YouTube is owned by Google, and Google's Gmail is able to basically check all of the analytics behind the Gmail that you're running on right now. If they see a new Gmail has been created, they may see that as a bot Gmail and not push out your channel to the algorithm, right? So when I am making my channels, I like making them underneath one Gmail, which a lot of people don't like, but I'll explain how to circumvent that later so you don't get banned underneath everything, right? Because, what I do is I create everything underneath one super aged Gmail, right? This Gmail is like 13 years old, and then I transfer ownership of those channels, or I make myself a manager on second channels, et cetera, right? So the age Gmail that you should have, right, the oldest, or I guess youngest it should be, is 6 months. As long as your Gmail is 6 months or older, then you should be in a good position, all right? So make sure your Gmail is 6 months. Now, how you check this is you basically go to your Gmail. You can look at the creation date, or you can go and try to find your oldest, mail that was sent, because usually you get a confirmation email when, you get an email to your Gmail, and then just check to see when the oldest one is. If it's older than 6 months ago, then you're in a good position. You can start uploading videos on that channel. Now, second thing is actually going to be channel creation. Now, I'm actually going to create a channel live with you guys so you guys can see kind of how I do the process for creating the channel to make sure the trust score is set up correctly. So the first thing you want to do is actually go to your YouTube homepage, and when you click on your profile picture, you should have something here. You're going to click on switch account, and if you have made accounts before, it's okay. Scroll down until you see view all channels. Now, I have a lot of channels here, as you can see here, but if you click on view all channels, you will get prompted to a page where you can see all your channels, or maybe it's just going to be one or two if you're making a a new channel, and you're going to see this option that says create a channel, right? And this is very important for the trust score, right? So when you're doing this here, I recommend you could do whatever name you want. I'm just going to make this like Devin test channel, right? And then I'll just test channel 1 because I've done this before in another video. And then you're going to create it. Now, you need to make sure you add a profile picture after you complete the steps I'm about to show you right now. So first, go to YouTube Studio, right? So click on YouTube Studio here, and then it's going to prompt you. It's going to take you to a little tutorial. And then the thing you want to do before you do anything else, don't watch a video, don't upload anything. Click on Settings, click on Channel, and then click on Feature Eligibility, right? These things you need to have enabled immediately. This will boost your trust score up exponentially. If you are stuck in 0 to 30K view jail and you don't have this enabled, this could be why, right? Because trust scores help you break out of view jail, right? So if you go to your channel and make sure you have this enabled, this is going to help you exponentially, right? So like, complete steps 2 and 3 feature eligibility, because steps 1 is basically always going to be enabled. It's enabled as soon as you create the channel. Steps 2 and 3 you need to do right away. Now, you create step 2, or you complete step 2 by verifying a phone number. Do not use a Google phone number. Do not use an extra phone number that you get off the internet. Okay, if you have a phone number that you use consistently, use that. If you don't have an extra phone number because you've made it too many accounts, use your mom's, your dad's, your brother's, whoever's, right? Someone you trust. That's what I do. I actually got to the point where I had multiple phones because I had to keep creating these accounts because I maxed out mine, my brother's, my mom's, and my dad's. And I was using my friends at one point, and I was like, okay, I gotta get more phones. So that's what I did to kind of do this. Do not use a Google phone number because it'll screw you up big time. All right. Now, as for advanced features, usually you need to have a valid ID. You can also do video verification. Now, I don't recommend doing this if you look younger. Like, for example, me, I'm 20 years old. I look a little bit younger. I could pass as like a 16-year-old. So because of that, YouTube sometimes will like look at the face ID and then like potentially not verify you. You can use this a regular ID. Now, I want you guys to know about something. So if you've gotten striked or I guess terminated before on another account and you use that same ID that you're verifying now, YouTube will match the IDs and then they'll immediately ban your channel. So if you've been terminated, use your dad's ID or whatever, because this is just basically verifying you're a real person. That's all it is. So yeah, just you can do that. If you don't have an ID, one of my students, he didn't have an ID and he was basically just waiting to see if he could use his mom's. And then after around 2 months, it could be anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months of just using the channel in general, watching videos on it and stuff, your channel history can also get this feature, advanced features number 3 enabled. So make sure you have this first. This is very important. If you don't have this done, this entire video is basically useless. I'm gonna be straight with you. Okay. Now, for basic info, I recommend selecting a country of residence. Select whatever country you're located in. Don't try to lie and say United States because you think it's going to increase your RPM. It doesn't. This does not affect anything. It just tells YouTube that, hey, I have a country of residence, right? Another thing as well, do not add any keywords to this, right? Because if we're trying to increase your trust score and get the most amount of views to make the most amount of money, right? We don't want to use keywords to target specific audiences unless you are a niche channel trying to target a niche audience. For example, this channel that you're watching on right now is a niche channel, right? Because I make videos on this channel explaining how I run a multitude of channels and make a lot of money, right? So I have like keywords like business and YouTube automation and e-commerce in here. Now, if you are a general channel that's trying to get the most amount of views, even a Roblox channel, a commentary, whatever, right? A ranking channel, don't put any keywords here because it's going to screw up your search and YouTube will push it to the wrong audience and you will get less views. And remember, more views equals more money. Okay, so make sure to select whatever you're located in and then the keywords here. As for advanced features, right? Advanced features, I want to make sure you guys don't mess up anything here. The main thing you want to make sure is enabled is the visual and audio enhancements. Make sure you let YouTube enhance this because it'll just basically let you upload in higher quality. And then also always make sure this audience setting is set to no, this is not made for kids, right? Because if you want to review every video, you have to do it every single time. That's pretty annoying. Make sure you say, no, this is not made for kids. And if your channel is made for kids, like you're making Cocomelon content, then you're not going to make money because ads won't be personalized and you won't make as much. So say, no, it's not made for kids. Now, that's all the settings you need to know for now. For upload defaults, you can leave all this blank. Remember, no tags, no descriptions, nothing like that. That is pretty much everything that you need to know. Now, as for language, right? Language and caption certification, I recommend just keeping this blank because YouTube will be able to do it automatically. Category, it says none here. I recommend clicking on entertainment. This really doesn't affect anything, but if you're, for example, in vlogs and you're making shorts, it sometimes doesn't push it out as much. So keep your thing in entertainment if you can. This license here, standard YouTube license, make sure this is enabled. If Creative Commons is enabled, which is the second option, it'll basically mean people can steal your content and you can't do anything about it. So make sure you have standard YouTube license enabled. And that should be pretty much everything, all these permissions, everything else. None of this really matters, anything like that. And that's pretty much everything you need for settings. Now, once you do actually complete all your settings, it should look something like this, where you have country residence as whatever you located in, no keywords, and then feature eligibility should all basically be green. This is what you want it to look like. If it doesn't look like this, fix it. Okay, awesome. Now that we have basically set up account, the next thing we need to do is actually start uploading videos, right? Well, that's what you would think, but the first thing you actually really need to do is go to your YouTube homepage and check out all of your competitors. Now, this is also a key part of your journey when you're starting to make content. You need to be able to look at your competitors and see what you're actually going to upload. So pick a niche. I'm not going to go into that in this video because this video is just basically optimizing for trust score. I'm assuming you already have a niche. If you haven't, picked a niche yet, you can watch another video on my channel to basically understand how to pick niches. But once you have a niche, what you should do is you should go to your YouTube homepage and look up all of your competitors, subscribe to them, and watch the top 30 of all of their videos, right? So look at your comp and then go to all of them, subscribe to all of them, and then watch the top 30 videos. So this is going to do two things, all right? One, this is going to push people on YouTube toward your channel a little bit. It's a tiny little bit of a difference, right? But every difference counts if we're trying to increase your trust score, right? So do this. It's going to also make your page so you can only see your competitors, and it's going to give you more inspiration for when you're making content later. Awesome. Now that you've done all of that, now we can actually get into the video creation process, right? So there's a couple different stats that you need to be aiming for when you are trying to, increase your trust score. And this is probably going to be the longest part of this video because there is a lot of stats to go over, right? Because there's different stats for different channels and there's different average view durations and length of videos. So before I actually break down every stat, I want to break down each term of the stats that are going to be the most important, and then we'll go into sub-important stats after, right? So the first stat I want you guys to understand is LOV, right? I use a lot of abbreviations because it helps me understand things. I'm a very math-oriented person, and I think it just, there's a lot of different variables here, so I want you guys to understand this. So LOV stands for length of video, right? Length of video basically means how long a video is, right? So let's say I upload a video that's 30 seconds long on YouTube. The LOV of this video is 30 seconds. All right, that's pretty easy enough. AVD stands for average view duration, right? So this is the average view duration of your video. We'll go into more channel stats and you'll be able to see a little bit more in detail, but average view duration stands for the average length of video that someone's watching. So for example, if your average view duration is 15 seconds and your length of video is 30 seconds, then we're going to get into the next stat, which is going to be our retention. And I like just saying R for retention. I'm sure you've heard this word thrown around all over, and a lot of people don't even know what this means, which is kind of crazy because everyone always talks about this, right? So we have LOV, length of video, AVD, average view duration, and then R, retention. Now, R is actually there's an equation you need to do to actually calculate R, right? So retention is equated from length of video. So retention is actually equated from average view duration divided by length of video. So as we said earlier, right, if we have a 15-second average view duration and a 30-second LOV length of video, then we're going to have a 50% retention, right? So the math here is if you do like 15 divided by 30, right, you'll get, 0.5, and then we convert that to percentage. So that's going to be 50%. And I'll give another example here just to make sure you guys understand. So let's say our average view duration was, 30 seconds. And let's say our length of video was 60 seconds, right? Then we take our retention, which is average view duration divided by length of video, and then we are going to get 30 divided by 60 equals 0.5, which is equal to 50%. So this is how retention is actually calculated. And in the old YouTube Studio, like a couple of years ago, this was actually a feature where you can actually just look at it. But for some reason, YouTube took it out, even though it's a very important stat still. For some reason, they actually make you calculate it now. And on other platforms, like on TikTok and Instagram, they just do it for you. But YouTube makes you do math for some reason. But yeah, this is a very important stat for you guys to understand. All right, so retention is very important, and that's why I explained these two first before I explain the retention. And the last stat that is pretty important is SW, which is swipe ratio. Remember, these is for short form content. There's also, of course, like CTR, which is click through rate. We'll go into that one a little bit more later. But swipe ratio stands for, the amount of people who have actually stayed to watch your video in a given percentage. So like if you have 100 views and 80 people who actually stayed to watch your video after 3 seconds, then you have an 80% swipe ratio. All right. I'm pretty sure you guys understood all of that. So let's go into the actual stats you need to hit in order to actually increase your trust score, right? So remember that YouTube is looking for 3 things, right? YouTube wants to, 1, make money. 2, they want to make sure they keep people on their platform as long as possible. People long as possible. And then lastly, they want to make sure that people are satisfied, right? And I'll go into this in a little more detail as well, but first I want to break down these stats. So the reason why these stats are the most important is because there's a direct correlation with length of video, average view duration, retention, and swipe ratio, and making money, people staying longer, and people being satisfied. Okay, so there was actually a study done by advertisements that showed that advertisers were willing to spend more money on 32-second videos, right? I'm sure you guys have heard this before, and this has actually recently changed, all right? So this new stat has shown, right? There was a new study that showed that advertisers are willing to spend more money on videos that actually convert on the platform. And high conversion videos are videos that people could relate with, right? So this 32-second video, right, this is actually not very important anymore, all right? And if you're new to the channel, then you probably don't know what I'm talking about right now. Basically, before, 32-second videos was basically the meta. If you uploaded 32-second videos and you got a 33-second average view duration, you would go viral. The meta has changed. It does not work this way anymore. All right. So you can upload, for example, a 17-second video. And if the average view duration was like 19 seconds, you had a good swipe ratio and a good comment ratio, you can still get a lot of views and your RPM can still be very high. Now that I'm giving you this information, what average view duration should you be hitting for and what length of video should you be hitting for? Well, there's 2 different categories for this. There is short videos, which I categorize as anywhere from 12 seconds to 24 seconds. And then there's longer videos, anywhere from 32 seconds to 1 minute long. Or I'll put 60 here for simplicity. All right. So these are shorter shorts and these are longer shorts. Okay. Now, shorter short form videos need to have above 100% retention, right? So for example, if you have a 12-second video, you need to have like a 14-second average view duration. So if your length of video is 12 seconds, your AVD needs to be 14, right? If you have a 24-second video, right, and your length of video is 24 seconds, then your average view duration needs to be 25. Okay. Now, if you have a 32-second video, right, 32-second length of video, then your average view duration only needs to be 32 seconds long. It does not have to be above 32 seconds anymore. If you have a 60-second video, this is where it gets fun, right? If you have a 60-second video, right, length of video, your average view duration only needs to be around 42. Right. And by the way, these are not numbers that I'm just pulling out of my ass here. These are actual numbers that I have calculated over all the channels that I've run. So I'm going to give you a couple examples of these channels that I've run now, like, with like videos, average view duration, length of videos, now, and then I'll go back into swipe ratio after I explain this part first. So this channel has generated $116,000 in the past 6 months of us starting this channel. You can see we actually only started this channel around 6 months ago, and it's doing pretty good. 6 figures in 6 months, I think is pretty good. But we're running a lot of channels. We're pulling around this every month across all the channels right now. But I want to give you a couple examples on this channel because this has a really good outliers and it's just really good examples. So this specific short here got 160 million views, 159.9, and it generated basically $12,000, right? And the reason we were able to do this is because we had a length of video of 1 minute long, and the average view duration was above 42 seconds. And you can see it was 47 seconds here. And if we scroll down here and we actually look at the retention of the video, it doesn't look that good, right? But because this video had such a high average view duration compared to the length of video, then it got pushed out. All right, so this is kind of an example of a longer length of video with not 100% retention, but still getting, tens of thousands of dollars in revenue. All right, so this is one example here. I'm gonna give another example of a shorter channel that gets shorter videos and still generates a lot of income. So this channel in the past 28 days has generated $12,000, and in the past year it has generated $68,000. Now, what's very special about this channel is the videos that are uploaded here, the length of video is much shorter. As you can see here, it's like 15, 16, 12, 5, and we still pull a pretty decent amount of views, and we have some outliers like 1.6 million. And this video is only 10 seconds long. So let's look at the analytics of this one right here. Right, so we generated $142 here, and we got 1.6 million views, and you can see here that the RPM is 34 cents, right? 34 cents. Which is pretty insane for a very short video. And the reason why is because the average demographic is United States and United Kingdom. And we'll go over how to target demographics later. But the first thing I want to show you here is you can see that the engagement of this video is 15 seconds long, right? So we have a 10-second of a 15-second video. That is an 150% retention, right? Because 15 divided by 10 is 1.5. So that is kind of proof to you guys, to show you that shorter videos need to have a much higher average view duration, and it can still generate good income because it gets good RPM. And longer videos don't need as long of an average view duration, and it can still get good RPM and generate good money as well. And by the way, just for context, I guess I didn't show that in earlier. The video that generated $12,000, the RPM was 12 cents. Right. Now, the reasons RPM looks a little bit lower is because once you start targeting such a wide demographic of audiences, as you can see here, the average, people who were watching was like, 20% United States and then 14% India. Because when you start getting hundreds of millions of views, it's kind of hard to target just one, high GDP per capita country. So you will start getting countries that don't have as much money, and then advertisers aren't willing to spend as much on them. But regardless, when you get a lot of views, you make more money. So now that you understand retention, average view duration divided by length of video, now we're going to go over swipe ratio. Now, swipe ratio is its own ball game, but there is a really good average of what you should be hitting for your swipe ratios. Because I've seen some swipe ratios in the 70s get 50 million views, and I've seen some swipe ratios in like the 80s to 90s plus get 100 million views. So why do some videos perform better than others with swipe ratio? Well, I'll explain it now and explain exactly what swipe ratio you need to hit in order to increase your trust score. So first of all, breaking down why swipe ratios are important, it's because people staying on the platform as long as possible. Now, remember our 3 pillars of what YouTube wants. YouTube wants to make money, people stay on the platform as long as possible, and people to be satisfied. Now, when you're trying to keep people on the platform as long as possible, the way you keep them there is actually hook them in first, right? So this is why swipe ratio is so important. Okay, now what swipe ratio should you be hitting, right? On average, I've seen that anywhere from 77 to 81.1% is the good number to be. Now, of course, higher swipe ratios are going to be better, right? Now, if you want to hit an exact ballpark every single time of like, okay, I want to get like, millions of views every single time, Devin, then you should be aiming for 80%. This is like the around the area that you should be aiming for, right? 80%. If you aim for 80% swipe ratios, then you will be in a good spot because people are saying on the platform, you're 80 out of 100 people are watching. This is a good spot to be. There's not really too much explaining here. Just aim for 80%. Now, if you want to know how to aim for 80%, we have a lot of other videos on the channel that explain, how to get good hooks, how to do good swipe ratios. But, this video is more of just, again, increasing trust scores. Also, I think it's worth mentioning now, because we're pretty deep in this video now. If you guys are getting any value from this and you feel like I could help you scale your channel further, I do have a program where if you want to apply to work with me one-on-one, you can. It's going to be linked to the first link in the description. Of course, I make all these videos for free. All these courses I upload, they're for free because I really want to just give as much information for free. But, if you do want help scaling your channel, or maybe you have a channel already and you want to scale to multiple channels, go ahead and apply to work with me. And, me and my team can reach out and maybe we can work together, and scale something up. I mean, a lot of my students, that are, in this program right now, they're pulling tens of thousands of dollars right now. I can just show you this real quick. So like, these are like my student wins here, right? And you can see like a lot of my students, they're pulling like hundreds of, millions of views. Like for example, Adam, he had a 10 million 48-hour mark, and this is a new channel. Like this is 8 days of starting this channel with him. And these are my student wins here. So if you guys do want to work with me, we've scaled people like Fadalt to, tens of thousands of dollars. So, if you guys are interested, then you can go ahead and apply. Anyways, let me go back to just giving you guys a ton of value. Now, remember our 3 pillars of what YouTube wants, right? Making money, people staying on the platform as long as possible, and then being satisfied, right? So I haven't actually touched on this satisfied point because it actually goes into retention, right? So YouTube measures the emotion of someone being satisfied by 2 factors. Did they comment, and did they watch the video all the way through? That is it. Likes do not matter. Subscribes or subscribing to the video does not matter. Clicking on the sound does not matter. The only way YouTube is able to quantify an emotion, because remember, quantifying an emotion is a human feeling, right? And it's really hard to quantify that through a screen. And the way YouTube does it is through emotions. And they only do it through 2 metrics, right? The retention of the video, if they watched it, and did they comment? All right, these are the only 2 metrics to quantify someone being satisfied. And I see a lot of people getting confused by, how do I make a viewer satisfied? Like, I want to make sure they feel good at the end of the video. And remember what I said just now. Again, we're trying to aim for an emotion here. All right, so if a viewer feels angry, or they feel happy, or they feel like curious, right? All of these are emotions, and these emotions help YouTube understand that they are satisfied, right? So being satisfied in YouTube's eyes is not actually, like satisfying ASMR or like a happy ending. It is, are they feeling something other than bored? If they're angry, happy, sad, you could rage bait them. You could cut the hook off at the end and not give an ending that makes them angry. Like, all of these are satisfied, right? And when they feel an emotion, guess what this makes them do, right? It makes them either comment, right, because they're feeling emotions, or it makes them watch the video all the way through because they want to feel that emotion again, or they are reading through the comments because they are in a swarm of emotions, right? So retention, comments, emotions, satisfied, right? So that's why I left this out and I'm explaining it now. Now, those are all the 3 pillars and everything you need to know about the stats, the main stats for increasing your trust score. Now, let's go into nitty gritty, right? Because I want to explain the stats in detail here. So let's explain that now. Now, this channel generated us $28,000 in 90 days of starting this channel. And this is a new channel. This is actually one of my students that I help work with. And we generated 653 million views. Okay. So this is a pretty good example of the stats you need to hit. So I want to kind of dive deep into it now. All right. So if we go to content here first and we actually scroll down, you're going to see our swipe ratio was above the 80%. We actually had an 83.1%. Now, remember, we were above that golden 81.1 ratio, so this is a really good stat we want to be aiming for. Also, you want to make sure that your, how viewers find your shorts is shorts feed. If viewers are finding your shorts from like YouTube search, channel pages, other features or browse, it basically means that your shorts are too niche, right? And if you want to increase your trust score, you want to make sure your shorts are as discoverable as possible, which is why I said earlier in this video, don't have tags, don't have descriptions, don't use any type of hashtags, because that limits your reach, right? And if we want to get the most reach, we want to hit this shorts feed here, okay? Now, also, another thing you want to make sure, if you go to external, you'll see that WhatsApp is probably going to be the main top contender here, or maybe Discord if you're uploading to a community. Now, if there is like some like AI bot here, like for example, like Android launcher is also like okay. If you go to see more and you actually scroll down, you'll notice that like for example, like Bennett.Zangi here, these are all bots trying to bot this channel. All right. So these are all like bots here. Bing is not a bot, obviously, but some of these are. So you want to make sure that this external feature here does not have a lot of bots. If you're getting 0 view jail, this could also be a reason why you're stuck in 0 view jail, because your trust score is cooked, maybe because you botted your channel or someone is attacking you or whatever. But yeah, this is the main reason why. YouTube search. This is also good to look at to see, more for traffic. Look at the 6-7 right here. But this is a good thing to search. If this is in your niche, this is a really good sign. If you are getting people searching the most random stuff like how to cut hair and you're uploading Roblox videos, then you are in a very bad spot to be. All right, and I'm going to show you actually the next step, which is looking at the other channels that are, uploading similar videos to you. And I'll show you that now to look at that. Also, look at remixes as well. I mean, remixes is also more for bigger channels, but if you have remix views, this is also a good sign to YouTube that, you have a bigger channel and a community that you're actually building. Other than that, that's pretty much everything you need for the content side of things. If you actually go to audience here, this is where all the nitty gritty, this is where you're going to see a lot of the analytics that you want to be looking for. So the first thing I want you guys to look at is audience watch behavior, right? So typically I want you guys to have a 25% or above new viewer ratio. The higher, the better, right? If it's 80%, you're in an amazing spot, right? But when you're on 25% or under, that is when you got to start worrying, okay? The reason why is because your new viewers is shown through your YouTube homepage. Remember, if we go to content here, you're going to see the shorts feed here. This is where your new viewers actually find you. Now, if you go to audience and you see your new viewers is really high, you're in a good spot. If your casual viewers plus your regular viewers is at a very high spot, right, where you're at like around maybe 25% new viewers and like 75% of the CV and RV, which is casual viewer and regular viewer rating, collectively added, then you're in a bad spot, all right? Also, if your trust score is low, it may be because your regular viewers is too high. If you have a low view count and a high regular viewer count, that means YouTube is limiting your reach and only pushing your videos to the same amount of people. In order to fix this, what you have to do is make content so broad that it's going to reach a wide audience, or fix the other things I've shown in this video, and you'll probably fix that problem by itself by fixing the other things first. Okay, looking at channel audiences your channel watch. So you'll see here that we have the audiences your channel watch here, and all of these channels here, if we actually click on all of them here, they're actually all going to be Roblox channels, because the channel I'm showing you right now is a Roblox channel. So for example, like Catfish Blocks here, or if we let this load for a second, like Easy is all Roblox, and all of these channels here are actually going to be Roblox channels, right? So the main reason I want you guys to look at this is because if you actually end up looking at this audience channels your audience watches here, and it's not all people in your niche, then you're in a bad spot, because YouTube doesn't know who to push your audience to. All right, now if your channel's new, then this probably will be random, but like if you have a more aged channel and you just have the most random, like for example, like one of my students, they were uploading Roblox ranting videos and they had this random Japanese stuff here, and it was like random Fortnite videos and like ASMR stuff, and it had nothing to do with his stuff. And I was like, that's a little weird. We should figure out how to fix this. We looked in his tags, and he had all these different tags of like hashtag viral, hashtag funny, hashtag relatable, and all these hashtags are basically pushed to the YouTube trying to figure out who to push it to, and YouTube's algorithm messed up because they were trying to push to viral, funny, and relatable content and a push to those random channels, which is why I don't recommend using hashtags and descriptions, because YouTube will be able to find it automatically if you just leave it the way like this. All right, so make sure these channels here are actually coherent with the videos you're uploading in the channel that you're running right now. If we go down a little bit further, you'll see when viewers are online. Now, on average, I'm sure you guys will probably see this. It's probably going to be anywhere from 5 a.m. to it should say here around like 6 p.m. Now, the channel on this channel here has been probably a little bit worse, but if you guys see that everything is high purple, that is a really good spot to be. And I'll give you another example of this now. So this is a good example of a better looking stat. Of course, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, there's always going to be less people around this time because people are having school and stuff. But you can see how purple a lot of my chart is, right? The higher purple chart you have across everything, the better. Again, if you see what your audience watches, these should all be related to, the actual channel that you're running. And then if we scroll down a little bit further, you're going to see formats your video your channel watches. This should all just be basically the purple. If this says live here, right? If this is only live, then you are in a very bad spot because your channel is only watching people who are live. Then you need to basically fix your channel by uploading more shorts. And if you're doing live streams, this actually could affect your trust score. If we go down here, your age and gender, right? So I recommend you aim for a 50-50 here. If you have a really, really aggressive, female or aggressive male percentage, then there may be a problem with your channel unless you're I keep having hiccups. Unless you're targeting only to, women or only to men, but typically you want to be aiming for 50-50% because that's going to give you the most amount of reach. Now, as for your actual ages, I recommend aiming anywhere from 18 to 44 years old. This is the highest RPMs here. The older, the better, honestly. But 18 to 44 is like a good spot to be. Now, as for device type, if you're doing brain rot content, you actually should see a huge increase in tablet and TV content, right? So there's actually a really large amount of people who watch shorts through the TV and through the tablet. So if you're making like Roblox content, for example, this tablet and TV content should be higher, but on average, these should be pretty skewed with like maybe anywhere from 65 to 75% of the people watching from mobile. For top geographics, you should be aiming for United States, of course. And unfortunately, this channel does not have United States, which is why the RPM is pretty low. But this channel still made $28,000. And then that is pretty much everything that you need to know for your analytics to make sure you're getting the most amount of money and increasing your trust score. Now, if we go to revenue here, I recommend making sure you're keeping up to date with your shorts RPM. I also want you guys to understand that these engaged views are always going to be like 50% of your average views. I see a lot of people worrying about it, like, oh gosh, maybe my trust score is bad because I'm getting a billion views and I'm getting 500 million engaged views. Like we got like 680 million views on this channel, and we got like 330 engaged views. It's usually around 50%. So yeah, that's what I would be aiming for here. And that is pretty much everything that you guys want to be looking for when you're looking at your analytics. Now, the next part of this video is going to be understanding how to actually title, descriptions, and tags and everything else when you're actually uploading the video, and also talking about some features on YouTube that you can use and if it's going to affect your trust score and if you should use it or not. So here, I'll go into it right now. If we actually go to a channel that you're running, so if we actually go to this video here, if we go to the details, you'll see where you can actually edit everything over, right? So I like using vidIQ for like basic ideas for long form, but for short form, it does not matter, right? So you can do anything like mass, morph, troll, lol, or whatever. It could be whatever you want, right? If you're doing ranking, it could be like ranking best moments, ranking best dog moments, and that's all you need to do. Titles don't really matter for YouTube. YouTube search doesn't matter. You can use don't click the sound with a crying emoji. Those work as well. But more importantly, do not have descriptions and do not have tags, right? So you can see here, I don't have any tags or any descriptions or anything like that because it's going to limit our reach. Now, should you use related videos? I've seen a lot of people ask, like, should I do it? Should I not do it? I like using related videos to push people to my videos. I've seen people like complain saying like it drops retention. I'm gonna be honest. If you're making a good video, your retention will not drop. This does not decrease your trust score. It is a YouTube feature. YouTube will not put a feature intentionally to decrease your trust score. If you use related features, it is perfectly fine. Okay. Now, As for collaborations, I learned this more recently as experimenting with a lot of different channels that we're running right now. For collaborations, you want to make sure that if you are going to do a collaboration, it's with another channel in a similar niche that is already doing well, right? If you have two channels, one channel you just started today and a channel you've been running for a year, and you upload a video on the video channel you've been uploading for a year and try to collab with the new channel, it'll break down the views for both of them. The views will go down, right? Only do collabs with channels that are doing just as good or a little bit worse, right? Now, if your channel is already doing decent, like let's say you're at like 30,000 48-hour mark and it's already warm, right? And you do a collaboration, it's in the same niche, then it'll actually propel your channel forward, as you know, some of my students like Ian and Tony have done in their experiments in our program as well. Is there anything else? Now, as for actually the upload times you need to be, uploading, because, uploading every single day is important. And there also is a frequency that what you should be uploading on, right? So some of my channels, we don't upload every single day. And the reason why is because the production quality of those videos are so high, it takes days to make, right? And we have like 7 people in place to make one single video because there's scripting involved. People need to be in certain places. There's a lot of stuff that goes involved when you're making a 100 million view video, right? So when you are actually uploading, the upload frequency you should be aiming for is 1 video per day when you're starting for the first 3 days. Then you should be uploading 2 videos per day after 3 days for 3 days. And then you can go from anywhere from 3 to 5 videos per day moving forward after that. That's the upload frequency I like. If you're wondering what times you should be uploading, I like uploading anywhere from 8 o'clock a.m. EST to 6 p.m. EST, right? I've had videos I've uploaded before, do pretty good, in the 8 o'clock range, like 8 p.m. EST. So like if you want to do an 8 p.m. upload as well, you can, but I don't really like doing it because I've seen videos perform better before 6 p.m. But if you need to, upload at 8 p.m., all right, if that's what you need to do. But 8 a.m. EST to 8 p.m. EST, that is the main schedule I'd be uploading for. Now, as for frequency of how much times you should upload and what times, do a 45-minute interval between each upload. So if you upload a video at 8 o'clock, the next video should be at 8:45 or longer, right? 8:45 minimum. If you want to upload every 3 hours or every 2 hours, you can do that as well. But don't upload a video unless it's 45 minutes after you've uploaded the previous video. All right, so that is for upload frequency. Make sure you do this because if you don't do this, unless you're uploading too frequently in a shorter time frame, you could decrease your trust score. If you start uploading too quickly when you make a new channel, you can decrease your trust score. And some of these are permanent, right? If you accidentally screw up with this, it's kind of hard to rebuttal. But majority of the problems that I went over in this video, remember, your credit score is something that you can fix, right? When you have a decrease in your credit score, usually you can increase it, as we talked about earlier. So, your trust score, there's not an exact number, but if you follow everything I talked about in this video and everything, like the checklist and everything like that, you will see your video views go up. All right, now that we've gone over basically everything you can do to increase your trust score, you also need to understand everything you should not do to decrease your trust score, because just as quickly as it can go up, it can go down if you mess something up, right? So here's everything you should not do. The first thing you should not do, I'm just going to say no-goes for this here, no-goes. The first thing you should not do is do not miss a day, all right? If you do not have a high monthly audience, you will have a decrease in views, right? And I've noticed this for even my biggest channels. I'm talking 600 million views per month. We miss, a couple days because we're trying to upload the quality of videos. Our monthly audience goes down, right? And if you don't know I'm talking about monthly audience here, I'll show you real quick, right? So monthly audience is this right here that's calculated. You can see here we started missing some days on this channel here, and our monthly audience just kept decreasing, right? Our monthly audience before was like 72 million, right? And we were pulling billions of views on this channel. Billions. I'm talking billions of views here. So because we had so many missed days, the monthly audience decreased exponentially. As you can see here, it's been kind of just going down, right? Because of missed days. That is because the production quality of that channel was so high, right? So if you miss days, you will have a decrease in trust score. So do not miss days. It is so important. This is like the number one thing, right? If you miss days, like you uploading every single day is a top priority. Like in my Discord, I ping people every single day at everyone upload today. In my students, I'm pinging them, yo, upload today, bro. Yo, did you upload today? Or he uploaded today. Great. So make sure you guys are uploading every single day. The second thing you need to make sure you don't do is don't do long titles. Pretty basic. Just don't do long titles. It's really hard to read. And then on the YouTube homepage, you can't read it as well, right? So pretty basic stuff. We were in this before, but no tags and no descriptions as well. I'm just gonna say no T/D, tags and descriptions. Don't use tags. Don't use descriptions. You don't have to use hashtags. You can use hashtags if you want. It helps you target in the beginning. I'm not opposed to it. I've seen some youtubee channels and I've seen some Roblox channels do good with tags. I personally don't use them, but tags in the actual YouTube itself, right, in the actual studio and description is a no-go. Do not do it. Now, link the videos. Do not upload a video that is below 4 seconds long. If it is less than 4 seconds or equal to, you are in a bad spot. Like, I don't even like uploading 5-second videos. I'm gonna be straight. But I've had some 5-second videos hit 15 million views. It still didn't make a lot of money. But don't upload a video below 4 seconds long or at 4 seconds. If you're gonna upload something short, do it at 5. What's next? Another thing, do not steal people's videos. If you straight up steal someone's content bar for bar without any, reformative anything, it will just plummet your trust score to the ground. You will get 0 view jailed, right? Because stealing content, YouTube has a pixel detection system, all right? If the pixels detected on your video are pretty much identical to another video, you will get straight up shadow banned, all right? So do not upload anyone else's videos. If you're doing ranking videos, make it informative, add sound effects, add other effects, switch up the clips. This is why for my ranking students, when I'm asking them to upload videos, I tell them, do not upload the exact same clips in the exact same order. Like, you gotta upload different orders because the pixel detection is insane, right? So, do not steal people's content. Also, if you have a video flop, there's probably a good reason why, right? And usually the reason why a video flops, there's 2 reasons. Either you did these previous things here, right? Or you uploaded sexual content. Do not upload sexual content, all right? YouTube is a children platform, right? I see a lot of people trying to be cheap and upload this sexual content. It's not good for YouTube. Don't do it, right? 1, it's immoral, right? 2, YouTube doesn't like it. They're not going to push it for kids. It's not good for advertisers. Okay. Also, uploading videos like gambling stuff as well. It does okay if you do it correctly, but straight up casino gameplay also doesn't do well. It'll also decrease your trust score. But if you have any type of flops, it's probably because you're uploading sexual content. Don't do that. All right. Even saying words like bikini or anything like that, that'll decrease the trust score of your video. I'm probably decreasing the trust score of this video as I'm saying them right now. It's kind of funny. These apply to long form as well, by the way, but this is mainly short form. Okay. What else? Also, uploading too frequently. I remember I told you about the 45-minute intervals. If you upload 5 videos within 1 minute, it'll be seen as spam. So don't upload videos too quickly because you'll be marked as spam. Also, don't like spam if you are going to do descriptions, you don't want to listen to me. Don't spam your descriptions either. Another thing is like in your actual YouTube bio, make sure you're not using hashtags. And then yeah, those are the main things that you shouldn't be doing, right? Those are the no-goes to make sure you don't accidentally screw up your channel. Also, I want to talk about some misconceptions because there are some misconceptions about, increasing or decreasing your trust score that I want to go over real quick, and then we can basically wrap up this entire trust score course, and you guys pretty much have everything you need to know, right? So for some misconceptions, right, I'm just going to say miscons. So misconceptions, is pretty important. Again, like the aged Gmail we talked about in the very beginning, like you do not need an aged YouTube channel to increase your trust score. Aged YouTube channel is a myth. You don't need an aged YouTube channel. I've had videos I made or channels I made on like the same day, and then I uploaded a video and it got like 146 million views, or was it 160 million views, something like that. It was an insane first video. So like you do not need an aged YouTube channel at all. Aged Gmail is what you need. Remember that. Another misconception is you need people to like and subscribe. You do not need people to like and subscribe. High like and subscribe ratios are vanity metrics. Likes and subscribes do not matter. Liking the video, subscribing to the channel, it does not matter. Like I could even ask you, like, hey, you watch an hour of this video, you should subscribe probably because I give a lot of free value like this. Or you should like this video. But I'm gonna be honest, it does nothing for my channel. It's not gonna push out this video more. You know what I mean? And the reason why is because it's a vanity metric. It doesn't matter. Now I will tell you what is a actual metric is comments. Comments is like the most powerful CTA you can use. And I've explained this in other videos, but like if you're gonna do CTA, do a comment because comments create other comments and it's a snowball effect. And also comments keep your retention to your video because if people are scrolling and watching the comments, your watch time increases, which gets more people on the platform. Remember, again, our 3 pillars of YouTube. It's money, people staying on the platform as long as possible, and satisfied. Satisfied is through retention and comments. People being satisfied, you can keep people satisfied through, more emotions through comments as well. I think that's everything. Another misconception is you need to have like a United States Gmail, or you need to be in the United States or a high GDP per capita country to be able to, increase your trust score. You can do this anywhere in the world. I have students from Jamaica, from Croatia, from Switzerland. I've people from Denmark, people from India. And these guys are pulling tens of thousands of dollars every single month. So you don't need to be in a specific country to be able to increase your trust score. Country or location does not matter at all. Also, another thing, you can upload on your computer and your phone, and it does not matter, right? You can upload from different IPs on different devices, and it does not matter, right? I have 36 channels, and I have 6 managers who upload from like Ethiopia and India. Those are where my managers are located. And like my editors who have access to my channels upload them there too. Never affected a video once. So location doesn't matter. The device you're uploading on doesn't matter. None of it matters. Now, the quality of the video you're uploading matters. Make sure it's a 1080p video, right? Don't upload lower quality videos. Lower quality videos, I forgot, I should probably mention this here in the no-goes. Lower quality videos will actually decrease your trust score as well. Like the actual pixels on the video. And the last misconception I want to talk about is doing one of these is not going to immediately increase your trust score. You have to do all of them.
So this channel got $117,000 in AdSense revenue over the past 6 to 7 months. Do a quick reload for you. And in this video, I'm gonna explain exactly how you can do this and how you can scale up your own channel. And at the end of the video, I'm gonna explain some mistakes that I made so you can avoid getting demonetized, which actually happens to this channel as well. In this video, I'm gonna be going over all of it. So let's get straight into it. First things first, I wanna go over the actual content itself. So the content of this channel was a very, very, very wide scope. What I mean by that is it was basically a channel that I could pretty much view max no matter what I was uploading. The niche of this channel was a ranking niche. Now I'm not actually going to show the channel because it is still getting views and I don't want the actual channel to get either targeted or leaked. But I will talk about the niche and the videos itself. So for context, ranking is one of the best niches in YouTube, right? Ranking is a really, really good niche because one, it is really easy to get started, and two, YouTube pushes the algorithm so hard for ranking videos. Now, the reason why these videos did get pushed so hard in the first place is because ranking is something that can be pushed in incognito tab. So if I actually just go to an incognito tab, we go to YouTube, and let's actually just go to the shorts feed and scroll for a second. And I bet you very, very quickly we are going to get pushed a ranking video. Let's just, yep, there we go. 5 videos in, you get pushed a ranking video. The reason why this happens, even though we're an incognito tab, is because YouTube understands that ranking is one of the most profitable and one of the most easy niches to ease someone into content because it's very, very well understood. And what's also good about it is also being able to be shown to any language. You could speak Chinese, you could speak Indian, you could speak American or English, whatever. You can speak anything. And you can watch these ranking videos. I have seen ranking videos literally in Japanese getting hundreds of millions of views with people speaking the language in all the comments of all different types of languages. And let me show you the best part about these type of channels. All right. These type of channels, you don't even need the most amazing stats to get pushed to the algorithm. For example, this video has a 47-second of 1 minute and 1 second average or length of video, 47-second average view duration, and an swipe ratio of only 80.3%. Now, typically, I aim for 81.1% swipe ratios, but this video got 160 million views and generated nearly $12,000. And this video was uploaded almost a year ago and is still getting views to this day. All right. So that's why ranking is so amazing. And I have a lot of channels in the ranking niche. A lot of my students that end up joining our program, I get them in the ranking niche and I help them scale up because I'm just so good at scaling up ranking channels. And then I use that system of cash flow to start other more complex channels, adding more informative content. But I do want to talk about the metrics you need to hit and how to actually hit them and why ranking is a good niche for you to start, or maybe if you already have multiple channels, to start a new channel in ranking. Because there's a big misconception that you can get banned in ranking, which is true, but there's ways to avoid it, which I actually had to learn through trial and error. And yeah, let's get into that now. So when you actually make these ranking videos, the first thing you're going to learn is actually sourcing clips. Now, it's very easy to source clips. I'm actually making an AI tool that can help you source clips, but it's not currently released yet. But sourcing clips is a really, really good skill to have because it helps you identify what content is good and what content is bad. The other thing that sourcing allows you to do is it allows you to use content that is not yours and still profit and make money from it. All right, so that's one of the main awesome reasons why ranking is good, because you can pretty much make money from content that is technically not yours, right? But what ranking does teach you is pacing. So pacing is a very, very, very important skill to learn, because if you don't pace, guess what's going to happen? Your retention graph is probably going to look something like this, right? Where you just have a huge dip, lots of bumps, it looks pretty wiggly, right? And you want to have a straight retention graph, so it looks straight, right? Basically, if you're going to be making any type of videos, aim for a straight retention graph. So if you look at these retention graphs here, you can see that it actually is wiggly in the beginning, but if you notice, this wiggly retention graph actually is 120%. This video performs so well, people rewatch this portion of the video twice, and you can see we end around 50%, but keep in mind, this is a 1 minute and 1 second video. right? That actually gets into the stats you need to be hitting for ranking videos. Ranking is a very important niche because when you actually look at some other videos we have here, for example, this one, you'll notice that the swipe ratios aren't always going to be consistent, right? Like this video had a 79.4% swipe ratio, 48-second average view duration, generated nearly 5 grand. Actually, a little over 5 grand. So it's very, very easy to get pushed to the ranking niche because YouTube understands that pretty much anyone can watch it. Also, the reason why there are such low swipe ratios is because there's so many views that goes around. There's nearly 2 billion views per day that goes to ranking channels. I'm sure you've seen Rankzilla. I'm sure you've seen Polar Ranks. I'm sure you've seen a lot of other channels that I personally run or I work with that have also got pushed in the ranking niche. It's a very, very, very fire niche to get into. Guys, I've said it a lot, but I'm serious. Like it's an amazing niche. I don't usually talk about niches like this in this much detail, but it's awesome. Right? So you need to be aiming for good retention, but the actual videos itself don't need to be 100% retention, and swipe ratios need to be All right, it needs to be okay. Now, a big mistake that a lot of people encounter when they're doing ranking is they don't set up their formatting correctly. So I'm going to show you guys an example of formatting that needs to be correct for your actual ranking videos. Check this out. This is a prime example of how you should have your video set up, not just for ranking, but just for videos in general. All right, if you look at this here, this is the aspect ratio you need to have for your YouTube videos. All right, you need to make sure your content fits within this bubble. If you're going to add captions, it's in this bubble over here. If it's not, it'll get cut out on some devices. I see so many creators encountering this problem. So for example, let me kind of show you guys what I mean right here. All right. If you actually look at my phone, or my iPhone here, you'll see that there's this little black camera right here. All right. This black camera gets cut off for a lot of videos. So make sure when you're making these videos, it's below that black camera. Samsung, Apple, even these Windows phones, if you use Windows phones, even when you're on your TV, things get cut out because they're all different aspect ratios. So if you want to fix that, follow this setup, right? You should be 240 pixels down, 60 pixels across, and you can pretty much take a screenshot of this and look at the rest of this if you want. It's very, very helpful information. I think this is a really good diagram to help you guys kind of understand how you should be setting up your videos. All right. Now, getting into this a little bit further, when you actually are adding videos to your ranking video itself, a lot of people also mess up by trying to do too much. A lot of my students that I work with, the most common problem they have is they're over editing their videos. Too much sound effects. They're trying to do too much because they have this idea of they have to make it performative. And guys, simple sometimes is better. This does not mean you don't edit the video. It just means that if you're going to add sound effects, maybe just one sound effect, like a Vine Booma sound effect, is fine every single time something funny happens, right? So this is kind of what we do for our videos. Another thing as well that I kind of want to note is when you are doing these ranking videos and you are doing, effects, make sure to add captions. Captions are really important. Make sure everything is readable, all right? It's very simple things that make a big difference. Dude, 2 of my students are up 30 grand this month, and one of them are up 15 grand this month in the ranking niche. Like I've already done a couple of interviews with them, and you can kind of look at the interviews, but like they are crushing, right? They're hitting like $1,000 days with some of the ranking channels. So I know ranking is an amazing niche to get into. I truly do recommend it. I think a lot of people in this YouTube space don't take ranking seriously, and I know that if you guys actually did, you could potentially hit amazing numbers like this where you hit 12K in a day. And here, or in one video. And I'll reload this again just for you guys to look at this. It's how to analyze your attention graphs to maximize the amount of views, break out of view jail, and just get the most amount of views you can possibly ever hope to achieve in your life. So let's get into it. So right here, we have a very, very nice looking retention graph. If you look at it, it is extremely straight, and you can see it starts at 178%. What this basically means, it basically means that people on YouTube watch this video multiple times, almost 2 times the amount. If your retention graph is starting at 200%, that means that people on YouTube are watching it more often. So let's look at this retention graph real quick. You're going to notice that this kind of, flats off, and it kind of flats off at around 114-ish%. And we're going to end at around 84%. Now, what does this mean? This means that at around a 31-second video, that's how long this video is, there was an average view duration of 31 seconds and an average stayed ratio of around 89 or 86 seconds. This basically means that it's a really good video. Also, if we go to engagement and actually check out the swipe ratio over here, we're at 86.1%. And that's the reason why this video is just popping off like crazy right now. I mean, it's gotten 6.4 million views in the past day of uploading, which is, I think that's okay, I guess. But, an 86% swipe ratio is actually higher than usual. Usually my swipe ratio is around 85%, and this one got 86%. So that's pretty awesome. Now I'm going to give you a worse example of this to kind of show you, the comparisons of what is good compared to what is bad. So this video got 2,000 views, and it's obviously a lot less than 6 million views. It got a swipe ratio of 57% and an average view duration of 36 seconds, right? To put that in perspective, this is a 1:30 video, so we got around a 50% average view duration, all right, or retention percentage. Retention, which is going to be right over here. You're going to see, well, it was 31 seconds over here for average view duration. Now, you may think like, oh, well, that's only a 5-second increase. Well, this one actually got a 5-second more increase. Devin, how come this video is not doing well? Because the swipe ratio on this video is actually worse. Because if you have a low swipe ratio and a high average view duration, the swipe ratio indicates that YouTube is saying, hey, people aren't interested in this video. Even though they're watching longer, they're not interested in it. So that means, what does that mean? It means people aren't going to care to actually watch it. And why would YouTube push a video that people don't care to watch? We can also see this further by indicating on the retention graph over here. This starts at 17%, which is around where this video started flatlining, which basically means that over here, it means that, the video is performing better. All right. Or on the other one, the video is performing better, and this one video is performing worse. You can see there's lots of more confluences and inconsistencies with this video or with this retention graph. You can see there's a dip here, a dip here, a dip here, a very big dip over here. You go from 33% to 19%. That's nearly a 14% dip, which is incredibly bad. If you're looking at it in the terms of millions, if a 100 million view video gets a 14% dip, you're losing 14 million people. Why would YouTube push a video that's gonna lose 14 million potential viewers, potentially leaving the platform and going somewhere else? So when you're making content, you need to make sure that you're making content thinking about the two main things: swipe ratio and average view duration, which is basically the retention of a video, right? So now let's go to our notes. I hope you guys have been taking notes in the past 12 days of this boot camp, because it's very important you guys are actually learning what you're doing and not just listening and then jerking off with information. Make sure you guys are actually taking notes and taking accountability. I mean, I have a notebook like this over here. I am constantly just, writing as much information as I can down. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm just writing constant information down all the time. Anyways, swipe ratio is SW plus your AVD, which is average view duration, is going to equal a 1-to-1 ratio. So you have a 1-to-1 ratio here, which is going to equal how likely you are to go viral. So let's just, say your virality score is 0 out of 100, but 0 is actually going to be X in this scenario. So this is kind of the equation I use over here to figure out if my video is going to go viral or not, right? So for example, if my swipe ratio is 100%, which is impossible, by the way. It's impossible to get 100% swipe ratio. And if you do, you are some god level YouTuber, right? But let's say you get 100% swipe ratio and you get a 200% AVD, then you're basically guaranteed 8 billion views. So that's kind of the swipe ratio percentage that I use to calculate my views and stuff. So let's put a real world example here. So over here we had a 57% swipe ratio, and then we had an average view duration of 36 seconds. But remember, this 36 seconds is out of a 1 minute and 3-second video, which is really just a 63-second video. And if we just do the math here, we have a 36 divided by 63, which is 36 divided by 63, and that's going to give me a 57%. 57% plus 57%. Well, what do you know? Wow, it's even, huh? It's a little weird. It's almost like I said, it's a 1-to-1 ratio here. And since it's a 1-to-1 ratio, your x out of 100 factor is going to be bad. It's basically a sad emoji because, you know, once you see both of these are low percentages, that basically indicates that it's going to be bad. So, what should you be aiming for swipe ratios and average view duration? All right, so swipe ratio, you should be aiming for around, so swipe ratio, you should be aiming for around a 85% swipe ratio. That's pretty much guaranteed, like at least 1 million views, as long as your attention, or AVD, is around a 80% plus, depending on how long the video is. Now let's talk about this because AVDs are important, guys. I'm sorry if I'm moving through this video quickly. We've kind of gone through the first 12 or 11 episodes of this boot camp going over the basic stuff, and I want to go over more of the advanced stuff because getting 400 million views a month on one channel, it does not take basic information. And I'm sure if you guys want to get 400 million views on a channel as well, then you also don't want basic information. Anyways, so for AVD, it kind of depends. All right. So let's say I have a 20-second video. Let's say you have only a 20-second video and your average view duration is around 200%. Well, that basically means that your actual average view duration of the 20-second video is going to be 40 seconds, right? And that indicates to YouTube that, hey, this video is doing well. Now let's have another example. Let's say we have a 1-minute video. Actually, no, for simplicity, let's say we have a 40-second video, all right, 40-second. And the 40-second video gets a 100% retention. This basically indicates that YouTube's saying that, hey, this is a 40-second video, and since it's getting 40 seconds, YouTube's going to push us out. So your attention to average view duration ratio is important. If your average view duration is lower, but your retention of your video is higher, this indicates to YouTube that, hey, this is a good video, smiley face. If your average view duration is lower, if your average view duration is higher and your retention is lower, let's just do here, retention is lower, then that's going to indicate to YouTube that, hey, even though your retention is lower but your average view duration is higher, it's going to indicate to YouTube, hey, smiley face, this is a good video, all right? Now let's give a bad example. I really want to drill this home. It's really important. Guys, I am doing this off of 0 sleep, and I'm still spitting this crazy sauce right now. Let's say your average view duration is low. Let's say it's like 20 seconds. And also your retention, I'm going to put R for retention because I'm going to write it again. Let's say your R is only 80%. That's indicating to YouTube that you are getting a 16-second average view duration, which is going to tell YouTube that this is a bad video because why would YouTube push out a video that's only getting 16 seconds average view duration? Unless the interactions of the video, the comments were really, really big, and the actual likes and stuff and shares was all good as well. I'm going to give a good example of that right now, actually. Before we go to the next example, I'm going to give a good example of that. So this is probably one of the best examples I could give. This video got 10 million views. This is on a second channel that I've run. Well, I have 35 channels. This is on another channel that I've run. And this channel, what we did with my friend and I is we did engagement baiting content with high average view duration videos. So this video got a average swipe ratio of 67%. That is ass. That is so bad. A 67% swipe ratio is awful. But you may be wondering, well, Devin, why did this video get 10 million views? Huh. Let me tell you, boy. So this video got 10 million views because the average view duration of the video was 59 seconds long. But wait, there's also more. I'm going to have to blur out all of this stuff because I don't want to show you guys actually, the channel itself. But this channel got 15,000 comments off 10 million views. That is an insane ratio. That's 1.5%. Wait. That's 0.15%, which is still insanely high because YouTube people don't comment. So when you get 15,000 comments with a ratio of 257,000 likes, YouTube is going to push this video out. And that's why this video got 10 million views, because the engagement was so high. So remember that engagement doesn't or do remember that even though you have a low average view duration, or even though you have a high average view duration and a low retention, that doesn't always mean that, you know, your video isn't going to get pushed out. Because if your video is actually getting good engagement, right? Engagement. That says engagement, by the way. Then, you know, you're getting like your trust score of your video is increasing. And if your trust score is increasing, that basically is indicating to YouTube that, hey, this is a smiley face, good video. Now, I hope this video was kind of useful. I hope it was helpful. I know we kind of went over a lot of stuff very quickly, and I went over it very quick, and it didn't make a lot of sense, maybe. So if it didn't make a lot of sense, comment. And if it didn't make sense, just tell me, hey, Devin, this didn't make sense. Can you please make a part 2 on analyzing retention graphs and understanding how to get viral videos, because it didn't make sense to me. And I will make a video on how to get viral videos and how to do this stuff again. I'll make a part 2. Because this is day 12 of the boot camp, and we're going to keep going for this boot camp until I basically have nothing left. This is the YouTube section. We're also going to go over Instagram later in this boot camp, but we're going over YouTube right now. That's pretty much everything for this video, guys. If you learned anything from it and you want to work with me one-on-one, check out the first link in the description. It's going to say like devin.cnat.com/apply, and you're going to be able to apply to work with me one-on-one. I am only taking probably 2 more students for this boot camp. I'm really kind of stacked on students right now. So if you guys are someone who is looking to scale up their YouTube further, come apply and just, you know, maybe I'll work with you and we'll be able to see if we can get something going. And then also, I have kind of revamped my Discord server. So this channel isn't just about YouTube views. It's about getting views in general, because views is the secret to making money online. If you guys really want the true sauce to making money online, it is getting views. Because if you can get views, you can basically sell any product. You can generate revenue through, you know, music deals. You can generate revenue through TikTok, generate revenue through, you know, YouTube revenue. You can literally get paid through brand deals. There's all types of ways to make money online. It all comes from views. Views is literally the roots. It's the roots of making money, and that's what this channel is about. It's not about just getting views on YouTube. It's about view maximizing. This one metric can help you in 5 or even 10x the amount of views you're getting every month and help you make sustainable income on YouTube. Now, this metric I've not seen anyone else talk about, because I don't think people just know what it is. So I'm going to explain it in this video. If you don't know who I am, my name is Devin Cnath. I'm a view maximizer. I got 1.5 billion views this month, and I've generated over 25 billion views over the course of my content creation career. I make lots of money from just doing YouTube automation, and also I just market for a lot of big brands. I would say I'm pretty good at making videos and getting a lot of views. This is day 22 of the View Maximizing Bootcamp. If you haven't looked at the bootcamp so far, I recommend going to the channel and looking at the rest of it. Anyways, let's get into it. So if you go to your YouTube analytics and then you actually click on audience, and then you just scroll down to the very bottom over here, you're going to see this audience watch behavior graph. Now, this audience watch behavior graph is very important because it tells you your new viewer percentage, your casual viewer percentage, and your regular viewer percentage. Now, these 3 metrics are very important for you to understand if you want to be able to maximize the amount of views you're getting on a consistent monthly basis to make you sustainable income. Because I'm assuming if you're watching this, you're either just starting YouTube and you want to make money, you are about to get monetized and you want to make money, or you're already monetized and you are making money. It doesn't really matter because you're doing this for one reason. Moolah, you want money, right? So if we want to do this for a sustainable long period of time, you're going to need to actually know what to do. So if we go to my Miro board real quick, I'm going to jump into this and give you guys a better example of how you can utilize this analytic to help you make a lot of money. So there are 3 types of viewers on YouTube. There are new viewers, there are casual viewers, I'm just going to say Kaz, and then there are regular viewers. I'm just going to say reg because I do not like writing all that. Now, these 3 types of viewers are categorized in different metadatas. So a new viewer is someone who has never watched your channel before and they are completely new to your channel. A casual viewer is someone who has watched a couple of your videos, but they're not actively watching. A regular viewer is someone who is subscribed and they watch regularly almost every one of your videos. Now, if you look at your analytics, I'm sure it's probably skewed like this. Maybe 90% of you guys have a new viewer rating. Maybe 5% of you have a casual viewer rating. And I'm sure this is probably less than 1%, right? So when you see something like this, the first thing I think is, okay, if we want to get sustainable long-term viewers, we want to make sure our casual viewer rating is around 50%. Because this basically indicates that YouTube is going to push out our views to more amount of people, and we're also still getting a sustainable viewer base. Now, let me give another example of this, right? Let's say you have a regular viewer rating of around 45%. Let's say you have a casual viewer rating of 50%, and let's say you have a regular viewer rating of 5%. I may have said that wrong, but you guys get the idea. Just look at the percentages and match them up with the words. If you have something that's similar to this, where your new is 45, your casual is 50, and your regular is 5, you're in a very good spot because you're getting sustainable monthly views, and that's sustainable income. This number is basically indicating that YouTube is going to give you 50% of the income of the views you're getting every single month. So if you go over here and we actually scroll up, we're getting 7.7 million monthly views, and this is basically 7.7 monthly casual viewers. Now, 7.7 million is not a lot. It's only a couple $100, but this channel is kind of an anomaly, but I kind of wanted to just show it as an example, right? So this is basically saying that we're going to get 7.7 million active views every month, which is going to be like an active $300 every single month. So you have $300 of passive income. Now, the higher you get this number and the higher you have your casual viewer rating, then the more money you're going to make. And I'm going to give you another example of this now. Now, this channel is getting a 73.2 million monthly view audience visitation, which basically means that you're guaranteed 73.2 million views every single month. So if we took 73.2 million views, that's going to be roughly around 10K every month, guaranteed in the bank. And this is also, these are usually active viewers. It's not just, views in general. It's going to be like active views that actually count toward the monetization stats. And that's going to be very important for you to actually guarantee sustainable monthly income. Now, how do you actually increase this casual viewer number? Because it's very important to actually increase. I mean, for this channel right here, it is a 58.6%. And that's pretty awesome because that means we have 58.6%. But the thing is, that's a little too high because if we have that, that means we're not getting new viewers in. But honestly, this channel is getting close to 400 million views a month right now. So we're kind of skewed to, a lot of the world's population. So how do we increase our casual viewer rating? One word, consistency. We need to upload good high quality content and view maximize the heck out of it to get millions of people. Preferably, you want to be getting anywhere from 10 to 50 million views, million views per video. That may sound like a lot, and it is, but if you actually want to get big in this YouTube game, you need to be able to actually hit these type of numbers consistently. When you do that, YouTube's going to trust you and increase your trust score, which we've gone over in other videos. Your trust score is basically determining how likely YouTube is to push your video out to more people. Once your trust score has increased, then YouTube will push your video out to more people, and then you will have a consistent money income every single month. That's kind of the basis of it. That's how I kind of optimize each channel to make me, because I'm running close to 37 channels right now every single month. I mean, I'm going to have to blur this out, but if I just show you guys this over here, I am running a buttload of channels right now. And the reason why I'm running a buttload of channels is because I have sustainable income where I can just keep running more automation channels over and over and over again. And in order for me to run these automation channels, I need to make sure everything is systemized correctly. I mean, this casual viewer stat is one of 30 different analytics I look at when I'm actually trying to optimize my channel. Because I could go into every analytic, but that would take so long. And you could look at the rest of the bootcamp to look at it, or you could even apply to work with me one-on-one, first link in the description. Now, how much money can you make every month from actually using this strat? Well, to be honest, it's kind of infinite. I mean, right now, I'm making close to 60K in just ad revenue every single month from YouTube alone right now. This is on a monthly basis, and this is the consistent revenue because I've maximized my casual viewer stat. Now, if you're wondering why I haven't talked about this earlier in the bootcamp, is because now that we've gone over most of the basic stuff, I want to go into more advanced things. For example, like this, because most people who are in this part of the bootcamp right now, they're watching this and they've probably watched everything else. So now we're getting into the more advanced stuff. Because this bootcamp, I have still not shared so much information that I want to share, but you guys wouldn't be able to understand it unless I would actually break down every single metric. We've gone over swipe ratio, we've gone over retention, so now we're going over casual viewers, new viewers, and regular viewers. So I guess a couple of you guys are wondering, well, okay, Devin, I understand you need to get a lot of views, but how do I actually get this 10 to 50 million view month to increase my trust score and make consistent revenue? Well, you need to actually optimize every other metric of your trust score, which I've said in other previous videos. But guys, the trust score is a very, very hard metric to measure. There's no YouTube stat you can see to do this. YouTube has over 30 different YouTube metrics, and also you need to make sure your Gmail is set up correctly, your actual channel is set up correctly, and you don't have any other existing channels that are connected that are actually decreasing your trust score. There's so much metrics to get into it. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to make a video on just understanding the trust score alone, because this trust score right here is determined off so much different factors, and each different channel is different, which is why I recommend you get someone to actually help you understand this trust score. There's only a small amount of people in the space that could actually help you understand this, because if you want, you could do trial and error over the next 6 or 7 years to be able to actually understand this trust score, or you can find someone who can teach you this for you. And that's kind of what my mentorship consists of. If you want to apply to work with me one-on-one, you can, and I can help you get started and help you scale up your channel. Doesn't matter if you're at maybe 0 to 10,000 views a month or you're getting 50 million views a month. I can help you scale. I'm getting so many views per month. I mean, if I just show you this channel right here, I mean, this channel alone, we're at 448 million views a month on this channel. And this is one of many channels that we're running right now. Here's another channel I'm running that's at almost 100 million views a month right now. Let me just reload it for you guys real quick. And here's another channel that's at 96.3 million views a month right now. I mean, I could keep showing you guys examples of this, but the point is, once you implement my strategies, like, see, these are some of my students that I've worked with, and they are getting hundreds of millions of views within the first couple of weeks of working with me, because the way I approach YouTube and the way I approach actually analyzing these channels and scaling them up is different from every other type of mentor or guru in the space, because most of these guys, they aren't actually getting results and have anything to show for it. Like, these are the past 28 days, by the way. These aren't like channels from like months ago. Like, I'm showing you analytics that has happened like in the past 28 days. These are real channels, which is why I think I kind of have some, authority over these guys who are, for example, I've seen some gurus saying like, oh, don't make multiple channels underneath the same Gmail, because if you do that, if one channel gets banned, then it'll ruin it, or don't upload multiple times a day, or make sure you have an aged YouTube account. Like, all of these things that people are saying, they're just fake. It's not true. Like, you don't need an aged YouTube account. You can upload multiple times a day. You really, if your one account gets banned on a Gmail, your Gmail is fine and you can still upload more videos. All of these like lies that these gurus are saying, it's just not true. And I know it because I actually live and breathe this every single day, and I actually make money from this.
I want to explain how to increase your RPM, right? Because increasing your RPM is pretty awesome. You could see that this channel, even though it only got 3.6 million engaged views, it made $1,500 in December, right? With a 43 cents RPM. Now, 43 cents RPM is pretty high for YouTube. At the peak of this channel, it had a 55 RPM. But I kind of want to go in more detail to explain how to increase your RPM and what you can do for your channel to get a higher RPM, right? But before I get into that, I kind of want to explain what RPM is and how you can actually, utilize it to your advantage. But before I get into that, I want to kind of show you guys this first. I run a lot of channels, right? We're at 39 monetized channels right now that we're running. And I've pulled around 5 billion views in the past like 3 or so months, right? 3 or so months. And, last month we had around 2 billion views. Well, actually, I think it's 1.8 actually. I didn't add it. I'd say around 1.8 billion views. But regardless, I don't really care about RPM too much, right? And the reason I don't care about RPM is because I understand that if you're aiming to increase your RPM, you're not going to be aiming to maximize your views, which means you will make less money, right? Because more views, for example, this channel here, it's gotten 232 million views. The RPM is only 14 cents, which is still relatively okay, but it generated $17,000, right? So this is the context I want to give you guys before I actually jump into how to increase your RPM. Okay, now increasing your RPM is still important because there are some things you can use to view max and still increase your RPM anyway. Okay, so the first thing you guys have to understand is what RPM actually is, right? So RPM stands for revenue per mille, RPM, right? Revenue per mille. Basically what this means is how much money do you make for every 1,000 views you generate, right? And this is for every social media platform that has some type of advertising program, right? Whether it's YouTube or Facebook or Snapchat or TikTok. Now, Instagram does not, right? But every other social media platform has it. So why can we use this to our advantage to make money, right? Well, first you have to understand, where do these numbers actually come from, right? Because dollars don't just appear out of thin air, right? Dollars appear from someone else spending money, right? Just like the economy. So usually this money from RPM usually comes from advertisers who are spending money on your videos, right? And these advertisers usually have some sort of product, right? They usually have some sort of product that they are advertising
to their ad, right? And then this ad converts on their websites to dollars, right? A lot of you drop shippers, people who have done drop shipping, you understand this, right? If you haven't done drop shipping, this is how real business works. Every single business is running some sort of advertising with paid ads, right? To some type of product, to a website that makes them money. Okay, now that you understand what RPM is and how it makes people money, because it comes from advertisers, why is some RPM, right? Why is some RPM greater than others, right? Because we have some RPMs that can be as high as 65 cents on a YouTube short, right? And then we have other RPMs that can be as low as like 1 cent, right? So what's the difference? How are we actually getting these diabolically low or just crazy high numbers? Okay, so let's get into that next. Usually, when we are calculating RPM, it is based off a couple factors, right? How much money advertisers are willing to spend on their ad, and what's the percentage of people who are actually going to see this video to convert to an actual advertisement, right? So you got to understand the advertisers spending the most amount of money usually are selling higher ticket products, and this is where sales comes into play, right? So if you guys are just a YouTuber or you've just been doing YouTube, understand sales, okay? Because if you understand sales, you're going to understand product, you're understand like what products do better and what products do worse, and why it's important to actually convert your skills of social media to advertisements, because advertising is where the real money is later, right? But first, sales is great because you can do high tickets, right? High ticket is usually like some type of like real, like, for example, a car. A car is high ticket, right? If you're selling some type of car, you know, they're paying like $30,000+ for a new Toyota Camry, right? Compared to, let's say you're doing low ticket, like you're doing Roblox, like these kids do not have money to spend, right? So they probably aren't even spending a single dollar, but I'll put $1 there for you guys. Okay. So it's very important that you guys understand this first, of understanding the difference between high ticket and low ticket, so you can understand where the real money is to be made, right? Because if you understand this, making money on YouTube is going to become a lot easier. And the reason why is because then you're going to be choosing your target audience a lot better. And this is where the second part of RPM comes into, which is demographic. Now, I know a lot of you guys probably know what this is. You know, you guys have heard the notorious India RPM, right? India RPM, Nigeria. Basically, any country with an average low income with low spending power, right, is going to have lower RPMs, which is going to give you less money, which is why people from India try to make United States content, or people from Nigeria try to make United States content because they understand the RPMs are low there. Now, you United States people, I'm sure you've encountered this as well, right? All you Roblox guys, you know, getting views from Indonesia, from Singapore, from India. All you Roblox guys getting views from India, or maybe you're getting views from, again, Indonesia or the Philippines, right? You've seen these low RPMs because these guys do not have money to spend on you, right? These guys don't have money to spend on your stuff, which is why the low RPMs happen. Now, if we understand that this creates low RPMs, what creates high RPMs? Okay? Put that right there. What creates high RPMs? What creates high RPMs is things like United States, right? United Kingdom, right? High buying power countries. Switzerland, right? These countries that have high buying power, which is why if you see, you know, for example, people doing United States car videos, right? Ranking Chevrolets or GMCs, the RPMs on those videos are insane. And you can get low views and make a crap load of money, right? Now, I'm going to get into actually how to increase your RPM for every single channel, because there is a lot of ways to do it outside of just making car videos for people in the United States, okay? Lastly, before we get into that, understanding the age and how age affects RPM. This is pretty easy to understand. If you're older, you have more money. I recommend targeting people who are 42 plus.
These guys usually have enough money to just burn on whatever. RPMs will be higher for this age. Anything below 42 going in this direction is just going to be less money. That's why Ultra Roblox and a lot of gaming channels get lower RPMs, right? Okay, awesome. Let's get into actually how to increase it now. The first thing you have to do is understanding how hashtags work on YouTube. Now, hashtags are very powerful because you can basically use hashtags to target every single audience. And a lot of you guys are using hashtags wrong, all right? A lot of you guys use hashtags because you're trying to target the wrong audiences. If you are doing Roblox or ranking or commentary or whatever, right? Don't use hashtag Roblox, okay? You're going to target little kids, and little kids don't have moolah to give you, right? If you guys want to make money, don't do hashtag Roblox. If you want to make money off ranking, don't do hashtag ranking, all right? If you want to make money off, like, I don't know, ranking TikTok videos, don't do hashtag TikTok. The only hashtag you should be using ever, unless you're trying to target someone specifically with long form, if you're doing short form, do hashtag USA. That's the only hashtag I use. I'm not even joking. I know that you looks a little funky. Oh, here, I'll fix that. USA. USA is the #1 hashtag I use in all my videos. I promise you, I bet you've seen some of your competitors do this, right? Hashtag USA dominates with RPM because you get pushed to United States audiences and you can still view max at the same time because a lot of countries still watch USA content because it's one of the most widely watched demographics of audiences in the world, all right? The United States media is consumed very heavily. Okay, so if you guys want to be able to get really high RPMs, use hashtag USA. Now, the second way to increase RPMs is understanding your ICP or maybe your VP, right? So your ICP is ideal customer persona. Now, I would just change this C here to a V, and you have ideal viewer persona. An ideal viewer persona is basically what is the actual ideal person who's watching your video. For example, if you're making ranking videos, ranking the best blank moments, right? Let's say ranking the best water bottle flip moments. Your IVP should be probably a male because they have more buying power, right? They should probably be anywhere from like 42 plus years old, right? And they should be from the United States. Boom. You just increased your RPM, right? If you had this in mind when you're making your videos, you'll make your videos targeted toward it, all right? You'll make your videos targeted toward this IVP. So it's very important to have this in mind. Now, you guys know this already. A lot of you guys who watch my channels, I'm a view maxer, right? I try to get billions of views every single month, and that's what I do, right? And the way I'm able to make a lot of money, I mean, I made 120,000 last month, and still be able to use this hashtag USA is because just because you use hashtag USA doesn't mean you're gonna get just United States audiences, guys, right? You're gonna get people all over the world watching your stuff. Again, because United States is everywhere, right? Content from the United States is everywhere. But this will increase your RPM exponentially. Now, the other way to do this is using this little secret I like to use. Take this down. Called English commentary. Now, before you click away, I want to explain something very clearly to you, right? English commentary is not the same as regular commentary with English in it. The difference is inflections, okay? So if you guys know what an inflection is, I'll give you an example right now, all right? In this video, we're going to be doing this versus in this video, we're going to be doing this. The first one sounds a little bit more realistic. The second one sounds a little bit more AI, right? People from the United States can tell the difference between United States inflections better than people who see United States as a second language. It's much harder for people who don't speak English or have English as their second language to be able to identify inflections. And inflections are a key role in actually being able to mass produce content. Now, as AI gets better, this is going to become irrelevant. But right now, it's very relevant, which is why videos and channels like anime commentary or, English commentary, which is like talking about drama, or any type of sports commentary, those do phenomenal. All right. Now, this right here, if you use English commentary with inflections in your voice, or you can train your AI to be able to do inflections, right? This is going to make you so much money because guess what inflections create? Emotion. And guess what emotions create? engagement, right? And guess what happens? Engagement. And guess what happens when you have engagements, right? You have more people who are actually watching your videos and interacting. And there was a study done by Harvard that showed that people who interact with your videos more tend to buy more stuff, which increases this sweet RPM stat that we are trying to reach. So, in conclusion, if you want to actually increase your RPM, right, the main things that you want to do, get another marker here, is 1, use hashtag USA. Hashtag USA. Hopefully you guys can read that. Can you read that? Yes, you can. All right. Next thing you're going to do, you can try English commentary. The problem with English commentary is if you do English commentary, it's going to be harder for you to view max. All right. Now, English commentary doesn't have to be the entire time. You could just start off the hook with, like, you won't believe what happened when this guy did this. All right. Or the man was walking down the street and then this happened next. And then you just play the clip. All right. Or you could start the video with ranking of, like, ranking the top 5 camera moments, ranking the top 5 lightning strike moments, right? Sound normal. Use your voice, bro. I bet your voice is fine. It adds a little bit of personal brand to you. Go ahead and use it, man. All right, English commentary, hashtag USA, and then understanding your IVP. All right, this is the main stuff that I want to talk about in today's video. I hope it was helpful. Guys, if you guys like this, and you also, bro, if you like this little camera setup I got going with the whiteboard, bro, I recently bought this giant whiteboard, if you guys don't know, and I'm going to put my chair over here. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, I want to get into more detail about this stuff. I'm going to actually switch back to my my normal camera. Well, guys, I hope that video was informative for you to increase your RPM. Utilize everything I said there, you know, hashtag USA, you know, making sure you understand your IVP, and also, you know, adding a little English commentary as well. One thing I actually forgot to mention, which actually I want to bring up real quick, is if I actually go here, make sure when you actually go to your channel, let's say you set up a new channel, right? I'm going to go to a new channel here. Here's a new channel that we're starting up. So, like, if we actually go to a new channel here, make sure when you select this as country of residence, make sure you go to your country, all right? Sometimes not selecting a country of residence can limit reach, and also it can limit reach of anything. You do not have to use hashtag United States or put United States here if you're not from the United States, all right? You could put Bangladesh and you will still get United States audience as long as your video is targeted to the USA, all right? So if you're from the United States, use the United States here. All right, this is one last thing I want to just throw in there, because a lot of you guys fake your country of residence here. That can affect a lot of stuff with your AdSense as well, and potentially even get you terminated if you lie about this. All right, so just be careful with that. Also, make sure you hit not made for kids in your advanced settings. That'll help increase RPM as well. When you do that, it just ends up just reaching to kids instead of, or not kids instead of kids, right? You only reach adults because adults have more money. And then lastly, if you go to your upload defaults, make sure you do entertainment here, okay? Don't do gaming. I know a couple of you guys in the Roblox niche especially, I see you guys like choosing Roblox as your game. Make sure you do entertainment, okay? Entertainment is going to make you probably the most money. Someone could argue that if you do news and politics, it'll increase further, but I've seen entertainment gets the most views to RPM balance ratio. All right,
I want to explain exactly how you can use explosive growth tactics on YouTube Shorts to actually explode your channels. It's not going to be any like BS where I'm kind of like, you know, walking around the line of giving the actual information. I'm just going to drop it for you guys and tell you guys exactly what to fix so you guys can actually implement it for yourself. So let's get into it. All right, so these are 3 different channels that I have here. Here's 1, 2, and 3. And these are all student channels that have helped pretty explosively grow their channel, right? They went from getting anywhere from like $500 a day to $4,000 a day. So let's talk about how we did this, right? How we done this across many different channels, and how you guys can do the exact same thing to hit some pretty crazy numbers, right? Because it all comes down to the small things that make a big difference. A lot of people think you need to, oh, do this. It's just about making a good video, right? I hear that going around a lot. And yes, it is true that you need to make a good video, but there's a lot of other things involved with making a good video that people don't talk about, right? Because if I made a video just saying, hey, make a good video, guess what would happen? No one would be able to know what to do because there wouldn't be enough information. So here's some actionable steps that you guys can do to actually increase the amount of views you're getting and subsequently the amount of money you are making per month on YouTube to get explosive growth. All right. So the first thing you have to understand is understanding the 5-3 method. Now, what is the 5, or sorry, wait, it's called the 5-3-2 method. I'm sorry. The 3-2 method. Now, a lot of these names I've kind of just made up to kind of help you guys conceptualize what I'm saying here. But what the 3-2 method is, right? It's basically you need to be uploading 5 videos a day, and 3 videos need to be you testing something different, and 2 videos need to be you doing something that you know works, right? And you may ask me the question, okay, Devin, so if I'm doing something that quote unquote works, but I've never gotten success, then how do I know it works? Well, proven formats, right? It's really good to replicate and then reiterate the type of content you're making. If you can replicate and then reiterate the content that you're making, it's going to be much easier for you to scale. Because if you see something that works, it will work again for you. You just have to make the content good. All right. So what can you exactly do to replicate and reiterate content? Well, first you have to find the niche, right? And I'm not going to go into finding a niche because I'm sure most people who are watching this already have a niche. If you don't have a niche, just watch some other videos I've posted about finding niches. But once you actually have that niche, you need to look at the actual outliers of that video and figure out what videos are getting the most amount of traction. And it's pretty simple, guys. Just look at what videos are getting the most amount of views. Once you see that, try to replicate the type of style they're doing. And no, I'm not going to get, into the saying, oh, you need to do this and do that and do this. It's that simple. Find the competitors that are doing the best. Look at the videos that they are making. Copy them, right? Replicate first. After you copy them, then you can reiterate their content, which is where these three new test videos comes in, right? So here's what Mr. Beast does, right? Good example. Let's say he does a tested format, right? Keeping someone inside a circle for 365 days. Let's see how much money they are willing to stay there to make. They make $10,000 per day, right? Then he sees it work. He's like, okay, let me try this with maybe in a shopping center. Or let me try this in a house. Let me try trapping 2 people underground together. Let me try trapping 2 people in the sky together, right? And it's the same format with different type of framing, right? I'm sure you guys have heard of the word niche bending. I love that buzzword. It's great. But really, it's just replicating and then reiterating the type of content you're making, right? Because if you replicate something that works and then you reiterate it, boom, you got a new style of content, right? And then all of a sudden, it's something that no one has ever seen before. So we're going from making videos from like, keeping someone underground for 10 days, seeing if they can survive, to keeping someone in the air for 10 days, seeing if they could survive. Same format, different framing. Both of them still get a lot of views, right? Now, what I said, most of you may think, okay, that was really broad advice, right? But actually take action on that, right? Go to your competitors, find the niches or find the videos that are popping off and getting millions of views. Once you find those videos that are getting millions of views, actually look at the content, figure out why it's doing well, replicate it. After you replicate their content, do it over again. You do it, right? After you start getting views, you can start testing a little bit of stuff because you get this thing called retention gut. And that's the next part of this video. What I want to talk about is retention gut. So what is retention gut? Retention gut is a word that I made up, right? And it's kind of a feeling you have in your chest when you're editing a video or you see a video and you know this video should probably be fixed here or this can be better here, right? It's basically a way for you to know this video is going to dip here. I need to fix this. And newsflash, the only way to build this skill of retention gut is through repeating the same thing over and over again because a skill is built through repetition, right? So going back to these channels here that we've helped scale, for example, this student, he has a really good retention gut because he also has just been scaling so hard and been doing YouTube for so long, right? And as you can see here, he's been in the YouTube game for a very long time, but this is the highest peak he's ever had. We're going to be doing an interview with him soon. He's gotten some really amazing results, right? But the point still stands. You cannot build the skill of retention gut until you put in more reps. This is not something you can buy a course and learn. It's not something you can buy a mentorship and learn. It's not something you can watch one YouTube video and understand it. It is built through repetition, right? Much like how F1 drivers can react quickly when there's something in the way, right? They can react quick. You can't watch a YouTube video and then have really good reaction time. It is built through repetition. It is a muscle memory, a gut feeling you feel in your chest and your stomach when you see a video that's not doing well. You know what to improve, right? Learn this skill. It is built through repetition. So put in more reps and you will build a skill. This will help you analyze content and be able to improve later as you keep making more videos. All right. Here's the next skill that I need you guys to learn if you guys want to break and start getting explosive growth with your videos. Break your limiting beliefs. All right. Limiting beliefs is such a big factor I see in so many students. I don't even know how to spell beliefs right, whatever. So many students I see have a problem with limiting beliefs. What is a limiting belief? A limiting belief is I can only get this amount of views because my competitor got this amount of views. Or my video should get this many views because I hit these stats, right? You always need to be challenging yourself. I'm very open to criticism. If someone says you need to fix this, I will try to listen and understand, right? If someone's saying, hey, this is, maybe you could do something better here. When I get hate comments, I don't see it as hate, right? If it's blatantly someone just attacking, saying, hey, look, you look like an Indian scammer, it's like, okay, it's not really any criticism, right? But if someone gives like actual feedback, I try listening. And you need to give feedback to yourself and be able to understand what you need to improve. This is where limiting beliefs comes in. So when you have limiting beliefs, it limits you from getting the amount of success that you could have. For example, so many people watching this video have the goal of, okay, I want to make 10K per month, right? Everyone says it, 10K per month, it'll make you financially free. But that's not really true, right? 10K per month, if you're doing business after taxes, is probably like 6K per month, right? That's not even including expenses, right? Let's say expenses is like, I don't know, 2K for editors, right? And then you have like 4K per month. And then boom, you got rent. And I always hate hearing 10K per month because 10K per month isn't 10K per month. What you should really be aiming for is like 40K per month, right? 40K per month is a really good spot to be. Most of the thoughts you have are not your thoughts. It's just people who you've listened to on the internet who has kind of fed you these information to try to sell you something, right? We try to keep it real here. 40K per month is probably a good spot to be after taxes, after business expenses, where you can still get a pretty nice apartment, a nice car, and you can go out to eat and you don't have to worry about things too much, right? Right now, across all the channels we're running, we're making around $120,000. Well, actually, this month's actually closer to $80,000 because we're down a little bit because RPMs do drop in March. But regardless, it's still pretty good money. And we still have, SaaS. We have, our program that we run. We also have equity in companies that our agency works with. So we have a lot of different ways to make money. But from the YouTube side of things, we're making around 80K. Now, I'm not saying that you should be aiming for exactly 40K as like your goal, but aim higher. Don't aim for 10K a month because you heard some guru fucking say it online, bro. Right? It's not going to help you. Right? Sure, it's a good spot to start, but you could be doing so much better. I'm sure you've heard the quote, shoot among the stars or shoot for the moon, and even if you miss, you'll land amongst the stars. Right? So if you shoot high and you fail, you still end up landing higher than the average person, right? I recently bought a Corvette, a C8 Corvette, and I'm currently 20 right now, right? And it's a pretty proud accomplishment for me. But that's only because I decided that, like, okay, I want to get a Corvette, when I'm 20, right? If I said I wanted to get a Lamborghini when I was 20, I probably would have been able to get that too. If I said I wanted to get I don't know, a McLaren, if I said I wanted to get a Toyota Camry, whatever it would have been, I would have gotten it. But if you shoot for that belief, right, you will get that. Now, I'm not really a car guy. I just like the way the Vettys look. All right. Next thing, I want to tell you a quote from Kobe Bryant. And he says something along the lines of, once I realized the world was my library, basketball became so much easier, right? I don't remember the exact quote, but he is basically talking about how when he started basically taking information from everywhere and started implementing it to his own content, he was able to, or his own game, he was able to start scaling. And you could do the same thing for content as well, right? A lot of people that I talk to think having social interactions with people outside of YouTube or work is a bad thing, right? They cut off their parents or their day ones, or they stop watching videos that are not related to business. And that affects their psychology a lot because surprisingly enough, if you only focus on YouTube, right, and you only watch videos about YouTube and you only do YouTube, then your entire life is just YouTube. And this is fine, but guess what? As a YouTube, we have to be creative because we are creators. And as a creator, we need to operate underneath a business owner perspective. And business owners need to have multiple perspectives, which is why it's important to consume different types of media and make sure you're actually trying to understand the people around you and take that insight in, right? Just because you're trying to do YouTube does not mean everyone else around you is stupid because they want to go to college. It's a big problem I see with a lot of people in the space, they have really big egos. And this happens just in business in general. When you start making money, or you're even pursuing something, you're not even making money, you have this superiority complex where you're like, I'm doing so much better than everyone else, or I'm going to do this better than you, I'm going to be better than you. And it creates this sense of ego. And guess what? When you have ego, it also prevents growth, because ego and growth are opposites. You cannot grow fully until your ego is killed. I made an entire video on this. It was like talking about ego and everything, and it's very, very informative. I recommend watching it. It's just like a face full video, and it's very important as a business owner, right? Because a lot of people have egos, and it's important to be humble and learn. And why is this important to breaking out of this? Is because a lot of people trap themselves in a box, right? A lot of creators, they have this little box they're in, and they see themselves as a persona of like, okay, I can only upload videos about Roblox. One of my best friends, he makes content in Roblox. He has like 2 million subs. Love this guy, right? And I was talking with him because he was making Roblox content. He was doing really well. He, just kind of dialed it down a little bit, and revenue went down, right? Went from like 35K to like 2K a month. And I was talking with him, and I was like, the reason why I think you're not scaling is because you're trapping yourself in a box, right? This is not the corporate ladder. This is not a 9 to 5. We are running a business, and business means you can do anything, right? Just because you have a Roblox channel does not mean you can only upload Roblox. You can switch to Minecraft. You can switch to My Little Pony ranking if you wanted to, right? There's nothing stopping you from changing your niche, changing the content, other than the psychological limits you're putting on yourself, saying, I can't upload this because, and there's no reason, right? It's the same reason why when you tell someone like you should quit your job and start a business, they just start like, I can't quit because I have this to pay and this to pay, and like, what if the business fails? And like, you could just start the business on a side, right? Or like, you're gonna get kicked out of your house, you can go crash at someone else's house. Like, there's always ways around it, right? Don't limit yourself because you have this identity attached to yourself, right? And this kind of goes back to the limiting beliefs as well. But yeah, just don't limit yourself because you feel like you have to match a certain identity. Um, I hope that information that I kind of shared with you guys will help. And this isn't supposed to be some guru advice where you just take it and then you go watch the next guru video, right? Actually take the information I said here, ego, understanding for different perspectives, understanding not trapping yourself in a niche, understanding limiting beliefs, understanding retention gut, right? Making sure you're testing different videos. If you notice, it's all about collecting data, right? That's the main point of this. Once you collect enough data, you are able to scale, right? So collect more data, understand what's working, and fix it, right? The reason I'm saying it this way is because I have people who watch these videos who are in ranking or Roblox commentary or AI commentary. Maybe they're doing animations. Maybe they're doing face content, whatever it is, right? Everything applies to collecting more data and understanding how you can improve it. All right.
So there is something going on in YouTube that I have not seen a single creator talk about, and it's going on with TV audiences, right? So this is one of our student channels. I've been working with him for about 6 months, and you can see here that when we started utilizing TV audiences to our advantage, we had an insane increase in revenue. And keep in mind, this is from shorts, by the way. Short form content, we generated this amount of revenue here. We can even go past 28 days. We're up $72,000. And then also with the other sponsorships and other stuff as well, it's actually closer to 100. But if we go over here at the audience right here and we scroll down, you're going to notice something kind of crazy, right? Our short form viewership on TV is 44.5%. Now, how exactly did we utilize this to our advantage? The first thing you have to understand is understanding why YouTube is dominating right now in the TV industry, right? YouTube actually crossed commanding 13.4% of the viewership in July of 2025. And also, as of 2026, YouTube is completely taking over Netflix, right? YouTube, the video streaming platform for just people, right, has taken over Netflix, the huge multi-billion-dollar corporation that streams just movies, mainly for TV, right? I don't think you understand how huge that is, right? That means that people on YouTube are watching videos a lot more on shorts and long form, right? Here's another example, right? This channel right here, we've gotten 1.8 billion views we've generated $183,000. If we go to our audience over here, right, and we actually go down to our TV here, you'll see it's only 13%, right? Guess what? Around 6 to 10 months ago, right? Or sorry, 6 to 12 months ago, it was around 2 to 3%, right? The TV has surplus an insane amount, and what's great is TV audiences give insane RPMs. Let's go back to this channel over here. This is one of our student channels. This generated, again, $72,000 the past month. We scaled them up. If we go to the shorts RPM, we're around 24 cents with TV audiences. The reason why is because people who are watching on TV usually are from higher paying countries, which also means they have higher RPM. So that just makes sense, right? But let's talk about how you can utilize this to your advantage to help scale your own channel up further with the viewership and specifically increasing your RPM to make more money, right? So the first thing you got to really understand when you're looking at TV audiences is understanding what is someone, who is the ideal, viewer persona or IVP of your actual audience, right? So IVP stands for ideal viewer persona, and we want to understand who is exactly watching our stuff, right? So keep in mind, where is the TV in the first place? Where's the TV? It's usually placed in a family setting. All right, usually on a wall, maybe in the living room. People usually don't watch TV by themselves in, their inside the room. It's usually in like a family setting, right? So keep in mind when you're making this content, it has to be family friendly, right? So all you guys like making sexual content, all you guys making content where there's like bad words in it, like I'd recommend not doing that as much. You can do it, but not as much, because remember, audiences that are watching this are usually, going to be family settings, right? So the family is watching this. So keep that in mind. It's the first thing I recommend. Don't do any sexual content, right? That's the main thing. The other thing you need to understand is if you're watching on a big screen, you need the highest quality. And if you need the highest quality, guess what you have to do? You need to upload in 4K. So in your video editor, if you're gonna, export your video, export it in 4K, it'll upload in higher pixels, and when you upload it to the actual YouTube studio or YouTube channel itself, what's gonna happen is you're gonna be able to basically just upload in higher quality, and then the viewership for the TV will be more satisfied. You'll notice that people who watch on TV usually don't comment, but they have higher AVDs, right? This goes into our AVD and LV ratio. I talk about this all the time in other videos, but I'll briefly go over it right now, right? You always want to make sure your AVD, your average view duration, is greater, right? You want to make sure it's greater than your length of video. So like, for example, let's say you have a 30-second length of video. You want to make sure your AVD is at least 31 seconds, or you could say just 30 plus seconds, right? So this is very important to understand because TV viewers typically, they click on the controller, they put it down, and they watch. And the reason I'm thinking about it this way is because I think about this with every single, audience I'm doing. Because, guys, the IVP of your audience is so important. And a lot of people don't think about this because I come from a business background, right? I don't come from a, creator background. I come from a business background. So I think like a business owner, right? I have 30 plus actually it's exactly 30 now, YouTube automated channels that we're currently scaling and running right now. And I operate this at a level of a business owner, right? I'm not a creator. I don't edit videos. I don't upload videos. I have teams in place that make these videos for me and make me passive income that make me around $100,000 a month, right? So because I'm able to do it this way and I think about things in this perspective, it makes it much easier for me to analyze my data and then think about it, right? So for example, like when everything was happening with the massive monetization rate with YouTube, everyone was complaining about it. I just thought about it from a business perspective, right? If YouTube is trying to make money, they're going to demonetize channels that aren't making the money. And this goes into the very crucial part of understanding why TV is so important. YouTube makes money from TV because guess what? When someone is watching the TV, there's usually 4 people, maybe 3 to 4 people around them at once, right? So even though the views may say, like, for example, like this channel here, we only got 414 million views in the past 28 days. This is probably closer to like 1.5 billion views because we have a 44% TV audience. It may be even more than that, right? And the reason why it's so important is because guess what? YouTube makes money from people clicking on advertising, right? Buying a product.
The advertiser gets money from the product, and then the advertiser reinvests back into the AdSense account, which is how we get money through AdSense. That's why it's called AdSense, because advertisers are spending money, and then we're getting the money from the advertisers, right? So this is why understanding the TV viewership is so important, because multi people are watching this, right? So if someone sees a product in a video, they're more likely to go to their phone and buy it, right? Which is why TV viewership has high RPMs, because it has higher conversion rates. Maybe they won't buy from the TV directly, but YouTube has data tracking, right? They have Google heat maps. They basically track, hey, someone just watched this video in this household on this account with this IP, and then they bought from here, right? They track that stuff, and it all is connected, right? So this is why it's very important to kind of utilize your TV to your advantage. Make sure you're uploading in 4K. Doing related videos is very helpful as well, because it also serves more people on the TV, your audience. And also, last thing I'll tell you, ranking works best for TV, right? You want to do any type of videos and scale them up, do a ranking video, all right? Ranking works. And I'm not saying start a ranking channel. I'm saying do ranking videos, right? So let's say you're making, I don't know, Ronaldo edits, right? Or maybe you're just doing football edits in general, like soccer in America, right? If you're doing those type of videos, instead of uploading one soccer clip or one football clip, do ranking the top 5 best, shots from the 50-yard mark, right? Ranking the best keeper saves. That's going to perform insane on the TV, because ranking does the best. I'll give you a little sauce right now. This channel's a ranking channel, right? One of my students who joined our program 6 months ago, past 90 days, we're up $200,000, right? Because he's in a ranking niche. He's getting a really high TV audience, and we know how to utilize the TV to our advantage. I have never said this, by the way, publicly on any, videos, long form for my personal brand talking about YouTube Shorts. I usually keep this for my students, but, I'm actually just trying to just give as much information as possible now, because I've just been seeing a lot of people kind of not really giving as much information, and it's low-key been pissing me off. Like, I go on Twitter or I go on YouTube, and I see people talking about the same info and not really giving real sauce. Like, what I just told you, if you implement this stuff right now to your channel, in the next 8 to 12 days, I guarantee you're probably going to be like shooting an insane amount of numbers up for your views, right? And the reason why I'm so confident is because I just see it happen with my students and my personal channels as well. So use this to your advantage, bro. Use the TV audience, because it's low-key crazy. Do the ranking stuff. Make sure you're uploading in 4K, and you will make more money. And even if you're not getting more views, you'll still make more money, because guess what? Your RPM is going to increase. So how do you know when your YouTube channel is about to die, right? So a lot of you guys have seen some success with YouTube. Maybe you've gotten a lot of views, but then you see your views start plummeting. Maybe your revenue starts plummeting. So in this video, I'm going to explain when to know when your channel is going to die. Let's get straight into it. So the first thing you guys need to understand is it's not random, right? Because channels don't just die randomly. So this channel right here, right? It's at $190,000 the past 6 months is of running this channel, and you can see we've had a pretty big drop off, right? You can see we're going from 3 to 5K days, all the way to $700 to $1,000 days. And if you look at the revenue over the past 6 months or so, you can see December was 73,000, January was 40, February was 15, 16. You see, it's obviously died off a lot since December. And there's something really important to understand, because YouTube will tell you when your channel is going to die just from a hidden metric in your analytics called your new viewer percentage, right? So there's this thing in marketing called TAM, right? It stands for Total Addressable Market. And if you've heard of the word TAM, I'm going to explain how it works on YouTube, because it's a little bit different than marketing. And here's how you can use it to your advantage to avoid having your channel getting, either view jail, view bombed, or just having a really, really big dip. Because some of you guys have had like insane months, like for example, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 months. And then you've had dips where it goes from there all the way to, maybe it's only like a $3,000 to $5,000 a month, or maybe you're not even making money yet because you got, dropped so hard from YouTube. So when you're focusing on your YouTube channel, right, you need to look at what your TAM is. So TAM stands for total addressable market. So let's say this big circle is your TAM, right? And let's say, this percentage over here, let's say you have like 33% of the entire viewer base watching your content. 33% is like right there, right? So let's say you have 33% of the entire viewer base of this market watching your content. What you're going to notice is if you have 33% of the people who are watching your content, this is actually going to equate to an exact number in your audience watch behavior, right? So if 33% of the people watching this audience is watching your content, this typically means that the other 66% is not watching your content, right? So which means the 66% is probably your new viewer ratio, new viewers. Right? And this 33% over here, this 33% is usually your CB plus RV, your casual viewers plus your regular viewers. So these two things added together, right? So casual viewer plus regular viewer. So this is CB plus RV. Now, why is this important? It's important because I always track this. If you guys have used Satura, which is a software that tracks your trust score, I'll leave in the description for you guys. If you've tracked your trust score with Satura, you'll probably notice that it's told you, hey, your new viewer ratio is this or your casual viewer ratio is this. You should probably do this to increase it. Anytime I'm analyzing any of my student channels, I always tell them, hey, make sure if you're, analyzing or looking at these videos here, you need to be paying really, really close attention to what your actual percentage of your new and casual viewer ratio. So let's look at actually when this channel started dipping, right? You could see here it was around around December 21st, 22nd, where we had like our big up. And I would say around January 2nd is when we really started having a dip where we never really quite reached this high again. So if you look at our audience, look at our watch behavior, and look at the past year, let's go to the exact day, January 22nd. All right, so here we go, right here, January 22nd. You can see here, this is when we started seeing a decrease in our new viewer ratio. And as our new viewer decreased, guess what? So did our monthly audience, and so did our views as well. And this is very important because if you actually look at, this graph here, guess what happens if this circle becomes 50% casual viewer and 50% regular plus or 50% regular plus casual viewer and 50% new viewer. So let's say like you had 50% of this was new viewer. What's going to happen is you're going to see your monthly audience start dipping. And I've noticed this for so many different channels. If your monthly audience starts dipping, this is when you know that your channel is going to be going down a downtrend soon, right? So here's some good ways that you can do to kind of avoid this happening in the first place. So typically when you're seeing your 50% new viewer rate start going down, this means that either you're reaching the most amount of audience for this niche, or the niche is dying. It's one or the other. A good way to tell is by looking at your competitors, right? So if the niche is dying, so let's just say dying verse, right? If it's dying, what you need to do is look at your competitors and look at their past 28 days and their past 90 days with either, like any type of tool you can use to track their views. You can just look at their past videos and see, are their videos going up or down? If it's going down and every one of your competitors is getting less views, the niche is dying, all right? Now, if it is dying, there's two solutions, right? Either one, you just drop it and you go start a new niche, or two, you change, right? So you basically try to build off something else, trying new formats, trying new styles, right? So if you see this, right, the main thing I'd recommend if you see it is look at your competitors first. If your competitors are dying, then maybe I'd recommend dropping it. You can try changing if you want, but I recommend just going where the views go, right? Because like viewers go together in waves, right? For example, 7 years ago, anime edits were not nearly as popular as a thing right now as they are now, right? So for example, like viewers flock to this, and maybe in the future, like maybe some type of other edits, maybe there's gonna be new animations that pop up, maybe it's gonna be animation channels taking over all of the shorts, right? Because right now they have like a kind of a hold, but you know what I mean? Like the viewers go to different parts of the of YouTube communities, and whatever community the viewers are going to, you should follow them and redirect your content in that direction. So for example, right now, currently as of like this year, 2026, ranking is the direction that a lot of people are going toward. If you look at a lot of big channels, what are channels that do well? Top 10 blank, top 5 blank, top 7 blank, right? So like if you see that your football content is not doing well, maybe try a different format. Top 5 or top 7 football fails with shorts, right? And what's going to happen is if you just try a different format, you will reach a wider audience. It's going to make it more appealing to everyone who's watching your content. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to get more views. And then if you get more views, you're going to make more money. And at the end of the day, we want to make more money because if you're watching this video, you may be in a dip right now and you want to get out of this dip. So
try the different format changes. See if you can try that, because monthly audience dipping like this, it sucks. I mean, like, luckily for this channel, we're still up like $26,000 this month, and the reason why we're starting to climb back up again, you can see for our revenue here, we had like a $15,000 month in February, 16, 21, and then this month's going to be 26. We're going up because we're trying new formats, trying new edits, trying new things. Try. All right. I recommend, if you guys are going to be trying, I recommend doing the 3-2 method, where you do 3 videos of trying something new in 2 videos of something that you know works. You should always be testing on YouTube Shorts more than you are doing something that works, right? Because if you do testing more than it works, then guess what? You can just have more expansion. You should be the forefronter. You shouldn't be the copier, right? Because if you can start trends, the person who starts a trend usually gets the most amount of views, and everyone who copies them usually just gets tidbits of what that main guy is getting. I've started trends before, and that's how we got our 2 billion view month a couple months ago. We got 2 billion views in a single month from our 38 YouTube Short automated channels. And yeah, that's pretty much what you do if your channel is starting to die. So a lot of you have been getting hit with inauthentic content on YouTube, or maybe you've seen the Twitter thread where it's all over Twitter. Everyone is getting hit with inauthentic content. I mean, like, if I go to my Twitter right here, the first thing I see right here on my trending tab is right here, YouTube demonetization 3D animation channels for inauthentic content. And basically, there are so many people that over the past couple of days that have been hit from inauthentic content in the animation niche, the most reformative, the most original niche, where you go in Blender, you spend hours, absolute hours, making a single animation just for the videos to get hit with inauthentic content. So why exactly is this happening? Because I have been saying this for months, and people said I was fear-mongering. They said, Devin, you're crazy for saying this. So let me tell you why this is happening, all right? This is my theory, by the way. This isn't confirmed, but also, I'm running 35 YouTube automation channels. We're generating 1 billion views a month. In January, we generated almost 2 billion views a month. And then also, I also have access to 250 other channels. So I have a lot of data points. I mean, if you just look at my YouTube studio right here, and we actually just take a look at all the channels that we're currently, working with, we have a lot of channels that I have access to right now. All right. So I have a lot of data points. Okay. A lot of data points. So let's talk about it right now of why exactly is everyone getting hit from inauthentic content, right? So the first thing you guys need to understand is how YouTube detection works and how the YouTube policies have changed. So YouTube right now is moving in the direction toward branding and personality. Now, what does that mean? It means they want humans. At surface level, that's what they want, especially with all of the mass AI slop that was produced over the past 6 months on YouTube. The reason why these mass AI bans started happening is was over the past 6 months, there has been an increase of 50% YouTube bots on the YouTube platform, right? 50% of people who are using YouTube, the views are bots. Before, when you look at a qualified viewer, for example, like this channel right here, like if you just look at the revenue, and we go to shorts revenue here, it says 18 million engaged views. But if you go to the actual audience, there's 37 million people watches. Why? Because a lot of these people who are like scrolling on this, it's actually bot accounts. They're not real accounts. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, there's a lot of people on YouTube who are using AI to mass upload content, and this is where the spam and inauthentic content comes from. Now, how does YouTube detection actually work? So YouTube has a pixel detection system where basically it's like a VIN number for a car, right? So whoever uploads that video first on YouTube kind of has the rights to that video. And it's so crazy because I used to run some channels on like, Instagram and TikTok, because I used to like do that for that full time like a couple of years ago. It was like around 4 years ago. And remember when I switched over to YouTube, I decided I'm going to upload all my videos from TikTok and Instagram over to my YouTube channels. And then YouTube was saying, hey, you don't own the rights to these videos because, someone else already has uploaded this. And these guys were trying to strike me. And I had to show them the dates. I had to show them all the things of how I own this stuff. And then I ended up winning and getting my monetization. And those channels actually ended up getting taken down. But the point still matters that when you are uploading videos on YouTube, the only thing that matters is when you upload first, right? Whoever uploads first usually has the first pixel, for the VIN number attached to that video. Okay. Now, if you own the rights to that, you can go and copyright that. It's a whole other thing. I'm not going to get into that. Now, what's great about this is this stops a lot of people from stealing content, right? But the thing is, this also applies to audio, not just pixels on the screen, but audio as well. And you can imagine when so many people are using like 11 Labs or like an AI voice like Adam, for example, like everyone uses Adam. When they start using these AI voices, everyone starts kind of writing the same scripts. And I noticed some of my students, right, they were writing similar scripts, and then one guy gets taken down, the other guy's views start plummeting. I'm like, what's going on? They have similar scripts generated by ChatGPT, right, using the exact same AI voice. And guess what? When enough people start doing that, the content sounds the exact same. All right. And even if it's part of a video that sounds the exact same, when the YouTube system detects that, right, they will flag you for inauthentic content. And usually they don't flag you at first. It's just a little red flag inside of the algorithm or the little checklist, right? But they don't tell you anything yet. And once you do this enough times, eventually you get hit. And sometimes YouTube algorithm does this on a mass scale where they'll just flag a lot of people and then boom, they hit them all at once, which is why this Twitter thing happened where everyone on Twitter basically said, hey, my channel got hit for a spam. And I want to show you guys another example of this right here. So this is another channel. I'm going to show you a student channel. And he was crushing it around, a month and a half ago. And here, check this out real quick. So yeah, this student, he was crushing around a month and a half ago. He actually had a 35K month. But what happened is the views started plummeting. And you will notice, by the way, the exact same plummets of all of these channels that are using AI voices is around January. Right? Around the middle of January is when all this started happening. Here, let me go back to the other channel as well. Let me show you an animation channel. All right, this is an animation channel I'm showing you now. Look at this. Past 365 days. Let's look at January. January is when it starts dipping. Both of those channels I just showed you, right? The student channel and then also this channel, the animation channel, are both extremely reformative content, right? I'm talking hours of editing and hours of recording, right? And people involved. But guess what? Because there's an AI voice, even a small AI voice, like, oh, guess what happens here? Or something like that. It's just like those simple things immediately get you flagged, right? And keep in mind, I'm not trying to fearmonger, right? I got this, like, a couple of people started saying, hey, he's trying to fearmonger to sell his SaaS company called Satura, right? If you guys know Satura, right, we actually removed the AI voices on Satura because we didn't want people to use this, right? So the AI voice generation here, we took this off. Because if people start using this on mass scale, they will start getting banned as well, right? So I'm not trying to sell you a software. I have nothing to sell you in regards to anything related to AI voices or voice actors or anything like that, right? This is just serious information that I want you guys to know. Because if you guys get hit by this, right, because you're using AI voices, right, then it'll hurt your channel, right? And a lot of you guys, you don't have a lot of channels like I do. You just have one channel, maybe you have 3 channels, but if those channels get hit, there goes all your revenue. Another thing as well is a lot of people are saying, well, that's not true because I run an AI, voice channel. And when I'm running this channel, I'm getting like 400, 500 million views a month and I'm fine. Well, guess what, bro? In December, right, when YouTube was hitting a lot of people with mass terminations in the Roblox niche because of call to actions, right? Roblox call to actions were getting a lot of people banned. Not everyone got banned. Just like a lot of people were getting banned for using the viral hashtags, not everyone got banned. There's always going to be people who slip through the cracks, right? But I'm telling you guys, over a long enough time horizon, YouTube is moving in the direction to a personality, right? YouTube recently bought some big AI production like studios and then just killed them. They just killed them because they don't want AI to be spammed all over their platform because they want people. They want pillars of people, right? YouTube wants pillars of each individual niche, has an each individual pillar of a creator, and this creator is, the person that people look at. Another example of this is, for example, like this student. This is our most successful student right now. He's up 80 grand this month, and he's in the ranking niche, the most broad, saturated niche. Guess what? He started this niche literally 2 months ago, and within the past 3 months that I've been working with him, he's scaled up so quickly. And you guys probably already know who he is because, a lot of people in the Discord already have met him and stuff like that as well. He's already vouched for me on Twitter. So you guys probably already know who he is. But he's already made over 120 grand. Actually, more than this because he has other deals and stuff for other platforms. He's made over 120 grand just from our program alone because he took the idea of view maxing, which is, my basically entire strategy, running 35 channels, generated billions of views. That's how we're making so much money. And then also taking the personality brand, putting these together is what made him this much money. So if you guys want to go in the direction of automation with YouTube, you have to automate a personality. So think about the personality you want to curate and then move toward that direction. That's why commentary is so important, especially voice actors, because voice actors, the way they talk, the way voice actors articulate their words, and the way humans speak, it's so much different than AI.
right? The way AI speak, it's predictable. Everything about AI is predictable. And guess what? The YouTube algorithm that detects if something is AI is also run by AI, right? So it's able to detect that stuff. So guys, just think about that for a second, okay? Anyways, guys, again, I am not trying to fearmonger. I have no SaaS to sell you, all right? I'm not trying to spread misinformation. I'm telling you guys exactly what I'm seeing across all the channels we're running right now, across all the data points we're running right now. And guess what? This happened on Twitter yesterday. Animation channels getting hit with inauthentic content. And guess what they all have in common? AI voices. Guys, switch to voice actors. You're welcome. And one last thing, all right? If you guys do want to use AI voices, you can, all right? I'm not going to stop you from using AI voices, but guess what? If you just move your 11 labs to more instability, right, where it's a little bit more unstable, it talks a little bit weird, right? But I'm just warning you guys that a lot of channels are getting removed for AI voices. I'm not saying your channel will. I'm not saying completely stop it, right? But I'm telling you guys the data, and you can do whatever you want with that information that I'm giving you here. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. If you do want to listen to me and you want to find voice actors, or you want to buy a microphone and start really putting in effort into making your own voices for your content, that's great too. But the point of the matter is, these are the facts. This is exactly what I'm seeing across all my stuff. But guess what? I only have 250 channels that I have access to and data points. Maybe there are other people who have more access to data points, right? I don't want to be right. I just want to make sure you guys are being careful and you guys don't mess anything up. Right now, something big is happening in the YouTube space. A lot of you guys have seen the inauthentic content or reused content, people getting banned for no reason, animation channels, very, very mass produced channels, everyone just getting banned. And there's something bigger at play that's happening in the background that people don't seem to grasp a picture of. So in this video, I'm going to explain everything happening with the inauthentic content, why it's happening, and also solutions and how to fix this with actionable steps, because a lot of you guys are seeing these videos or seeing this going around, but don't really know what to do, right? And I've done research because we're currently running 31 YouTube automated channels right now. Originally, we were running 35, but guess what? 4 of them got hit for inauthentic content. So I'm going to be explaining exactly what's going on, how to fix it, how we also won our appeals. I'm going to go over the entire appeal process in this video as well. This is going to be a very juicy video, so let's get into it. So the first thing, if you guys have seen all over Twitter, all over Reddit, everywhere, you guys have seen basically everyone getting hit with inauthentic content, right? If you look up inauthentic content on YouTube, this is just from 3 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and these are just all creators who are doing this for multiple years, just getting banned for no reason, right? Getting hit for inauthentic content. I'm going to be going over why that happens in a second. And also, you'll see even top softwares like NextLevel, for example, tweeting about this, saying that YouTube's doing this on a mass scale. There's no reason why, and there's actually is a reason. So first, you guys need to understand a couple things, right? This year in 2026, YouTube got 200 billion views per day. Right, just in the past couple of months, they've calculated 200 billion views per day. This is a surplus of over 200%. Originally, it was 70 billion views per day around 3-4 months ago, right? Now we're getting 200 billions of views a day, right? So why is this happening, right? Because right now we're in a creator surplus. There are more people than ever trying to be creators, and there's more content being distributed than ever before. And guess what? There are also so many viewers who are edging and just grasping for content they want to get, right? But the problem is the amount of people producing content and the uniqueness of that content does not correlate, right? Which is why we're having so many people hit with inauthentic content, because so many people are making high quality content. But guess what? If everyone's making high quality content in the exact same niche about the exact same stuff, you can only watch so many Zach D Films videos of what happens if you put everyone inside the Empire State Building, right? Because once you watch that video one time, you're not going to want to watch it again. And if 10 or 15 or 20 other animation channels all make that same video, guess what happens? A lot of channels get banned. And there is a way to avoid this, all right? So I've gone over in other videos before of my strategy of how I scale multiple channels, right? I use a strategy to make $120,000 in January. For example, here's one channel that's only up around $20,000 a month. You can see here, I can even change the currency right here, but you do Ugandan shillings, it'll change, go back to USD, right? But you guys can see here that back in around December to January, we were absolutely cooking.
we were getting some crazy numbers. I'm talking like we had a $75,000 month on this channel, right? And I've done this for so many different channels. We've helped scale so many different channels up. We have students that we've helped scale so many channels up. You can see here are all the channels that we're working with and running right now. And also, if you check out our Discord as well, we have so much different students that are just absolutely crushing it right now. Look at all these guys crushing it. Like, for example, Dermon, I mean, he's getting an insane amount of views across the 5 different channels that we helped them scale up, right? So we have a lot of experience with YouTube and understanding how YouTube works, right? So what exactly is happening? There's an increase amount of views and uploads that are going around, right? Because we have 200 billion views a day of videos getting produced on YouTube Shorts, but the amount of unique content around it just isn't enough, right? So over my past videos, I've gone over the strategy of replicate and reiterate. Look at your competitor, replicate what they're doing, and then reiterate later, right? And a lot of people are doing this, but they're not reiterating. They're just replicating and replicating and replicating and replicating, and all of a sudden they have a mass-produced amount of content, right? And it's also important you guys understand how YouTube works out of business, because remember, YouTube is not just a video sharing platform. It's also a business where they make money. So how does YouTube actually make money in the first place, right? So there's actually 3 or 4 different ways that YouTube makes money on the actual YouTube Shorts page, right? They make money through advertisers or Google advertisers spending money on the Google ads to basically make money there. So you have Google ads, right? And then we also have super chats where you can just like basically super comment or super chat. No one really uses this feature. We also have subscriptions where you basically can sub to your favorite creator and pay like a monthly fee. No one really uses this either, if I'm gonna be straight with you. And then lastly, we have affiliates, right? And affiliates are pretty awesome because you basically can have an ad already on the video. You click on it and then you get paid. And this is going to be really important later in this video and going over the actual solution to get not hit with inauthentic content, right? So if you look at these things here, really, these 2 don't really matter. Super chats and subscriptions don't really matter, right? But Google ads and affiliates are the 2 main ways YouTube is really trying to push out people to make money. And if you guys have noticed, anyone who has gone on YouTube Studio, you've probably seen a pop-up that's shown up saying like, hey, you should try out our YouTube shop, right? You should try it out, go and enable on your channel. And a lot of you guys probably clicked no, right? But this is actually an OP feature to staying in the program, because guess what? If Google advertisers are spending money on shorts, right? And we'll go over how this works and why Google advertisers have actually been pulling back, and people are spending money through affiliates, and it takes YouTube no money to make money through affiliates, and it takes YouTube money to make money through Google ads, YouTube will push affiliates harder because they understand it's more sustainable. If they can get creators to do it and it converts, YouTube is going to make way more money doing this, right? But right now, it hasn't fully launched and people aren't currently using this feature to the max capacity. It's also currently only in the United States. If you want to, you can just switch your channel location to United States and you'll be able to do it that way. But regardless, let's talk about Google advertisements and how it works, right? So YouTube Shorts is basically a giant pool, right? So if you imagine a giant pool of money, and every single time a advertiser spends money in the YouTube Shorts space, the pool basically expands a little bit or a lot depending on the advertiser. Like if Nike spends $1 billion in ads, the pool expands by $1 billion, right? But just because it expands by $1 billion does not mean it's distributed all equally. The advertisers are going to be served to the ads of whatever viewer is going to be ideal for that advertisement, right? So let's say, for example, I am Nike and I'm making, an advertisement about buying soccer cleats, right? If I'm trying to buy, soccer cleats, right? I'm probably going to push it to football edits, right? Edits that have soccer in them, because guess what? Those viewers are most likely going to convert higher on those videos. Now, the problem is there are so many of the same soccer edits, right? That advertisers are basically testing this, and when someone sees the same video twice, they just scroll away and their buying intent basically decreases. There was a study that shows that short form converts way less than long form. I think short form has only around like a 2% conversion rate compared to long form that has a 15 to 40% conversion rate depending on the video. And I'm not joking, 15 to 40%, right? That's just what the data says. So the long form has obviously a much higher conversion rate than the short form, right? That's the first thing. The second thing you have to understand is advertisers will pull their money away from the pool if they see that they are not making money from the advertisement. And this is where it gets really important into understanding how the YouTube system and algorithm works, right? So if we are making money through, Google ads, which is the main way we make money through RPMs and all of this stuff, getting paid through views, right? Basically, we're hoping that people, like Google advertisers, are spending money on our videos and hoping we get a conversion. Let's say we're making AI slop, right? you got to think about the viewer intent when they're watching these videos, right? When the viewers are watching these videos of AI slop, it's just basically something they consume or ranking. It's something they just consume and then they keep scrolling. It's also been shown that nearly 40% of viewers that come from ranking channels, I'll give you some analytics in a second, but 40% of viewers that come from ranking channels usually come from the TV, right? If you guys do run a ranking channel, look in your analytics. It's probably around 25 to 40% of your viewers come from the TV here. I'll give you an example right now. So here is one of my top students. Keep in mind, this is my student's channel, but before he started working with me, he was making only around $20,000 a month. And you can see here, after he started working with me, he started making around $70,000 to $80,000 a month on one single YouTube channel, right? And yes, it's crazy numbers, but this is what we do in our program, right? So in the past 20 days, we've made $72,000. And basically, I took this long form channel that already had a brand around it, and we basically converted it to short form ranking commentary. And if you look at the audience here, right, you can see the consistent increase. But if you actually look at where our viewers are watching from, you can see that TV is 43%. And keep in mind, this is a ranking niche, right? And the RPMs for this channel is around 24 cents, right? So it's pretty insane the amount of money you can make. And this is just an example of one of the students that we helped scale. We've helped other students scale to something like this before. One of our students also did a $75,000 a month as well. But regardless, understanding that people who are usually watching the slop content comes from TV will also help you understand that advertisers will not want to spend money on those channels, because guess what? TV has the lowest conversion rate of any device or any platform on the internet, right? If an advertiser is spending 30 cents per 1,000 views and 40% of those 1,000 views, which is 400 views coming from TV, the advertiser ends up just losing money, right? And YouTube can't really do anything about this, right? There's nothing YouTube can really do other than saying, hey, you violated our terms of service. We're going to have to demonetize you, right? And this is why a lot of people are getting demonetized. Now, this is one example, right? The TV isn't one example. There's other examples where, like, for example, there's one niche that's making the exact same videos over and over again. There's one niche that's having the exact same background over and over again. When viewers see the same thing over and over again, their mind basically becomes blank and there's no actionable steps for them to buy, right? Because if there's repeatable content, if there's TV on the screen, right? If there is content that basically has no money involved for the advertiser, YouTube is basically going to do this thing called a silent demonetization, where they hit you with the inauthentic content, right? Because if you look back, a lot of these guys, right? A lot of these guys who are complaining, saying they're getting banned, YouTube isn't giving a reason, right? Even read this right here, right? No specific explanation is given, just labeled as inauthentic content, right? The actual reason is because YouTube's cutting their losses right now. YouTube's trying to find a way to stop advertisers from losing money, because at the end of the day, YouTube is a business and they want to make money. If they're losing money from these videos that are being uploaded, guess what? YouTube is burning cash and advertisers aren't getting money. And then we'll have another adpocalypse like 2017, where advertisers pulled back all of their advertising budget and everything goes to zero. And YouTube doesn't want that, right? The reason why this is happening is because back in 2017, right, there was this thing called a YouTube adpocalypse. And if you guys don't know what the YouTube adpocalypse is, basically advertisers on a mass scale were basically putting in lots of money into YouTube and they weren't seeing conversions. And also the amount of content that was kind of getting pushed to YouTube was so like much slop, it just didn't convert for advertisers. So they're like, screw this, I'm not putting money into YouTube. They pulled billions of dollars out of the ad spend for the YouTube creator program, and YouTube was forced to make this policy change that's enacted today, where right now people are getting banned on mass scale. Now, here's the important part, right? Some creators do have good content, right? They have really informative content. They have authentic animation content that spends hours and hours on Blender, right? So why are these channels getting hit with inauthentic content? Well, there's two reasons, right? And we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we need to understand as well where the actual views are coming from and the amount of growth that YouTube has had, right? So in 2025, YouTube was getting around 70 billion views per day on YouTube. Now, fast forward to 2026, they're getting around 200 billion views a day, right? Look at that growth. That's nearly a 200% growth, right? So because of that, right, YouTube is seeing right now, there's so much views, or sorry, so much videos that are going around and so much views getting increased. The amount of money that's going around isn't enough for the actual advertisers to make their money back because there's so much slop going around. So what does YouTube do? They go through a silent purge. They demonetize channels on a mass scale. Why do you think no one's getting banned right now? You look at all these channels and everyone is still has their channels up, right? But they're basically just demonetizing everyone, right?
And even if these guys are getting demonetized, people are starting new channels and YouTube isn't really attacking them for it, right? Because in their policy, YouTube also says if one of your channels gets demonetized, you can't start a new channel. And there's other ways to avoid this. Like, for example, I have 30 plus different channels running right now. I've gotten demonetized and banned lots of times. But if you make an LLC, you can basically just avoid it, right? But guess what? Right? A lot of these guys are just making accounts on the exact same Gmail, another Gmail, connecting the same AdSense account, and their AdSense account isn't getting banned. Because there's 3 types of ways to get banned on YouTube, right? The 3 ways, or there's 3 different terminations, is 1, a demonetization, where you basically get demonetized. You lose the ability to make money on the individual video, right? The second way is basically getting your channel banned, right? And channel ban is basically when you basically lose access to upload on that specific channel. And the last thing is an AdSense termination. This is where they basically hold all of your money in your AdSense account. And this is the worst one to get. So this is an order of best to worst case scenario. A lot of these guys are just facing number 1, right? This is what's happening to mass majority of people. And some people are getting their AdSense withdrawn, and we'll go over that a little bit later. I think it's a little bit scummy what YouTube's doing, but regardless, a lot of people are getting demonetized and not banned. The reason why is because YouTube is trying to basically take out all this AI slop that's going around right now because advertisers are not making money. And also, there's so much content going around right now that there's just not enough. There's too much supply of it, and the demand is just already reached its max. Right? When it gets over that, guess what? The views just start going down for everyone, and that's why the top dogs, the top sharks like me and my students are scaling so quickly and getting so many views, while everyone else is being left in the dust. That's why 30K view jail is a thing, by the way, right? Because there's so much people creating such amazing content and not enough people making, very, very high quality content. So yeah, that's kind of the reason for all of this. So let's say your channel has been hit with inauthentic or reused content and you want to basically win your appeal. I'm about to show you exactly how to actually win it. I'm going to go through an entire presentation one of my friends sent me, and it actually ended up being very informative, and it helped me and a lot of my students out as well. It has around an 80% success rate. I did this and I got 3 of my channels that, actually won the appeal, and I've sent this to many of my students and they've won as well. So let's get into it right now. The first thing you need to understand is how the actual reuse and inauthentic content policy works. Basically, what you got to do in your appeal is read the do's and don'ts of the appeal, right? So say, hey, my channel does all these things that I'm supposed to be doing. It is not doing any of the things that it says not to do, right? Another thing you guys need to understand is you have 7 days to do the appeal. So even if you get demonetized, let's say on the 10th, right? Then that means on the 17th you can actually do the appeal. And this is very, very important because YouTube holds funds, right? So if YouTube's holding funds, let's say you get banned on the 15th, you have 7 days, which means the 22nd you actually can get the appeal fully submitted. On the 21st, you can actually get paid from YouTube, right? So if you want to make sure you guarantee that payment, if you get banned on the 15th, do your appeal on the 22nd. That way you can actually guarantee your money to come in. Just a first sure way to actually make sure you get your money. Another thing you guys need to understand as well is make sure in the 7 days that you actually do have the option to do the appeal, you basically have the opportunity to change your channel as you would like, right? If you have repetitive titles, you have repetitive videos, fix that stuff. Delete some stuff, upload some things, change the things you need to change. So when YouTube reviews it, it's much more likely to actually win, right? And I've seen a higher success rate of channels that I've changed rather than channels that I haven't changed, right? Just don't delete any videos. I'd recommend privating them, right? Because when you delete videos, it flags something in YouTube system as well. Now, another thing, do not yap. I see a lot of people basically just yapping in their stuff saying like 15-minute appeals and stuff. Like YouTube doesn't have time for that. 3 to 5 minutes max. Make sure you're giving as much information as possible in 35 minutes, and I'll go over the script in a second. Another thing you need to do is use your webcam. If you don't have a webcam, available, just get someone on Fiverr or get a friend to do it for you. Just make sure the script is read properly in the 3 to 5 minute period. But a webcam will also help increase your chance of actually winning the appeal. Lastly, guys, this is not an apology video, all right? Do not say I'm sorry. If you say I'm sorry, it'll flag something in the YouTube system that basically says, hey, like, this guy messed up. We know he was wrong. We're just going to deny it anyway, right? Pretend you're in court and the other guy on the other side is basically, you just are all the time saying he's wrong, right? And that's YouTube. So say it's YouTube's fault. YouTube messed up here. You guys messed up because your algorithm is messing up right now. My channel is very informative. And do not say I'm sorry or apologize for anything in the video. Explain clearly and concisely why this matters to you. Basically explain it's unfair and you need to rightfully get your channel back. Guys, doing the guilt trip of like, hey, YouTube's my job and stuff like that, it doesn't really work. Just tell them they're wrong. Tell them the wrong, because that's the most important part. All right. Make sure your video is also very well edited. If it's not well edited, you probably will not get back into the program. You need to edit things, have text on the screen. Don't do so many funny sound effects, but remember, sometimes when people are watching this, it'll actually end up getting pushed to people, and then they'll laugh because of watching the videos, or it'll be easier for them to actually watch all the way through. Remember, you're a video editor at the end of the day. As long as you are doing this appeal, you need to make sure it's high quality as possible. And here's the appeal script right here. I'm actually going to make it on a document form for you guys right now, so it's easier to see. But basically, you want to go into the appeal, basically saying like, hey, I own this channel, and making this appeal to basically explain why, this, strike that I've dealt with is basically not right. And then briefly explain your channel and proof of how you align with everything. And then, show them the entire editing process of the video. This is very important. Go through your entire editing process. If you have a team like I do, ask your editors to send the editing recording for you. I've done this for multiple of my appeals because I don't edit anymore. I have teams who run in place for me because we run 30 plus channels. Of course, I don't edit. And then at the end, basically just say thank you for watching. A lot of creators are getting hit with this right now, and I completely understand it's a misinformation on the YouTube side. It means a lot for you, because I try to transfer my content as hard as possible, and I really appreciate giving the opportunity to make videos on YouTube. I hope this video can help everyone understand more of what goes on behind the scenes on my channel. Have a good day. And this is how you do the appeal. I'm going to leave this linked in the description so you guys can check it out for yourself. So one problem that some people have been facing as well is their funds are basically being held on YouTube AdSense, right? And this is basically the worst thing that can happen to you. And I do have a solution for it, but the thing you need to understand is when this happens, it's basically because you have violated some type of, terms of service. It is basically just something YouTube does not really like. Right? For example, like you've uploaded some type of content that's really against like very, very sexual, something like that. And if you do something like that, guess what? You guys probably will lose your funds and you probably won't get it back. Now, something else you need to understand as well, right, is if you do end up losing, the money that you end up making on your channel, there is a way to get it back, and that's talking to a YouTube rep. And, in my program, I usually refer people YouTube reps. And when you have a YouTube rep, it basically has a way for you to basically to have an insider to basically be able to look at your channel, review it, and maybe, let those funds be, not withheld any further, get your channel, unbanned or something like that. And if you look in our student success, we have like a whole playlist on our channel. You can see we have had multiple students that have joined our program, basically had a conversation with the YouTube rep to be able to actually save their channel from getting, completely just terminated. We have 16 student success stories, publicly on our channel. If you want to check it out, you can check it out for yourself right now. Okay, now for the part you guys have all been waiting for, the solution to actually fixing the inauthentic content. Let's say you've been hit with it. First of all, how do you appeal it, right? And then also the solution of how do you fix it? How do you avoid getting hit in the first place, right? So if you guys don't know, if you guys go to your YouTube studio right now, there's this feature on your YouTube studio called products, right? Or affiliate shopping. And I talked about this a little bit earlier inside of the video. Basically, if you go to any different type of channel that you're running right now, right, and you look at any shorts, if you look in the description, you're gonna be able to have this option called tagged product. Now, keep in mind, this only works if your channel is in the United States. So I recommend changing it to the United States. If you're not able to, then you may have to start a new channel, which is very, very unfortunate, but this is the only way to do this right now. Hopefully they roll this out to more people as time goes on. But if you look in your description, you'll see this option called tagged product. And this tagged product basically allows you to add a product to YouTube's video, right? So if you actually watch the video, what's going to happen is there's actually going to be an option right here called affiliate where you click on it, you click a little affiliate link, and then it takes you to wherever to buy whatever you want, right? So what's awesome about this is, remember, like I said in the beginning of this video, YouTube at the end of the day is a business and they're trying to make money. And they're not making as much money as they would like to from short form because of all the data that's proven that short form content does not really convert as well as long form content. Now, a good way to, basically turn this around is having affiliates. And remember that of TikTok's revenue that they pull in every single month, 23% of that comes from TikTok shops. Think about that. That's 1/4 of their entire platform revenue, which is a multi-billion-dollar company, just comes from their TikTok creator program for their TikTok shop, right? So think about this. If YouTube implements this as well, and they have way more viewer base, I'm talking 200 billion views a day, if they can convert more of those people, guess what? They're going to end up making more money. And this is why it's so important for you guys to understand that YouTube is going in the direction toward becoming a shopping platform, right? So this means two things, right? One, we need to make sure that we are starting to make our content around brands, right? Branded content is very, very important. If we make our content around basically targeting people rather than being a person, rather than just uploading junk, for example,
The reason why ranking commentary, my top student, right, is making $72,000 a month is because this is something that's in demand right now for YouTube, and there's not a lot of supply of, right? Everyone wants to make the faceless content, no one wants to add the personality. And guess what? You can automate it really easily. Just add an AI, add personality to it, get a voice actor, and then bam, you got a personality on your channel, right? This is what we do for a lot of our students. We get them on voice actors, and then their views just shoot up, right? A lot of our students who are in our program, they'll see immediate results as soon as they start joining. Like, for example, like, look at this. This is like instant growth after using voice actors. It's just absolutely absurd, right? So if you guys want to, grow, you need to start doing branded content. Branded content is so important for scaling. And remember, you can do things like voice actors, making a person doing a PNG character or something like that, because there's lots of money to be made there. It's the future of YouTube. The other thing you guys need to understand is using the actual description for the affiliate links, right? Put it in every single video. If YouTube sees that people are actually buying from your thing, then it's going to be really easy for you to stay in the program, because you're just going to keep making money. Because remember, they're not actually demonetizing people they're partially demonetizing people because of replicated content. The other portion is just because they want to cut their losses, right? It's hand in hand, right? And if you want to basically de-risk yourself to not getting banned, basically just put the affiliate link in your description, and it'll help you from not getting banned, right? These are the two ways and two solutions that I've seen that have worked across multiple channels, right? Why do you think we have a channel that is making $72,000 a month in our program right now and hasn't gotten hit for inauthentic content? And keep in mind, if you look at the lifetime of this channel, it's nearly at $1 million. $1 million, right? The channel hasn't gotten demonetized. Why do you think that is? Because we know what we're doing, right? So I'm sure you've heard of view jailing, where basically YouTube limits the amount of reach you get on a video because YouTube deems that it's not trustworthy enough to get pushed out, or it doesn't keep people on the platform long enough. This is usually known as like the 30,000 view jail, or maybe the 0 view jail, or even, 100 or a million view jail. But this is completely different. I have two example channels here that were previously getting millions of views per day that have been dropped to just a couple thousand views per hour. You can see the giant drop. I'm sure a couple of you guys have seen it already. This is what I'm calling a view bomb. It is so recent with YouTube's like algorithm. I think I'm one of the first people to talk about this. YouTube is basically view bombing channels now. And first it came with, YouTube was banning channels because they were thinking some channels were not worthy to be in the program. And then they would just straight up terminate other channels. There was a whole thing about it. It was so big. Moist Critical made a video on it talking about, YouTube basically just banning a lot of creators out of nowhere. I think almost 8 million channels have gotten banned, and it's still an ongoing issue. And now YouTube's AI has a new issue where they're bombing channels like this, or even in our Discord server where people are just getting absolutely view bombed like this right here. It just keeps happening to creators. And I have just noticed this keeps happening over and over again. So I want to take the time today to talk about it and an actual solution on what to do to actually fix it, because there's a lot of creators suffering from this view bombing. It is absolutely absurd. But luckily, I do have a solution today for you guys to temporarily and hopefully permanently fix this. And then also, I'm going to drop some sauce about why this is happening. So in order to actually fix a problem, first we have to understand what causes the problem in the first place. So YouTube's new AI that they recently released the past couple of months ago has basically been going haywire. You guys have seen it with the banning and everything like that. But the reason why this AI is temporarily banning, or I guess view bombing specific channels, is because they believe that the channels are actually view botting, right? So basically the AI bot is assuming that the channels that are getting millions of views are botting, so the actual YouTube algorithm view bombs this entire channel. Now, what's awful about this is there's a lot of channels, including my own, that get views, just organically, of course, and you will randomly get view bombed because YouTube's algorithm thinks that you're view botting. Now, the reason it thinks that channels are view botting is usually because a increase in substantial views over a very short period of time, or it's just a glitch in the actual algorithm itself. There's actually not been a specific identification for this. I have noticed this is happening with faceless channels much more than face channels, which is going to go into our first solution in a second. But the main cause of this is faceless channels that have low trust scores or did something wrong. So for example, this video here had a very high trust score. Sorry, this channel here had a very high trust score. And you can see here, we were making like $6,000, $7,000 a month on this channel. This is actually one of my students' channels, and they randomly got a strike. Right? When they got this strike, They basically, instead of appealing the video, they actually deleted the video instead. Rule number 1. When you delete a video after you get a strike or a copyright claim or anything like that, when you delete a video, your trust score decreases because YouTube thinks you're hiding something. And guys, you cannot hide a video from YouTube. YouTube owns the platform. It's impossible to hide a video from them. So you guys trying to hide these videos actually end up banning view bombing your video or your channel, which makes your trust score go down. All right. And when your trust score goes down, of course, you get suppressed. Now, if you get suppressed at this level, it's probably because it was actually a serious offense strike, and before you appealed it, you took down the video. And this basically just makes YouTube lose all, trustworthiness with you, and you'll get banned or shadow banned. This is the first cause. The solution: do not take down a video that has been striked, copyright claimed, or anything like that. All right, don't delete the video. You can private the video. Do not delete it. You will ruin your trust score. All right. Now, if you want to fix this, what you can do is start uploading videos with your face on long form content. So we've actually tested this, and uploading long form videos with your face starts rebuilding your trust score slowly. So if you don't know what trust scores are, if you just go to my channel, you'll literally see this 1 hour video. It's like 1 hour long. It just explains everything with trust scores, but it kind of goes into depth of everything you need to avoid when you are actually dealing with this problem. Now, the other thing you need to understand about fixing this is face content is one good solution. Another good solution is actually going to your settings and turning off a specific feature called publish to subscriptions feed. So for example, if you actually went to your channel or whatever video you're about to upload, if you scroll down, it's going to be right underneath the licensing, right here. It'll say publish to subscriptions feed. If you turn this off, what it'll allow it to do is it'll publish to non-subscribers. I've noticed a big issue a lot of these channels that are getting suppressed are having is these videos are only getting pushed to people who are subscribed to your channel, right? So if you want to basically negate that, we basically turn off the feature where it shows our video to subscribers and it gets a new audience. Now, this is also another way to jumpstart your channel. The third solution is also making sure you keep uploading. A lot of people, when they see a dip, they get scared and they stop uploading because they think they did something wrong, which is probably true. But don't stop uploading because this will actually decrease your trust score further. Consistency builds trust with YouTube, and it'll also just build just more credibility with the algorithm. So for example, like this channel right here, it's getting suppressed pretty hard right now, but I'm pretty sure in a couple days it will pick back up. I've had a couple of friends telling me the same thing, that like, hey, their channel got suppressed and then they uploaded a couple days, and within like 8 days or so, they were able to get pushed back out. Another thing, 8 days. This is a very, very important metric for you guys to understand, right? This is actually 8 to 12 days. This is what I've seen from my testing. And keep in mind, this is an ongoing issue. So like these solutions may not exactly help you how you would like, but it can definitely start you in the right direction to getting the help you need to push your channel. With this 8 to 12 days, this is called the test and rebalance period. I talk about this in so many of my videos. YouTube takes around 8 to 12 days to go through a TB period, a test and rebalance period. What this does is it allows YouTube to gather enough information to determine if they should increase or decrease your trust score. So remember, if you already watched a 1 hour video, you understand what trust scores are. It's kind of like a credit score, right? And as you guys know, every month your credit score either goes up or goes down, right? This is kind of like YouTube's updated version of their credit score, but it's for the YouTube trust score itself. It takes 8 to 12 days for your trust score to update. There's no actual way to see the number your trust score is at. We are making a software that kind of helps you see it, but in general, you don't need that. As long as you look at all your analytics, you see everything is doing well, then your trust score is high. If you're getting suppressed, your trust score is low. All right, so this is an ongoing issue. I just wanted to bring this to a lot of people's attention. If you are suffering from this issue, comment down below and actually go ahead and join our Discord and we can talk about this a little bit more, because we're helping students right now individually, help break out of this, and just people in general in the Discord for free. We're just helping them break out of this. So yeah, I recommend just really try to implement everything I said here with the face videos, trying to upload consistently and making sure you turn off that setting with publish to subscription feed. It'll help. Also, the last solution, sometimes it's just starting new channels, man. I know it sucks, especially when you're making thousands of dollars and you randomly just get suppressed. YouTube's AI has been so stupid recently with all the banning and everything, and it's been very difficult for us as creators to survive because of everything that's happening right now. With all the banning, it's scary, bro. Like, if you guys don't know, man, I run 36 channels. Like, I run a buttload of channels, and I have all of this underneath different LLCs and, different Gmails. And it's very scary for me because if I lose one account, I'm probably going to lose 5 others. And with YouTube's stupid AI banning, like I make sure, dude, I have a very big team that goes behind me and helps me make sure we pass the policy every time. And we've had a couple accounts getting terminated. Luckily, these are underneath smaller LLCs, so I didn't actually lose that many channels with the entire process. But I've had a couple channels that just, have gotten just completely wrecked because, we've just gotten terminated, and it's very unfortunate. It's very difficult for us because YouTube's AI has been so gay recently, but like for example, like this channel, it got terminated, and there was nothing we could do about it. There was nothing we can do about it. It's just gone. And there was no reason behind it. Now the best way you can do, I actually have a YouTube rep that helps reinstate a lot of my channels. So like I've gotten banned other times and gotten reinstated because of him. But you can also contact them on Twitter as well, see what's going on, say, hey, my views are getting suppressed or something like that. And I believe this is a mistake. Can you please take a look at this? I don't think they're probably going to help you too much, but you can definitely contact them, and contacting support can also help as well. But yeah, I mean those are the main things you can do. Also, live streaming can help increase your reach as well. If you start live streaming temporarily, it could maybe boost your views up. But yeah, those are all the solutions I got for you guys. I hope this is helpful, man. I mean, I know this video may seem a little bit like air, but at the same time, this is an ongoing problem. You know what I mean? So there's not too many solutions. This is what I've seen have worked for other YouTubers, and it's kind of worked for me a little bit. Right? It hasn't completely revived my channels, but a couple of my channels have gotten picked up just a little bit from the algorithm from doing those changes